Chapter 1. Time Reversal. The host has perished, fulfilling the conditions for system activation. And now the host experiences a time reversal to half an hour prior to the outbreak of the catastrophe. The time reversal is successful. The system is now operational. Every roulette the host encounters in the future will increase by 1 level, and the crystal core drop rate will be doubled. Wang Hao, amidst a haze, hears a mechanical female voice and suddenly opens his eyes, finding himself standing behind the cash register of a coffee shop. Surveying the surroundings, which are both familiar and alien, he murmurs in confusion, "Isn't this the place where I worked part-time during university? Didn't I die at the hands of Yi Fan? Why am I here?" The office workers within the shop, the chatting friends, and the gaming couples, none of them realize that within half an hour, some among them will grotesquely transform into flesh-hungry zombies. In just a few short hours, cognition shatters, society collapses, the world devolves into a paradise for the undead. Humanity plummets from the apex of the food chain to its nadir. Wang Hao, through the roulette that appeared simultaneously with the zombies, has struggled for 3 years in this apocalyptic world, evolving from a frail and delicate university student into a 9-star warrior, while also forming bonds with several trustworthy companions, witnessing the depths of human darkness. As the saying goes, in chaotic times, heroes emerge. Throughout these 3 years, many renowned strongmen and factions have arisen, showcasing humanity's resilience against the monsters. Yet, just as he believed humanity was preparing to counterattack, a meteor shower during the spring festival of the 4th year struck down many survivors. Following this, countless formidable aerial beasts emerged from the meteor craters, ruthlessly slaughtering numerous famous warriors, plunging humanity, which had begun to recover, back into darkness. I have been reborn? Fragments of memories coalesce in Wang Hao's mind as he recalls the system's notifications. A fierce flame ignites within his chest, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening as he bellows, "Yi Fan! Yi Fan! Yi Fan!" After the meteor shower, Wang Hao's close friend, the Demon King, unexpectedly acquires intelligence claiming to breach the existing level system and gain greater power consequently. The two, along with several other friends, venture to the ruins to confront the aerial beasts. After enduring myriad hardships, they finally arrive at the supreme roulette indicated by the intel. However, the group has dwindled from 7 to just Wang Hao, the Demon King, and Yi Fan. To their astonishment, they discover there is only one reward on the roulette. This signifies that only one among them can grow stronger. At this moment, the typically affable Yi Fan suddenly reveals his true colors, betraying Wang Hao and brutally murdering the Demon King before his eyes, claiming the reward for himself. "Ha! Ha!" Wang Hao, in a fit of rage, retorts with a bitter laugh. Yi Fan truly knows how to act. He clearly resented the bond between the Demon King and me, yet managed to feign friendship for over a year, using us while not revealing a single flaw. Impressive indeed. However, you surely did not anticipate my rebirth. The humiliation you inflicted upon me, I shall repay tenfold. No, 100-fold. The part-time student working alongside Wang Hao observes his terrifying demeanor, stammering, "Wang Hao, are you all right? Do you need me to help you ask the supervisor for leave?" Time is running out for Wang Hao. He must reach the roulette he knows to be nearest before the catastrophe strikes, but first he needs to find a weapon. To spin the roulette, crystal cores are required, and there is a probability that zombies will possess crystal cores within their heads. Wang Hao removes his apron, steps outside, and hops onto a shared bicycle, riding down the street for 3 minutes until he locates a hardware store there. He purchases a grinder and a steel bar, asking the shopkeeper to sharpen one end into a point. As he departs, he also acquires a pair of work gloves to prevent injuring his hands while handling the steel bar. Next comes the procurement of supplies. During the initial days of the outbreak, zombies roam freely, and armed soldiers struggle to survive outside, leaving many trapped indoors without pre-prepared supplies. They face starvation. Wang Hao had experienced this in his past life, suffering greatly from hunger. He once viewed others' thighs as chicken legs. Wang Hao rushes into the nearest convenience store, utilizing the backpack he picked up along the way to load it with instant noodles, sausages, chicken legs, duck legs, self-heating rice, and hot pot, among other items, to the point where the backpack zipper nearly bursts. 15 minutes later, He finds himself on the second floor of a dilapidated building. A few homeless individuals have made this place their home, some sleeping, others picking at their feet or scratching their backs upon his arrival. They glance at him briefly, likely mistaking him for a lost child or an unwelcome intruder. Wang Hao selects a position that faces everyone, dons his work gloves, and grips the steel bar, testing his swings. He is acutely aware that chaos will soon erupt among these homeless individuals. Some may transform into zombies. And at the same time, a standard roulette with a single ordinary crystal core will materialize on this floor. Wang Hao knows of this roulette because in his past life, a thug named Wang used it to establish his own power, seizing the resources of this area. It was during that time that Wang Hao, through a chance encounter, joined Wang's ranks, and it was then that he first learned of the wondrous existence of such roulettes. 5. 4. Wang Hao watches his smartwatch as the time strikes 4 p.m. The world trembles violently, the sky bleeding crimson. Two homeless individuals suddenly collapse, convulsing, frothing at the mouth. Their skin rapidly loses its color, blue veins turning black, revealing sharp teeth, and their fingernails sharpen into the claws of beasts. What the hell? What's happening to them? The others, startled, leap to their feet, scrambling to escape, only to turn back, horrified by the grotesque transformation, mistakenly believing it to be a sudden illness, hastily dialing for help. Simultaneously, similar occurrences unfold across the globe, while those unaffected continue their daily routines. Only Wang Hao understands. They are the unfortunate ones. Others at least have the opportunity to struggle in this apocalypse. They have been chosen, stripped of even that chance, destined to be among the first to transform into zombies. I really can't get used to this. I've suddenly become such a weakling. Wang Hao grips the steel bar tightly, his gaze sharp. The disaster has only just begun given his physical capabilities. He can at most overpower a weak woman weighing around 100 pounds. Leaving him with little margin for error, he must eliminate the zombies in one strike, otherwise, the risk of failure will significantly increase. Not to mention that the two are still in the midst of transforming. Now is the best time to act. According to Wang Hao's experience, if they haven't fully transformed into zombies, the likelihood of them possessing crystal cores in their brains is 0. Roar! Roar! As Wang Hao contemplates, the two have completed their transformation, rising spasmodically, spitting saliva as they charge at the individuals present. Now is the moment. Wang Hao's gaze turns icy in a swift motion. He lunges forward, thrusting the steel bar with precision into the eye of a zombie. Chapter 2. The first spin of the roulette. The method to kill zombies is singular. Destroy the brain. At this stage, lacking in strength and with inadequate weaponry, targeting the zombie's eyes becomes the most effective strategy. As the zombie's eyeball bursts under the steel bar, dark, viscous blood spills forth, yet, instead of collapsing, it becomes even more agitated. Damn it, my strength is insufficient. Wang Hao was a 9-star warrior in his previous life. Possessing skills that ranked among the top 100 when one strike fails, he swiftly delivers a kick to topple the zombie. Using the momentum from the zombie's fall, Wang Hao extracts the steel bar, raising it once more to stab at the zombie's wound on the ground. Once, twice. It is only on the third thrust that this resilient zombie finally succumbs. Meanwhile, the other zombie has pounced upon a homeless man, sinking its teeth into his neck and tearing away a chunk of flesh, causing blood to spray in fine arcs, the horrific screams waking the others, who flee in panic down the stairs. Wang Hao remains remarkably composed. Kicking the zombie aside, it bellows, attempting to rise from the ground, only to have the steel bar suddenly thrust into its eye, forcing it back down. This time, perhaps due to the angle, Wang Hao drives the bar in twice before finally killing the zombie. Huh! Wang Hao turns at the sound, panting as he gazes at the homeless man who is now transforming. Damn it, my physical condition is still lacking. Having killed only 2 zombies, I'm already out of breath. The blood streaming from the homeless man's neck shifts from red to black, his joints cracking ominously as he lunges toward Wang Hao. He is prepared. Utilizing the length of the steel bar, he strikes first, piercing the zombie's eye, and after dispatching it, Wang Hao collapses onto the ground, gasping for air. Outside, chaos reigns. Cries for help, screams of agony, roars of the undead, explosive blasts, and the cacophony of collisions create an overwhelming din. The once harmonious and beautiful world instantly devolves into a hellish nightmare. Regaining his breath, Wang Hao jabs the steel bar into the zombie's head, but after a thorough examination, he finds nothing but bone. Zombies do not guarantee the presence of crystal cores. In his past life, there were statistics indicating that the probability of a zombie yielding a crystal core is approximately 10, meaning 1 in every 10 zombies might produce a single crystal core. This fact is particularly crucial during the early days of the apocalypse, as everyone is merely a novice at slaying zombies. Killing 1 or 2 zombies requires immense effort. If one is particularly unlucky, they might kill 10 zombies without seeing a single crystal core drop in his previous life. Wang Hao averaged the elimination of 5 to 6 zombies to procure a single crystal core. Thus, the absence of a core from a solitary zombie did not perturb him. He promptly set about smashing the next zombie's skull. Upon encountering a solid object, he quickly used a steel bar to pry it out, and a blood-stained gray crystal core rolled onto the ground. Fortune favored him. As he had procured a core after merely 2 zombies. Fueled by this success, he proceeded to assault the final zombie's head, only to strike yet another core, pondering if his hands were truly that red. Having dispatched a total of 3 zombies, he had miraculously acquired 2 crystal cores suddenly. A thought struck him, recalled the system that had activated upon his rebirth, which mentioned a doubled crystal core drop rate. The redness of his hands was evidently a testament to the system's influence. This was sheer delight, while others, blessed with good fortune, might obtain a single core after slaying 3 or 4 zombies. Wang Hao needed only to vanquish 1 or 2. Not only did this save him effort, but the efficiency in amassing crystal cores was also remarkable. If the doubling of the crystal core drop rate is indeed true, does that imply that each roulette I encounter will also see an increment of 1 in its original level? As this notion crossed his mind, even after 3 years of survival in the apocalypse, his normally composed demeanor could not contain a surge of excitement. Ordinary roulettes could transform into 1-star roulettes. 1-star could elevate to 2-star. 2-star could ascend to 3-star. While this may seem trivial, the higher the level of the roulette, the more scarce it became, with 6-star roulettes guarded by formidable bodyguards. If the system's functionalities were genuine, Wang Hao could establish a significant advantage in the early stages. However, I wonder if the conditions for spinning the roulette will change once the level increases. If they do, this feature would be rendered useless in the early game, only becoming beneficial months later when the opportunity to acquire advanced crystal cores arises. Wang Hao surveyed his surroundings and noticed a gray ordinary roulette situated to his right rear. In his previous frenzy of slaughtering zombies, he had overlooked the roulette's emergence. The roulette boasted a total of 4 segments. Weapons ordinary, equipment ordinary, supplies ordinary, and ordinary enhancement potions. The better the items within a segment, the lower the probability of the pointer landing there. For instance, the most coveted enhancement potion had a drop rate of merely 3, while the most worthless supplies boasted a staggering 81. Based on Wang Hao's experience of spinning the roulette hundreds of times, the probabilities felt more akin to a penguin's luck. What appeared to be 3 was likely much lower. He contemplated how much lifespan one would need to sacrifice to obtain a potion. Moreover, the conditions for spinning the roulette escalated with each attempt. The first spin required 1 crystal core, the second demanded 2, the third 3, and so forth. Approaching the roulette, Wang Hao reached out to touch the activation button marked gray crystal core X1. In an instant, the roulette transformed into a vibrant green, signifying a 1-star upgrade. The segments expanded from 4 to 8, retaining the original 4 rewards while adding 4 new ones. 1-star weapons, 1-star equipment, 1-star supplies, and 1-star enhancement potions. The probabilities shifted as well, with the best reward in the ordinary roulette, an enhancement potion, having its drop rate elevated from 3 to 16. Most astonishingly, the conditions for spinning remained unchanged. What did this signify? It indicated that Wang Hao could now utilize a gray crystal core to spin the 1-star roulette. How extraordinary! At this point, 1-star monsters haven't even appeared, and yet I can spin the 1-star roulette. Just as Wang Hao reveled in his triumph, the system's voice echoed in his ears. Host, apart from you, no one else can see or spin the upgraded roulette. Moreover, once the host moves more than 1 meter away from the roulette, it will revert to its normal level. An additional reward will be granted upon the host's advancement to 3 stars. Please continue to strive. Others cannot perceive the upgraded roulette? This is splendid. The ability to elevate each roulette's original level by 1 is extraordinarily powerful. If revealed, it would undoubtedly invite dire consequences. For now, Wang Hao relished in his solitary fortune. Let's see how lucky I am. Wang Hao tossed a gray crystal core into the activation hole atop the roulette's button, and the previously dim button illuminated instantly. As for the one-star roulette, anything would suffice. However, for Wang Hao at this moment, the most advantageous outcome would undoubtedly be a one-star weapon, followed closely by an ordinary enhancement potion. A one-star weapon would enable him to slay zombies effortlessly, while a potion could facilitate his transformation. Let's acquire a one-star axe. Wang Hao pressed the activation button, and the roulette's pointer began to spin, gradually gaining speed until it peaked, subsequently slowing down and finally halting within a segment. Clink! A vial containing a red liquid unexpectedly dropped from the bottom of the roulette. Chapter 3. The Transformation of a Weakling on the First Day of Rebirth. Fortune smiled upon Wang Hao as he unexpectedly found himself in possession of a common enhancement potion that a broad smile spread across his face as he hurried to retrieve the potion. Twisting off the cap and downing it in one gulp, the liquid transformed into a warm current, flowing through his limbs and invigorating his entire being. His height, previously at 1.78 meters, surged to 1.83 meters, while his flabby flesh tightened into well-defined muscles, sculpting a physique of athletic grace. The lingering feelings of kidney deficiency and muscle weakness vanished, leaving him brimming with strength, almost yearning to plow several acres himself. Wang Hao couldn't help but marvel. This was merely a one-star roulette, where the odds of landing a common enhancement potion were notably high. If it had been a regular roulette, the probability would have been a mere 3. And even with a stroke of luck, it would likely require a dozen gray crystals to yield such a reward. Seizing the moment as chaos began to unfold outside, he thought it wise to venture out and gather a few crystal cores. Noticing the prompt on the roulette's activation button had changed to gray crystal X2, he paused to contemplate before turning away. Just as he was about to descend the stairs, a thought struck him. He glanced back at the roulette, only to find it had reverted to the common roulette. Yet the common enhancement potion he had acquired remained. Wang Hao felt a rush of astonishment and joy. He had underestimated the system's capabilities. It turned out that when he claimed a reward from the upgraded roulette, the corresponding rewards on the original roulette would also vanish, to his surprise. The rewards from the original roulette were preserved, allowing him to simultaneously reap the benefits of both. The system was remarkably twisted. How I adore it! As he descended the stairs, he even stepped outside when he witnessed a homeless man, who had just transformed into a zombie, pounce upon a woman, heedless of her screams, biting into her shoulder. Wang Hao, wielding a steel rod, struck the nearby scaffolding. A zombie that happened to dart past the door heard the clattering noise and bolted in, its maw dripping with a grotesque mixture of blood and saliva as it lunged at Wang Hao. Unhurriedly, he raised the steel rod and thrust it into the zombie's eye. The creature's roar was abruptly silenced as its arms fell limply to its sides. This was the correct approach to dispatching zombies. A smirk played on Wang Hao's lips. He had finally bid farewell to his former weakling physique. After consuming the common enhancement potion, the difference was palpable. What used to require 3 or 4 thrusts to kill a zombie now took only 1. He prodded the zombie's skull with a steel rod, discovering no crystal core, and with a swift kick, sent the corpse tumbling down the stairs. Roar, roar! A zombie sporting a backpack and another in flip-flops, alerted by the commotion, charged into the building. Wang Hao raised his steel rod, skillfully piercing the eye of the fastest zombie. Swiftly withdrawing the rod to then slay another, just as it fell, 3 zombies dispatched without so much as a breath of exertion. Who would have thought that just moments prior, he had felt half dead after killing 3? In the narrow corridor, Wang Hao resembled a war god, relentlessly stabbing zombies that rushed in like ghouls seeking salvation. In mere minutes, the pile of corpses on the lower platform reached half a meter high. Observing no more zombies eager to meet their demise, he crouched down to check for crystal cores among the bodies. The drop rate was quite disheartening. An average of 2 zombies yielded 1 crystal core. After searching all the corpses, he had amassed a total of 10 crystal cores. Had it been in his past life, he would have needed to eliminate 40 or 50 zombies to obtain the same number of gray crystal cores. Wang Hao didn't believe his luck would allow him to obtain the desired rewards in just 2 or 3 attempts. Seizing the opportunity, while others attracted the zombies' attention, he aimed to gather more crystal cores. Striking the nearby iron with his steel rod, using the makeshift wall of bodies for cover. With this, a bizarre scene unfolded. While everyone else was busy fleeing and calling for help, Wang Hao was fervently dispatching zombies. As he became consumed by the thrill of the hunt, he even chased zombies outside the building. Zombies? What are you doing? Isn't it our time to shine? Upon returning to the roulette, his hands now held a bag of gray crystal cores, his clothes drenched in the filth of blood. Taking a deep breath, Wang Hao deposited 2 crystal cores into the roulette with his touch. The one-star roulette spun rapidly, the pointer halting after 2 seconds on the supplies, common section. The area instantly darkened, and a line of small text materialized. Survival Starter Pack. Contains compressed biscuits X5 pack. Drinking water X2 bottle. Wang Hao glanced at the supplies that had fallen from the roulette, pursed his lips, and then, following the prompt on the activation button, deposited 3 more crystal cores that he had prepared a backpack filled with food and drink. Thus he regarded the starter pack with disdain. The roulette spun again, this time stopping on the equipment common section, from which a pair of canvas shoes emerged. Common shoes, waterproof and wear-resistant. The shoes from the roulette would undoubtedly be of superior quality compared to those available on the market. In his past life, Wang Hao had worn ordinary shoes for nearly 3 months, enduring all sorts of wear and tear. By the time he upgraded to a 1-star pair, his ordinary shoes were still in nearly new condition. Just right. Wang Hao changed into the canvas shoes and continued, following the activation button's prompt, depositing 4 more crystal cores. 3 seconds later, a pair of khaki casual pants dropped from the roulette. Common pants, waterproof and wear-resistant. Wang Hao donned the pants and continued according to the prompt, depositing 5 more crystal cores. 2 seconds later, the roulette pointer, under Wang Hao's watchful gaze, slowly came to rest on the equipment 1-star section. At last, he had obtained a 1-star item. The odds were exceedingly low. Wang Hao exchanged the black vest that had emerged from the roulette, grumbling, "Thank goodness I used gray crystal cores, that if I had used 1-star cores, I would have been infuriated that 1-star monsters only dropped 1-star crystal cores, and the probability of 1-star monsters defeating common enhancers was alarmingly high, even with the combat techniques of a 9-star warrior." Wang Hao was cautious when facing a 1-star monster. Fully aware he could not guarantee his escape. One could only imagine the despair of using 15 1-star crystal cores only to acquire a 1-star item. If only he could also obtain a 1-star weapon, he would be fully equipped. Perhaps a hand axe would suffice. Wang Hao murmured as he deposited 6 crystal cores into the roulette. No, a knife will do as well. Rewards in categories such as weapons, equipment, and supplies were randomly generated. For instance, if Wang Hao desired a pair of pants, he might end up with a helmet instead. In his past life, he had favored hand axes, appreciating their swiftness and precision. Now, in this new life, he naturally wished to wield a weapon with which he was familiar. However, the likelihood of landing a desirable reward in a single spin seemed slim. A dagger or a saber would serve as a suitable interim weapon as well. Damn it. Wang Hao cursed silently as the roulette's pointer appeared to settle on the supplies common section. To his surprise, it slowly bypassed this area, moving past the 1-star enhancement potion and the common enhancement potion, finally stopping at the weapons 1-star section. Are you serious? Wang Hao's expression instantly brightened, especially when he saw a silver-bladed, black-handled hand axe tumble out of the roulette. That a laugh escaped him, his joy palpable. Chapter 4. The former leader 1-star guillotine. Hand axe capable of cleaving stone and iron. Its razor-sharp edge can effortlessly sever the heads of ordinary monsters, perfectly breaching the defenses of 1-star creatures. After consecutively decapitating 3 beings, it can even accumulate a line of axe energy. Note: axe energy manifests as a straight line, extending 1.5 meters with its power determined by the level of the severed creature. The use of axe energy is not time-restricted. By pressing a point near the blade, one can unleash the axe energy at will. This luck is truly extraordinary. Wang Hao had spun the wheel 6 times, not only acquiring a 1-star piece of equipment, but also 2 common items, as well as a weapon that suited him perfectly. His fortune was indeed remarkable. In his past life, many had spun the wheel dozens of times in pursuit of their desired weapon, only to be met with disappointment. Wang Hao picked up the hand axe and swung it a few times, feeling as though he was reuniting with an old comrade. A wave of nostalgia washing over him. I remember using a 1-star weapon in my previous life 2 months in. It was a second-hand item someone else discarded. Who would have thought that on the very first day of calamity in this life, I would wield a brand new 1-star weapon? Wang Hao mused, reflecting on how, in his previous life, Even the emperors and four monarchs who stood at the pinnacle of humanity likely did not have such an absurdly fortuitous start. Casting a glance at the bag, he estimated he still had around 11 crystal cores remaining. Having acquired everything he desired, he figured that continuing to spin the one-star roulette would yield little more than one additional turn. Which wasn't too cost-effective. Instead, seizing upon his current stroke of luck, he resolved to spin the common roulette. Even if he failed to acquire potions, obtaining some useful supplies would still be worthwhile. Items like high-capacity power banks and mobile Wi-Fi devices were quite practical. Of course, if fortune favored him, a bottle of enhancement potion would be a tremendous gain. It's essential to note that enhancers are built upon a foundation of potions. The better the foundation, the more exceptional one's physical prowess among peers, that if one's subsequent skills and experience align, they could even engage in battles beyond their level. Each level has a cap of 10 bottles of potions. In his past life, Wang Hao had no knowledge of this concept, nor the capability to amass a solid foundation at that time. Merely possessing a single bottle of potion was a source of secret delight. Now, in this new life, endowed with unparalleled advantages, he was determined to maximize his foundational strength at every level. That he recalled an encounter with a fellow survivor who had consumed 3 bottles of foundational potions. In a situation where their skills and equipment were roughly equivalent, he had been utterly outmatched. That experience had been excruciating. I too yearned to relish the exhilarating sensation of triumphing over my peers. Wang Hao stepped back, allowing the one-star roulette to revert to its ordinary state. But he deftly tossed a crystal core from a distance and activated the roulette with a steel bar, thereby avoiding direct contact with it and doubling his rewards. One must ponder whether this constitutes a bug exploit. The military pot, a blend of salty and savory flavors, rather mediocre in taste. The camping starter pack, containing a single-person tent, a mattress, a quilt, and Peppa brand floral spray. Ordinary women's undergarments, brand new, non-flavored, comfortable and breathable. Ordinary enhancement potion, a transformative elixir, essential for fortifying the body and vanquishing foes. Wang Hao spun the ordinary roulette 4 times in total. During the first 3 spins, he admitted to feeling a tinge of anxiety. Fortunately, the final spin yielded an enhancement potion, culminating this round of roulette with a perfect finale. Upon consuming the potion, he distinctly felt a surge of strength coursing through him. The camping starter pack arrived at a most opportune moment, sparing him the discomfort of sleeping on the cold concrete floor that night. Wang Hao discarded the bodies from this level down the stairs. And thanks to his experience in pitching tents, he swiftly set up his own. Seated within the tent, he felt like an outsider. No matter how chaotic the world outside became, it bore no relevance to him. Wang Hao retrieved some bread from his backpack, savoring it with fermented black bean fish while contemplating his next course of action. His primary objective was unequivocally to eliminate Yi Fan, having backstabbed Wang Hao and hoarded the roulette's rewards. Wang Hao had little to argue in his defense, yet Yi Fan had audaciously slaughtered the Demon King and brutally murdered Wang Hao's comrades. Wang Hao had known the Demon King for quite some time. Both being orphans from impoverished backgrounds forged a deep bond between them. They had fought side by side through thick and thin, and the Demon King had saved Wang Hao's life on 2 occasions. One could say that without the Demon King, Wang Hao would have long perished. The mere thought of Yi Fan systematically dismantling the Demon King, accompanied by the anguished cries of his friend, filled him with an uncontrollable rage that he loathed his own impotence and helplessness. This psychological torment was far more agonizing than any physical pain. However, Yi Fan hailed from an affluent background, being the heir to Sea City's wealth and a member of the world's top 100 billionaires. With a private militia at his disposal, his rapid rise to power in his previous life was largely attributed to his family's influence. Even if Wang Hao were to confront him now, Yi Fan had firmly established himself, and the gap between them was not insubstantial. Thus, Wang Hao needed to broaden his advantages and create distance from Yi Fan. He required at least a 2-star base before seeking vengeance. After all, the roulette could also yield firearms. Yi Fan's subordinates would be armed with weapons, and if dozens of guns were aimed at Wang Hao, he would lack the strength to retaliate. Would he merely be courting death? I am aware of numerous high-tier roulette locations, yet without the requisite level of crystal cores, visiting would be futile. Suddenly, a thought crossed Wang Hao's mind, recalling a rumor from his previous life. It was said that a person claiming to be the friend of the lucky empress among the four sovereigns had drunkenly revealed that the empress could always spin the roulette and obtain valuable items because she possessed a lucky ring. Where did she say that ring was? Where? Wang Hao racked his brain for nearly 10 minutes before he finally remembered that the individual had mentioned the lucky empress received the ring from a high-end community called Starry Sky Garden in Z City. Based on his understanding, it seemed likely that the empress had stumbled upon an exceedingly rare, randomly generated reward within the roulette, fortuitously obtaining the lucky ring. Given the ring's rarity, it would be impossible to acquire it through normal means in the early to mid-stages. Moreover, the empress had gained fame while humanity was still at an average of 3 stars, that if Wang Hao were to acquire the lucky ring, coupled with a doubled crystal core drop rate, every roulette he encountered would yield rewards 1 level higher than his current status. This would render him virtually invincible in the early stages while establishing an unbeatable foundation for the mid to late game. What sheer coincidence! Wang Hao opened his mobile map and discovered that Starry Sky Garden was conveniently located along the route to Sea City, where Yi Fan resided by the time he finished at Starry Sky Garden. He would likely have attained the desired strength before proceeding to Sea City to confront Yi Fan. As Wang Hao contemplated these thoughts, footsteps and heavy breathing suddenly echoed from downstairs, followed by 3 men scrambling up the stairs. It was him. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes. Among the 3 men, 2 were familiar to him. The young man in a floral shirt and beach shorts, adorned with silver hoop earrings, was Wang, the first leader Wang Hao had followed, who had established his own influence through the roulette in this area, seizing the local resources. Beside him stood a fierce-looking man, his cousin known as De Zhuang. Wang Hao held a poor impression of both, as Wang enjoyed luring people in with promises, only to reward them with meager incentives, while De Zhuang relished flaunting his authority, often making his subordinates clear the way while he remained sheltered in the center. Chapter 5. The insatiable human heart. Wang Hao vividly recalled finding an ordinary roulette and fiercely slaying over 20 zombies, believing that Wang would at least reward him with some equipment. Instead, Wang merely offered him a bag of cookies and a patronizing compliment, effectively dismissing him. Wang Hao mused. No wonder Wang could establish himself so rapidly. He had stumbled upon the roulette on the very first day of the apocalypse. Bro, De Zhuang nervously scanned the downstairs area, whispering, "The zombies haven't followed us. Damn it, did I just finish watching Fear the Walking Dead yesterday, and today the zombie apocalypse begins." Wang lifted his shirt, panting, clearly still shaken. Those zombies were faster than Sushin. They nearly made me soil myself. Upon saying this, Wang suddenly noticed Wang Hao and froze. That a tent? Outside, chaos reigned, with zombies chasing people through the streets, yet he remained so calmly seated, eating. He must be insane. Wang had no time to engage Wang Hao and turned to the blonde-haired man beside him, instructing, "Keep an eye on things." Huh. The blonde man recalled the gruesome scenes of zombies biting people and was immediately filled with dread. "Damn you." Wang kicked the blonde man away, saying, "There's a pile of corpses below. What are you afraid of?" The blonde man reluctantly complied. Wang beckoned to Zhuang, pointing at the roulette, to go see what that is. De Zhuang approached the roulette, examining it closely before turning back to report. "It seems to be a lottery. There are enhancement potions, weapons, and equipment. In the center, there's a gray square marked X5. Could it possibly yield something extraordinary?" Wang pondered. What could that square signify? Whatever, let us not dwell on it. Quickly call those hotlines and see if we can summon rescue. Meanwhile, Wang Hao finished eating and lay comfortably on the mattress inside the tent. Propping his legs up, he held no grudge against Wang. As long as he didn't provoke him, he had no intention of seeking trouble. In this life, it would be challenging for Wang to establish himself, especially since Wang Hao had indirectly seized his opportunity. The following day, Wang Hao enjoyed a splendid night's sleep, emerging from the tent to stretch, just in time to see the 3 men, their faces marked by fatigue and bloodshot eyes, clearly having spent the night in fear without closing an eye. Upon spotting Wang Hao, they thought, if he isn't insane, what is he? The relentless, bloodthirsty zombies could strike at any moment. Who but a heartless madman would dare to sleep at such a time? Wang Hao approached the edge of the building, surveying his surroundings. After a night of fermentation, the zombies on the street were less frenzied than the day before, yet their numbers had multiplied to tenfold. Encountering even a single zombie now could easily attract a horde of dozens. At this juncture, my current strength no longer necessitates waiting a week as initially planned. I can venture out tomorrow to seek the next roulette. While following Wang Hao had learned of several roulette locations nearby, that he intended to capitalize on each of them. Suddenly feeling hungry at the sight of the intestines and meat scraps downstairs, Wang Hao turned and re-entered the tent, retrieving 2 bags of sandwiches to enjoy alongside an endless supply of chicken legs. How utterly carefree. The blond man was no longer as fearful and tense as the previous day. Witnessing Wang Hao devour a sandwich and a chicken leg after nearly a day without food, his stomach began to protest. He sidled up to Wang and said, "Wang Ge, none of the hotlines are working. We can't just sit here waiting indefinitely. You should ask him for some food." Wang fixed his gaze on Wang Hao, pondering. Let us see if he is willing to share. Remember, do not provoke him. Understood. The blond man feared the zombies but held no fear for Wang Hao, who was merely a novice. In the past, when the blond needed money, he would extort it from students like Wang Hao. Now, he stood up and swaggered over to Wang Hao, saying, "Hey, little brother, my friends and I are hungry. You have so much food. How about lending us some? I'll pay you back double later." Wang Hao, not lifting his head, replied curtly, "Scram. Damn it, this little brat dares to tell me to scram." The blond man was tempted to kick Wang Hao in the face as he had done to those ungrateful students. But remembering Wang's instructions, he suppressed his anger and returned to Wang, whispering, "Wang Ge, he is being difficult. That I browsed the forums yesterday, and the world is in chaos. Very few people can get through to rescue services. Even if they do, the response is that they're unable to help. They're waiting for orders from above. Thus, if we wish to survive, we can only rely on ourselves." So Wang nodded and said, "First, we must address the issue of food, that if he lacks the sense to understand, we cannot be blamed for our ruthless methods. When night falls, and he is fast asleep, we will sneak over. Dezhuang will hold him down, and Huang Mao, you will deliver the fatal blow, ensuring he makes no sound, or else we shall all face dire consequences." Truly, Wang was deserving of his future title as the leader, showing a relentless side as he contemplated eliminating Wang Hao to prevent any noise that might attract zombies. This would be acceptable weeks later, but now, it was merely the second day since the disaster struck. "Kill him." Huang Mao's face displayed reluctance. "What are you afraid of? Look outside at the situation. Do you really think we can return to the past? Even if, hypothetically, the world becomes peaceful again, we can simply dispose of his body downstairs. Who would know we were responsible?" Wang replied coldly, "That if you don't wish to participate, I won't force you, but afterward, do not expect to benefit in any way." Huang Mao hurriedly responded, "I will do it. I will do it. Just make it swift." Wang produced a folding knife from his pocket and handed it to Huang Mao. "All right." Huang Mao accepted the knife, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. It was Wang Hao's own lack of insight that led him to this fate. Wang had not truly considered Wang Hao, his mind more occupied with the roulette, which he felt could alter the course of his life. Once the matter of food was resolved, he would ponder the roulette in earnest. Yet, unbeknownst to the trio, their hushed conversation was overheard by Wang Hao, whose heightened senses as an enhancer far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Their plan was clever, but they had provoked the wrong person. Wang Hao was not inclined to strike first. Rather, he relished the thought of letting Wang and his associates suffer the torment of waiting for their impending doom. The prey was right before him, and the anticipation of the hunt was indeed a bitter experience. As night fell, Wang Hao yawned and feigned sleep, awaiting the moment to act. Huang Mao flicked open the folding knife and coldly remarked, "I'm nearly starving. Patience," Wang cautioned. "Wait until he is deeply asleep. Although the 3 of us can easily handle one young man, I prefer to avoid any slip-ups." Chapter 6. The Might of the Hand Axe. Huang Mao nodded, contemplating how fortunate it would be for that little brat to last a few more hours. Dezhuang rubbed his hands in anticipation, eyeing Wang Hao with a sinister grin. With that little frame of his, I could knock him out with just one punch. Half an hour later, at Wang's signal, Dezhuang stealthily approached the tent, with Huang Mao trailing behind, already envisioning how he would plunge the knife into Wang Hao's heart once Dezhuang subdued him. Dezhuang targeted Wang Hao and suddenly lunged forward like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. However, at that moment, he was taken aback to see Wang Hao's eyes snap open, betraying no signs of slumber. The upward curve of Wang Hao's lips sent chills down Dezhuang's spine. This is bad. It's a trap. As the thought crossed his mind, Wang Hao erupted into action, wielding his axe with a swift horizontal strike that left deep gashes across Dezhuang and Huang Mao's heads. As Wang Hao strode past the two, he cast a penetrating gaze at Wang, his eyes gleaming like stars in the night sky. With astonishing speed, Wang Hao's axe cleaved through the air, and only moments later did blood erupt from the two. Their faces frozen in expressions of disbelief, still caught in the act of attempting to subdue him, that Wang's expression froze as he processed what had just transpired. What had happened? How could Da Zhuang and Huang Mao have lost half their heads? Upon catching sight of the hand axe in Wang Hao's grip, his pupils constricted in disbelief. This must be a trick. Wang had dispatched others in the past, but with a mere iron rod. They would simply bleed and faint, their skulls remaining intact. Even with a knife, it was impossible to cleave through so easily. Yet Wang Hao had sliced through them as if they were mere tofu. This was the reality. Wang Hao smiled. Using the hand axe is quite effortless. Devil. He is a devil. Wang gasped, his legs trembling as hot liquid streamed down them, that he had mistakenly believed Wang Hao to be an easy target. Someone he could bully and manipulate, not realizing he was a cold-blooded killer. Wang Hao stepped forward, axe raised high, and the once dominant figure in this territory, with dozens of subordinates at his command, fell before him without resistance. Wang had merely seen Wang Hao as an inconsequential minion. Wang Hao returned to the tent, where the three corpses still bled on the ground, and he lay down to sleep as if he were an outsider. Knowing that such peaceful nights would soon be a rarity, that he would seize every opportunity to rest, for when the monsters rose in power, no place would be safe, and even the ability to sleep would be a luxury. The following day, after breakfast, Wang Hao shouldered his pack of supplies and descended through the pile of corpses. Today, there were almost half as many zombies in the streets compared to yesterday, perhaps around 20 to 30. The Yank apartment on the third floor housed a roulette, but he had forgotten which room it was in. Wang Hao crept along the wall, following his phone's navigation to the destination. Most monsters were highly sensitive to sound. Moving about without discretion meant certain death. Thus, in the later stages of the apocalypse, everyone became a stealthy assassin, moving silently as shadows. Some skilled individuals could even suppress the sounds of their own organs. As Wang Hao approached a junction, he halted, noticing a zombie with a computer bag groaning as it emerged from the corridor, and he raised his axe and cleaved through its skull. Suddenly, he caught sight of a gray crystal entangled in the zombie's nerve fibers. With a swift motion of his axe, he extracted the crystal, sending it soaring through the air before it landed in his hand. That a reliable weapon made all the difference, with the same physical capabilities. He had taken a second to kill a zombie with a steel rod yesterday, but today, with the hand axe, he could dispatch one and retrieve the crystal in under half a second. Wang Hao removed the zombie's backpack and emptied its contents. Then donned it to store the crystals. He continued on his way, deliberately targeting isolated zombies, to be by the time he reached the bottom of his destination. He had collected a total of 24 gray crystals. Upon entering the Yank apartment, he suddenly heard a cacophony of low growls emanating from the fire escape and pushed the door open. The corridor, capable of accommodating for people side by side, was crammed with zombies, particularly congested at the turning platform between the first and second floors. The sheer volume of blood had stained the pale, gray tiles and white walls a deep black. The stench of blood thick and overwhelming. Any ordinary person would have quaked in fear at such a sight, fleeing in terror, but Wang Hao smiled as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. A horde of zombies? Just what I like. With the hand axe that had already claimed the lives of Wang's trio, he had accumulated a wave of axe energy, perfectly suited for the narrow corridor. He casually closed the door, pressing a protruding point on the axe blade, causing it to gleam menacingly sharp. That as he swung down, an invisible wave of axe energy sliced through the air in a straight line, cleaving through any zombies it encountered, whether body or head, slicing them cleanly in half. Blood sprayed onto the nearby zombies. That it must be said, this level of power, so soon after the outbreak, was utterly outrageous. With a roar, Wang Hao's strike felled at least 8 or 9 zombies, clearing space among the entangled horde. Several zombies, having been severely mauled by their companions, broke free, their mouths dripping with blood as they lunged toward Wang Hao. He met their charge head-on, his axe slicing through their skulls with the ease of chopping vegetables, his movements requiring minimal effort, akin to a mere wave of the hand. This efficiency allowed him to dispatch hundreds of zombies without breaking a sweat, which was precisely why he favored the hand axe, clean, efficient, yielding maximum results at minimal cost. 3 minutes later, the staircase leading to the second floor, once teeming with zombies, was now a scene of carnage. And Wang Hao's pack was enriched with 16 additional gray crystals that he ascended the stairs atop the pile of corpses, moving seamlessly from the first to the third floor. Wang Hao prioritized rooms with open doors. And fortunately, at the end of the corridor in room 409, he discovered the roulette resting on the bed. Just as he remembered, it was an ordinary roulette, its purpose clear, to yield standard enhancement potions and, ideally, a 1-star enhancement potion. Last time, I used 10 gray crystals to obtain 1 potion. Now, with 47 crystals in hand, acquiring 3 potions should not be unreasonable. Wang Hao touched the roulette, causing the layout and rewards to shift instantly. And he promptly began inserting the crystals: 30,000 Ma Power Bank, Ordinary Enhancement Potion, Regular Shoes, Raincoat, 1-star Enhancement Potion, 1-star Black Rhino Pants, Men's High Defense, Excellent Resilience, Resistant to Scratches, Waterproof and Bulletproof, Essential Gear for Outdoor Adventures, Ordinary Enhancement Potion, Ultra-Powerful Antibiotic Medication, Goodness. Today is quite fortunate. Most of the rewards I received are beneficial to Wang Hao. Chapter 7. Kneel before him. Wang Hao donned a 1-star black rhinoceros pant, complemented by a 1-star shirt that as long as he protected his head. He was impervious to the encroaching zombies that he still possessed 11 gray crystals. Continuing to gamble on the 1-star roulette seemed futile. Considering the myriad of options available, the likelihood of landing on a desirable reward was slim. That it would be wiser to spin the ordinary roulette, even if it were a mere consolation, for he could at least spin it 4 times. Wang Hao stepped back, transforming the 1-star roulette back into the ordinary one, and then he cast the crystals into the air. Ordinary triangular pants, 10-meter mobile phone charging cable, portable electric fan, ordinary enhancement potion. With 47 gray crystals, he exchanged them for 3 bottles of ordinary potions, 1 bottle of a 1-star enhancement potion, 1 piece of 1-star equipment, and several minor rewards. This was an astounding profit. Wang Hao's fundamental luck was not lacking. Should he truly acquire the lucky ring, the frequency of his lavish meals would be astonishing. The sensation of becoming stronger was exhilarating. Wang Hao drank the 3 bottles of ordinary enhancement potions in succession. Exhaling deeply, feeling a surge of energy coursing through his body, that he attempted to throw a series of punches. Each strike sliced through the air with the swiftness of a tempest. And no wonder, he had previously been overwhelmed by survivors of the same level. Even with the 3 basic potions, now with 5 basic potions, he was remarkably close to 1-star status, excelling in all aspects compared to when he had merely 1 basic potion. His next destination was. Wang Hao glanced at his phone's memo, muttering, Yunfan Tennis Court. He could indeed grind for potions on a roulette, but the efficiency paled in comparison to seeking a new roulette, given the low drop rate of crystal cores. The old roulette required 8 crystal cores for a single spin. Even with good fortune, he would need to slay a dozen zombies, yet the same quantity of crystal cores would allow him to spin the new roulette 3.5 times. He stepped outside, surveying the area below. There were not many zombies nearby, allowing for a more audacious approach. Wang Hao retrieved an empty can from inside and tossed it out, the clattering sound echoing ominously in the silent corridor. In an instant, dozens of zombie howls reverberated from above and below, their furious footsteps causing the window frames to vibrate. Soon, the grotesque zombies surged into the corridor, lunging towards the rolling can with frenzied abandon. A glint flashed in Wang Hao's eyes as he brandished his axe, methodically decapitating the zombies. Each severed head, accompanied by a gushing spray of foul blood, traced a small parabolic arc through the air, landing in the open backpack of Wang Hao. Zombies were far from weak. They were fearlessly violent, possessing the ability to infect and harm. Humans often regarded this passive ability with trepidation, rendering them hesitant and unable to unleash their full potential. Managing only 70% of their capabilities at best, they currently appeared weak solely because Wang Hao was extraordinarily strong. With a single kick, he could send a zombie flying several meters, fixated solely on the heads of the zombies. Often, before the zombies could even retaliate, their heads were already half gone. On the 4th floor of the building across the apartment, a chubby boy witnessed Wang Hao's massacre, his hand waving frantically as he stammered. Sister, come quick, come look. Don't look, the long-faced girl slumped on the sofa replied weakly, I haven't eaten for nearly 2 days that if I see those bloody, disgusting scenes, I might vomit my bile. Why hasn't the rescue arrived yet? Someone is killing zombies, the chubby boy exclaimed anxiously. Don't be silly, the long-faced girl waved her hand dismissively. I've seen how formidable zombies can be. Their sharp teeth could scare anyone to death that if someone dares to go out now. I would consider them impressive, fearless, and incredibly brave, let alone killing zombies that if such a person exists, I would kneel before them. The remaining survivors were ensnared in the terror instilled by the zombies, ready to burrow into the ground if a fissure appeared nearby. They were even too afraid to glance outside, dreading that a zombie might suddenly leap into their home. Someone is slaying zombies? Only a fool would believe that. Come and see for yourself, the chubby boy insisted, eagerly dragging the long-faced girl to the balcony. She, feeling feeble, followed the direction he pointed. Her eyes widened in shock at that moment. Wang Hao was methodically eliminating zombies, his exceptionally sharp hand axe effortlessly cleaving through half their heads. Thick, viscous blood splattering onto him without causing him to flinch. The long-faced girl was stunned to the point of kneeling. There really is someone killing zombies, and in such a monstrous manner, she gasped. Who on earth could this be? The astonished siblings were not alone. Others who witnessed Wang Hao's rampage were equally incredulous, unable to fathom that someone could possess such valor. What kind of axe does he wield? He decapitates zombies as if slicing through tofu, cleaving them effortlessly. I guess that zombies are calcium deficient. He seems almost inhuman. Let me take another look. Ugh, he truly is amazing. Ugh, so disgusting. Wow, we are all hiding, and he is out there killing. I feel like I could do it too. Down on the 5th floor of the building diagonally across the apartment, a robust, bespectacled man stood behind the door, gripping a stick with a small knife affixed to its end. Taking deep breaths, upon witnessing Wang Hao's slaughter of zombies, his confidence soared. He believed that if Wang Hao could do it, so could he. After all, years of fitness training were not in vain, he thought to himself that when he ventured out. He must not panic when encountering zombies. Simply poking their eyes should suffice to take them down. The bespectacled man prepared himself mentally, cautiously opening the door. Just as he was about to peek outside, the door was suddenly flung open by a zombie, which bit into the man's shoulder. Its ferocious growl seemed to convey, "You think I can't hear your deep breaths at the door?" Unbeknownst to Wang Hao, he was being observed. At this moment, he surged from the corridor to the stairwell, spotting a throng of zombies pushing upward, and pressed down on the protruding point of his axe blade, suddenly unleashing a fierce arc of axe energy. The zombies in a straight line were all cleaved in half, their blood splattering down. Wang Hao stepped through the blood and remains, descending the stairs. Upon exiting the apartment, he quickly veered into the passage between the buildings on his right. In this apocalyptic world, one must not linger in battle. The roars of zombies attract their companions, and if one delays too long, they would soon be surrounded. "Hey, young man," as Wang Hao passed a 3-story building, a plump woman on the 2nd-floor balcony spotted him, her eyes lighting up as she called out, "You're quite brave, wandering outside in such danger. Come and save me. We can leave together." Wang Hao paid her no mind, continuing on his path. "Are you deaf, young man? I'm talking to you." The woman, hands on her hips, exclaimed in frustration, "If you really can't come to rescue me, just toss me that bag of food, and I'm over 60 and can't withstand hunger." Amused, she had not employed any polite phrasing since the beginning, as if Wang Hao's assistance was a given, demanding all of his food at once. What an audacious request. Chapter 8. The High-Scoring Goddess. "How lacking in manners you are." The woman, receiving no immediate response from Wang Hao, pointed at him and shouted, "Are your parents neglecting you? Or were you born without a mother? Forget it. I suppose a little trouble won't hurt." Wang Hao's gaze turned icy as he turned around, severing the lock on the small building's iron gate with his axe, then striking the door lock with another blow. "What are you doing?" "Hey! Who let you in? Do you want me to report you for trespassing?" the woman exclaimed, but her words were cut short as a horde of zombies surged into the passage, flooding into her yard, causing her to scream. Close the door. Respect for the elderly and love for the young are traditional virtues, yet some elders become spoiled, taking others' kindness for granted. The moment someone fails to meet their expectations, they immediately turn hostile. That moment, the zombies that had breached the small building split into 2 groups. One chased after Wang Hao, who had fled to the rooftop, while the other barreled into the 2nd floor. The woman, unable to outrun them, was soon overwhelmed by several zombies, her piercing screams drowning out the growls of the undead, blood gushing forth. Wang Hao, having reached the edge of the rooftop, leapt down. This small building stood several meters high. A typical person would be severely injured or worse from such a fall. Others witnessing Wang Hao's actions would surely think he was in a panic, yet one must remember, Wang Hao was an enhancer. Upon landing, he paused only briefly before vaulting over the wall, his feet barely feeling a twinge of discomfort. Thud, thud, thud. As the zombies pursuing him surged off the rooftop, they crashed onto the concrete below with a cacophony of sounds. The most unfortunate among them were those who leapt first. The subsequent jumpers mercilessly reduced them to a gruesome pulp. Seizing the opportunity presented by the leap, Wang Hao skillfully evaded the horde. Making his way along the wall and arriving at the Yunfan Tennis Center, located about 400 to 500 meters away, at 5:30 in the afternoon. Upon approaching, he discovered that the entrance was locked, and beside it sat a plump man, pressed against the wall. The moment the man noticed Wang Hao, he hastily grabbed a nearby tennis racket and rose to his feet, anxiety evident in his gaze fixed upon Wang Hao. Was he human or a monster? While he certainly appeared human, drenched in blood and bearing a terrifying expression, his unusual silence distinguished him from the typical, roaring zombies. The plump man trembled, glancing nervously towards the interior of the tennis center, seemingly contemplating whether to summon help. Yet fearing to provoke Wang Hao in his mind, he lamented his misfortune, encountering such a formidable character on his first day of duty. Who could tell him what to do now? Open the door, Wang Hao commanded, which surprisingly eased the plump man's tension, that if he could speak, that surely indicated humanity. Humans were far more amiable than monsters. I don't know if I can let you in. It's up to Director Li, the plump man replied in a hushed tone, but I can go ask. Wang Hao had initially been reluctant to damage the lock, fearing interruption from the zombies while he turned the handle. Yet he did not desire to complicate matters further. Thus, he raised his hand axe, exuding a palpable aura of intimidation that sent chills through the plump man. I won't open the door. I will die. I'll do it. The plump man's face paled as he twisted the lock and opened the door, nervously stammering, "Please don't kill me." Wang Hao walked past him and entered the tennis center, where he found a spacious arena occupied by 14 individuals, alongside a standard roulette wheel positioned against the wall. The overall cleanliness of the facility, devoid of blood or corpses, indicated that these individuals were fortunate. On the day of the catastrophe, no one had met the grim fate of becoming a zombie within these walls. Wang Hao's gaze swept over the 14 people until it paused at a girl with long, straight black hair, that he thought to himself, "What a beauty!" Her bright eyes and pearly smile contrasted with her skin, which appeared as smooth as jade. She seemed to possess a pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes. Yet her overall demeanor exuded a frosty chill that if rated on a scale of 10, she would score a remarkable 9.7. In the years Wang Hao had navigated through the apocalypse, he had encountered countless women. Those who garnered a score of 8 or above in his eyes could be deemed goddesses, while those above 9 were nothing short of exceptional beauties. Thus, Zhang Mingyao's 9.7 rating was indeed astonishing. However, Wang Hao was not the type to be mesmerized by a woman's presence. After a few fleeting glances, he redirected his attention towards the roulette wheel. At that moment, someone noticed Wang Hao and exclaimed in astonishment, how did he get in here?" Others turned to look, startled by his cold and bloody appearance, with some timid souls instinctively retreating. Is he human or a ghost? How terrifying! Fatty, a tall, handsome youth standing beside Zhang Mingyao glared at the plump man by the door. "Who allowed you to let him in?" The plump man averted his gaze, remaining silent, pondering how Li Jinxin could speak so boldly. Facing Wang Hao directly had left him feeling anxious, as if confronting a titan. "Wow," a petite, demure girl observed. "Isn't that Wang Hao? He looks completely different. I barely recognized him at first." "Director Li, do you know him?" The serious-faced Director Li inquired. "Yes, in my class," the petite girl responded, glancing at the graceful beauty beside her. "Xiang Ru, didn't you recognize him either?" Xiang Ru, chewing gum, regarded the transformed Wang Hao with keen interest and asked, "Is he really from our class?" Yes, they attended the same university, gathering at the tennis center on the day of the disaster to prepare for tennis training, only to find themselves trapped inside ever since. They had survived on provisions brought along by a few individuals. Like Zhang Mingyao, Xiang Ru also hailed from a wealthy family, boasting a score of 9.1 for her looks. Typically pursued by numerous admirers, she had a high standard and could hardly name more than a handful of individuals from her school. Even among her classmates, she now found it puzzling. Ordinarily, someone as cool and stylish as Wang Hao would leave a lasting impression. Indeed, the petite girl nodded that he is an orphan, working his way through school. Playing the fool to catch the wise, Xiang Ru smirked, skeptical that such a dramatic transformation could occur in just a few days. She surmised that Wang Hao's previous ordinariness was merely a fade, kindling her curiosity about him. Wondering if he might be a killer, perhaps engaged in clandestine assignments during holidays as a mercenary, the others were equally surprised to learn that Wang Hao was one of their fellow students. Despite his youthful appearance, he exuded a cold and composed aura that belied his age, making it difficult for them to reconcile this with their image of a typical student. What a stark contrast. One girl mused, he appears so dependable it's disheartening to compare him to the way we were on the day of the disaster. Pale, trembling, nearly in tears, we were utterly reluctant to take turns standing guard at the door. Yet here is Wang Hao, boldly wandering outside, likely unafraid to slay zombies. Truly, one cannot appreciate the beauty of contrast without experiencing it. Chapter 9. Battle Power 7 turns out he is a student from our school. Director Lee observed as he scrutinized the backpack slung over Wang Hao's shoulders, sensing it contained provisions that it seems he possesses quite a range of skills. Perhaps he can assist us shortly. Wang Hao, meanwhile, was transforming the roulette into a one-star version, beginning to insert crystal cores. Ordinary enhancement potion. Ordinary enhancement potion. Goodness, is the output rate of this roulette truly so high? In just 2 spins, IVE acquired 2 bottles of potions. Vitality Biscuit, 1 star for those below 2 stars. Consuming 1 piece can eliminate fatigue and restore physical strength to its peak. Powerful Spinach Chips, 1 star increases strength by 50 for 15 minutes. Ordinary Vest, 1 star enhancement potion. Ordinary enhancement potion. Ordinary Socks. Ordinary Stockings, black. Wang Hao spun the wheel a total of 9 times, consuming 45 gray crystals and leaving him with 16. His luck was remarkably good this time. From 9 spins, he obtained 3 bottles of ordinary potions, 1 one-star potion, and several highly practical supplements. After glancing at the gray crystals in his hand, he decided to spin once more. Ordinary Dagger. All right, I was hoping for another potion. Wang Hao stepped back, reverting the one-star roulette to its ordinary form and inserting the crystal cores. Campsite gift pack. Ordinary enhancement potion. Ordinary green hat. Life requires a touch of green on one's head for comfort. Only 3 spins and I've already obtained a bottle of ordinary potion, plus a campsite gift pack, which resolves my sleeping arrangements for tonight. Although this green hat is somewhat ostentatious, it's a bit much. There's simply too much stuff that my ordinary backpack can hardly accommodate my needs. If only I could spin up a 1-star backpack that AS Wang Hao organized as rewards. Director Lee and the others observed his every move, gradually comprehending the mechanics behind the roulette. They had studied it before, knowing it could yield rewards, but were unaware of how to activate it or where to obtain crystal cores. Let us approach him. Director Lee instructed, leading the group towards Wang Hao. Zhang Mingyao, however, chose to walk towards the plastic chairs outside, and just as she sat down, Li Jinxin took a seat beside her. Mingyao, what is wrong? Nothing, Zhang Mingyao replied coolly. Sensing that he did not seem particularly amiable, that I've never sought help from anyone. There is no need to follow him. Li Jinxin chuckled lightly that in a couple of days, we'll know if our families can come to rescue us. While it's likely if they can't, I'll venture out to slay zombies and bring back food. With me around, you won't suffer a bit. Li Jinxin appreciated Zhang Mingyao's aloof demeanor, believing her to be unmatched compared to any other woman he had encountered. Indeed, which man wouldn't he want to conquer her? She hailed from a prestigious family, possessed high intelligence, and was stunningly beautiful. On the second day of school, she was crowned the campus flower, with suitors flocking to her. Ordinary individuals only dared to fantasize about her at night, while those pursuing her were typically wealthy heirs. Even Li Jinxin, the top young master of H City, felt like a mere sycophant in her presence. Zhang Mingyao regarded him with indifference, their shared family connections being the only reason they could sit together. Yet, in this perilous environment, hearing Li Jinxin's manly declarations warmed her heart slightly. Meanwhile, Director Li approached Wang Hao and signaled to the petite girl, who initially did not grasp his meaning until prompted by others. Wang Hao, the petite girl spoke up, Did you not see me with Xiangru? Who are you? Wang Hao turned to look at the petite girl, struggling to recall her identity. However, the name Xiangru triggered a memory of a person, the Mad King. Ranked 7th on the combat power list, a terrifying existence that struck fear into the hearts of countless survivors. Later, some delved into her background and uncovered her true name, Xiangru. Yet, that was the extent of the information available, as the Mad King had ruthlessly eliminated anyone who sought to pry into her past. Classmate, the petite girl gestured towards Xiangru, awkwardly adding, "You don't remember me, but you must remember Xiangru, that she's the belle of our class." Wang Hao examined Xiangru. He could not ascertain whether she was indeed the Mad King, solely based on her appearance, as the Mad King had been disfigured by someone. Yet, she seemed like a vivacious young girl, lacking the savage ferocity that characterized the Mad King. Could it be merely a coincidence of names? Oh, Wang Hao replied nonchalantly, and then, his memories of school were hazy, likely due to the countless hours spent working part-time, compounded by the myriad experiences that followed, making it entirely normal not to recognize a classmate. The petite girl cast an uneasy glance at Director Li, pondering how to respond to Wang Hao's words. Although they were classmates, they had never interacted, and now, she felt at a loss about how to navigate this moment. Ahem, Director Li interjected. "Wang Hao, I am the vice principal, that in these extraordinary times, we must unite. Look at all the food you have. Could you spare some?" At this, Director Li glanced at the others, remarking, "We've been hungry for nearly a day now. Just look at them. They all appear so lethargic. Chun has fainted from hunger twice. Turn right out the door, walk a few dozen meters, and there's a small shop." Wang Hao replied coolly that if you want something to eat, go get it yourselves. This student doesn't seem to grasp the situation. We really need to come to him for help. Director Li chuckled amiably. "There are many monsters outside, and we lack your skills. How could we dare venture out? Dante harbors such thoughts, believing that you found the food through your own efforts, so why should you share it with us? The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. You help me, and I help you. That is how the older generation managed." What a grand proposition. Wang Hao would have said more, but given that Director Li sought to take advantage of him, he felt it was unreasonable that I've said all I needed to. Wang Hao's tone turned icy. "Do not annoy me. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences." Director Li looked into Wang Hao's eyes, feeling an inexplicable apprehension. He could not fathom how a student could possess such a chilling gaze, more intimidating than even the murderers depicted in crime news. "We are all here seeking your assistance. Is your heart made of iron? How can you dare to refuse?" A boy with dandruff covering his head complained. "Don't be selfish. What if you were the last person left in the world? You would just play by yourself." Wang Hao approached the boy, an overwhelming aura compelling those in his path to instinctively step aside. Despite his own internal panic, he knew he could not show weakness in front of the 10 or so people watching him. And he forced himself to say, "What? Do you wish for me to kill you?" Chapter 10. 9 bottles of basics kill you. Wang Hao raised his profound gaze and asked, "What of it?" The boy felt as if he were being stalked by a beast. Anxiety causing beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. He swallowed hard and stammered. "Killing someone lands you in prison. That I advise you to think this through. It's not a big deal. Just correct it in time. Wang Hao retorted, swiftly delivering a slap to the boy's face, not using his full strength. The boy's neck twisted grotesquely. Although his body remained still, his head jerked in horror from front to back, his eyes bizarrely rolling upwards. Director Li and the others were left dumbfounded, while only Xiangru's eyes gleamed like light bulbs. This man is incredibly handsome." A chorus of gasps erupted from the boys behind, who covered their mouths and sat down in terror, while others recoiled in fear. "Whoever screams shall die." Wang Hao warned coldly. The final syllable of 3 lingered. The screams were instantly silenced by fear, and those gazing at Wang Hao were filled with trepidation, their legs trembling uncontrollably. "Who said he is just a student? Which student can kill without batting an eye? A student from an assassination classroom?" Wang Hao noticed Xiangru's eyes sparkling with excitement. Astonished, he asked, "Aren't you afraid I might go on a killing spree?" "Why should I be afraid?" Xiangru smiled. "It's super cool to slap someone's head around until it spins 180 degrees. Wang Hao frowned. Her words echoed the essence of the Mad King, and at this stage, it was unreasonable for someone with a sound mental state to find excitement in witnessing a still warm corpse. "This is illogical. It feels more like madness. However, if Xiangru truly is the Mad King, I would do well to maintain my distance. The Mad King earned her notorious title through countless acts of insanity. Encountering her might lead to immediate violence. Yes. What are you staring at? What are you looking at? The two could easily find themselves in a battle, and the Mad King's combat prowess was exceedingly high. Wang Hao, as a 9-star warrior, ranked only 24th on the combat power list, which speaks volumes that he had previously encountered the Mad King and had been filled with panic, contemplating his escape, but she had merely dismissed him with a single remark. "You're too weak." Delivering a devastating blow to his psyche, that it could be said that the Mad King was a figure Wang Hao needed to look up to. Ignoring Xiangru, Wang Hao moved to a nearby open space to set up a tent. Leaving her standing awkwardly, her enthusiasm dampened. This man is truly ruthless, Xiangru thought, her interest in Wang Hao deepening. She mused that following him would surely lead to many thrilling experiences. All the men I've encountered, regardless of age, have rushed to reveal their sordid thoughts to me. Even those who prefer the same sex would steal glances. Yet he treats me like air, completely overlooking me. Not just me. Even the more attractive Zhang Mingyao didn't earn a second glance from him. Since childhood, Xiangru had been drawn to adventure and challenges, mastering skills like combat, rock climbing, skydiving, diving, and parkour. Wang Hao's uniqueness and ruthless nature captivated her, akin to the allure of the bad boy archetype that so many girls found appealing. A crazy thought began to form in her mind. Meanwhile, Wang Hao finished setting up the tent, stepped out to fetch 2 buckets of water, and using the tent as a screen, washed away the grime and blood from his body. The cleaning ability of the 1-star equipment was quite satisfactory. Dirt repelled easily, and with a simple rinse, it looked as good as new, saving him the step of drying it in the sun. He entered the tent and sat down, taking a few swigs from the 4 bottles of ordinary enhancement potions he had just acquired. An exhilarating surge of power coursed through him, though his muscles did not visibly change. He could feel them becoming more robust and solid. His mind and senses were also enhanced, clarifying many previously hazy memories. He could now discern details from dozens of meters away, noting the distinct hairs on one boy's hand and hearing their hushed whispers. So faint they were inaudible unless one approached within half a meter. Has he been possessed? How could a person wield such strength, capable of turning another's head with a single punch? Would he kill us? I am so scared. The chubby boy on duty at the entrance felt his heart racing, relieved. I knew he was extraordinary. Just one look from him can induce a suffocating pressure. Those who have experienced it know fear. Why do they question why I let him in? As if I had a choice. Thank goodness I was clever. Otherwise, I would have been the one to die. Counting the potions he had consumed, Wang Hao realized he had already taken 9 bottles of ordinary enhancement potions, that if he could gather some crystal cores tomorrow and spin another bottle of ordinary potions from the roulette, he could complete the foundation of an ordinary enhancement warrior. The concept of a full foundation was introduced by one of the emperors among the 1 emperor and 4 monarchs at that time. He had already reached 7 stars. According to the average combat power of that era, it implied that only individuals starting from 3 stars could achieve a full foundation. Yet Wang Hao, still at the ordinary level and not yet at 1 star, was already nearing the full foundation of an ordinary enhancement warrior. In terms of combat power, he could challenge any unclassed 1-star warrior, which was quite frightening. That it is important to note that the barriers between levels are significant, with considerable differences, and few can rely on their innate qualities to fight beyond their level. Why the day after tomorrow at the latest, I shall complete my ordinary full foundation and head to City Z to secure the lucky ring. Wang Hao glanced at his phone's memo, confirming his route for the next day, then reached into his backpack for the portable stove provided by the military. This device could be likened to a portable gas stove. After a day of running around, his stomach was uneasy with hunger. Wang Hao poured water into a small pot, waiting for it to boil before adding sauce packets, vegetable packets, meat packets, cheese, and a large piece of dough. Ah, how fragrant, he exclaimed. Where is this delightful aroma coming from? As the crowd emerged from their state of panic, they were suddenly enveloped by the alluring aroma wafting from a small pot. Instinctively, they turned their heads in unison. Their gazes fixated on the pot as saliva filled their mouths, and they could not suppress the urge to swallow, yearning for a taste. Oh my, how fortunate is Wang Hao to enjoy such a luxurious life. Even now able to prepare a pot of food. They had endured hunger for a day or two, their stomachs gnawing with acidity and pain. Any morsel of food would be a blessing. Yet to even dare to dream of a steaming hot meal felt extravagant. Wang Hao's life was their aspiration. With a swift motion, Wang Hao broke open a pair of disposable chopsticks, rubbed them together before plunging them into the pot, retrieving a generous mouthful of noodles. How satisfying, he exclaimed. The appetite of enhancers typically surpassed that of ordinary folk by 2 to 3 times, and even after devouring the army stew, Wang Hao remained unsated. He carelessly discarded the broth from the pot and retrieved 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot, tearing open the packaging and tossing everything into the pot. That a few boys watched the steaming broth with longing. Their lips pursed in frustration. What is this feeling of wanting to lick a spoon? They lamented, their hunger palpable. They were on the verge of tears, thinking to themselves, if only Wang Hao would share a bite. I would gladly call him father. Chapter 11. Madness approaches Ru. He was merely flaunting his abundance that we have nothing to eat. Yet he does, showcasing his superiority. That Li Jinshin's stomach growled audibly as he glared at Wang Hao, muttering about the typical small-minded individual reveling in their newfound success. Zhang Mingyao furrowed her brow. The scene of Wang Hao slaying that man had left a profound impact on her. She could not comprehend why. Having acquired such power, Wang Hao's hostility was so pronounced. Even if he did not wish to assist others, was it truly necessary to kill? Suddenly, her phone vibrated in her pocket. She took it out and opened the message, her eyes brightening as she read. There's news. Tomorrow morning, someone will come to rescue us. Prepare yourselves and do not shout. Finally, a glimmer of hope had arrived. That Li Jinshin glanced at Wang Hao and smiled, relieved that he would no longer have to remain in the presence of a murderer. Zhang Mingyao nodded slightly. She longed to distance herself from the ticking time bomb that was Wang Hao. As night deepened, the silence in the gymnasium was palpable. Wang Hao, who had been sound asleep, suddenly opened his eyes, seizing a hand axe as he spotted Xiang Ru tiptoeing towards him. Realizing her cover was blown, she exhaled. What kind of alertness does a poor student possess? I held my breath to approach, she continued. You noticed me before I could get close. Wang Hao sat up, questioning. What are you trying to convey? Are you a killer using the guise of a student, or perhaps a master descending from the mountains? Xiang Ru chuckled lightly. I once encountered martial arts masters capable of lightness in the depths of uninhabited mountains. Xiang Ru was indeed one of a kind. While others kept their distance from Wang Hao, she was eager to draw closer. That I'm not interested in your idle chatter, Wang Hao replied coldly. You may leave. As Xiang Ru bent to enter the tent, Wang Hao raised his axe, resting it against her delicate neck, squinting as he said, Surely you don't think I would spare a woman? Unfazed, Xiang Ru laughed, her body trembling, not from fear, but from exhilaration, clearly relishing the thrill of flirting with danger. Madman. Wang Hao concluded that Xiang Ru was indeed the Wild King. Her unpredictable and fearless demeanor reminded him of his first encounter with the Wild King, a feeling he found utterly distasteful. Will you kill someone who willingly offers themselves to you? Xiang Ru wrapped her arms around Wang Hao's neck, her eyes sparkling with clarity. Or do you intend to be a coward who pushes me away? Wang Hao regarded Xiang Ru's exquisitely youthful face. Unwilling to engage in her provocation, he simply pushed her down. A coward. Xiang Ru was destined to be the future Wild King, ranked 7th on the power scale, a figure Wang Hao had once looked up to in his previous life. Consuming Xiang Ru would require little sacrifice on his part, yielding a significant profit. The occupants of the gymnasium were abruptly awakened by the commotion, staring in bewilderment at the tent. Where is Xiang Ru? A petite girl murmured, glancing around. As realization struck, the crowd's eyes widened in shock. Among those present, only Xiang Ru was missing, implying that the woman accompanying Wang Hao in the tent was indeed Xiang Ru. No, my goddess. The astonishment was overwhelming. Had Xiang Ru, having known Wang Hao for such a brief time, already given herself to him? If heartbreak could make a sound, the collective sorrow of the boys in the gymnasium would undoubtedly attract zombies from hundreds of meters away. Do women truly prefer bad boys? Pondered a darker-skinned boy, feeling a pang of envy. Previously, a wealthy and handsome heir had pursued Xiang Ru, yet she had ignored him entirely. Why was it Wang Hao she chose? Xiang Ru had always feigned innocence, offering no kindness to any man. Turns out she is just another fallen woman, scoffed a girl with thick lips and small eyes. Li Jinshin, observing the tent with a twinge of bitterness. Lamented, Xiang Ru comes from a decent family. Why would she choose a murderer? Why not me? Wang Hao may be formidable, but he still has to fight that I can command others. Wouldn't that make me superior? Xiang Ru's choice of a high-status man would have been acceptable, yet selecting Wang Hao felt akin to a campus belle consorting with a delinquent, an act of self-degradation. Wang Hao was gradually losing control. Xiang Ru, though a new model, seemed intent on conquering him in a wild display of fervor. Fortunately, as an enhancer, Wang Hao possessed high resilience. Otherwise, he might have had to surrender. The following day, Wang Hao awoke. Appearing somewhat fatigued, Xiang Ru, who had been sleeping soundly just moments before, stirred as if fearing he would flee. "Dad," she said lazily, stretching her arms, "that you're truly impressive. Just call me by my name next time." Wang Hao replied, retrieving some food and drink from his backpack, alongside the ordinary gear and weapons he had collected earlier, assembling a set for Xiang Ru. "Though you did not specify any conditions, I shall not shortchange you. This should sustain you comfortably for the next 2 to 3 months." Tilting her head, Xiang Ru asked, "Are you suggesting I'm a burden? That you don't want me along?" Wang Hao nodded. Although Xiang Ru was destined to be the Wild King, and thus a worthy investment, the unpredictable factors surrounding her made him reluctant to keep her close. "That I wish to accompany you." Xiang Ru confessed openly, "That I enjoy adventure, and my proactive approach is rooted in my belief that I could gain your acceptance with just a few words." "Unrealistic," Wang Hao replied. "You need not consider yourself a burden. I can manage on the road, and should danger arise, I won't call for help, nor will you need to concern yourself with me." Wang Hao took a sip from his water bottle and asked, "What if I were to refuse you?" "Today, you will not leave this tent," Xiang Ru declared, reaching for her clothing. Wang Hao quickly interjected, halting her. He was unfazed by her threats, yet the thought of Xiang Ru playing deadly games made him uneasy. "I plan to visit the Huimin convenience store shortly." Wang Hao mused that if you can keep pace with me, joining my team is not an issue. However, if you fall behind, we part ways as friends. Xiang Ru smiled confidently. "All right, time to eat." Wang Hao opened the tent, freshened up quickly, and returned with a bag of bread, munching on it while eyeing his half-empty backpack. Food supplies were dwindling. This trip to find the next wheel could conveniently replenish their resources. "What about Zhang Mingyao? Don't you fancy her?" Xiang Ru inquired, tilting her chin towards the girl who seemed to be waiting for something. Wang Hao glanced at Zhang Mingyao, who was fiddling with her phone, seemingly awaiting a message. Who would refuse Zhang Mingyao if offered? "However, I do not believe in coercion. That would be akin to having no choice at all. You simply need to stay a few more days." Xiang Ru teased, "I could facilitate her decision to approach you." What a perfect subordinate template. Capable of self-sufficiency, possessing potential, and lacking jealousy, all while aiding the boss in winning over beautiful women. Chapter 12. The mutated cockroach. Just as Wang Hao was about to speak, he noticed Zhang Mingyao rising swiftly, hastening towards the entrance of the gymnasium, followed by a group of 4 robust, bloodied individuals emerging from outside. Judging by their expressions, they appeared to be seasoned fighters. "Is that Zhang Mingyao?" The leader, a scarred man, gasped. "This area is unsafe. We lost several brothers coming here. Did I ask Li Jinxin around? We must leave." "Here," Li Jinxin replied promptly. The group made their way closer. Zhang Mingyao and Li Jinxin quickly gathered around the scarred man, eager to follow him. After all, they were already in a group, so one more person wouldn't matter. "How much do you require?" the scarred man asked. "Is 20,000 sufficient?" He raised a dagger, whispering, "Anyone who speaks out will bear the consequences." The sight of blood on the dagger silenced the crowd in fear. "Dada Chong, Xiao Ho, you two are responsible for protecting the target, do we?" The scarred man began, but abruptly halted as rustling sounds emerged from the right. Causing his expression to change, he swiftly turned to the left and ran, while his companions hurriedly pulled Zhang Mingyao and Li Jinxin along, leaving the others bewildered. "What is happening? Haven't all the zombies at the gymnasium been dealt with? Why are we running?" In the next moment, their questions were answered as a creature, the size of a fist, with a sleek black and orange body, crawled out from around the corner on the right. Its long, slender antennae waved like high-frequency signals. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Director Li and a few others, quick to react, rushed back to the gymnasium. The remaining individuals were just beginning to comprehend the situation when the flat monster swiftly approached, raising its barbed forelimbs, which pierced through the chest of a male student. Before he could utter a sound, the creature swiped to the right, ripping open his chest and spraying a torrent of blood that shot through the air, splattering on the three individuals nearby. Those unharmed screamed as they fled back to the gym, while the unfortunate victim gasped for help, his eyes filled with terror. "Close the door! Quickly, close the door!" The people inside the gym hastily shut the door. Yet before they could breathe a sigh of relief, a sudden shattering of glass echoed from the upper left, followed by another flat creature plummeting from above, crashing onto a plastic chair, sending shards of glass scattering across the floor. Mutated cockroach. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. Cockroaches tend to swarm, and encountering one often indicates a nearby infestation. What is more alarming is their capacity to carry a multitude of diseases, should one be injured by them or come into contact with a wound. Without the means for treatment, the agony could be fatal. It is crucial to note that mutated creatures are innately stronger than zombies, akin to tigers, leopards, or bears, and can even surpass their class in combat. The appearance of these monsters coincided with the arrival of those who sought to rescue Zhang Mingyao, suggesting they might have lured the creatures here. Xiang Ru furrowed her brow, realizing her suspicions were correct. Those who had come into contact with cockroaches would carry their scent, allowing them to be tracked. Numerous factions had perished due to this in the past, that it seemed necessary to set off early. Wang Hao slung 2 backpacks over his shoulders and wielded his hand axe. Just then, a cockroach burst into the gym, swiftly crawling and thrusting its forelimb through a girl's back. Others, in a panic, attempted to escape but collided with the cockroach that had just finished its gruesome deed. "Don't chase me." Director Lee stumbled towards Wang Hao, pointing at him in terror. "Chase him?" He*s younger. "His flesh is far more delectable than mine. Quickly pursue him." How amusing it was. Just a moment ago, the director was advocating for student survival, and now he was leading the monsters towards Wang Hao. On such a sweltering day, why run? "Allow me to give you a refreshing experience." Wang Hao advanced, gripping Director Lee's face and forcefully throwing him out. The cockroach and Wang Hao executed a perfect synchronization as it suddenly lifted its forelimb, piercing through Director Lee's back. "You!" Director Lee spat blood, his eyes filled with rage and hatred as they fixed on Wang Hao. The cockroach tossed aside Director Lee, noticing that Wang Hao was not fleeing like the others, but instead charged towards him with even greater ferocity, aiming to impale him and Xiang Ru with its forelimb. Wang Hao stepped forward, effortlessly sidestepping the creature's attack, then took a swift leap, cleaving its head with his axe. Wang Hao noticed a glimmering point within the cockroach's head, and, as he retracted his axe, he deftly extracted a gray crystal from the congealed blood. This was what one might call seamless. From the moment of the kill to the collection of the crystal, it took less than a second. Moreover, the data indicated that the drop rate for mutated animal cores was 7 to 10 times higher than that of zombies, which was certainly advantageous for Wang Hao. As he made his way outside the gym, the cockroach, gnawing on a human head, sensed the pressure and rushed towards him. Wang Hao sidestepped, retreating a half step, causing the creature's forelimb to miss. The gust of wind generated by its failed attack rustled his clothing. Firmly planting his left foot, he struck back, cleaving the cockroach's head with precision. My heavens! Xiang Ru gazed at Wang Hao's graceful silhouette, captivated as if witnessing a performance. Every movement was executed with such artistry that none appeared superfluous. The individuals within the gym, still reeling from the encounter, glanced at the corpse of the cockroach, finally comprehending why Xiang Ru had willingly offered herself. While others were pursued by the cockroaches, nearly begging for their lives, Wang Hao was the one pursuing and slaying the creatures. Xiang Ru, unbothered by the scorn of others, found herself clinging to Wang Hao, knowing that her life was now secured, along with a guarantee of sustenance. Those who had previously derided her were now mostly dead, and she had firmly attached herself to Wang Hao's side, ensuring her future well-being. Roar, roar! The commotion within the gym attracted a multitude of zombies that Wang Hao engaged in combat against them. He caught a glimpse of Xiang Ru fleeing, pondering the intentions of this madwoman. Meanwhile, Zhang Mingyao and her companions did not manage to escape safely. Just 20 meters away, they were ambushed by 2 cockroaches, resulting in 2 fatalities. Pressing against the wall, Zhang Mingyao froze in terror upon witnessing numerous grotesque zombies charging from both sides. "Zombies! Zombies are coming!" she exclaimed, her complexion paling. May the young lady fend for herself. The scarred man and the little monkey were locked in a fierce struggle against the cockroaches, unable to disengage. Zhang Mingyao sprinted toward the gym, but a female zombie, with half her scalp missing, seemed to harbor a grudge against her. Amidst the chaos caused by the other zombies surrounding the scarred man, she relentlessly pursued Zhang Mingyao, who was no match for the undead that a zombie lunged, knocking her to the ground. Zhang Mingyao was horrified as she braced her foot against the zombie. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted Li Jinxin rushing towards her and shouted, "Li Jinxin, quickly, help me pull it off." Li Jinxin kept running without looking back, that I in a life-and-death situation, who could afford to concern themselves with Zhang Mingyao. Even if he desired her, survival took precedence. Zhang Mingyao felt a wave of helplessness and despair wash over her as the crazed zombie loomed just 2 centimeters from her exquisite face. Tears of anguish streaming down her cheeks. Just as all hope seemed lost, a figure suddenly appeared behind the zombie. Xiangru? Zhang Mingyao gasped, her eyes widening. Xiangru grasped the zombie around its waist and forcefully hurled it backward, causing it to arc through the air before crashing heavily onto the ground. Without hesitation, she seized Zhang Mingyao and swiftly pursued Wang Hao. Zhang Mingyao. Xiangru pointed at Wang Hao, urging her to open her eyes wide and witness what a true man was. Zhang Mingyao, bewildered, beheld the scene with shock. Wang Hao was slaughtering zombies. His actions, seemingly simple cuts and slices, were executed with precision, effortlessly severing the heads of the zombies. Despite facing a horde of zombies that outnumbered those Zhang Mingyao and her companions encountered by several folds, he moved as if traversing flat terrain, entirely unfazed. Why was it that the zombies, which instilled fear in everyone else, were dispatched by him with such ease, as if he were chopping vegetables? "Get away!" Zhang Mingyao suddenly heard a scream and turned to see the scarred man and the little monkey overwhelmed and torn apart by a swarm of zombies, blood splattering wildly. This horrifying sight felt like a bucket of cold water splashed across Zhang Mingyao's face. Nothing had changed. The zombies and cockroaches remained as terrifying and grotesque as ever. The only reason they posed no threat in Wang Hao's presence was simply that he was far too powerful. The Mad King is saving Zhang Mingyao because of my words? Wang Hao noticed the two, surprised by Xiangru's actions, but he did not dwell on it, nor would he slow down for them. He forged a bloody path into the nearest office building that, as the screams of the scarred man and others attracted more zombies, he hoped to employ the same tactic again, jumping from the building to evade the horde. Otherwise, becoming ensnared would spell disaster. Campus bell, if you wish to survive, fight with all your might. Xiangru firmly patted Zhang Mingyao's shoulder before pivoting to follow Wang Hao. I don't want to die. I certainly don't want to die in a hideous manner. Zhang Mingyao gritted her teeth and followed Xiangru into the fire escape, climbing the stairs, whenever exhaustion threatened to overwhelm her. And she considered giving up. The sight of the encroaching horde of zombies reignited her strength. The 3 of them eventually reached the rooftop on the 6th floor. Wang Hao observed that the distance between the rooftop he occupied and the adjacent one was merely over 2 meters. He fixed his gaze on the edge and leaped with all his might and away. Xiangru initially thought of following suit, but upon nearing the edge and assessing the distance, she abruptly halted, astonished as she gazed at Wang Hao on the opposite rooftop. What kind of jumping ability is this? To leap that far from a standing start, even against wind resistance. What was most outrageous was that he was doing so while carrying a load. In a moment of urgency, Xiangru set aside her astonishment, retreating to the rooftop door. Turning back, she saw Zhang Mingyao, whose face had turned pale, followed closely by the horde of zombies. Run with your head down and don't hesitate. Any hesitation will lead to your demise. Zhang Mingyao was rendered speechless, her mind blank as she sprinted alongside Xiangru. As she saw her jump, she followed suit. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind hit her. Zhang Mingyao realized she was airborne, with the ground several stories below her, that if she fell... she screamed, but thanks to her running start and the not-so-great distance, she landed safely on the opposite rooftop. Xiangru executed a roll and landed gracefully. Roar, roar! Ordinary zombies lacked the concept of jumping, pursuing Zhang Mingyao relentlessly as they tumbled off the rooftop like dumplings into the abyss below. Zhang Mingyao was utterly bewildered. How did I just jump over? Who am I? Where am I? Xiangru turned her gaze towards Wang Hao and smiled. I told you I can take care of myself. Have you practiced? Wang Hao replied with a faint smile, acknowledging that while both of them managed to keep pace largely because he was clearing the path ahead, many others were too frightened to even peek out. Yet Xiang Ru dared to encourage the encumbered while racing alongside the horde of corpses, and even had the audacity to leap off a building without a moment's thought. The most impressive part was that she calmly turned to Wang Hao at the end and asked, "How was that?" One could only say, "You truly are remarkable, Wang, the Mad King, that I am a parkour master," Xiang Ru declared with confidence, asserting that in the parkour community, there was no one who did not know of her. "Xiang Ru, the trial is not yet over," Wang Hao nodded, cautioning her not to get ahead of herself. He sat down on the ground, retrieving a small can of cola from his backpack. "There are too many zombies downstairs right now. Once they disperse, I will seek out the next roulette that I will conquer you." After finishing her words, Xiang Ru approached Zhang Mingyao, pulling a piece of gum from her pocket and offering it to her. "My dear school belle, wasn't that exhilarating? Here, this is all the sustenance I have for now. You should replenish your strength." "Thank you," Zhang Mingyao replied, her face pale from hunger and dizziness. She did not hesitate to accept the gum, stating, "Such reckless acts are not suited for me. I hope there won't be a next time." Pausing, she looked at Xiang Ru and said, "I don't even consider us friends. Why are you willing to risk your life to save me?" "To please Wang Hao," Xiang Ru replied candidly, "that I may not necessarily achieve this, but I want him to see that I tried, that it is entirely natural for you to find this hard to accept or comprehend. However, you have witnessed the harsh reality of this world. The relationships between people are not as amicable as the news suggests that if you do not choose to align yourself with the strong. How will you survive when even lifting a bucket of water becomes a challenge?" Upon hearing Xiang Ru's words, Wang Hao scratched his head, unsure whether to commend her thoughtfulness or to acknowledge her insecurity. In truth, she need not play the matchmaker. Once they passed the trial, he would naturally mentor her. Zhang Mingyao fell silent. Had Xiang Ru said this yesterday, Zhang Mingyao would have surely rebuffed her, scolding her for being shameless. However, after experiencing the life and death intensity just moments ago, Zhang Mingyao understood that Xiang Ru's words held truth that in this world, strength reigns supreme. If one cannot fight, one must perish. There is no need to rush into decisions. Xiang Ru smiled. "We still need to pass his trial. If we do not succeed, everything is for naught." Zhang Mingyao nodded, taking the opportunity to rest as much as possible. 2 hours later, a noise from somewhere diverted some of the zombies downstairs. Wang Hao, seeing it was about time, rose to head downstairs. That he did not wait for the two, moving at his own pace, skirting along the wall until he reached the Huiman convenience store approximately 600 to 700 meters away. From a distance, he spotted the roulette at the back of the store. His speed was extraordinary. Even those who ran could hardly keep up, especially in such a perilous environment, leaving the two of them far behind, uncertain of their fate. Upon entering the convenience store, Wang Hao found 3 people already scavenging. They regarded him warily upon his arrival, especially a rotund man in denim shorts, who eyed Wang Hao's hand axe with a glint of interest. "That axe is impressive. It seems swifter than my fire axe," he mused. "This guy is brave enough to venture out, probably like me, willing to slay zombies, that if I were to hardball this, trouble would ensue. But he's a young man, easy to deceive, that I might be able to charm him and find an opportunity to take him down." Chapter 14. Fundamental Mastery, Crushing a 1-Star Combatant. "Little brother," the rotund man said with a friendly smile, "there's plenty of food here. Even 10 people could share it. Take whatever you want." Wang Hao replied, brushing past the 3 and approaching the ordinary roulette. Sensing Wang Hao's clear intent, the rotund man leaned closer and asked, "Do you know what this is used for?" Wang Hao, uninterested in conversation, pulled a gray crystal from his backpack and tossed it into the slot above the now 1-star roulette's activation button. The wheel spun rapidly before gradually slowing to a stop in a designated section. Miniature generator, 1-star, powered by crystal cores. Plug it into an outlet to generate electricity, sufficient to provide stable power for a room of up to 300 square meters. Consuming a maximum of 1 gray crystal per night, safe, efficient, and energy-saving. This device is incredibly useful. In a few days, power outages will sweep across the globe, and having a generator will allow one to rest without enduring the heat. Additionally, if there is someone who can cook nearby, one could enjoy warm meals. The rotund man, feeling ignored, grew annoyed that I dare to venture out and slay zombies, yet someone dares to disregard me. Suddenly, he noticed Wang Hao picking up a small square black box that had fallen from the roulette's base and the crystal cores in Wang Hao's open backpack. He could surmise that the crystal cores could activate the roulette. thereby yielding rewards. This roulette seemed indestructible. It must be something extraordinary, that if I could seize those small squares from his bag, I might strike it rich. The rotund man, increasingly tempted, exchanged glances with his companions. They were no strangers to robbery and pretended to continue scavenging while inching closer to Wang Hao, believing that with the chaos outside, they could commit crimes without fear of repercussions. Wang Hao was simply unlucky to cross paths with them. Did I end this environment? We must help each other. The rotund man quietly raised his fire axe, envisioning Wang Hao's demise at his hands, a cruel glint in his eyes as he said, "Don't you agree?" As the rotund man swung the axe toward Wang Hao, it became evident how youthful he was. He underestimated the three of them, allowing the rotund man to approach as if he were a lamb entering the tiger's den, surrendering his fate. Yet, at that moment, Wang Hao raised his hand and caught the fire axe. The rotund man's cruel smile froze in shock. The two who had been preparing to ambush Wang Hao now stood dumbfounded. Empty, catching a deadly weapon with bare hands? Was this a dream? The fire axe could cleave a zombie's head, yet Wang Hao caught it so easily with one hand. Your speed is comparable to that of an elderly woman in a wheelchair, Wang Hao remarked, forcefully wresting the fire axe from the rotund man and hurling it at one of his accomplices. The terrified man turned to flee, but was struck in the back by the spinning axe. His eyes widening as he collapsed to the ground, the other man processed the scene. He saw Wang Hao approaching and was sent flying out of the store with a kick. Puff! The man landed, coughing up blood. His face flushed as he attempted to lift his head, only to spit out another mouthful of blood before collapsing, his head falling to one side, lifeless. The rotund man felt a chill run down his spine. This young man had, in the blink of an eye, killed two of his companions using utterly unreasonable methods, sending one flying several meters with a single kick. Was this really a joke? I was wrong. I won't dare again, the rotund man stammered, retreating in terror as he pleaded, "Brother, give me another chance. I have a 7-year-old mother waiting for me to bring food home." Wang Hao found some rope and bound the rotund man's hands and feet, saying, "Make a sound and you die." The rotund man nodded vigorously. "As long as you don't kill me. I'm fine. I'm fine." Wang Hao had encountered many like the rotund man, who, thinking they could slay a few zombies, became overconfident, ultimately meeting a grim fate. Did I end this apocalypse? One must maintain a sense of reverence. Wang Hao continued to spin the roulette. Cool boiled water X5. Fresh fruit basket. Ordinary enhancement potion. 1-star enhancement potion. Ordinary shirt. 1-star adventure backpack. Appears to be an ordinary backpack, but contains 10 cubic meters of space. Adding items does not increase weight. Ordinary spiked knuckles. Ordinary enhancement potion. The backpack arrived just in time. Wang Hao had previously thought the ordinary backpack space was too limited, and he would have to discard some items after spinning another roulette. Now, with a 1-star backpack, his problem of insufficient space was temporarily resolved. He uncapped the ordinary enhancement potion and downed it in one go. A rush of energy surged through his body, bringing a warm and comforting sensation. Is this what it feels like to be fully empowered? Wang Hao clenched his fist, exclaiming in delight, "This is absolutely exhilarating." Having consumed 10 bottles of ordinary enhancement potions, he had evidently reached the upper limit of a standard enhancer. Feeling that his physical abilities and senses had far surpassed those of an average enhancer. Based on his understanding of 1-star enhancers, he now had the potential to overpower any 1-star enhancer at the foundational level. This was truly terrifying. Even battling beyond one's level was enough to instill fear. After reaching 1-star, one could undergo a job transition to gain even greater power, yet profession scrolls were particularly rare, and the chances of encountering them on the same level roulette were minimal. Even after spinning so many 1-star roulettes, he had not encountered a single scroll. The likelihood of encountering higher-level roulettes was relatively greater. Wang Hao pondered, "Speaking of which, I still lack information regarding 1-star profession scrolls. In my previous life, I obtained my scrolls through trade. However, I do know a thing or two about 2-star scrolls. It's quite bothersome. My rate of growth is too rapid, outpacing the apocalypse's development significantly. Now, even 1-star monsters are exceedingly rare, making it impossible for me to freely spin 1-star roulettes, rendering my search for them futile. When I finally encounter a roulette with a profession scroll, I can only watch helplessly." Wang Hao yearned to encounter the fabled crystal core refiner, as it would allow him to exchange lower-grade cores for higher ones. However, crystal core refiners were 10 times rarer than professional scrolls, with only a handful of factions possessing them in his previous life. Wang Hao wished to seek one out, yet he had no idea where to begin. Suddenly, he heard a sound of labored breathing from outside and turned to see Xiang Ru, who was struggling and filthy, carrying Zhang Mingyao. The two appeared as though they had crawled out of a garbage bin or a sewer, a foul stench emanating from them. Huimin convenience store, Xiang Ru announced, setting Zhang Mingyao down with a grin. Indeed, Xiang Ru was formidable. Even while burdened with a liability, she managed to complete Wang Hao's trial. He had known that she would not be easily challenged when she had decisively jumped from the building, and he felt destined to recruit the Mad King. Nodding, he stated, "From now on, you may accompany me. But this does not mean you can rest easy. You must still rely on yourself that I will now impart a lesson." With that, Wang Hao gestured towards the rotund man, saying, "Go and eliminate him." Chapter 15. Xiang Ru's Transformation. Unexpected roulette intelligence. Xiang Ru was momentarily taken aback. Kill someone? Wang Hao, as a reborn individual, could act with ruthless decisiveness, but Xiang Ru and her companions were still shackled by the constraints of order. Their minds trapped in a peace era where even a slap could lead to imprisonment. The thought of extinguishing a life with her own hands was daunting. Wang Hao had felt overwhelming guilt during his first kill. Yet this was a necessary rite of passage for every survivor. Hesitation and mercy could endanger not only oneself, but also one's comrades. That if you spare him, Wang Hao looked at the rotund man. "You may live. Please, I beg you, spare my life," the rotund man pleaded, bowing to Xiang Ru, his voice quivering, "that I have a frail mother in her 70s waiting for me to bring food home, that if I die, she will starve, that I promise to be a good person from now on, that if I harm others, I shall meet a terrible fate." Zhang Mingyao's face reflected her reluctance. What heinous acts had this man committed to incite such public ire? Could he not be spared? Xiang Ru hesitated for a moment before stepping forward, grasping the fire axe embedded in the body of the rotund man's companion. That a spark of excitement glimmered in her eyes as she struggled to pull out the axe and approached the rotund man. "Do not kill me," he cried. The confidence and disdain he had displayed upon encountering Wang Hao were now replaced with frantic pleas. "Please, do not kill me. Do not kill me." With trembling hands, Xiang Ru raised the fire axe and brought it down with resolve. The rotund man's voice was abruptly silenced, thick, yellow-green fluid oozing from his head, shocking Zhang Mingyao into covering her mouth. Xiang Ru smiled silently, striking the already lifeless body of the rotund man again and again. Zhang Mingyao was left retching at the gruesome scene, expelling bitter bile. What kind of family background could produce such a deranged woman? Wang Hao understood that the challenge of killing would not deter the future Mad King. But he was taken aback by how readily Xiang Ru had passed this test. Curiosity stirred within him about what experiences she had undergone. This was no mere thrill-seeking. It was a manifestation of psychological derangement. After a moment, Xiang Ru discarded the bloodied axe, glanced at the mangled corpse on the ground, her eyelids fluttering, her brow furrowing slightly, before casually remarking, "This axe is ineffective. It lacks fluidity. Let us try this instead." Wang Hao tossed her a pair of newly acquired gauntlets, adorned with metal spikes, capable of inflicting wounds while delivering punches, though they required a certain level of skill. Without adequate dexterity, using such close-range gauntlets would put one at a disadvantage compared to a hand axe. Wang Hao had other weapons at his disposal. He chose the gauntlets because in his previous life, the Mad King had wielded similar armaments. Xiang Ru donned the gauntlets, striking a combat pose and rapidly swinging her fists before landing several blows on the rotund man's body. Observing the grievous wounds, her eyes brightened as she exclaimed, "This weapon suits me. It feels just right. I understand you." Wang Hao smiled. Xiang Ru returned his smile, finding this man oddly intriguing, as if they shared a connection. "If you feel nauseous, just vomit. There is no shame in it." Wang Hao noticed the fleeting expression on Xiang Ru's face earlier and tossed her a bottle of ordinary enhancement potion, saying, "You reek. Take a shower, eat something, and then drink this potion." "That I don't want to vomit," she insisted, her throat betraying her stubbornness. However, it was only natural. After the thrill, reflecting on her actions would undoubtedly invoke nausea. Not everyone was as seasoned as Wang Hao in this apocalyptic world. Zhang Mingyao, having finished retching, noticed that Wang Hao had not once mentioned her, leading her to speculate that he was different from other men. He did not seem like a sycophant, simply enamored by her appearance. She took the initiative to speak. "I want to accompany you." "Xiang Ru has already demonstrated her worth," Wang Hao replied nonchalantly. "What about you?" Zhang Mingyao, clearly prepared, stated directly, "I noticed you seem to be searching for a roulette. I know the location of one. How so?" Wang Hao inquired, taken aback. "Whether you went to the gym or came here. Your purpose was quite clear, which led me to deduce that you were in search of a roulette." Zhang Mingyao glanced at the roulette behind Wang Hao and added, "The roulette I know is different from these." "Different? Tell me more." Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. He had initially thought Zhang Mingyao would follow the script Xiang Ru provided, using herself as leverage, but he was surprised to find that the campus belle was more strategic in her approach, identifying Wang Hao's needs and addressing them directly. Xiang Ru was equally surprised that Zhang Mingyao bypassed her script. "That I saw this in my family group chat." Zhang Mingyao pulled out her phone, displaying a photo. "The roulette is located in the Shanyu Garden, at my family's villa, approximately 2 kilometers from here." Wang Hao's eyes widened. The frame of the roulette was gray, indicating it was a standard roulette. But intriguingly, there was an additional question mark among the rewards. Random rewards. Indeed, the question mark signified a chance to receive a random reward from the Fortune Queen's ring. Such rewards were exceedingly rare. So much so that Wang Hao had never encountered them in his previous life. Now that the Mad King was under his influence, her growth would provide him with additional support, even if he did not acquire anything particularly valuable at Zhang Mingyao's home. He could still secure a few potions to lay a foundation. After all, it was only 2 kilometers away, not far at all. With this in mind, Wang Hao said, "Since the roulette is at your home, why not head back there directly? Is it necessary for you to follow me?" "The situation is rather complicated," Zhang Mingyao replied. "Based on the information I saw in the family group, there may be strangers occupying my home." With a hint of resignation, she added, "I'm not giving you the location of the roulette to exchange for anything. Once you see the roulette, whether you abandon me or take me along, I will accept whatever decision you make. The power to decide lies with you." That a clever woman employing a strategy of retreat for advancement, that as for her mention of strangers, Wang Hao did not take it to heart. Given his strength, he could confidently declare invincible, even in the face of opponents wielding firearms. Wang Hao nodded. "You have only 20 minutes to rest. That I reiterate, if you wish to survive, rely on yourselves." Both Zhang Mingyao and Xiang Ru were famished, disregarding their goddess-like images as they ravenously devoured the food from the shelves. Wang Hao counted the crystal cores in his possession. There are still 17 gray crystals left. He had initially intended to spend the ordinary roulette in the store, but realized he needed to save up for the random rewards. Given the roulette's nature, the rarer the reward, the lower the probability of obtaining it. That a dozen or so crystals might not suffice for the random rewards. Wang Hao contemplated, "I should gather more crystals on the way to Shanyu Garden to prepare for the costly endeavor of securing random rewards." He took out a basket of fruit, peeling an orange to eat. So sweet. In that moment, being able to enjoy fresh fruit was truly a delightful experience. Chapter 16. The strategic player, the unlucky one. After Zhang Mingyao and Xiang Ru had satisfied their hunger and thirst, they procured bottled water and the kind of bag shampoo and shower gel typically sold in small stores for a wash. However, Zhang Mingyao avoided washing in front of Wang Hao, while the audacious Xiang Ru not only bathed before him, but also playfully beckoned him with a finger. What a bold provocation towards Wang Hao. He ignored her antics, focusing on his orange. That he wasn't cowardly. Rather, Xiang Ru was simply too fierce. Once she initiated, he would find it difficult to leave that day. Suddenly, 3 zombies, attracted by the sound of running water, burst in. The two quickly halted, and Wang Hao seized the moment to instruct, "The zombies' weak points are their brains. Ensure your own safety and just aim for their heads." With that, he stepped to the door, swiftly dispatching the 3 zombies with his axe. The drop rate was decent. 2 crystal cores emerged from the 3 corpses. That as Wang Hao turned back, he inadvertently caught sight of Zhang Mingyao, who appeared as if she had been struck by a flashbang. Her complexion was radiant. Zhang Mingyao suddenly realized that Wang Hao was gazing at her, and she quickly wrapped her arms around herself, her cheeks flushing crimson. Wang Hao withdrew his gaze, unfastened his backpack, and began transferring the supplies from his original computer bag into the new one. Before he could finish, the burly man and his companions had already filled their backpacks, and the 10 cubic space was completely occupied. Even if the 3 of them were to indulge in eating, the amount they had would suffice for half a month. Is your immense strength a result of consuming that vial of potion? Xiang Ru, having just finished drinking the potion, clenched her fist, feeling her surging power, and exclaimed, I feel as though I could punch a bull to death. That's merely an illusion. Wang Hao chuckled softly at AT present. You are equivalent to 2 robust men, but you are far from being able to slay a bull with a single punch. That is still quite formidable. Xiang Ru replied eagerly that I feel invigorated and ready to embark at any moment. Patience, balance is key, Wang Hao said, biting into an apple. You witnessed me collecting those small cubes from the zombie's brains. Those are called crystal cores. Not every zombie possesses one. It largely depends on luck. The Dio, keep an eye out while dispatching the zombies. Xiang Ru gave an okay gesture, donned her boxing gloves, and began to acclimate to her newfound strength. 13 minutes later, after taking a brief respite, the trio departed from the small shop, only to encounter a male zombie with a mangled jaw approaching them. Without needing to be called by Wang Hao, Xiang Ru sprang forward and delivered a powerful punch to the zombie's left eye, the short spikes on her gloves instantly rupturing its eyeball, causing it to scream and fly back a half-meter. Zhang Mingyao was taken aback that a single vial of potion has such tremendous power. Due to her consistent training, Xiang Ru's physical capabilities were slightly superior to those of the average man. Under normal circumstances, she might have only managed to repel or knock down a zombie, but after consuming the potion, she was able to send one flying with a single blow. I wish I had a vial of that potion too. At the very least, I could ensure my own safety, Zhang Mingyao thought enviously. Unfortunately, only Wang Hao had the ability to distribute the potions, and given his temperament, acquiring one was no easy feat. Xiang Ru, who had been evading zombies and feeling quite frustrated, was now brimming with excitement due to her newfound strength. She charged at the zombies, pounding their heads with one punch after another until their skulls were obliterated. Then she rummaged through the blood for any crystals to TCH.NO crystal core. She pouted, actively seeking out more zombies to slay. She was adept at combat, and with the added strength of an ordinary enhancer. She was incredibly ferocious, either performing a suplex to slam the zombies down or deftly dodging their claws, pummeling them relentlessly. Wang Ge, are you certain you haven't made a mistake? Xiang Ru questioned. That I've slain 7 zombies. Yet I haven't seen a single crystal core. That's merely a matter of luck. Wang Hao replied with a laugh. At times, one might slay a dozen without encountering a single crystal core. Other times, the drop rate can be 100%. With that, he stepped forward and cleaved through a zombie that had rushed towards him with an axe. He then waved the axe blade in front of him. Upon striking something solid, he extracted it. Oh, it seems I might be quite lucky. Wang Hao retrieved his hand axe and pinched between his fingers a gray crystal that had arced through the air. Twirling it before Xiang Ru, he deftly maneuvered it between his fingers, raising an eyebrow. I just killed 1 zombie and already found a crystal core. That I would prefer to believe that I am merely your stepping stone. I refuse to accept that I am that unfortunate, Xiang Ru retorted defiantly, stepping into a residential building where she unleashed a barrage of attacks, sending zombies with smashed heads tumbling down the stairs. Gradually, she began to acquiesce. After slaying 30 to 40 zombies, she had only procured 3 gray crystals, while Wang Hao averaged 1 crystal core for every 3 zombies slain. She felt a twinge of frustration. Can luck differ so drastically between individuals? Indeed, Xiang Ru was rather unfortunate, averaging 10 or more zombies slain to find a single crystal core. However, the greater reason was that Wang Hao possessed a buff that doubled the drop rate of crystal cores, making any comparison between their yields rather futile. The two continued to slay zombies. They arrived at Shanyu Garden at 5:21 p.m., with Wang Hao's backpack now brimming, likely containing over 100 gray crystals. Shanyu Garden was one of the city's premier upscale villa districts, characterized by its grand layout, exquisite landscaping, and an aura of affluence. The vicinity boasted high-end amenities, and it was likely that the impoverished had never even had the chance to pass through these streets. Even amidst the disaster, there were few zombies in the garden and its surroundings, granting the wealthy a relatively advantageous start in the apocalypse. Lead the way, Wang Hao instructed, and Zhang Mingyao stepped forward, guiding him to her home. Along the way, they encountered numerous corpses of zombies with gaping holes in their heads, indicating that someone had discovered the proper method to tackle them. 7 minutes later, the trio halted before a detached villa with a courtyard of over 100 square meters. As they approached, Wang Hao noticed a shadow flitting past the second-floor window of the villa. Recalling Zhang Mingyao's earlier mention of a stranger. Beep. Zhang Mingyao pressed the doorbell beside the iron gate and waited a moment before it connected. Leaning closer, she whispered, "It's me, Mingyao." The person on the other end of the doorbell seemed hesitant. When Zhang Mingyao repeated herself, the doorbell emitted a gentle female voice that seemed to come to a realization. "Mingyao, you're alive. That's wonderful. Come in quickly, but remember to close the door and be cautious of those monsters." With that, the iron gate swung open with a click. "That's my second aunt's voice." Zhang Mingyao furrowed her brow. "However, my second aunt is an executive. She usually remains calm and collected in crises. Why does she sound so frantic?" Wang Hao, with a knowing look, posed a question. "What do you think we should do?" Surprised that Wang Hao would seek her opinion, Zhang Mingyao pondered for several seconds before replying. "Do we not see numerous zombie corpses on our way here? Perhaps it was the stranger who entered my home and eliminated them, that I believe it would be prudent for me to scout ahead. If things go awry, you too can make a swift escape." Chapter 17. The axe splits bullets. Shocking, all such is the might of genes. Zhang Mingyao's family was involved in business, and most of her neighbors were high-ranking officials, which had influenced her thinking to be quite distinct from the average person. Indeed, caution paired with a broad perspective. She is a promising candidate for leadership. However, combining Zhang Mingyao's analysis with what Wang Hao had just observed, he could surmise the situation inside the villa. Given his capabilities, there was no need for caution. He could simply charge, and he refrained from elaborating further and strode directly into the courtyard. That as he approached the villa, he suddenly heard a faint sound. He raised his hand, signaling Xiang Ru and Zhang Mingyao to halt. That on the other side, behind the villa's door, two men stood in a half-arc, wielding pistols and automatic rifles, their weapons trained on a man at the entrance. Alongside three others brandishing machetes, with a robust man standing behind them. His name was Chun Daji, a former security guard at the garden. Following the outbreak, he quickly established a foothold with a few colleagues and, by the second day, had the audacity to hunt zombies. Once they became proficient, they immediately set their sights on the Zhang family, driven by his long-standing desire for Zhang Mingyao. Zhang Mingyao is simply exquisite. Her background is impressive, and her demeanor is exceptional. Every time she returned home, Chen Daji would gaze longingly at her car for an extended period. He could be said to dream of possessing her, even to lure Zhang Mingyao back. He refrained from harming her family. "I earn 6,000 a month. Why should I not deserve a gem like Zhang Mingyao?" As Chun Daji envisioned the moment he would win over Zhang Mingyao, he couldn't help but smile broadly, feeling a surge of exhilaration. "This apocalypse is ideal for me, that I've gained strength from the roulette. Soon, I shall have everything I desire." Chen Daji was indeed ruthless. Upon learning from a companion stationed on the second floor about Zhang Mingyao returning with two seemingly formidable strangers, he promptly arranged for all his companions to extend the highest courtesy to the trio. Chen Daji understood that anyone brave enough to venture outside at this time possessed some degree of skill. He was not naive enough to allow Wang Hao entry. Persuading him to leave would also pose a challenge. Thus, he resolved to use Wang Hao's life as leverage to instill fear in Zhang Mingyao, making her aware that obedience to Chen Daji was essential for survival. Mingyao, Zhang Mingyao's family stood in a corner of the living room, her second aunt feeling anxious, fervently hoping that Mingyao would discern the underlying tension and refrain from returning. Otherwise, what awaited her would be a descent into hell. These individuals were devoid of humanity. Not only did they kill zombies, but they had also slaughtered many within her family. Wait, Chen Daji suddenly sensed something amiss. Was Zhang Mingyao taking too long to enter the villa? "Ah, Zhang, go take a look through the window." Before Chen Daji could finish his sentence, the living room window shattered. Xiang Ru, braving the flying shards of glass, advanced towards Chen Daji's subordinates, her eyes gleaming with madness as she laughed maniacally, surprise. With that, Xiang Ru swung her fist, encased in boxing gloves, striking one of the armed men directly in the eye. Blood gushed forth, and his eye transformed into a gaping wound. Da! The man screamed in agony as Xiang Ru brutally twisted his arm, causing him to drop his weapon. With a single punch, she sent him flying. In the grip of his rifle, the companion gazed at the man who had collapsed at his feet, now devoid of life. That a jolt of realization coursed through him, and in that instant, his reflexes were pushed to their limits. He raised the muzzle, preparing to fire at Xiang Ru, who stood a mere meter away. Such proximity ensured a swift and accurate shot. Even a fortified individual like Xiang Ru, with exceptional attributes, could not outpace a bullet. Her fate seemed sealed. At that critical moment, the villa's door was suddenly kicked open, and Wang Hao burst through like an arrow released from its bow, closing in on the gunman. With a swift motion, he brought down his axe. The assailant had no time to react as the blade cleaved smoothly from crown to chest, a fountain of blood erupting into the air. Meanwhile, Xiang Ru was not idle. She lunged at the three men brandishing machetes. They were no fortifiers, and soon they lay defeated at her feet. The entire sequence unfolded with astonishing rapidity, from Xiang Ru breaking the window to the demise of Chen Daji's comrades. A mere 2 to 3 seconds had passed. Chen Daji's eyelids trembled, his mind struggling to comprehend how Wang Hao and his companion could seize the initiative. They had never revealed their abilities. Zhang Mingyao and her aunt appeared stricken with terror, on the verge of retching. They had thought Chen Daji's group ruthless enough, only to discover two even more merciless individuals who, in the time it took to sip tea, had reduced Chen Daji to a solitary survivor. Their speed was such that it took them a moment to grasp the gravity of what had just transpired. That I, too, am a fortifier. Chen Daji drew a handgun from behind his waist and aimed it directly at Wang Hao, declaring, "My reflexes surpass theirs by far." This shot was executed with remarkable swiftness and decisiveness, leaving no room for response. Given the close proximity, no expertise in marksmanship was required. Merely the knowledge of how to pull the trigger would suffice to hit Wang Hao. Xiang Ru realized that although her vision was superior to that of the average person, she could not discern the bullet, let alone react in time. She understood that had she been in Wang Hao's position, she would have been struck by the bullet in the very moment of her response. What did this signify? It indicated that in the face of firearms, fortifiers and ordinary individuals stood on equal footing. Wang Hao. Xiang Ru's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Rather than worry for Wang Hao, she felt a thrill of expectation. Could he evade this bullet? Firearms were indeed lethal to ordinary fortifiers, but Wang Hao was no ordinary fortifier. He was fully equipped and possessed combat prowess far superior to that of a rank 1 to him. The bullet appeared as if time had slowed to a quarter of its normal speed. Wang Hao's gaze was piercing. As the bullet neared him, he swung his axe, cleaving the projectile in twain. The two halves of the bullet fell to the ground with a sharp clatter, an unsettling sound echoing in the air. Wang Hao advanced toward Chen Daji, speaking calmly. So? Chen Daji's scalp prickled. As a fortifier, he could scarcely fathom the audacity of splitting a bullet in mid-flight. Wang Hao was a monster. A true monster. Why should Wang Hao evade? The bullet was coming. Why not simply cleave it? Xiang Ru, overwhelmed with excitement, lost all semblance of composure. This man was devastatingly handsome. Wang Hao swung his axe, severing Chen Daji's head before stepping back a few paces to avoid the splatter of blood that would tarnish his attire. Aunt. Zhang Mingyao rushed inside to embrace Qin Lian, her eyes brimming with tears. That you're alive. Thank goodness. She then embraced familiar friends and relatives, while the younger ones could no longer restrain their tears. Where are my parents? Zhang Mingyao asked anxiously. And my grandfather. At the time of the incident, your father, mother, grandfather, and your third uncle were all in one room discussing matters. Suddenly, your grandfather transformed into a monster and bit your father. By the time the bodyguards rescued us from the neighboring villa, everyone had turned into monsters. They are dead. Qin Lian, having surveyed the bodies of Chen Daji and others, spoke bitterly. Afterward, they broke in. All the bodyguards and maids in the house fell to their hands. Chapter 18. Chen Daji's wedding garment, crystal core refiner. As Qin Lian spoke, Zhang Mingyao burst into tears, unable to contain herself. The Zhang family, once thriving, had been reduced in mere days to just a handful of women. Wang Hao ascended the staircase, discovering the roulette in one of the guest rooms on the 3rd floor. However, the question mark he had seen in Zhang Mingyao's phone photos was absent, causing his brow to furrow. He had searched systematically. If another roulette existed, he would have encountered it by now. Where had the question mark gone? Had it vanished? The rumors from his previous life about random rewards only indicated that question marks were one-time rewards that would disappear once spun, without any mention of them vanishing after a period. Wait, a one-time reward? Wang Hao exclaimed in surprise. What the hell? That fool I killed had such luck, managing to turn just a few dozen crystal cores into a random reward. Not everyone could be like Wang Hao, capable of slaying zombies with high crystal core drop rates. Given the scale of Chen Daji's team, Even achieving a few dozen crystal cores over this time was extraordinary. Likely even less that he had managed to obtain the best reward at minimal cost. A stroke of incredible fortune, so. What had Chendaji randomly obtained? Wang Hao turned and descended the stairs, anxiously searching Chendaji's body. Wang Hao's mood was undoubtedly tumultuous. Encountering the first random reward in this life, and finding it potentially filled with useless ordinary firearms or cold weapons would indeed be disheartening. Xiang Ru regarded him with a strange expression. You have this peculiar obsession, less chatter, Wang Hao retorted. Help me search the other corpses for anything unusual. Xiang Ru meticulously examined Chendaji's companions, then shrugged. One of them was only 2 centimeters tall. That was the only notable thing. Wang Hao, too, found nothing of worth, his expression darkening. His demeanor soured. The first question mark he encountered in his life had seemingly been squandered by Chendaji. Wang Hao's gaze flickered with uncertainty as a thought struck him. He turned to Qin Lian and the others, asking, Did they have backpacks? Yes, Qin Lian replied without hesitation, that I saw each of them carrying one. Wang Hao recalled encountering several large bags while searching the roulette upstairs and quickly ascended to the second-floor guest room to open the backpacks. The bags were soon laid bare, apart from one containing an object resembling a seated panda. The rest were filled with food and drink. He retrieved the item and saw that the panda was holding a bamboo stick inscribed with several lines of small text. Crystal Core Refiner. When in use, please follow the refining ratio. Place the crystal cores in front of the panda and wait a few seconds for the corresponding result. PS1. This device can refine lower-grade crystal cores into higher-grade ones. The reverse is not possible. PS2. Refining crystal core ratios. 30 gray crystals, ordinary. 1 green crystal, 1 star. 10 green crystals, 1 star. 1 blue crystal, 2 stars. 20 blue crystals, 2 stars. 1 purple crystal, 3 stars. 25 purple crystals, 3 stars. 1 orange crystal, 4 stars. 30 orange crystals, 4 stars. 1 gold crystal, 5 stars. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Wang Hao exclaimed in exhilaration, nearly leaping with joy. Chendaji had provided him with an astonishing gift, the Crystal Core Refiner. He had previously worried that his growth was outpacing the speed of Apocalypse development, resulting in a mismatch in crystal core levels, rendering him unable to spin a 1-star roulette, thus wasting his knowledge about several roulettes in this area. Little did he expect to obtain the fabled Crystal Core Refiner. Its rarity was comparable to the honor medals possessed only by emperors. In the previous world, the 17th-ranked Survivor Paradise among the top 30 powers had amassed influence and wealth through it. However, the greatest benefit of the refiner was not what it provided Wang Hao at that moment. With the refiner in hand, he could now engage with roulettes that he previously could not, obtaining powers that would only emerge in the future. The rarity of the refiner made it nearly inconceivable to rely on random rewards for a stroke of luck. If he were to spin, considering his past luck with potions, he would undoubtedly fail. That fool must have utilized his entire lifetime's luck. Wang Hao's smile split his face that I owe him a debt of gratitude for 8 generations. His mood soared from despair to elation. He had thought Chendaji had squandered the question mark, only to realize that the question mark was meant for Chendaji to spin. Haha, if Chendaji were aware of the refiner's value in the afterlife, he would surely weep. The refiner, which he risked his life to obtain, had ultimately been turned into a wedding garment for Wang Hao. How curious. Even if he were unaware of the refiner's value, with his strength, he wouldn't die anytime soon. He would naturally come to understand the treasure he had acquired. Yet, why had he never heard of him before? Establishing influence through the refiner should be relatively easy. Wang Hao pondered. Had he encountered unforeseen circumstances along the way? This was a question that no one could answer at present, but he opened the 1-star backpack and took out some food to place in the refiner. He then stepped outside and called to Xiang Ru, dig a hole in the yard to bury these bodies. Xiang Ru looked at him in surprise. When did Wang Hao become so merciful? Not only does he kill, but he also buries the dead. Truly, good deeds are rewarded. Wang Hao returned to the ordinary roulette, gazing at the gray Crystal X6 prompt on the activation button, that he reached out to upgrade the roulette. Having amassed a backpack full of gray crystals, initially intending to spin for a question mark, he found himself unable to do so. He inserted a crystal into the 1-star roulette, ordinary steel knife. 1-star Windwalker Eye, men's sneakers enhanced from ordinary shoes, effectively increasing speed and jump height. That 1-star Rice Ball X2. For enhancers below 3 stars, Consuming one rice ball can sustain one for 3 days. Ordinary genes. Ordinary enhancement potion. 1-star enhancement potion. Ordinary enhancement potion. Antidote. When consumed, it can eliminate any poison below 2 stars and effectively alleviate poisons between 2 and 5 stars. Ordinary steel gun. Ordinary handgun. A total of 55 gray crystals were expended, and fortune smiled upon him, as most rewards were indeed useful to him. Wang Hao discarded his ordinary shoes and donned the 1-star sneakers, which miraculously adjusted to fit his feet perfectly. The equipment produced by the roulette possesses this remarkable feature. Otherwise, specifying exact sizes for rewards would be exceedingly unkind to the survivors. He tested the fit of the shoes, remarking, "In my previous life, I only changed into 1-star shoes after nearly 3 months. Now, it has taken me less than half a month." Wang Hao rummaged through his bag, retrieving a 1-star enhancement potion. With the one just acquired, he now held 4 bottles in total and promptly twisted open one, downing it in one swift motion. Chapter 19. The Enhancer's Food Chain, Preparing for Rain. The liquid transformed into a warm current, coursing through Wang Hao's limbs and bones. Compared to the comfort of previous potions, this experience was particularly agonizing, as if a massive mallet were relentlessly pounding every cell in his body, causing him to clench his fists tightly. Having undergone this once before, he was mentally prepared. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely screamed in agony, collapsed to the ground, or even fainted from the pain. This level of suffering equated to having someone shatter your bones inch by inch. Wang Hao gritted his teeth and endured the relentless waves of pain from the potion. After 3 minutes, a sensation akin to the relaxation following a sauna enveloped him, and he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Wang Hao felt the transformation within himself and exclaimed with delight, "With a full foundation, I have advanced to 1-star. My strength now surpasses what it was in my previous life after consuming a single foundational potion, perhaps several times over. Those unaware might mistake me for a 2-star. Each ascension to a new star level required breaking through the limits of human capability, and pain was inevitable. Yet ascending was rather straightforward. Simply consume the potion corresponding to the desired star level. For instance, to advance from ordinary to 1-star, one consumes a 1-star enhancement potion, and to transition from 1-star to 2-star, one consumes a 2-star enhancement potion, and so forth. However, this was the least desirable path. The food chain of enhancers is divided into 4 tiers. The first tier consists of high foundation powerful profession. The second tier is high foundation ordinary profession. The third tier comprises average foundation profession. And the fourth tier is average foundation no profession. The food chain determines victory or defeat, that for factors such as skills and equipment, unless one possesses a significant advantage over their opponent. They have little impact. There exists, however, an even more formidable path. The path traversed by the strongest among humanity, one of the emperors among the 4 monarchs. High foundation, powerful profession honor medal. The key lies in the honor medal. With it, the emperor can easily overpower the 4 monarchs. Unfortunately, Wang Hao was unaware of the intel regarding the honor medal, or rather, in his previous life, not much crucial information had been disseminated after all. No powerful individual would leisurely divulge their affairs. There was no benefit in doing so, and it would appear rather foolish. The few explosive bits of information that did surface were often inadvertently revealed by former companions or classmates of the individuals involved. Wang Hao glanced at the wall, his fingers curling like claws as he pried off a chunk of cement, subsequently kneading it like a ball of paper, causing grains of sand to fall through his fingers. The power he gained after ascending to the next star level was truly terrifying to onlookers. He would undoubtedly appear monstrous, and they would keep their distance. Wang Hao continued to consume the remaining 3 1-star enhancement potions, his attributes surging once more. Now, with 4 foundational 1-star enhancements, he could easily dispatch not just 1-star monsters, but even 2-star foes with relative ease. Initially, he had planned to fully develop his ordinary foundation before heading to City Z. But now, with the presence of a refining device, he felt compelled to first exploit the 1-star roulette in the area he was familiar with. After leaving City H, the intel he possessed would dwindle. Wang Hao had spent a considerable amount of time in City H and was well aware of many valuable details that could be capitalized upon. He aimed to convert as much of that knowledge into tangible benefits as possible. Suddenly, he recalled his close friends and several female confidants. They rarely mentioned their pasts, leaving Wang Hao at a loss for where to find them now that he desired to reconnect. Forget it. If we haven't crossed paths yet, it simply means our fates have not aligned. Descending the stairs, Wang Hao found Zhang Mingyao and the others had just finished crying, their eyes swollen and red. Upon seeing him, apart from Zhang Mingyao, the others displayed expressions of fear and anxiety. Huddling behind her, it must be said, the Zhang family's genes were formidable, a household full of beauties. The older ones exuded a mature charm, while the younger ones were pure and pleasing to the eye, each scoring no less than 8 out of 10. How go? Zhang Mingyao addressed him, then turned to Qin Lian, saying, "This is my second aunt." Next, she gestured towards a demure girl beside her wearing round-framed glasses. "This is my cousin, Zhang Yushu." After introducing the 5 individuals present, she finally introduced Wang Hao. "This is Wang Hao, my classmate." The 5 stood in stunned silence. Classmate? Could the ferocity with which Wang Hao had annihilated Chen Daji and his ilk possibly belong to a mere student? If one were to claim he was a notorious criminal, they would find that far more believable. Wang Hao did not see Xiang Ru, so he settled onto the sofa and inquired, "Has Xiang Ru not returned yet? She just told me she went out to hunt zombies for fun." Zhang Mingyao replied, "That crazy woman seems to have developed a taste for bloodshed." Wang Hao noticed Zhang Mingyao hesitating to speak and understood. "You, or all of you, can follow me without issue, but let me make it clear. I do not support those who do not contribute. You must earn what you desire through your efforts. Consider it carefully before proceeding." Wang Hao is in need of manpower. Otherwise, adhering to the conversion rate of 30 gray crystals equaling 1 green crystal, relying solely on himself would yield limited results. Even if he could kill until his hands ached, he might only manage to spin the roulette 3 or 4 times, and the time spent would be considerable. While the crystal drop rates for ordinary individuals do not match his own, a broader effort would yield greater returns. Moreover, the cultivation cost would be significantly lower. Killing zombies and overcoming fear was achievable without exceptional physical prowess or skills. If he provided a bottle of the soon-to-be common ordinary enhancement potion as a reward, it could further motivate them to perform actively. In truth, there existed an even better method for acquiring crystals at this stage: spinning the roulette to obtain an AoE damage artifact for zombie slaying. In his previous life, numerous factions had exploited this to clear vast areas, feasting on crystals abundantly. However, the probability of obtaining such an artifact was quite low, and one could not rely solely on this route. Currently, Wang Hao sought to cultivate a group of subordinates, knowing they would eventually prove useful. Zhang Mingyao exchanged gleeful glances with Qin Lian. They had actually conspired to follow Wang Hao before he descended. Fearing he might reject them, as pampered young women, they were uncertain of their next steps. In their view, the fear of killing zombies was overshadowed by the dread of Wang Hao denying them even the opportunity. "We have considered it," Zhang Mingyao asserted earnestly. "You will lead us from now on." Wang Hao took a few sips from a bottle of mineral water and replied, "Let me be clear. You must unconditionally obey my commands. Harbor no ulterior motives, including acts of kindness or compassion. Otherwise, you will learn that being merciful to others can be a form of cruelty to oneself." A chill ran through the others as they absorbed Wang Hao's words, his deep and icy gaze reminding them of his ruthlessness. My second aunt is the general manager of the group. She is more suited to lead us. Zhang Mingyao interjected, but was interrupted by Wang Hao, who fixed his gaze upon her. "Are you instructing me on how to lead?" He preferred to cultivate a blank slate rather than an experienced schemer. Zhang Mingyao's complexion paled as she stammered. "And no, I wasn't. I will have Xiang Ru bring you along tomorrow," Wang Hao said, retrieving an assortment of ordinary weapons he had collected earlier, including a steel knife, dagger, and steel gun. "Choose weapons that suit you. Tonight, you should practice basic movements such as swinging, chopping, and thrusting." Chapter 20. The disparity in status, the shock of the 4 girls. The 4 girls nodded in confusion. Zhang Mingyao had laid the groundwork. Accepting the reality was one thing, but actually participating in such activities was another matter entirely. Transitioning from a life of comfort, where they had never even lifted a finger, to wielding weapons against terrifying, bloodthirsty zombies was a stark and challenging adjustment. Particularly for Qin Lian, the general manager of a conglomerate, overseeing tens of thousands of individuals, with a net worth in the 9 figures. She was a paragon of competence and allure, easily scoring a 9.2 in both beauty and physique, easily fitting the mold of a leading lady in a contemporary urban novel. Now, she found herself beneath the command of a student, a scenario that would have been deemed unbelievable had it been discussed in the past. Wang Hao placed the remaining fruits and 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot on the table, looking towards the group and asking, "Who among you can cook?" Several individuals shook their heads in dismay. In affluent households, there were maids, and they had scarcely set foot in the kitchen, incapable of even boiling noodles. Observing their reactions, Wang Hao leaned back against the sofa, washing fruits with bottled water while consulting the instruction manual to prepare a self-heating hot pot. Understand, initially he had intended to use the hot pot as a base for his noodles, but now he had to settle for a more convenient option, saving himself the effort of cooking. The group quickly divided tasks. Some washed the fruits. Others studied the manual, while a few sought scissors to cut open the hot pot ingredient packets. Before long, Zhang Yesha handed him a snake fruit, but he took a large bite, watching the several young ladies busy themselves on his behalf. Feeling a delightful blend of enjoyment and visual pleasure. Having endured hardship in his past life, he relished this rare moment of respite, feeling as if a meteor had fallen upon him. With time to spare, he naturally intended to relax thoroughly. "Brother Hao," Zhang Yeshu adjusted her glasses nervously. "That my mother suffers from shoulder periarthritis, and I've learned a set of massage techniques. Would you like me to help relieve some tension?" Wang Hao nodded. "Are you still in school?" "I study at Tsinghua University. That I recently participated in a national competition and stopped by home on my way back." Zhang Yeshu began to massage Wang Hao's shoulders. Tsinghua University is a prestigious institution, a dream for countless parents hoping their children could gain admission. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also academically gifted. For Wang Hao, his own academic standing was merely average, unable to reach the heights of Tsinghua. Gradually, he closed his eyes, finding her technique quite adept and soothing. Meanwhile, a group of over a dozen individuals, armed with various melee weapons, stealthily infiltrated the shadowy confines of Shangyu Garden, coincidentally encountering a strikingly beautiful woman with fair skin and an elegant figure, who leapt into action, delivering a powerful punch that sent a zombie crashing to the ground. The zombie, furious and relentless, attempted to rise. It was met with a barrage of blows from the woman, its skull shattered and blood splattering everywhere. "Wow, this woman is fierce," a member of the group exclaimed. "How could I not have any thoughts about such an exceptional woman?" Despite their adeptness at dispatching zombies, several of them were enhanced individuals, yet they had never witnessed such ferocity, especially from a woman. When Xiang Ru glanced their way, they felt as though they were being stalked by a beast. Instinctively growing wary and cautious, "I am Sun Yin," said the tall figure with a buzz cut, clad in camouflage pants, who was the leader of the group. He approached Xiang Ru and said, "We are from the Survivor's Paradise. Each one of us an elite. Would you be interested in joining us?" "Not interested. You all seem pathetic compared to my man," Xiang Ru replied, brushing past Sun Yin. Her words struck harshly in the ears of the onlookers. "Pathetic? I'd love for her to experience my prowess." They believe she had likely never encountered anyone formidable. "Our brother Yin has downed several potions. Who could possibly contend with him now? If she ever faced her man, brother Yin would undoubtedly wipe the floor with him." Sun Yin, unfazed by Xiang Ru's words, called out, "All right, let us find a place to rest for the night, that we need to gather crystal cores tomorrow. We should take advantage of the fact that not many have discovered the roulette's potential yet. Let us spin a few more rounds." The group nodded and departed in a direction away from Wang Hao. Meanwhile, Xiang Ru, finding no zombies in the garden, ventured out to hunt, tirelessly working until midnight before returning to her quarters. So they called her a madwoman. While others, limited by their visibility, were prone to encounter monsters that thrived in the night. Most sought shelter after dusk. Yet she, without hesitation, charged forth, relentless in her pursuit of zombies. Ascending to the master bedroom on the second floor, Xiang Ru gently pushed open the door, gazing at Wang Hao sprawled on the new sheets. Her eyes warmed with desire, and she hurried to the bathroom to wash off the blood before donning a silk, dark green nightgown she had found along the way. Emerging, she slipped into Wang Hao's bed like a siren. He had awakened when she ascended and, inhaling the delightful fragrance of her body wash, said, "Tomorrow, you'll teach Zhang Mingyao and the others how to kill zombies that don't let them get themselves killed. I still need them to gather crystal cores. That I just brought back over 10 crystal cores for you," Xiang Ru replied, tracing circles on Wang Hao's chest. "Come on, behave yourself. That don't disturb my sleep." Wang Hao replied in a low voice, "I'll chop your hand off. That I'm sorry. I've made a mistake." Please, punish me severely, Xiangru said, envisioning a scene that was too violent to describe. The narrative continues for several thousand more words. The next day, Wang Hao appeared slightly fatigued as he set out with Zhang Mingyao and others, preparing to venture a few kilometers to a KTV in search of a star roulette. They bore varying degrees of apprehension on their faces. Even the well-traveled Qin Lian felt a tinge of anxiety, for the frenzy of the zombies was notorious, their combat prowess far exceeding that of ordinary humans. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. As Wang Hao exited the garden, he encountered several zombies wandering the road. With swift precision, he dispatched them one by one, cleaving their skulls with his axe. Moving so quietly that the zombies remained oblivious to his approach until their demise, he extracted the crystal cores from their heads and made his way towards the 10 o'clock direction, effortlessly dispatching 3 more zombies along the way before vanishing from the sight of Xiangru and the others. Zhang Mingyao, accustomed to witnessing Wang Hao's ruthless efficiency against zombies, felt no surprise. However, for Qin Lian and Zhang Yushu, it was their first encounter, leaving them profoundly shocked. The blood-soaked corpses on the ground bore no resemblance to the terrifying, relentless zombies they had envisioned. Why were they so weak? In Wang Hao's presence, they didn't even stand a chance to retaliate. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were unaware of how they met their ends. Is he really your classmate? Qin Lian exclaimed, astonished. Though the truth was hard to believe, it was indeed the reality. Zhang Mingyao glanced at Xiangru and remarked, "She is still Brother Hao's classmate." When they first met, they were as unfamiliar as strangers. Unfamiliar? This implied that Wang Hao was exceedingly ordinary. Qin Lian was eager to learn more about Wang Hao, curious about the circumstances that could transform an untested student into a decisive, battle-hardened warrior within just a few days of the apocalypse. Chapter 21. 2-Star Roulette. Unexpectedly obtaining a zombie-slaying artifact. The weakness of zombies lies in their brains. Xiangru's voice brought the group back from their astonishment. Zombies possess singular attack patterns. Conquer your mental fear of them, and you'll find that killing them is not particularly challenging. I will demonstrate how to slay them using your weapons. After that, it will be up to you. The group nodded earnestly, their overnight mental preparation culminating in this moment. Meanwhile, Wang Hao navigated through the buildings, successfully arriving at Xingzue KTV, which was adjacent to the road. There were about 10 zombies at the entrance that he swiftly dealt with a few obstructing zombies before stepping into the KTV. Immediately assaulted by a pungent mix of blood and decay that filled the air. Every few meters, a decaying corpse lay sprawled on the ground, their faces grotesquely disfigured. In his memory, this KV had been occupied by a minor faction, the Wang gang, which Wang Hao and around 20 others had eradicated. According to their leader, they had only recently arrived, and the prompt on the roulette's activation button confirmed this, indicating that, by the timeline, this KV was now unclaimed. Wang Hao examined the wounds on the corpses closely, noting their claw-like shapes with smooth edges and the absence of signs of struggle, suggesting that the assailants had sharp claws, were adept at ambushing, and possessed considerable speed. In the early days of the apocalypse, the only monsters fitting such criteria were. Wang Hao proceeded with clarity, ascending to the second floor via the stairs, where he encountered about 10 more corpses, some human and some zombies. Clearly, the assailants regarded this place as their territory, with the motto kill or be killed. Wang Hao walked directly into the third private room on the right, where he found a green roulette sitting askew between the sofa and the floor. It was similar to the ordinary roulette he had upgraded, featuring a total of 8 sections. Here is hoping for a 1-star profession scroll. Wang Hao reached out to touch the roulette's activation button, which instantly turned blue. The number of sections remained unchanged, but the rewards had altered. In addition to retaining the 4 rewards from the 1-star roulette, the ordinary roulette rewards had been replaced with 4 new ones. Weapon class, 2-star, equipment class, 2-star, supplies class, 2-star, and 2-star enhancement potions. The probabilities had also shifted. The best reward from the 1-star roulette, the 1-star enhancement potion, had its probability rise from 2.1 to 6.7, while the next best, the weapon class, 1-star, increased from 8.9 to 13.2. 1 roulette, 1 wong. The probability of the 2-star enhancement potion was even lower than that of the previous 1-star enhancement potion. At just 1.9, It felt as though he was gambling with his life. Sighing, Wang Hao noted that the number of sections remained unchanged, implying the absence of any surprises like profession scrolls or question marks. Yet, Being able to use one-star crystal cores to turn the roulette into a two-star was already immensely satisfying. That he retrieved the crystal core refining device, proportionately extracted 180 gray crystals from his backpack, placed them in front of the device, and activated it. The panda's eyes emitted two beams of crimson light, enveloping the gray crystals, which subsequently began to vanish at an observable pace. After approximately 10 seconds, as they completely disappeared, specks of green light emerged within the red glow, coalescing into 6 complete green crystals. After a strenuous battle, he had finally acquired these 6 green crystals. Wang Hao did not complain. He merely felt a pang of regret, for having something to exchange was already a significant advantage. Others wishing to obtain green crystals would find it impossible, even if they possessed a truckload of gray crystals. This merely underscored the necessity of expanding the team. Wang Hao stowed away the refining device and picked up one of the green crystals to activate the roulette that as the pointer began to accelerate. It abruptly halted in the area representing equipment. 1 star. The 1-star Adventurer Eye, white double cap. This cap has been reinforced based on a standard model, preventing loss during high-speed movement. Wang Hao picked up the cap that had fallen from the roulette and donned it, thus protecting his head and addressing his one visible weakness. It is no exaggeration to say that even if several ordinary firearms were aimed at him simultaneously, they would struggle to even graze his skin, let alone take his life. Not bad. The first spin yielded a practical piece of equipment. Wang Hao retrieved 2 more green crystals and spun the roulette for a second time. This time, the pointer landed in the area representing supplies. 1 star. 1-star healing potion. Enhances recovery for those with a reinforcement level below 2 stars. Provides accelerated healing for those at levels 2 to 3 stars. Ineffective for those above 3 stars. Excellent. Even when injured, Wang Hao felt no fear. Just as he was about to spin for a third time, a sudden chill swept over him from behind. Under the dim light, he spotted a mutated cat, its eyes pitch black and its size slightly larger than an ordinary cat, lunging at him with its claws aimed directly at the back of his head. The mutated cat struck when one was most relaxed, moving swiftly and without warning. That it is no wonder that so many had perished in the KTV alongside the zombies. One could hardly defend themselves against an attack when unaware of its onset. Unfortunately for the cat, it encountered Wang Hao, who, sensing the imminent threat, swiftly turned and swung his axe downwards. The mutated cat collided with the axe blade. Its body cleaved in two. As the axe met a solid object, Wang Hao casually plucked a gray crystal from the ground, then glanced at the half-black, half-gray claws of the slain mutated cat. Raising an eyebrow and muttering, "If I had arrived just a bit later, it would have almost evolved to 1 star." His thoughts were somewhat absurd. While others feared the mutated cat, he was contemplating raising one. Wang Hao nonchalantly turned around, retrieved the last 3 green crystals, and initiated the third spin of the roulette. The pointer whirred rapidly, aiming for a 2-star enhancement potion. A 2-star enhancement potion. At his current stage, the 1-star enhancement potion could be obtained through the regular roulette, while spinning for a 2-star potion would certainly result in a loss. However, if he could procure a 2-star potion, he would seamlessly transition into 2-star status as soon as he reached the maximum 1-star foundation. He watched as the pointer slowed, briefly passing over the equipment category, before finally stopping just adjacent to the 2-star enhancement potion, landing instead in the area representing weaponry. 2 stars. That 2-star flame gun emits a straight line of fire upon use. Any target that comes into contact with the flames will ignite within seconds and, powered by crystal cores, the higher the core's level, the greater the flame gun's potency. Although the outcome deviated from his initial expectation, the flame gun was indeed an extraordinary tool for exterminating zombies, especially effective in confined spaces. Wang Hao had once witnessed a team wielding flame guns incinerate hundreds of zombies in mere seconds. The sight of the exposed crystal cores within the charred remained stirring envy within him. What a delightful surprise! In pursuit of a 2-star potion, he had inadvertently acquired a flame gun. Wang Hao slung the flame gun, resembling a rifle, over his shoulder as he exited the KTV, contemplating a suitable location to test its power. Chapter 22. 1-star zombie. A desperate act. Wang Hao's gaze fell upon a 5-story building to the northwest. This would do. The shorter buildings flanking it provided a potential escape route should anything go awry. As he stealthily approached the corridor, just as he was about to turn into the neighboring street, a cacophonous roar pierced the air, followed by a hushed voice urging calm. "It's just a zombie. accompanied by panicked footsteps. The zombie's voice lacked such a menacing quality. Could it be? Wang Hao moved toward the sound, glimpsing a wide street capable of accommodating 3 vehicles side by side, where a group of 4 was confronting a particularly muscular zombie, its bulk dwarfing their heads, a fierce 1-star zombie indeed. A smile crept across his face. It was just as he suspected, that 1-star zombie, frenzied. The strength of a frenzied zombie is several times that of an ordinary one, capable of smashing through concrete walls with a single punch. Its most troublesome attribute is its relentless assault, striking like a tempest. Even a momentary lapse in energy could lead to a brutal demise that moment. The 4 individuals tightly gripped their iron rods and knives, encircling the frenzied zombie. One particularly slender youth, resembling a bamboo shoot, nervously declared, "I'll distract it. You all find a chance to kill it." The other 3 nodded in agreement. The youth struck the ground with his iron rod, intending to bait the frenzied zombie, which instantly turned and charged towards him with a deafening roar. Oh no! The youth was caught off guard by the zombie's speed, just as he attempted to evade. He had already taken a step forward. The zombie's fist sent him flying, bones cracking beneath the skin. Eyes wide, the youth soared into an adjacent shop, toppling several large wooden tables, silence following his impact. 1-star zombies were not something an ordinary person could withstand, especially one as powerful as the frenzied variety. The remaining 3 were left in shock. How was this zombie so different from those they had encountered before? 1 punch, and it killed a person. This was far too terrifying. Reality was not turn-based. The frenzied zombie would not wait for them to react. After sending the youth flying, it immediately lunged at another. It intended to devour all 4 of them today. "Help me." The individual targeted by the frenzied zombie fled in panic, suddenly feeling a gust of wind behind him, the world around him spinning chaotically. The remaining 2 witnesses, seeing yet another companion struck down by the frenzied zombie, ran even faster, their hearts racing with terror as they screamed, "What kind of monster is that? Humans are no match for them." The 2 suddenly noticed one individual not only refusing to flee, but actively charging toward the beast. They thought to themselves, "Is he insane, seeking death? Doesn't he realize how the last 2 perished?" Roaring, the frenzied zombie spotted Wang Hao as if it had found a plump duck, raising its massive arms with a thunderous roar directed at him. Wang Hao, however, merely raised his hand, effortlessly catching the zombie's fist. The frenzied zombie seemed momentarily stunned. "This human caught my punch. Its fists were powerful enough to kill someone with a single blow. Is that so?" Wang Hao scoffed disdainfully, tossing aside the axe he held. The axe spun through the air, cleaving the frenzied zombie's head in 2. It toppled backward, its body twitching in an agonizing refusal to accept defeat. Wang Hao's combat prowess was astonishing, despite both being classified as 1-star. He had dispatched the frenzied zombie in a single exchange that, if merely speaking of strength, was insufficient for understanding. This blow served to illustrate the disparity in foundational strength. The fleeing pair, having heard no further roars, instinctively glanced back, and that single glance left them frozen in place. What? That person killed the formidable monster. They would never forget how the frenzied zombie had slain their companion, feeling utterly powerless against its might. Initially believing Wang Hao was heading to his demise, they now realized he was there to hunt. This young man was terrifyingly formidable. Wang Hao stepped forward, grasping the axe embedded in the frenzied zombie's skull. Giving it a twist, upon encountering a solid object, he exhaled in relief. Fortune favored him, as a green crystal emerged. To be honest, it was a rare opportunity to encounter a 1-star zombie. Failing to procure a green crystal would have felt exceedingly unfair. Extracting the green crystal from the zombie's head, Wang Hao suddenly noticed a horde of zombies emerging from a nearby building, drawn by the commotion caused by the frenzied zombie. The sound of dozens of footsteps was truly intimidating. "Come, a bunch of fools," Wang Hao shouted as he sprinted towards the rendezvous point he had predetermined. The zombies, encountering such an audacious human for the first time, were incensed and engaged in a furious pursuit after him. Nearby, the echoes of zombies responding to the commotion reverberated, shaking the ground beneath them. The 2 who had taken refuge in a nearby shop were utterly astonished, contemplating what that individual was doing. Wondering why he was provoking the zombies, in mere seconds, no less than hundreds of zombies were in hot pursuit of Wang Hao. This scene would have instilled fear even in an army. This is what it means that there are always greater forces beyond the human realm, one murmured. Daring to venture out and kill zombies? That's nothing. He directly attracted a horde of them, thanks to the one-star shoes. Wang Hao felt as if he were gliding on the wind, his speed remarkably swift. The zombies surging from all directions failed to graze the hem of his clothing, trailing behind him in a futile chase. He dashed into a 5-story building, pushed open the fire escape door, and ascended the stairs. The horde of zombies that followed crashed through the door, furious and jostling into the stairwell. Wang Hao gripped his fire-line gun. Retrieving the green crystal he had just acquired from his pocket and inserted it into the slot near the gun stock he pulled the trigger. The green crystal spun rapidly, emanating a radiant glow. And a straight line of fire suddenly shot forth, piercing through the throng of zombies. Those struck by the fiery projectile instantly ignited, transforming into fiery beings as the flames rapidly spread to their unsuspecting companions. The staircase from the first to the second floor was instantly engulfed in flames. Lacking any sense of pain, the zombies continued to roar and charge toward Wang Hao, yet large portions of their flesh were reduced to charred remnants by the intense heat. Their bones crumbling to dust at a mere touch. After just a few steps, they collapsed in disarray. Truly, the fire-line gun appeared in the wake of the disaster, less than a month ago. It was outrageously overpowered. The fire-line gun was a 2-star weapon, and when combined with the green crystal, it wielded such immense power that even 2-star monsters would require several hits to withstand it. Let alone these ordinary zombies, that it was akin to a level 20 player battling against a level 1 player in an online game. How could one even begin to compete? Roar, roar, outside the building. Zombies continued to pour into the staircase, only to be dragged into the inferno by their still-burning comrades. Wang Hao gazed at the glowing crystal core amidst the flames, his smile nearly splitting his face. In his past life, he had only watched others slay zombies, reveling in their joy. Now, he was experiencing the thrill of the hunt himself. Once no more zombies dared to enter, Wang Hao ceased his assault, patiently waiting for the flames in the stairwell to subside before beginning to collect the crystal cores scattered among the remnants. In this bout of extermination, he had undoubtedly vanquished several hundred zombies. After toiling for nearly an hour, he tossed the collected crystal cores onto the platform between the first and second floors, then retrieved the refining device, directing it at the pile of cores. Activate. The panda eyes emitted 2 beams of red light, enveloping the crystal pile. After approximately 10 seconds, the original heap had vanished, transformed into 6 gray crystals and 26 green crystals. Chapter 23. The disappointing drop rate and the transformation of several women. Oh my, such a disappointing drop rate, Wang Hao exclaimed with delight. Less than 1,000 zombies and nearly 800 gray crystals dropped. It must be noted that the drop rate for zombie crystal cores hovers around 10%. Every 10 zombies yielding a single core is considered normal luck, whereas Wang Hao's drop rate was nearly 100%. That if the statistical powers of his past life were to learn of this, they would certainly shout there must be a cheat. It would be an offense not to grind a few more rounds, given that he had acquired the fire-line gun so early. Wang Hao stowed away the crystal cores and, sipping on a Red Bull, ventured outside. Half an hour later, he arrived 1 kilometer away, shouting to lure a horde of zombies into a pre-selected office building. Nearby survivors, witnessing this scene, assumed Wang Hao had lost his mind, believing he was inviting his own demise. Sigh. Another soul driven mad by the apocalypse. In a certain hotel room, 303, a scruffy man stood on the balcony, shaking his head, but he had chosen the most wretched path to death. Those monsters would devour him until not a bone remained. In a second-floor office, the leader of a small team observed as the zombies in the vicinity were lured away by Wang Hao. Ecstatic, he blew kisses into the air and exclaimed, "Brother, I adore you. I was just fretting about how to circumvent the zombies downstairs, and you came to my aid. Your sacrifice is not in vain. I shall never forget you." He then called out to his companions, "Quickly, gather your weapons, and let's head out." However, just when everyone assumed Wang Hao was marching towards certain death, the thunderous roars of the zombies began to diminish, eventually settling into silence. Moments later, a figure coated in ash emerged from the office building. Wang Hao, not a drop of blood staining his clothes. The survivors stood in a state of disbelief. What was happening? Where were the zombies? He had entered the building, effectively walking into a dead end. How could he emerge unscathed while being pursued by hundreds of zombies, ignoring the astonished gazes of those around him? Wang Hao swiftly made his way to the next location, employing the same tactic to lure the undead into a building for slaughter. WY-18-12, he had exterminated 3 hordes of zombies today. It should have been 4, but one horde was too numerous to manage, leading to a mishap. Nevertheless, he was satisfied. The number of crystal cores he had gathered was quite impressive. After refining them into green crystals, he found himself with a total of 89. This indicated he had dispatched thousands of zombies. How terrifying it was for a single person to slay so many. If he were to share this tale, he would undoubtedly be deemed a braggart. The survivors in the areas he had traversed were now at ease. For the next few days, their vicinity would be nearly devoid of zombies. Wang Hao returned to the KTV, investing 15 green crystals and spinning the 2-star roulette 3 times. 1-star tent. Collapsible to palm size for easy transport, expands to 60 square meters when fully opened, equipped with a double mattress and bedding, and features an automatic defensive mechanism against attacks below 3 stars that 1-star sentinel. Once set, it can monitor a radius of 500 meters, promptly notifying its owner of any threats. That 2-star Haina 2 backpack possesses 88 cubic meters of space, allowing increased capacity without added weight, and includes a freshness-preserving feature to keep perishable items such as vegetables and fruits fresh. Quite impressive. All 3 are valuable items that in fact, every product from the 2-star roulette is beneficial for Wang Hao at this stage. It merely varies in terms of practicality. The 1-star tent is self-explanatory. It guarantees a place to sleep wherever he goes, and its collapsibility eliminates the need to discard a tent each time he relocates. The sentinel is somewhat redundant, as there are currently few monsters near him, but it's always wise to be prepared. Wang Hao's favorite was the 2-star backpack, as he had grown weary of the hassle of freeing up space whenever his belongings multiplied. 88 cubic meters is quite substantial, capable of accommodating his needs for the coming months. The green crystals are a rare commodity, so Wang Hao opted to spin the 2-star roulette 6 times. Beyond that, unless he landed on a 2-star potion or weapon, it wouldn't be worth it. It would be more advantageous to spin the new 2-star roulette for better cost-effectiveness. The next 1-star roulette is at. Wang Hao opened his phone's notes, muttering, Jilin number 1 middle school, that I still have 74 green crystals left. Nightfall is approaching. I probably won't be able to venture out today. Tomorrow, I can make 2 more spins on the 1-star roulette, hoping to hit a career scroll that if luck is against me, a 2-star potion would suffice. Wang Hao transferred valuable items from the 1-star backpack to the 2-star backpack, deeming it unnecessary to carry food and drinks himself. He could find a subordinate to handle that. After tidying up, he retraced his steps. Meanwhile, not far from the Shangyu Garden, on the roadside, Xiang Ru leaned against a utility pole, observing Zhang Yeshu, who, with a steel spear in hand, faced a zombie with its belly torn open, its dry intestines exposed, menacingly lunging at her. Qin Lian and the others watched nervously, silently urging her to remain calm, to not panic. Zhang Yeshu's hands trembled. Her face pale, on the verge of breaking down. As the zombie raised its claw to strike, she recalled Xiang Ru's teachings, gritting her teeth as she thrust the steel spear into the zombie's eye. Then quickly withdrew and retreated, ensuring she wouldn't be caught off guard by a counterattack. Sure enough, Zhang Yeshu lacked the strength to slay the zombie. It lunged at her with renewed ferocity. Yet, she had already prepared for a second strike, swiftly delivering the steel spear once more, piercing through the zombie's brain. Thick, foul blood oozed down the spear shaft. Zhang Yeshu withdrew the spear and, in a frenzy, stabbed the zombie several more times until Qin Lian rushed over to embrace her, gently saying, "It's all right, Yeshu." Only then did she gradually calm down, tears of anguish streaming down her cheeks. "You all know how to kill zombies now. You've graduated." Xiang Ru stretched languidly, unimpressed, and remarked, "Teaching zombie slaying for nearly a day is more exhausting than actually going out to kill zombies." Though Zhang Mingyao and the others had grasped the fundamentals of zombie slaying, misfortune had befallen them. One sister had perished beneath a zombie's claw, reducing their group from 6 to 5. "That you've worked hard," Zhang Mingyao acknowledged, having come to appreciate Xiang Ru's prowess through the experience of killing zombies. Admiring how she could teach them to learn and master the art of slaying zombies in such a short time, it's nothing, just a bit boring. Before Xiang Ru could finish her thought, a group of people emerged from the diagonal corridor, their attention immediately drawn to the girls. Their eyes lit up to, "Oh my! Are we witnessing a gathering of celestial beings descending to Earth?" The poised charm of Qin Lian, the breathtaking beauty of Zhang Mingyao, the serene purity of Zhang Yushu, and more. Each girl possessed her unique allure. Any one of them could outshine a multitude of stars that in contrast to Xiang Ru's indifference. The other girls stirred a flurry of excitement among the onlookers, who longed to embrace and cherish them. Lin Guo, a bald man wielding a steel knife, grinned greedily. "We can't just let them go. Can we?" Chapter 24. Avenge your own grievances. Sun Yan's gaze remained fixated on Zhang Mingyao, contemplating her extraordinary presence, that he mused that he had encountered countless women, yet none could compare to her worthiness. If he were to win her favor, his life would be deemed meaningful. To know it was she who would be fortunate to be with him. Any woman could be dealt with easily. Sun Yan glanced at Xiang Ru and commanded, "When we draw near, you all should pounce on her with all your might and eliminate her. Anyone who shows mercy shall not escape my wrath." The bald man nodded and turned to relay instructions to the stronger members of their group. Meanwhile, Xiang Ru recognized Sun Yan and his companions as the survivors from the previous night's encounter at the Paradise of Survivors. Sensing danger from their predatory stares, she decisively declared, "Let us retreat." Without hesitation, Zhang Mingyao led her team quickly away. Sun Yan and his group, realizing their cover was blown, pursued them with abandon, soon catching up to the retreating Xiang Ru, and promptly split into two attacking factions. Sun Yan, the bald man, and three others launched a fierce assault on Xiang Ru, while the remaining 9 pursued Zhang Mingyao and her companions. Xiang Ru, undeterred, pressed forward, closing in on a burly man. She delivered an uppercut that intercepted his descending steel blade. Both were ordinary enhancers, evenly matched in strength. The man's knife momentarily faltered in midair, at which point Xiang Ru's prowess with her knuckle guard shone through. Withstanding the recoil, she seized the man's wrist and hurled him toward the approaching bald man. Immediately following, she turned to confront a lanky man behind her, who wielded a dagger and attempted to slash at her. She deftly leaned back, narrowly avoiding his strikes. His movements lacked finesse, making them easy for Xiang Ru to evade with agility. Seizing an opening in the lanky man's frantic attacks, she kneed him forcefully, sending him reeling. Although Sun Yan and his companions were merely ordinary enhancers, their street fighting skills were no match for Xiang Ru, who had undergone systematic combat training, including Muay Thai. She deftly divided the overwhelming numbers into manageable one-on-one duels, rendering them incapable of restraining her, as Sun Yan's crew closed in on Zhang Mingyao and her companions. Xiang Ru rushed to assist them. However, the lanky man, enraged, suddenly lunged at her, his face twisted in fury as he slashed at her abdomen with his knife. "Die!" he bellowed. Xiang Ru scoffed. "Is that all you've got?" As she stepped in closer, she deftly swiped her hand across the blade, igniting sparks, and then delivered a powerful punch to the man's gut. He staggered back, clutching his wounded belly, while she thought to herself that had he not been clad in ordinary attire from the roulette collection, her knuckle guards would have left him with gaping wounds. Just as Xiang Ru turned to offer aid, Sun Yan sprang from the side, kicking her several meters away, causing her to crash harshly to the ground. Gasping in pain, her neck pulsed with veins, and she curled up, pondering if he was truly a higher-tier enhancer. Given his superior strength, her instincts proved correct. However, Sun Yan was not a one-star enhancer. His enhanced strength stemmed from consuming 4 bottles of ordinary enhancement potions, 4 basic and 1 foundational potion. A significant disparity. Wait. The bald man and his companion rushed forward, intent on dispatching Xiang Ru. Just then, the lanky man yelled and, spitting blood, stormed over to deliver a brutal kick to Xiang Ru, sending her sprawling along the ground. The lanky man, fueled by pride, could not accept being bested by a woman twice. He relentlessly stomped on her, crushing her hands beneath his feet, eliciting blood-curdling cries from her as he continued to trample her. His face contorting with malevolence. "What good is your strength? You're still beneath my heel like a dead dog," he taunted, laughing maniacally. Xiang Ru, however, retorted with a laugh. "Is this your futile rage, you worthless fool?" Her words struck a nerve, inciting the lanky man to lash out with a kick aimed at her face. In that moment, Xiang Ru sprang up, despite her injured hand, biting into the man's cheek and tearing away a chunk of flesh. Blood sprayed onto her face as he howled in agony, pushing her away. "Ha ha!" Xiang Ru cackled, spitting out the bloody morsel. You seek to vent your frustrations, but you must first reckon with your own limitations. You dimwit, Sun Yin, growing increasingly anxious, barked, "Don't give that madwoman any opportunities. Quickly, kill her." The bald man and his companions felt a twinge of fear at the sight of Xiang Ru's frenzied state, yet they steeled their resolve in numbers and charged at her with their blades raised. Xiang Ru braced herself, but her ordinary clothing could only withstand 2 strikes before the third cleaved through, leaving a deep wound that bled profusely, staining her body scarlet. "Die." The bald man swung down with his blade. But as he prepared to deliver the fatal blow, a sharp crack echoed in the air. Blood erupted from the bald man's head as he collapsed to the ground, eyes wide in shock. The lanky man and his companion froze, stunned. Was that a gunshot? Bang, bang, before they could fully comprehend. 2 more gunshots rang out, causing the remaining 2 men, excluding the lanky man, to fall, blood spilling from their wounds. Xiang Ru gazed in confusion as a strikingly handsome and stoic man approached, firearm in hand. "How go?" she exclaimed, enamored. "It's my first time seeing you, and you look so cool. And the last time I see you. You're still so cool." Indeed, the man was Wang Hao. Having just returned, he encountered Xiang Ru in her perilous situation. With a distance advantage, he had decisively drawn the handgun gifted to him by Chen Daji. However, he hadn't fired a gun in nearly a year, yet his aim remained true. "I almost had my home robbed," he quipped as he leveled his firearm between the 2 remaining men. "It would be best if you don't make any sudden moves. My aim is both accurate and swift." The lanky man trembled, while Sun Yan's expression turned grave, that he realized Wang Hao was the legendary king of soldiers that people often spoke of, his marksmanship impeccable, taking down the bald men with ease. "Damn it. This madwoman has a formidable ally. This won't end well for us." Wang Hao reached in his backpack and tossed a vial of healing potion to Xiang Ru. "Handle your own grievances," he instructed. As she consumed the potion, the agonizing wound on her abdomen began to itch, and she looked down to witness it healing at an astonishing rate, leaving no scars behind. Even her severed hand was restored. This miraculous scene felt like a divine intervention to Xiang Ru, while Wang Hao considered it a mere everyday occurrence. Healing potions were capable of mending the injuries of ordinary enhancers with ease. Chapter 25, Paradise of Survivors. Cubs encountering a dragon. Are you frightened? Xiang Ru rose, stretching her body, and coldly gazed at the lanky man. "Now, I'm going to smash your mouth to pieces." The lanky man, taken aback, stammered, "No. This woman was just on the brink of death at my hands. How could she recover so quickly after drinking a potion? Let us talk it out." He faltered, but before he could finish, Xiang Ru lunged forward, landing a punch squarely on his mouth. The lanky man crumpled to the ground, while Xiang Ru unleashed a flurry of blows that pulverized his face. Witnessing this, Sun Yin felt a chill run down his spine. Realizing that if he remained passive, he would be the next target, he recalled how he had just barely perceived the bullet's flight. If only he could react in time to evade the first shot, he might turn the tide. Even if he couldn't avoid it altogether, as long as he didn't get hit in a vital spot, he still had a chance to counterattack. Time was of the essence. Sun Yin couldn't afford to dwell on his thoughts any longer, and he prepared himself and immediately charged at Wang Hao like an arrow released from a bow. Wang Hao fired, a bullet slicing through the air towards Sun Yin's face. In that moment, Sun Yin focused with unprecedented intensity, perceiving the bullet as if time had slowed down. That he pivoted just in time, narrowly dodging the projectile. "That I dodged it." Sun Yin rejoiced, continuing his advance toward Wang Hao. "Did you think you had already won? Fool! You'll pay for my brothers." Wang Hao merely raised an eyebrow, having not anticipated that someone would possess more than 4 bottles of enhancement potions. As Sun Yin closed in, he envisioned himself cleaving Wang Hao in half and couldn't help but grin wickedly. "You might not be aware, but shooting is my weakness." Wang Hao holstered his pistol and instead drew a hand axe, striking downwards with resolute intent. Sun Yin barely registered the flash of cold steel before his head split open, a grotesque smile still plastered on his face. As Wang Hao strode past him. Within half a second, he suddenly spewed blood and collapsed, the expression on his face morphing from one of triumph to a blend of agony and shock, but he must have been utterly perplexed as to why. After consuming 4 bottles of ordinary enhancement potions, he had met such an inexplicable demise that he'd this moment. Xiang Ru had brutally reduced the long-haired man into a pulpy mass, rising with a horrifying visage covered in blood and flesh. She faced Wang Hao with a light chuckle, saying, "Now that you've seen me like this, don't expect to stand back up again." Wang Hao approached, lifting Xiang Ru's chin and leaning down to seal her lips with his own. "The horde is coming that will speak after we returned." He caressed her cheek before turning to join Zhang Mingyao and the others, leaving Xiang Ru to bite her lip, deeply affected. How intriguing. Did I ask this the kind of romance that belongs to Wang Hao? Meanwhile, Sun Yan's men had ceased their assault on the women the moment Wang Hao fired his first shot. Witnessing the strongest 5 in their ranks fall one by one, particularly the effortless slaying of the mightiest among them, Sun Yan left them in a state of utter shock that to them, the rampaging Sun Yan had been invincible. Even retired soldiers had to bow before him. Now, however, Sun Yan had been killed in an instant. "Run, quick, flee!" The 9 men, stripped of their bravado, scattered in panic. Yet the gunfire echoed ominously down the silent streets, a blatant provocation to the zombies, who surged forth in a frenzy from every direction. The 9 encountered zombies wherever they turned. They were not enhancers, and their ordinary gear could not withstand the onslaught of dozens of the undead. In no time, they were all toppled one after another. The women's faces turned pale. "There are so many zombies. What shall we do? It feels like anywhere we go, we'll become the undead's feast. Let us head towards that building." Zhang Mingyao maintained her composure, glancing around before pointing to the nearest 3-story structure. Quickly, the 4 rushed toward the building, only to encounter a zombie with its legs mangled, lashing out at them. Qin Lian immediately plunged her knife into the zombie's eye, thrusting forcefully until it ceased to move. The other 3 wasted no time, working together to break the lock on the building's iron door. After a day of training, they had evidently developed basic survival skills. "You 3 go upstairs and block the zombies coming down," Qin Lian instructed before waving at Zhang Mingyao, urgently calling out, "Mingyao." Zhang Mingyao dispatched a pursuing zombie with her dagger and rushed to the door at the sound of Qin Lian's voice. Just as Wang Hao and Xiang Ru approached, "Xiang Ru," Wang Hao said, "you go and lure the zombies over." Zhang Mingyao and Qin Lian were taken aback. "What? Lure the zombies over? With the noise we're making? There must be hundreds of them. Bringing them here would leave us as nothing but scraps." "You're even crazier than I am," Xiang Ru replied excitedly, heeding Wang Hao's command. Moments later, she returned with a backpack and a terrifying horde of animated corpses. Just the sight of it made Zhang Mingyao's legs go weak. She could not comprehend Wang Hao's intentions. Did he truly wish to face hundreds alone? Was that even possible? Even with Xiang Ru, it was merely 2 people against an overwhelming tide of the undead. Wang Hao retrieved a flamethrower, and as Xiang Ru raced behind him, he unleashed a stream of fire, instantly igniting the zombies directly in front of him. He then swept the flamethrower to the left, and then to the right, engulfing the horde in an inferno. In an instant, the undead became charred remnants, collapsing to the ground as those that followed trampled over their fallen brethren. Zhang Mingyao and Qin Lian stood agape, disbelief etched on their faces. This was beyond comprehension. A single flamethrower had annihilated hundreds of zombies. Moments ago, they had been filled with dread, convinced that Wang Hao was overstepping his bounds. But what had seemed a cataclysmic crisis in their eyes was effortlessly resolved by him, as if it were just a trivial interlude in life. This man was formidable. "You've returned from your outing. And it's as if you've transcended humanity," Xiang Ru remarked, gazing at Wang Hao. "Once, you killed them one by one. Now, you've progressed to slaying them en masse." "Just a small occurrence," Wang Hao replied nonchalantly. "Mingyao, wait until the flames subside and retrieve all the crystal cores that be swift." Zhang Mingyao complied, and, alongside Qin Lian, went to assist those inside the building against the zombies descending from above. "How did you come across that group?" Wang Hao asked, moving a chair from a nearby shop and sitting down, while Xiang Ru settled on his lap, smiling. "Did I encounter them in the garden last night? They even invited me to join them. They didn't trouble me because I appeared formidable, but today, perhaps due to Zhang Mingyao and her companions being too conspicuous, they made their approach to be the way. They have a name, the Survivor Paradise." Wang Hao's eyes widened in surprise. "Are you certain it's the Survivor Paradise?" That man named Sun Yan introduced himself immediately. "How could I be uncertain?" Xiang Ru rarely witnessed such a reaction from Wang Hao and asked in astonishment. "What is the matter? Is the Survivor Paradise some formidable underground faction?" Chapter 26, Purple Crystal. Moral Coercion. Sun Yan Wang Hao was certain that the survivor paradise he encountered was indeed the one ranked 17th in the past. Led by none other than Sun, that he hadn't recognized him earlier, primarily because someone of Wang Hao's caliber would have had no intersection with Sun Yin. After all, being a 9-star warrior sounded impressive. But in reality, a single basic potion in an ordinary class would barely place one in the middle tier after several years. Wang Hao chuckled that in his previous life, he had not even had the privilege to meet Sun Yin. Yet today, he had dispatched him as if he were a mere supporting character. I wonder how Chindaji possesses such an exquisite crystal refinement device yet remains unnoticed. It turns out he crossed paths with Sun Yin. Wang Hao mused about the unpredictability of fate. Had he known how formidable Sun Yin truly was, he might have spared him a more dignified end. Nonetheless, it was merely bad luck on Sun Yin's part. He had collided with a prodigy during his formative years. It's nothing. Wang Hao shifted the topic. What is in the backpack you retrieved? I took it from one of their men on the way. Xiang Ru replied, pulling the backpack from the ground and unzipping it to reveal a trove of gray crystals. Wang Hao casually glanced inside and suddenly spotted a distinct gem among the pile. He reached in to extract it, revealing a beautiful purple crystal. Wow, a purple crystal! These are produced by 3-star monsters that at this point in time. The presence of 3-star monsters is still uncertain. How did Sun Yin and his group acquire this? The notion of it being a random reward crossed Wang Hao's mind. These former prominent figures truly had enviable fates. Had Wang Hao not intervened, considering the roulette from the Zhang family, Sun Yin would have received 2 random rewards. Damn, Wang Hao, who had struggled to reach 9-star warrior in his previous life, had never even caught a whiff of such fortunate rewards. Yet, what good was Sun Yin's fortune if he ultimately became a pawn for Wang Hao? The value of the purple crystal was immense. Then I'm going to spin the 4-star roulette. At the very least, I'll secure 3-star rewards. Wang Hao tucked the purple crystal away, having already determined its purpose. But before that, he needed to fulfill the intel from the 1-star roulette in his possession. Yes, the flames gradually extinguished during their conversation. Zhang Mingyao sensed the time was right and beckoned Xin Lian and the others to approach, ready to search the charred remains for crystal cores. All that transpired was also witnessed by nearby survivors, some astonished, others incredulous, as they beheld Wang Hao's prowess. Are we hallucinating from hunger? He single-handedly annihilated hordes of zombies. If they hadn't witnessed the zombies feasting on flesh and blood, exhibiting ferocious combat skills, they might have thought Wang Hao's actions were as effortless as slaying mere training dummies. What does this mean? Is he the chosen one? In apartment 502 across the way, a fashionable young man with headphones hung around his neck felt a pang of jealousy. Why does he have such powerful weapons while I do not? What makes him superior to me? This is infuriating. In the adjacent apartment, a girl observed Zhang Mingyao and the others, pondering aloud. Could it be that the reason he is so formidable is due to the cubes he consumed? The more she thought about it, the more convinced she became. Otherwise, it was inexplicable how Wang Hao possessed such extraordinary abilities. He must be in paradise. In apartment 601 next door, a man with a mustache leaned out, his gaze shifting between Xiang Ru, Zhang Mingyao, and Zhang Yeshu. Envy etched on his face. How lucky he is to have several stunning beauties. They all look like they stepped out of a painting. Incredible! 20 minutes later, the women finished collecting all the crystal cores. With more hands, the task was expedited. What had taken Wang Hao nearly an hour was completed in a fraction of the time. Approximately 523 crystal cores, Zhang Mingyao reported, the margin of error not exceeding 20. Let us head back. Wang Hao gently pushed Xiang Ru off his lap, rising and nodding. On the way, let us grab a few barrels of water. All right. Zhang Mingyao shielded Wang Hao with the group, tasked with clearing the path ahead. Though he did not require protection, it would be unthinkable for him, the elder brother, to engage with the zombies himself. What purpose would they serve otherwise? After walking nearly 200 or 300 meters, several survivors suddenly emerged from the surrounding buildings, followed by more who joined them. They encircled Wang Hao and his companions, their smiles ingratiating. Among them was a fashion-conscious youth, harboring feelings of resentment, who approached Wang Hao with a sycophantic grin. Elder brother, I am obedient. Whatever you ask me to do, I shall do. That you've already brought a few people along. So my presence one team matter. As he spoke, a woman with a child fell to her knees, weeping. Please save my child. We haven't eaten for nearly 2 days. Others chimed in, appealing to Wang Hao's compassion, urging him to allow them onto his vehicle. Brother Hao, Zhang Mingyao sought Wang Hao's guidance, asking, "Do I need to instruct you on how to handle this trivial matter?" Wang Hao replied coolly, "We are struggling to secure our own footing. Inviting more people in is a different issue altogether. It's not merely a matter of teaching. I fear that an influx of individuals may lead to chaos, dragging us down with them. Moreover, food is a pressing concern. More mouths mean greater pressure." Zhang Mingyao quickly weighed the pros and cons in her mind, scanning the crowd with a steely gaze. She coldly declared, "We shall not take anyone with us. I advise you to return. This is a warning, not a negotiation that if you obstruct our path, do not blame us for being merciless." With that, Zhang Mingyao brandished her dagger, and the others revealed their weapons as well. Most in the crowd recoiled in fear that a disheveled, middle-aged man, perhaps driven to desperation by the apocalypse, pointed an accusatory finger at Wang Hao and shouted, "You have the means. What harm is there in helping us? Will it lead to your demise? Can you not be a little less selfish? Have the values of mutual aid and solidarity been devoured by dogs?" Following his tirade, the man incited the crowd. "Come on, everyone. Let us see if they dare to make a move. Do they truly deserve to be called human?" Wang Hao's gaze was frigid that in essence, these individuals simply sought to exploit the situation. They had the audacity to come down from their perches, yet they hesitated to venture a mere 100 or 200 meters to a convenience store. Could he truly accommodate these people? What would happen when confronted with 100 or even 1,000? Was he expected to single-handedly vanquish millions? He was not a god, nor could he bear the burden of safeguarding everyone. Moreover, they were still in the novice phase, honing their skills against the singular threat of zombies, swiftly adapting to the rhythm of the apocalypse. Once a month passed and the torrential rain ceased, the monsters would run rampant. Even the weakest zombies would see their combat abilities enhanced by 100%, effectively squeezing out the survival space of ordinary people. According to statistics from a previous life, nearly 1/3 of survivors perished within 3 days after the rains ended. He had never encountered such selfishness before. If he possessed their abilities, he would undoubtedly protect everyone, that we are human beings, not zombies. I do not believe they would dare to act recklessly. Encouraged by the old man, others joined in the uproar, and the crowd began to stir, attempting to morally blackmail Wang Hao. Chapter 27. A Competent Leader. Aristocratic living Zhang Mingyao wrestled with her inner turmoil, realizing that if she hesitated further, her standing in Wang Hao's eyes would significantly diminish, that a competent leader would not allow irrelevant factors to cloud their judgment. She closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, then suddenly opened her striking eyes wide, her gaze sharp and resolute, and coldly commanded, "Kill." Zhang Yushu, closest to the old man, though the principles instilled during peacetime forbade her from taking action, could not ignore the memory of Shaoqin's death and the brutal reality that their group could not afford to carry those who would hinder progress. Without hesitation, she thrust the steel firearm into the old man's heart. The old man's eyes widened in disbelief, clearly astonished that they dared to strike. The onlookers fell silent, backing away, their earlier bravado evaporated. "Let us go." Zhang Mingyao led the group onward. "What kind of potent medicine did you administer to them?" Wang Hao turned to Ru, astonished. "Their progress is remarkable, that I merely taught them the basics of slaying zombies. Having one lunatic like me around is sufficient." Xiang Ru replied innocently, "However, their drastic change likely correlates with the death of one among them. That individual fell victim to indecision." Wang Hao understood that as they returned to the villa just before 8 p.m., they passed a water shop and loaded a truck with bottled water. "Feel free to indulge in food and drink," Wang Hao remarked, observing the exhausted women. "Those who wish to bathe may do so first." The women were taken aback that in these times of scarcity, when Qin Daji was in charge, they were barely fed, and bathing was an unattainable luxury. Thus, Wang Hao's generosity felt almost surreal. "As long as you follow me, you should not struggle to satisfy even the simplest of needs." Wang Hao noted the expressions the women cast in his direction and directly stated, "You must have heard Mingyao mention the matter of the potions, that if you perform well, I will not be stingy." Having spent time among various factions, Wang Hao concluded that ruling through brute force was not sustainable. Those beneath him could easily develop rebellious tendencies. The most effective approach was to balance kindness with authority, neither displaying excessive warmth nor raising his voice too high. The women's eyes brightened at the prospect of earning a bottle of enhancement potion, transforming into agile and powerful beings like Xiang Ru, bestowing them with newfound confidence. Ming Yao, I will keep half of those crystal cores. Bring the remainder tomorrow, and pay attention to whether there are any roulette wheels along the way. Wang Hao instructed, if the frame is gray, spin it about 10 times and then stop. Continuing further is not cost-effective, that if there are different roulette wheels, send me a photograph. Afterward, Wang Hao left a starry backpack and said, Xiang Ru, take this bag with you. Zhang Mingyao nodded seriously. Wang Hao called for Zhang Yeshu to prepare dinner, then ascended the stairs and entered the bathroom to wash away the blood and grime. Midway through, he suddenly sensed someone entering the room and attempted to protest. Haven't you nearly been beaten to death today? Aren't you tired? Xiang Ru pushed the door open, entered, and splashed a ladle of water onto her face. Grinning mischievously, you should thank the potion you gave me. I feel invigorated, or are you afraid? You can surrender. It's perfectly fine, afraid me. Wang Hao gestured for Xiang Ru to lean against the door. 2 hours later. As Wang Hao descended the stairs, he found only Zhang Yeshu remained in the hall. The others had likely succumbed to fatigue and gone to sleep. Zhang Yeshu stood by the window, sensing someone coming down. Turned to see Wang Hao and hurriedly said, Brother Hao, the rice has gone cold. Let me heat it up for you no need. Wang Hao, starving, grabbed the self-heating rice and devoured it, taking a hearty bite of a braised duck leg. Xiang Ru was relentless. She wouldn't let him leave until she called him daddy. After finishing his meal and sipping a chilled cola, Wang Hao reclined against the sofa. Did Ming Yao assign you to keep watch here? Yes, I'll stay until midnight when she comes to relieve me. Zhang Yeshu replied with a weary smile. Mainly, I can't sleep. Every time I close my eyes, I see Xiaoqin, and my mind is filled with the zombies I've slain and those people, calling for me to atone that you'll grow accustomed to it. Wang Hao shared his similar experiences, empathizing, if you don't act decisively, those who demand your retribution will be you. Brother Hao, you're remarkable. You handle everything with such composure. Zhang Yeshu, having witnessed the cruelty of the apocalypse, admired Wang Hao even more, struggling to fathom how someone just a few years older than herself possessed such godlike resolve. Wang Hao smiled. His abilities from a past life, while not the strongest, felt akin to having a cheat code in the current phase. May I rest against you for a while? Zhang Yeshu, fearing Wang Hao might misinterpret her intentions, quickly clarified, I mean no offense. Wang Hao opened his arms. Thank you, Brother Hao. Zhang Yeshu nestled into Wang Hao's embrace, akin to a drifting boat finding refuge in a harbor, feeling an unprecedented sense of security. The zombies pursuing her and the deceased vanished from her mind. Wang Hao reclined on the sofa, inhaling the faint scent of Zhang Yeshu, and soon heard her steady breathing that he chuckled softly. It had hardly been 30 seconds. Yet she had fallen asleep so swiftly. Unbeknownst to him, he too succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening, it was already the following morning. Zhang Yeshu, roused by his movement, slowly opened her eyes and, upon seeing Wang Hao's handsome face, smiled blissfully. Ahem. Hearing the cough, Zhang Yeshu's smile froze. Turning her head, she was startled to find Zhang Mingyao and the others in the living room, gazing at her with peculiar expressions. She let out a yelp, covering her face as she dashed upstairs. That's so embarrassing. What if Aunt Qin and the others saw me sleeping with Brother Hao? Wang Hao, unperturbed by the awkwardness, stood and entered the bathroom. The older sister, Chening, carrying a tray, followed him in and said, Brother Hao, here is a warm towel. It will feel lovely on your face. Wang Hao wiped his face with the towel. Indeed, it feels refreshing, he remarked, feeling his pores open up. Setting the towel aside, he noticed someone had already squeezed toothpaste for him and prepared a cup of mouthwash, momentarily feeling as though he was not in an apocalypse, but living an aristocratic life. At last, he experienced the joy of the wealthy. Wait, not all wealthy individuals wake up surrounded by goddesses in the eyes of countless onlookers that I don't even want to put in the effort anymore. Isn't it delightful to live a life akin to that of deities? After freshening up, Wang Hao emerged to enjoy the breakfast prepared by Qin Lian, that he turned to gaze at the sun-drenched sky, feeling as though he were in a dream. Yet he knew he must not grow complacent, that Yi Fan was an astute individual, brimming with cunning that in his previous life. His family fell victim for choosing the wrong side and was annihilated by the Gun Emperor among the four monarchs. It was said that he vehemently opposed that choice, possessing a keen sense of impending doom that surpassed that of ordinary people, who could tell how much things had escalated since then. The thought of Yi Fan's formidable nature struck Wang Hao like a bucket of cold water, prompting an internal vow to swiftly enhance his strength and seek vengeance for the betrayal he suffered. Chapter 28. Former Teammates. Unexpected gains. As he contemplated Yi Fan, the echoes of the Demon King's anguished cries and Yi Fan's derisive taunts reverberated in Wang Hao's mind. You, a poor orphan without parents, dare to stand on equal footing with me, Yi, the young master? Were it not for the foolish choices of the older generation of the Yi family, you wouldn't even be worthy of polishing my shoes. Wang Hao felt the sting of Yi Fan's contempt rekindle painful memories, his grip on the bread tightening until it crumbled in his hand. The atmosphere in the room turned icy, leaving Qin Lian feeling uneasy, pondering whether she had unwittingly triggered something that Yi Fan. I shall personally shatter your arrogance. Wang Hao's nerves tautened once more as he observed Qin Lian's anxious demeanor. He clapped his hands and remarked, I've just recalled some unpleasant matters. They are unrelated to you. He then stood and directed his gaze toward Zhang Mingyao, saying, If you don't return by nightfall, find a place to stay overnight. Zhang Mingyao nodded in agreement. Wang Hao shouldered his backpack and stepped outside, following his phone's navigation towards Jinlan No. 1 High School. He recalled that the one-star roulette was likely located in the high school section, though he would need to search room by room. As he approached the school gates, he suddenly heard rustling sounds from above and instinctively jumped back. 3 fist-sized black shadows plummeted from the sky, their front limbs striking the spot where he had just stood. This was the distinction between seasoned veterans and novices. While a novice might instinctively look up at the source of the noise, a seasoned one would recognize the potential danger. Wang Hao's decision to leap aside was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Cockroaches were revolting, especially the mutated flying ones. The sudden sensory shock was terrifying. He had often been disgusted by them in the past. Wang Hao discerned the true nature of the shadows and readied his hand axe. The 3 cockroaches, perhaps enraged by their failed ambush, screeched and charged at him in a fan formation, their barbed front limbs poised to strike. Just as Wang Hao was about to react, 4 men wielding steel knives and guns burst forth from an overhead corridor. Among them, a young man with natural curls led the charge, swiftly closing in on one of the cockroaches. With both hands, he thrust his steel spear, piercing its head. The young man was evidently a strengthened individual, and this blow decisively eliminated the cockroach. The other 3 quickly converged to deal with a second cockroach. Upon witnessing his companions fall one after another, the 3rd cockroach angrily shifted its focus, raising its front limbs like a spear, aimed directly at one of the men. The young man swiftly turned, ready to confront the cockroach. Zhang Jingyi. Upon recognizing the young man, Wang Hao was taken aback by the coincidence of encountering him here. In their previous lives, they had teamed up for a time, but eventually parted ways due to differing philosophies. After that, Wang Hao had lost track of him, that he was a refreshing presence amidst the apocalypse. Always eager to help others, believing that humanity should unite to overcome calamities. Even months after the outbreak, his spirit remained untainted. Wang Hao had admired Zhang Jingyi for his fervor in navigating the apocalypse. Zhang Jingyi stirred the cockroach's head with his steel spear and inquired of his companions, Don't you have any crystal cores? None, they replied, shaking their heads. How unfortunate. We've slain 7 or 8 cockroaches and found not a single core. After withdrawing his spear, Zhang Jingyi turned to Wang Hao and asked, Friend, are you all right? I haven't even had the chance to encounter trouble before you killed the cockroach. Wang Hao replied with a light chuckle. The broad-shouldered man, already disgruntled over the lack of crystal cores, exploded in anger upon hearing Wang Hao's dismissive tone. He pointed an accusing finger at Wang Hao, saying, What's your problem? We just saved you. And you can't even say thank you to them. It seemed that without their intervention, Wang Hao would have been devoured by the 3 cockroaches. After all, even Zhang Jingyi, as a strengthened individual, would struggle against 3 cockroaches. And Wang Hao, being a mere novice, would have stood little chance. That there's no need for thanks. Zhang Jingyi patted the broad-shouldered man's arm and explained to Wang Hao, Yes, just like that. He's not a bad person. It is quite dangerous for you to be out here alone. Would you like to join us for mutual protection? No, thank you. Wang Hao replied that he preferred to maintain his independence this time around. Each to their own is quite fine. That if you change your mind, just know that there are particularly many mutated cockroaches in this area. Many have fallen victim to them. That if you don't have urgent matters, you should leave quickly. After Zhang Jingyi finished speaking, he beckoned his companions to depart. Are they also heading to the high school? Wang Hao raised an eyebrow, noting the direction they were taking, and then stealthily made his way into the school, heading straight for the high school section. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after his departure, a swarm of cockroaches emerged from the shadows, crawling around the carcasses of the cockroaches Zhang Jingyi had slain, their antennae waving like antennas as they collectively turned their gaze towards the high school. As Wang Hao ascended to the second floor, he encountered no living beings, perhaps because the zombies had been lured away or for some other reason that he walked past the classrooms, quickly clearing the second floor before turning to ascend to the third. Have your hands been in history? It smells terrible. What good does it do to take off your socks? I was wrong. Sister Yin, please don't hit me. Upon reaching the top, Wang Hao overheard a girl chastising a boy. He followed the voice to the second-to-last classroom, where he found a typical roulette sitting on the back row desk. Zhao Meiyin, with her green hair and canvas shoes, was repeatedly slapping the head of a chubby boy. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow, unable to recall such a roulette being here, though he reasoned it was understandable given the years that had passed between his previous life and this rebirth. He had experienced so much that he couldn't remember the precise location of the one-star roulette, let alone a typical one. As he entered the classroom, the timid girl with yellow hair behind Zhao Meiyin tugged at her sleeve, saying, Sister Yin, someone is here. Zhao Meiyin turned to Wang Hao, noticing the axe in his hand. Instinctively, she stepped aside and remarked, Hey, handsome, your outfit is quite impressive. Wang Hao paid her no mind, instead approaching the roulette to upgrade it from ordinary to 1-star. Then retrieved a gray crystal from his backpack and placed it into the roulette. Zhao Meiyin's eyes widened as she noticed Wang Hao's backpack brimming with crystal cores. Wow, where did you find such a treasure? They had collected their cores from the hands of survivors who had been devoured by cockroaches, totaling only 4, while Wang Hao's stash numbered in the dozens. This was a stark contrast between the impoverished and the affluent. Wow, you're incredible. You have so many crystals all to yourself. Zhao Meiyin's earlier arrogance vanished, replaced by a beaming smile as she eagerly introduced her cousin. This is my cousin. Although this wasn't their first encounter, her experience was limited to just 2 people. Do you think you could exchange 5 blocks in an hour? Wang Hao replied, I can do it. Zhao Meiyin laughed, well, I need 10 blocks in an hour. Chapter 29. Fortuitous luck. A double surprise. The chubby boy stared in shock at Zhao Meiyin. That I'm here like a lapdog, not only failing to gain any advantage from her, but I'm also regularly subjected to her reprimands. And that guy hasn't even said a word, yet she is all over him. Wang Hao flicked a gray crystal towards him, saying, You all need to disappear from my sight immediately. With his newfound corpse-looting ability, he could earn gray crystals at a much faster rate, that a few gray crystals felt as trivial as loose change, easily expendable. All right. Zhao Meiyin hurriedly caught the gray crystal, dragging her cousin along as they exited the classroom. 1 gray crystal meant little to Wang Hao, but for them, it was a prize that required risking their lives to obtain. As silence enveloped him, Wang Hao resumed spinning the roulette. Hot pot set. Includes hot pot broth, fresh vegetables, meat, and various frozen products. Please consume promptly. Ordinary enhancement potion. Compressed biscuit X10. Mixed fruit flavor bread X5. Energy bar X2. Ordinary enhancement potion. 1-star enhancement potion. Wang Hao spun the wheel a total of 20 times, consuming 207 gray crystals, and obtained 3 bottles of the 1-star enhancement potion he desired, along with 10 resource rewards, for equipment rewards, and 3 weapon rewards. This exemplifies a method of spinning that does not lack for crystal cores. In contrast, during the earlier days when harvesting crystal cores was challenging, he rarely spun the wheel more than 10 times in one go. Wang Hao consumed the 3 bottles of potions, feeling every cell in his body incessantly divide and strengthen. A sensation of fullness overwhelming him, as if he could hardly wait to find a place to unleash his power. Currently, he possesses 7 basic potions, and this body gives him the confidence that he could easily overpower 1-star practitioners of lesser caliber. Wang Hao relished the thrill of becoming stronger. The ability to dominate practitioners is undoubtedly a terrifying prospect. That it is essential to recognize the vast disparity in capability between those who have and have not transitioned to a new profession even within the same rank. He could indulge in a hot pot meal upon returning. After all, he was weary of subsisting on bread and self-heating rice. Wang Hao gathered all his rewards and stepped outside, spotting Zhao Meiyin and her companions pressed against the wall. Still lingering, but he paid them no mind and continued his search for the one-star wheel. How many times did he spin the wheel? Zhao Meiyin murmured. Seems like 20 times. The blonde girl hesitated. Where did he acquire so many blocks? Is there some method we are unaware of? Zhao Meiyin recalled the impressive rewards Wang Hao had just received, feeling envious. 20 times. I struggle to manage even 2 spins. She pondered aloud. Does he perhaps have a fondness for fencing? Despite our beauty, he doesn't even cast a glance. Suddenly, Zhao Meiyin noticed the chubby boy beside her and playfully tapped his head. Look at you. Both being males, he dazzles like a spark of lightning. While you cower at the thought of collecting a block, the chubby boy shrank his head, thinking to himself that he was strong enough to pursue her. Was he foolish? Sister Yin, has your cousin sent any news? The chubby boy inquired. That he mentioned the day before yesterday that he had allied with a formidable leader and would call us over once things were settled. Zhao Meiyin opened her phone and remarked, I expect news shortly. That my cousin was quite the fighter in the village. Capable of taking on 2 opponents at once, that he'll surely make a name for himself in front of his boss. Meanwhile, Wang Hao meticulously searched each level and finally located the one-star wheel in the office on the 6th floor. Observing the rewards on the wheel, he rubbed his hands together and said, Class scroll, I would gladly exchange 10 years of singlehood as the Demon King for a class scroll. Demon King. Is that how you express courtesy? Wang Hao held his breath and pressed the activation button on the wheel. He could only recall 4 one-star wheels. If this one was a dud, he would have to trek over 10 kilometers to seek out another, that if luck was once again absent, it would severely hinder his progress. The wheel's outer frame instantly transformed from green to blue, with the rewards refreshed, and a scroll prominently appeared among them. The available regions increased from 8 to 9. Wang Hao was overjoyed. Demon King. I adore you. He had located the class scroll on the 2nd one-star wheel. Such luck would make anyone envious. However, as expected, the probability of landing on the class scroll was 1.5, even lower than the 1.9 for the 2-star enhancement potion. Wang Hao pulled out 74 green crystals and muttered, as long as the class scroll emerges, I can accept the loss of these crystals if they fail to yield a scroll. After all, hard investments will eventually pay off, which is certainly better than having no opportunity to invest at all. His mindset had settled. He no longer felt the same desperation as before that he exhaled and tossed crystal cores into the wheel. 1-star alloy knife. Not bad. The first spin yielded a 1-star weapon. Canned pork 1-star. X2. Made from the meat of 1-star mutated pigs, catering to the dietary needs of 1 to 2-star enhancers. 1-star enhancement potion. 1-star enhancement potion. 10-person large pot rice. 1-star contains rice, assorted ingredients, pork, chicken, etc. Ready to enjoy upon opening. 2-star enhancement potion. Wow! Wang Hao exclaimed upon seeing the potion that fell from the wheel. His smile almost splitting his face. With a probability of 1.9 for the 2-star potion, he had only spun 6 times before it appeared. His fortune seemed to have taken flight since his unexpected encounter with the ordinary wheel. Even if he failed to draw anything exceptional now, he would not feel regret. Exchanging 74 green crystals for a bottle of 2-star potion would be wholly satisfactory. After all, at this stage, the 2-star potion represents a significant reward. Entirely distinct from the 2-star potions that would only begin to circulate a few months later. Now that he possessed a 2-star potion, it meant he could advance his rank immediately, ensuring his strength surpassed that of everyone else. His luck had reached such heights that he wouldn't mind drawing a 2-star axe as well. Wang Hao, feeling greedy, continued to insert crystal cores into the wheel. 1-star breakthrough hand-eye, micro submachine gun. 2-star Guardian 2 black vest, portable Wi-Fi, 1-star 10 gigabit speed, ready to use, providing smooth internet in any location or environment. Note: for individual use only. Portable base station, 1-star signal enhanced tenfold, compact and lightweight, providing stable signal in any location or environment. Note: for individual use only. 1-star class scroll. Meet the requirements of a 1-star enhancer to change professions and gain formidable power. The specific profession is randomly determined based on the luck of the individual who draws the scroll. Wow! Wang Hao was dumbfounded. He initially thought desiring a 2-star axe was already excessively greedy, yet he had underestimated his ambitions and directly drew a scroll. First the 2-star potion, then the scroll. His luck today was utterly explosive. It could be said that the fortune of the Luck Empress was somewhat similar to this. The requirements for a profession change were quite simple, attaining the corresponding star level to the scroll. For instance, a 1-star class scroll requires a 1-star or higher enhancer to utilize. Chapter 30. Strength through adversity. Accompanying equipment. There are essentially only two professions, melee and ranged. The strength of a profession depends on talent. Upon transitioning, one randomly receives a talent, such as enhanced strength, speed, or stamina, with each attack imbued with effects reminiscent of axe energy, blood battle, team spirit, long-range shooting, and unerring accuracy, among others. The potency of a talent is gauged by the extent to which it enhances combat effectiveness. Wang Hao recalled encountering a sniper in his past life whose bullets could curve, utilizing silent shots that left opponents defenseless. The enhancement to combat effectiveness was immense. Such talents undoubtedly belong to powerful professions. Talent is largely a matter of luck. Each star level increase allows for one profession change, that in his previous life. He underwent 9 changes, but the talents he randomly received were either lackluster or mediocre. Wang Hao chuckled at the memory of receiving a ridiculous talent that enhanced defense during a 5-star transition, which had left him quite humiliated. Damn it, he thought, recalling how he had been ridiculed by his beloved confidant. The probability of drawing a melee or range profession from the scroll that emerged from the wheel was 50 each. With my current luck, it would be unfortunate to not draw a range profession scroll. Wang Hao contemplated as he clicked on the flickering icon on the wheel, and a metallic white scroll fell. He felt a twinge of anxiety. If it turned out to be a range profession, it would be catastrophic. Taking a deep breath, Wang Hao slowly unfurled the scroll, and several lines of black text immediately materialized. Melee profession scroll. Sign your name at the end to transition to a melee combat profession. Utilizing weapons such as swords, spears, axes, and halberds, and randomly receive a talent, with a certain probability of obtaining accompanying equipment. Nice, it didn't let me down. Wang Hao eagerly took the pen that accompanied the scroll and signed his name in the designated area. Suddenly, the text on the scroll erupted in brilliant light, blinding Wang Hao. Once the dazzling white light in his vision gradually dissipated, he found that both the scroll and pen had vanished, replaced by a silver dragon wound ring and a note filled with writing. It read, "You have successfully transitioned to a 1-star warrior, random talent. Strength through adversity. Strength through adversity. A warrior encountering a significantly stronger enemy will experience an increase in various qualities, theoretically with no upper limit. The stronger the encountered enemy, the stronger the warrior becomes. Congratulations on obtaining the warrior's accompanying equipment. Silver Dragon Ring. 1-star Silver Dragon Ring function. Grants a specific characteristic to the weapon based on what the warrior wields. Touching the ring will reveal the characteristic description. PS. The Silver Dragon Ring can be leveled up by defeating enemies." Wang Hao felt a shiver run down his spine. What day is it today? This luck is simply outrageous. The talent of strength through adversity reminded him of the strongest high school student in history. Unless it's a crushing match, the opponent will soon discover that this guy across from them becomes increasingly formidable as they fight. It can be said that with this talent, Wang Hao need not be overly concerned about what talent he would receive from future transitions. The accompanying equipment, which he had long believed to be inscribed on the scroll for all to see, had been a rarity he had never heard of anyone obtaining. IT indicated that the chances of acquiring accompanying equipment are exceedingly low. Wang Hao's smile grew wide. How many lifetimes of fortune have I expended to receive this accompanying equipment? Wang Hao adorned his middle finger with the Silver Dragon Ring, and, upon touching the ring's body, a virtual screen reminiscent of a futuristic world materialized before him, displaying Silver Dragon Ring level. 1-star function 1. Bestow weapon characteristics. The current weapon wielded by the bearer is a hand axe, which confers the explosive axe trait, allowing the bearer to swing the hand axe and trigger an instantaneous 3D printing feature, creating an identical hand axe that can be thrown. Upon impact, the printed axe will immediately detonate, inflicting damage on nearby targets. Function 2. None kill count. 0-500 today. Wang Hao found himself in a state of shock more times than he could count, his mouth agape in disbelief. The Silver Dragon Ring was astonishingly a piece of equipment capable of self-upgrading, a concept he had never encountered before. The weapon characteristics it imparted were remarkably formidable, effectively granting Wang Hao an area of effect skill. Was this not a case of fortune turning from adversity In his previous life, he had been plagued by misfortune. Now, in this life, luck seemed to be on his side. Wang Hao was elated. First, he had acquired a 2-star potion, then a class scroll, and now he had randomly obtained a powerful innate talent, along with a piece of equipment that could level up. His foundation was solid, and he possessed a formidable class. He was undoubtedly at the apex of the enhancement hierarchy. It is worth noting that building a solid foundation and class transitioning were not mutually exclusive. After transitioning, one could continue to strengthen their foundation until reaching the maximum, unless they advanced to the next star level, which would signify entering a new phase where further foundation building was no longer possible. Currently, he had 8 green crystals remaining. Wang Hao consumed the 2 bottles of 1-star enhancement potions he had just acquired, raising his foundation from 7 to 9 bottles. That he was now only 1 bottle short of reaching full capacity, but he gathered all his rewards and prepared to hunt zombies, intending to splurge on a 1-star potion to conclude the day on a high note. As he descended the stairs, Wang Hao fortuitously encountered Zhang Jingyi and his companions emerging from the building across the way, accompanied by 2 distressed young women. Zhang Jingyi nodded in Wang Hao's direction before turning to lead his group toward the main entrance of the school. Just then, a cockroach scuttled across the school wall and landed before them, its antennae rotating ominously. This cockroach was markedly different from those Wang Hao had previously encountered. It was a dark crimson hue, with longer and sharper barbs on its numerous limbs than a 1-star cockroach. Wang Hao squinted, realizing it possessed commanding abilities and never acted alone. Its appearance signified the presence of a horde of cockroaches nearby. No sooner had he spoken than a multitude of cockroaches surged forth from behind the 1-star cockroach, racing towards Wang Hao and his companions with alarming intent. Zhang Jingyi and his group turned pale at the sight, while the 2 young women, having never witnessed such a horrifying scene, trembled in fear, their lips quivering. Run! The group attempted to retreat to the classroom, only to turn and see swarms of cockroaches emerging from behind the building and the landscaped area. The horror of the scene was magnified tenfold compared to waking up at home to find a floor covered in cockroaches. Their scalp felt as though it might explode. The scale of the infestation was no less than 100. With just a few of them, they stood no chance against such a horde, likely to be devoured to the last bone. What should we do? I was perfectly safe in the classroom. Why did I agree to follow you? My demise is your fault. The 2 girls collapsed in despair, their eyes filled with hopelessness. You all lead them upstairs, Zhang Jingyi declared, realizing that any delay would mean certain doom. That I'll cover the rear. Just in time. Saves me the trouble of luring the zombies myself. Wang Hao, brandishing his firearm, swiftly inserted a green crystal into the chamber. That as he pulled the trigger, the crystal spun rapidly, and with a resounding crack, a brilliant beam of fire erupted, striking the advancing cockroach. Following this, Wang Hao spun in place, unleashing a barrage of fire that in an instant. The cockroaches were engulfed in flames, their piercing cries assaulting the eardrums of those present. Chapter 31. A precise shot. Ascending to 2 stars, the group, initially intent on fleeing, froze in disbelief at the sight before them. Wang Hao alone, armed with a single gun, was holding back a swarm of over 100 cockroaches. It was well known that a single cockroach could instill despair in most people, while 5 or more could leave even the most seasoned enhancers helpless. Over 100. This was nothing short of a catastrophe. He was originally this formidable. Zhang Jingyi marveled at Wang Hao, reflecting on their first encounter, realizing that he had never needed to intervene. A few cockroaches would hardly have posed a challenge for Wang Hao. It was truly unfathomable how this seemingly delicate young man was capable of such terror. Zhang Jingyi saved me. The tall man recalled his earlier conversation with Wang Hao, shuddering involuntarily. Had Zhang Jingyi not intervened, he might have already crossed the bridge to the afterlife. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The cockroaches writhed and collapsed, consumed by increasingly fierce flames, turning to charred remains. Even the 1-star cockroach struggled only slightly longer than a regular cockroach before meeting its demise. Wang Hao holstered his firearm and turned to Zhang Jingyi, who had just approached, genuinely expressing admiration. I underestimated you. I didn't realize you were this powerful, single-handedly clearing the area. Thank you for saving our lives. You all helped me extract the crystal cores, and that will suffice as repayment. Wang Hao replied with a smile, that no problem. Zhang Jingyi felt a deep sense of gratitude toward Wang Hao. Without his aid, facing such a horde of cockroaches would have left him feeling hopeless. Without a second thought, he agreed to Wang Hao's request. The others, who might have had reservations earlier, now held none. After all, Wang Hao was a formidable individual, and it was always wise to curry favor with him. Once the flames subsided, they dispersed to extract crystal cores. This is toxic. One person, digging into the first cockroach carcass, unearthed a gray crystal and lamented. We kill a few monsters and don't see a single crystal core, but helping others find cores yields one right off the bat. Are you trying to mess with my mindset? Wang Hao's doubling of the crystal core drop rate buff was effective only for the monsters he had slain. It did not require him to personally excavate the cores. Thus, they were able to extract crystal cores not due to their own luck, but rather because of Wang Hao's buff that my luck isn't as good as yours. The tall man extracted a gray crystal from the remains of a cockroach, stating, "I only got my first on the third one." This was clearly a self-deprecating remark. Acquiring one crystal from 3 kills was actually quite decent. As they continued to dig, others grew increasingly baffled by the crystal core drop rates, pondering whether individuals of exceptional ability received any bonuses that in comparison. Wang Hao's drop rate was astonishingly high. "Hey, handsome," one of the 2 young women, confident in her looks, approached Wang Hao and said, "Can I follow you? I'm very obedient. I'll do whatever you ask." As she spoke, a flirtatious smile danced on her lips. This man was impressive and not lacking in appearance. If she could attach herself to him, she would undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of her life, at which point her only concern would be what to eat each day, though that might lead to hunger. "Get lost." Wang Hao replied coolly that "Don't be so unkind." The girl protested, "Do you think I'm unattractive? I just haven't bathed in a while. I'm dirty right now. Once I clean up, I promise you'll be pleasantly surprised." Wang Hao reached out and pinched her face, a suffocating sensation flooding her senses as a devilish voice echoed in her ears. "Dio, you think I'm joking with you?" I'm sorry, the girl, feeling the chilling intent in Wang Hao's words, was gripped by a terror akin to witnessing a sea of blood and floating corpses that in that moment. Her thoughts were consumed by a singular desire to survive. She gazed up at Wang Hao with wide, fearful eyes, stammering, "No, please don't kill me. That I promise I'll keep my mouth shut and disappear immediately." Wang Hao casually tossed her aside. She tumbled several meters away, disregarding her pain as she scrambled behind her companions, trembling and burying her head between their feet. Not long after, Zhang Jingyi and the others finished searching all the cockroach bodies and approached Wang Hao with 2 backpacks in hand. He accepted them, weighing them in his hands. Based on experience, the 2 bags likely contained around 70 to 80 gray crystals combined. "Thanks." Wang Hao transferred the gray crystals into his 2-star backpack, nodding at Zhang Jingyi before stepping outside the school gate to continue hunting for gray crystals. What a super expert, but unfortunately, he's a lone wolf, unwilling to team up with others. Zhang Jingyi sighed inwardly, wishing Wang Hao would join their group that he instructed. That commotion earlier probably attracted quite a few zombies. "Let's hide upstairs for a bit before heading out." The group assisted the 2 young women and returned to the building. 3 hours later, Wang Hao once again stood before the 1-star roulette. Having refined 24 green crystals in his backpack, that he mused that spinning the 2-star roulette now required 12 green crystals, although the chances of obtaining a 1-star potion were higher than that of the 1-star roulette. Spinning twice without yielding anything would be quite disheartening. Today, however, his luck was unparalleled. He could undoubtedly try his hand at the 1-star roulette. Weighing the pros and cons, Wang Hao tossed the green crystals into the 1-star roulette, and the needle began to spin rapidly. Suddenly, with a crack, it came to a halt, and a potion bottle fell out of the roulette. Wang Hao was taken aback. "Did I ask my relative hiding in the roulette?" This was absurd. It was as if it couldn't even be bothered to go through the motions, directly bestowing the best reward from the 1-star roulette. Today, his luck was indeed extraordinary. Even the goddess of fortune would have to step aside. Wang Hao picked up a 1-star enhancement potion and downed it in one gulp. The liquid transformed into a warm current, coursing through his limbs and bones. However, this time he experienced a little sensation, akin to drinking in solitude, lacking the fervor he felt previously. Without hesitation, he took out a 2-star enhancement potion and consumed it. Wang Hao's robust physique trembled as if all his bones were being shattered and reassembled. A relentless cycle of destruction and formation, each iteration more agonizing than the last. Even breathing felt as though his nasal passages were being cut by a knife, with a splitting headache that made him involuntarily cry out. This torment lasted for 6 long minutes. When it concluded, he was drenched in sweat, and many previously vague memories, some even forgotten, became startlingly clear. His cognitive faculties sharpened to an unprecedented agility, and all his senses were heightened. With a full foundation, he ascended from 1-star to 2-star, marking an epic enhancement in his capabilities. The calamity had only erupted 12 days prior, yet here he was, a 2-star done on this very day in his past life. He recalled still being troubled about leaving the coffee shop. Wang Hao clenched his fist, reflecting that at this stage, at least 90% of the populace were not enhancers. His situation was indeed extraordinary. Today, fortune smiled upon Wang Hao, allowing him to successfully acquire the rewards he had planned for, thus advancing his journey to Z City in pursuit of the lucky ring that he could set forth by tomorrow morning. Once the lucky ring was secured, he would have the opportunity to deal with Yi Fan. Chapter 32. A rare moment of leisure. Zhang Ru's exquisite flourishes. Damn it. I can't seem to master this. Should I use the remaining green crystal or not? Wang Hao pondered. Ultimately, he decided against the allure of the 1-star Will's reward. He would save the green crystals to exchange for blue ones, and perhaps. On another day, spin for a 2-star vocational scroll, he retraced his steps back to the villa, encountering several teams embarking on quests for resources or hunting zombies for their crystal cores. The network was still operational. Word regarding the crystal cores and the wheel must have spread in his previous life. It was around this time that humanity struck back, with survivors boldly traversing the streets, engaging in bizarre skirmishes just to slay a single zombie. A sight that heralded hope. Humanity had triumphed over disaster. Regrettably, a month later, the harsh reality would reveal to humanity who truly held the power. Upon returning to the villa, Wang Hao found that Zhang Ru and the others had yet to arrive. He retrieved a bottle of cola from the refrigerator and reclined on the sofa, indulging in a rare moment of tranquility. But he took out his phone to catch up on some previously unwatched dramas. As evening approached, Zhang Mingyao and her companions returned, weary from their expedition. They were taken aback by the sight of empty snack bags, sunflower seed shells, and Wang Hao, leisurely reclining on the imported sofa, engrossed in his phone. ISNT at the apocalypse. How can he be so comfortable like a homebody from the past? How go? Zhang Mingyao approached him and whispered, "Let me report on the gains from our outing." "Not in a rush. Let us chat while we eat. Enhancers get too hungry on regular food," Wang Hao replied, cracking a spicy sunflower seed. He then rose to fetch a hot pot set from his bag, saying, "Set up the pot, and call me when you're ready. We just happened to gather fresh vegetables and mushrooms." Upon hearing there was hot pot, the fatigued women perked up, swiftly moving to set the table. Soon, a dual-flavor hot pot was prepared, its aroma of beef tallow wafting through the air. The women, after washing up, all appeared stunning, each a feast for the eyes, while Wang Hao was the sole male at the grand table. This life was truly splendid. Wang Hao dipped a piece of fatty beef into a fragrant oil dip before savoring it. The combination of beef tallow and fragrant oil with cilantro was simply divine. He noticed the women were hesitant to pick up their chopsticks, and he encouraged, "No need to be formal. Just make yourself comfortable. Eat up." Only then did they begin to eat. Coming from prestigious families, they understood decorum. Although Wang Hao had not explicitly stated anything, as the leader, everything naturally revolved around him. They could only start eating after he did. Goddesses remained goddesses. Their poise was genuinely captivating. Even when tempted, they ate gracefully and slowly. In contrast, Wang Hao was the epitome of a rugged it can be said. Wang Hao remarked while munching on lettuce that we collectively harvested 31 crystal cores and found 2 ordinary wheels. Zhang Mingyao reported while eating, "Though she put down her chopsticks to continue, we followed your instructions and spun the wheel that we received a bottle of ordinary enhancement potion, 5 pieces of ordinary equipment, 2 weapons along with various vegetables and mushrooms." Wang Hao nodded. "What is the average strength level now?" "Everyone can now face 2 to 3 zombies individually," Zhang Mingyao responded. Achieving this indicated that they were making significant progress. However, this was their limit. After all, physiological differences meant women generally didn't match men's physical prowess. Wang Hao retrieved a bottle of ordinary enhancement potion and several pieces of equipment from his backpack. Placing them on the ground, "No need to count. Zhang Ru, along with the one in your hand, you can distribute these 2 bottles and the equipment among yourselves." "Thank you." How go? Zhang Mingyao exclaimed with excitement. Although the ordinary enhancement potion was of little consequence to Wang Hao now, acquiring it and gaining strength was something they had long anticipated, and now their dream had finally come true, bringing them immense joy. How go? Zhang Yusha said, placing a spoonful of duck intestines into Wang Hao's bowl. How considerate of her! Wang Hao thought, his gaze then catching sight of Zhang Ru, who was playfully swaying seafood mushrooms. Also, Wang Hao feigned ignorance. We will set out for Z City tomorrow morning. The women had no home to return to, so they naturally had no objections to his plans. However, upon hearing Z City, Zhang Ru's expression changed. She set down her chopsticks and stood, stating, I'm full. You all eat. Wang Hao sensed something amiss with Zhang Ru. After finishing his meal, he headed upstairs and found her on the balcony swing, gazing at the moon partially obscured by clouds. For the first time since they met, Wang Hao saw Zhang Ru so earnest. You seem to have reservations about my trip to Z City, he stated directly. Can we not go to Z City? Zhang Ru retorted with a frown. I have unpleasant memories there that I have compelling reasons to go that if you don't want to, you can wait for me in Z City. Wang Hao refrained from probing into her memories. Digging into someone's scars was a foolish act. Zhang Ru would speak of it when she was ready. Some things must be faced in due course. Can I truly evade them for a lifetime? If it were possible, I would take vengeance on those brutes. After a long contemplation, Zhang Ru looked up at Wang Hao and declared, I will accompany you to Z City to prevent you from being bewitched by those seductive harlots. Forget about me. You drank the 4 bottles of potions I left on the table outside, Wang Hao remarked, watching Zhang Ru exit while he sat on the swing, fiddling with his phone. Suddenly, he heard a commotion and looked up to see Zhang Ru approaching. Her lips painted in a striking red, exuding allure. She donned a blue silk jacket, but what truly captivated attention were the black stockings adorned with English letters. Good heavens, Balenciaga, with the added charm of the swing. This little enchantress was clearly ready to make an impression tonight. The following day, Wang Hao and his group set out. Given the intercity journey, the quickest and safest route was the highway, barring unforeseen circumstances. They would reach Z City by evening. Last night, according to their contributions, Zhang Mingyao distributed 2 bottles of ordinary enhancement potions to Qin Lian and Chening, the most formidable zombie slayers. Wang Hao was pleasantly surprised by Qin Lian. He had anticipated her, as the only elder in the team, would need time to adjust to the disparity of the new world. However, she adapted swiftly to the apocalyptic rhythm, exhibiting the decisiveness she had as a former general manager, dispatching zombies with remarkable efficiency. Though others did not receive potions, they were allotted equipment, enhancing their chances of survival for at least 2 or 3 encounters. Strange, remarked Zhang Chaoying, the youngest in the group. Upon observing the survivors on the street, there are more people than zombies. Indeed, there were more people today than yesterday. However, the reason for this was that Wang Hao had cleared the area. Otherwise, given the original number of zombies, these individuals would have certainly been too frightened to venture out. Chapter 33. A visit to the dock. Shining CC upon spotting the group of women, passers-by were initially captivated by their beauty. Their gazes transfixed, momentarily forgetting their grim surroundings. Should any zombies appear nearby, these individuals would soon learn the meaning of beauty being a double-edged sword. Yet upon noticing Wang Hao surrounded by these stunning women, they felt an acute pang of envy, akin to tasting a sour lemon. This lad had quite the appetite, bringing along 6 breathtaking beauties in such dire times. Should misfortune strike, he wouldn't know how he perished. Here comes trouble, someone shouted, causing the crowd to turn towards a group emerging from a passage between the buildings. That I told you he would come out by noon. Otherwise, it would be trouble. Look, someone is about to teach him a lesson. He is unfortunate, encountering the wrong person at the wrong time, meeting with La Shou, a notorious thug known for his ruthless methods of debt collection in this area, that he has been responsible for severing limbs, and has spent several stints in confinement. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, he has become one of the most sought-after individuals. The crowd, upon seeing the ragtag group of 5, revels in schadenfreude. La Shou's notoriety amidst the chaos speaks volumes of his prowess, clearly surpassing that of ordinary in their eyes. Wang Hao's encounter with La Shou is a test of wits. Knowing how to tread lightly is prudent, but to challenge him, that would be a death sentence. La Shou approaches Wang Hao with a cold demeanor, while the women grip their weapons tightly, waiting for Zhang Mingyao's command. What a coincidence! La Shou breaks the ice with a chilling smile. eagerly retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Offering one to Wang Hao. I am La Shode. I had the fortune of witnessing your impressive feats the other day, and came specifically to pay my respects. The onlookers are taken aback. What is happening? Is this the same La Shou who is feared for his merciless nature? Why does he seem like a sycophant? La Shou, initially presumed to be threatening the women, instead adopts a submissive posture, leaving everyone in disbelief. Wang Hao understands that La Shou is referring to his previous actions against the zombies, that he accepts the cigarette, casually tucking it behind his ear, and replies, "We are in a hurry. Let us talk another time." "Very well," La Shou replies with a forced grin, stepping aside. Safe travels. After Wang Hao departs, La Shou's underling approaches, bewildered. "Those women are more beautiful than stars." "Boss, are you just letting them go?" "Fool, are you seeking death?" La Shou scolds, forcefully patting his underling's head. "Do you know why the zombies in this area diminished overnight?" "It was him who did it." "What?" The underling gasps. "Was it during the zombie outbreak the other day?" "I thought something else had drawn them away." He acts swiftly, and you lot are oblivious to the normalcy. La Shou nods. "That I happened to be by the window and witnessed him lead away a horde of zombies. He is still alive, but the zombies are gone. Who else could have done it?" The underling inhales sharply, realizing the impressive capabilities of the seemingly delicate young man. Indeed, La Shou's homage is well-deserved. To provoke him would be akin to lighting a fuse in a public restroom. Others begin to piece together the situation. A young man with tangled hair expressing his fears. La Shou isn't sick. There must be a reason for his unexpected servility. That person must have done something to instill fear in La Shou, leading him to seek a cordial relationship. That was close. I had the desire but lacked the courage. Almost got into trouble. The young man in hip-hop pants gazes enviously. He is truly a cut above in this apocalypse, surrounded by a bevy of beauties. Even La Shou, known for his ferocity, dares not raise his voice. Others feel envy, recognizing that their own safety is a result of the diminished zombie presence, allowing them to venture out. Unlike Wang Hao, who boldly escorts several women into the fray at the Shining CC bar. Shortly after the disaster erupted, it was liberated by a group led by Zhou Peng. They established their footing, expanding their ranks to dozens, erecting simple defenses at the entrance to this moment. A young man wearing bean-shaped shoes brandishes a small knife in front of Zhao Meiyan and her companions, boasting, "This knife is sharper than an ordinary cleaver. It slices through zombies like butter. I can take down a zombie with a single stroke. Brother Peng admires my prowess and intends to nurture my talents. With me, you need not worry about safety." Yes, the young man is Zhao Meiyan's cousin, who joined the team to search for supplies and happened to pause to escort the three. "Wow, cousin!" Zhao Meiyan exclaims in admiration. The blonde girl beside her sparkles with excitement. "One stroke per zombie. How impressive." "This is nothing," the cousin boasts, chin held high. Brother Peng's crew is formidable. They are enhancers. Do you know what an enhancer is? They can shatter walls with a single punch and run faster than athletes. The last time a fighter challenged Brother Peng, he sent that man flying with a single kick before he even realized what happened. The three are left in a Is this the strength a person can possess? Zhao Meiyan wonders. Just then, she spots a group approaching from 100 meters down the road and recognizes one of the men. Exclaiming in astonishment, "How did that expert end up here?" "Who?" her cousin inquires, turning to look. "The expert we met at the school. He somehow acquired a plethora of cubes and spun the wheel like 20 times. Zhao Meiyan recalls, her envy palpable. "That thing is incredibly rare. I saw several bottles of the serums you mentioned 20 times. The cousin is taken aback. Although he had never spun the wheel, he had heard that Zhou Peng could only manage 8 or 9 spins before it jammed. This man spun it 20 times, not to mention the treasures he must possess. "Cousin, we must go meet Brother Peng. This is a significant opportunity." Elated, her cousin drags Zhao Meiyan into the bar, relaying Wang Hao's tale to Zhou Peng, who becomes intrigued. 20 spins? A backpack full of crystal cores? But he is audacious, bringing several women along, indicating he must possess remarkable skills. Directly confronting him may not yield favorable results. Zhou Peng ponders deeply. Considering the difficulty of acquiring crystal cores, which typically requires slaying several zombies, that if I can seize that man, I could at least acquire their equipment. That if he truly has a backpack full of crystal cores, I would be striking gold. "You take care of this," Zhou Peng instructs his cousin. "Once it is done, I will provide you with a complete set of gear." You will become a vital member of the team. The cousin beams with delight. This will be easy. Wang Hao remains oblivious to the attention he has garnered. As he crosses the street, he notices Qin Lian dispatching zombies ahead and asks, Mingyao, how much farther? About 2 kilometers, Zhang Mingyao responds that I just checked. The highway we're on is not too congested. That it seems we could drive part of the way. Wang Hao nods. If they can drive, it would significantly reduce their travel time to City Z. Just as they approach an apartment building, a sudden, loud announcement erupts from the second floor. Jiangnan Leather Factory. The Jiangnan Leather Factory has gone bankrupt. The owner owes 350 million and has fled with his sister-in-law. Today, wallets originally priced at over 100, 200, or 300 are all just 20. Everything is 20. The women feel a chill run down their spines. Such a ruckus in the apocalypse, right above them, seems intent on drawing them into danger. Quick, take cover. Wang Hao, upon hearing the faint voice from the second floor, instructs Xiang Ru, go upstairs and take control of those people. He picks up a stone from the ground and forcefully smashes the speaker on the second floor. Turning back to the women, upstairs, Xiang Ru kicks the apartment's iron door with a force that showcases the power of an enhancer, leaving the others in awe of her strength, secretly resolving to match the prowess of Qin Lian and Chuning. To be honest, if it had been them attempting to kick the door, they might have broken their legs without success. As the women ascend the stairs, zombies begin pouring out from every possible exit, converging rapidly. Within moments, the once empty street is teeming with the undead. Zhou Ping's cunning plan of using the living as bait to eliminate his adversaries without any effort proves effective, leaving those trapped with no escape. Ultimately consumed by desperation. Though unaware of who orchestrated this, Wang Hao feels grateful, recognizing it as a fortunate turn of events. Standing before the apartment elevator, he readies his fire weapon, pointing it at the narrow doorway that barely accommodates 2 people side by side. In the next instant, a horde of zombies frantically surges into the apartment, their mouths frothing, revealing rows of sharp teeth as they howl in a terrifying frenzy. The average person would likely succumb to fear. Trembling in terror, Wang Hao pulls the trigger, unleashing a straight shot that strikes the fastest zombie, igniting a chain reaction that swiftly spreads to the surrounding horde. In an instant, the apartment entrance transforms into a blazing inferno, with the rampaging zombies collapsing into charred remnants, scattering bits of their bodies around. Zhou Ping's methods are indeed impressive, yet they have encountered the advanced version of Wang Hao. What could have been a deadly horde is turned into a fortuitous opportunity. Brother Hao is so cool. Zhang Chaoying gazes at Wang Hao's silhouette, starry-eyed. To have such a leader is our great fortune. Although several women had witnessed Wang Hao's prowess, the shocking scene left their hearts in turmoil. No matter how many times they beheld it, the others found it difficult not to concur with Zhang Chaoying's words. Wang Hao's demands were indeed high, yet he treated them with genuine kindness. He held the trigger of the firearm firmly until the cacophony of corpse howls outside dwindled to but a few before he ascended the stairs. On the second floor, Zhao Meiyin and the others glanced at their cousin, curled up on the ground in agony, then turned their anxious gazes towards the cold-faced Xiang Ru. What should they do now? Had they known, they would not have followed their cousin into this mess. He was far too boastful, claiming he could take down a zombie with a single stroke, yet he couldn't even defeat a woman. Upon entering the room, Wang Hao was taken aback to see the familiar Zhao Meiyin and remarked, "You've got some courage, knowing my strength yet still daring to provoke me. Big brother, this has nothing to do with us." Zhao Meiyin quickly pointed to her cousin, decisively throwing him under the bus. "I saw you and immediately informed my cousin about your revolver, and he related to his boss. They're the ones who wanted to mess with you. What could I, a mere woman, do?" Seeing the greed in Wang Hao's eyes, he narrowed them and asked, "Who is his boss? Where is he?" "His boss is called Zhou Peng," Zhao Meiyin hurriedly replied, "at the Shining CC bar." Wang Hao's brow furrowed slightly. Zhou Peng was an old acquaintance. He was the second boss Wang Hao had followed after leaving a Wang in his previous life, having spent a total of 2 months under him. The relationship between Wang Hao and Zhou Peng, or indeed with most of the bosses he had encountered, could be simplified as that of a worker and an employer. Wang Hao toiled diligently for a mere morsel of sustenance, devoid of any complicated sentiments. To put it bluntly, the boss had no interest in socializing with an ordinary subordinate. Thus, once Wang Hao established his own standing, he was disinclined to bow to others or share the spoils of his hard-fought victories with those who merely expected it, all while they feigned goodwill. Regrettably, by the time Wang Hao allied himself with his friends and cherished companions to form his own faction, the world had already stabilized. His newly formed group faced constant oppression from established powers and was perpetually exploited. He often reflected on the many opportunities he had missed, realizing he should not have squandered time under a boss with no promising future. Big brother, I'm not very familiar with him. Given my cooperation, can't you let this little woman off the hook? Zhao Meiyan fluttered her lashes and smiled sweetly. For free, my cousin and I can accompany you for a few days. How about that? She was calculating in her mind. Despite the stunning women surrounding Wang Hao, perhaps he had grown tired of delicacies and might appreciate something simpler, that if she served him well, wouldn't she soar to new heights? Her cousin glared at Zhao Meiyan, a surge of anger igniting within him. Suddenly, he erupted and punched her squarely in the face. You damn traitor! Just half an hour ago, you were all cousin this and cousin that, and now you claim we're not close. You're more pathetic than the scum in the alley. You're useless, only good at boasting, dragging me into this mess. Is it wrong for me to fight for my life? Zhao Meiyan spat blood onto her hand, noticing her broken teeth, and clawed at her cousin in fury. You bastard! I'll fight you to the end. Wang Hao withdrew from his distant thoughts. Observing the two bickering like dogs, he turned to give Xiang Ru a glance before leading his men downstairs. Xiang Ru's eyes sparkled with excitement as she rubbed her hands together and grinned. Daring to harm Brother Hao, I'll have some fun with you. Moments later, the room echoed with anguished cries. The women shivered involuntarily, thinking it might be better to perish at Wang Hao's hands and fall into the clutches of this madwoman. You all gather the crystal cores that I will return shortly, Wang Hao declared, pulling out his phone to navigate to the bar, striding purposefully toward it, that we need to move quickly and finish gathering the cores before Brother Hao returns. Zhang Mingyao urged the others to expedite their efforts. Chapter 35. Single-handed annihilation, barehanded bullet catching in his previous life. Wang Hao parted ways amicably with Zhou Peng, harboring no grudges. Should the circumstances permit, they might even share a drink upon their next encounter. However, now Zhou Peng not only coveted Wang Hao's possessions but also sought his life. There was no way Wang Hao would spare Zhou Peng. 10 minutes later, Wang Hao spotted the bar's sign, and the lookout noticed him as well. Under the direction of the enforcers, one was about to leap over a makeshift barricade of cars to inquire about his intentions when Wang Hao bellowed. I'm here solely for Zhou Peng's life. Anyone who stands in my way shall be killed. A group of people exchanged bewildered glances. Was this person joking? One man dared to audaciously claim he wanted their boss's life. They were taken aback that he must think himself quite charming. The enforcer scoffed. Shao Jie, show him what we're made of. Shao Jie brandished a dagger and vaulted over the car, swiftly approaching Wang Hao. Kid, this isn't a place for you to act tough. Go die, he shouted, lunging at Wang Hao's chest with his blade. How ruthless, to come in swinging for a kill. You have misunderstood my leniency, Wang Hao said, for he was not one to indiscriminately slay the innocent, that if they heeded his warning and departed, they could spare their lives, that if they chose to ignore it, then Wang Hao would have no choice but to unleash his wrath. He sprinted forward, swinging his axe across Shao Jie's face, and his mocking grin was severed in an instant, half of his head tumbling to the ground. The wound was horrifyingly smooth. The onlookers stared in shock at the blood spraying from the lifeless Shao Jie, their expressions akin to witnessing a ghost, their muscles frozen in disbelief. What just happened? How did Shao Jie die? An enhancer? He is an enhancer, the enforcer exclaimed in terror. Die. I need to inform Brother Peng. Hurry, he is alone. All of you should attack together. The individuals present were seasoned street fighters, not easily intimidated by Wang Hao. Besides, they were 7 or 8 strong. Even if an enhancer was only 2 or 3 times stronger than an ordinary person, they still had the numbers to feel confident. They gripped their weapons tightly, leaping over the car to surround Wang Hao, charging at him with fierce determination that he swung his axe, deflecting their incoming weapons, knives, guns, double-headed axes, like they were made of paper, shattering them to pieces upon contact. The onlookers were dumbfounded. What was happening? Their weapons, produced by the roulette, were supposed to be superior in sharpness and durability. Why were they crumbling so easily before Wang Hao's axe? No, even conventional weapons shouldn't be so easily cleaved apart. Regrettably, their perspective remained fixated on ordinary weapons, unaware that there existed far superior armaments in this world. Had they known, they would have realized that a star-level axe could effortlessly sever standard weapons. It was but a basic skill. Wang Hao offered them no respite, his axe rising and falling as he cleaved through their heads one by one, then calmly advanced. Mere breaths later, a chorus of blood spraying echoed behind him. "Let me see just how strong my former boss has become," Wang Hao mused as he stepped into the bar. The enforcer, breathless from rushing to deliver the news, burst into the private room, startling Zhou Peng, who had been discussing matters with several brothers. Zhou Peng, picking up an empty bottle to hurl at him, barked, "Do you have any sense of decorum?" The enforcer raised his hand to block, and with a resounding crash, the bottle shattered, causing him to grimace in pain. "Peng, there's a person killing everyone outside." "What nonsense!" "One person. Why are you so scared?" Zhou Peng scoffed. "Can't you gather the brothers?" "He is an enhancer." The enforcer shouted. An enhancer?" Zhou Peng's expression shifted dramatically. "I don't recall having enmity with any enhancer." As he pondered, the door to the private room was suddenly flung open, and a wave of terrified individuals rushed in, their faces ghostly pale as they stared outside. "A monster! He kills without blinking. How could this be?" Zhou Peng gazed at Wang Hao, who wore a cap and had quietly entered the room, yet an overwhelming sense of pressure emanated from him. Despite being an experienced veteran of the streets, Zhou Peng felt an intense wave of unease wash over him. And there stood Wang Hao, one man, striking fear into dozens that if they had somewhere to retreat, they might have fled into the very cracks of the earth. "Brother," Zhou Peng feigned calm, "it seems this is our first meeting. You had someone borrow a corpse to kill me, and you've forgotten so soon?" Wang Hao replied coolly that "I'm in a hurry. Let us settle this swiftly." I asked him. Zhou Peng recalled what his cousin had shared about this vengeful figure, silently cursing his cousin for his incompetence. "You had the plan all laid out, and yet you failed to execute it properly." In Zhou Peng's view, had his cousin succeeded in luring a massive horde of zombies, it would have been sufficient to cause Wang Hao to perish countless times. Swift resolution? Zhou Peng's eyes glinted with malice as he abruptly drew a handgun from behind his waist and aimed it at Wang Hao, pulling the trigger. "That I'll show you what real power looks like." Accompanied by a resounding bang, a bullet shot forth from the barrel of the pistol, the rapidly rising temperature distorting the air along its path. Zhou Peng and Wang Hao were alarmingly close. No more than a meter apart, as a reinforcer. Zhou Peng was acutely aware that at such a distance, even a fellow reinforcer would struggle to react in time. Wang Hao, still in his youth, no matter how formidable, was destined to be struck down, meeting his end with a single shot to the head. However, to Zhou Peng's astonishment, Wang Hao scoffed, "I never imagined you had become so weak that your thoughts turned naive." Too slow in Wang Hao's eyes. The bullet fired from a standard handgun appeared as sluggish as a piece of rubber tossed by an ordinary person that he did not even bother to move. Instead, he simply extended his thumb and forefinger to catch the incoming bullet. The crowd gasped in terror. He caught a bullet with his bare hands. Zhou Peng's pupils dilated in shock. What kind of monster have I provoked? This was simply absurdly powerful. Wang Hao released the bullet, allowing it to drop freely onto the carpet, and then, with a swift step, he swung his axe, severing half of Zhou Peng's head. Zhou Peng's eyes brimmed with despair as blood gushed forth, collapsing to the ground. Who could have anticipated that this man, who now stood defenseless before Wang Hao, had once been a figure to whom Zhou Peng looked up in his previous life? Back then, Zhou Peng, as the leader, could have easily commanded Wang Hao's demise with a mere word. "Lay down your weapons, armor, and crystals on the ground, and then you may leave." Wang Hao, with a stoic expression, had remarked, "As you leave, kindly strip the gear from the corpses. I have no qualms about eliminating a few more if they dare to be troublesome." The display of skill he had just exhibited had firmly planted the seeds of fear in the hearts of those present. Seeing his fearsome prowess, they quickly stripped themselves bare, eager to distance themselves from the terrifying harbinger of death that was Wang Hao. Chapter 36. The Pruning Tool, the Power of the Explosive Axe. Before long, only Wang Hao remained in the private room, that he gathered the spoils of battle strewn across the ground, and upon exiting, he collected the loot in the corridor, roughly estimating that he had acquired 13 pieces of ordinary equipment, 16 standard weapons, and 36 green crystals, sufficient to arm a small squad. The corridor was littered with the bodies of a dozen fallen foes, each one leaking vibrant green blood. That it was no wonder that those who had fled into the private room were filled with dread at the sight of Wang Hao. Who wouldn't fear someone capable of such clean and decisive killings? Ascending the stairs, Wang Hao pushed open the door to a storage room, where he encountered a one-star roulette that he chuckled softly. I had initially intended to claim this roulette, but unexpectedly, I have stumbled upon the class scroll I desired that it seems fate has decreed that this roulette is meant for me to spin. Wang Hao was familiar with this roulette because he had followed Zhou Peng. In his previous life, it had enabled him to become a one-star reinforcer ahead of others, rapidly expanding his influence and becoming the leader of this domain. In truth, factions typically prioritized establishing territories around these roulettes, effectively monopolizing a gold mine. Thus, in a few months, aside from roulettes that had been claimed, there would be few unoccupied ones, when Wang Hao wished to redeem one later. It would undoubtedly be far more challenging than it was now. Having set fire to a horde of cockroaches, Wang Hao was left with 23 green crystals, originally intending to exchange them for blue crystals. He now decided to redeem the one-star roulette first, that he aimed to upgrade the roulette to 2-star status, still divided into 8 segments, but did not land on a class scroll that he then invested the green crystals. 1-star healing potion, canned pork, 1-star X3, 2-star storm 2, pant-style selectable, 1-star reinforcement potion, 2-star pruning tool, 1-star alloy gun. Wang Hao clicked on the section representing 2-star equipment, selecting the style of black casual pants, and as the roulette spun, a pair of pants fell. Once donned, he possessed 2 pieces of 2-star equipment that in a time when 1-star monsters were not yet rampant. Even sustaining an injury would be a challenge, as monsters were incapable of breaching his defenses. The pruning tool proved to be quite practical. It could automatically trim hair with merely a drape over the head or design a specific style. He could later let Xiang Ru use it. Her hair was both dense and unruly. Wang Hao collected all his rewards and returned to the previous location that as he approached, he suddenly heard a frenzied roar from a corpse, followed by a muffled groan of agony. Realizing the dire situation, he thought they had encountered a 1-star zombie that moment. Several women watched in shock as the 1-star zombie violently hurled Xiang Ru aside. How could this zombie be so different from the others? Even a strong fighter like Xiang Ru was sent flying after just a few exchanges. She fell to the ground, blood spewing forth. As she struggled to rise in agony, a few broken ribs causing her excruciating pain. Glaring at the frenzy, she declared, "It truly is a case of brute force overcoming skill. Meng Yao, you all must flee. I cannot contend with it any longer that if Xiang Ru could not withstand a rampaging foe, how could the others? Clearly, retreating was the most prudent course of action, that we are a team that if anyone is to flee, it will be you," Zhang Meng Yao replied coolly. Thus far, the environment has maintained a state of balance. It is impossible for a creature we cannot defeat to emerge that we should focus on targeting its eyes and joints, places that can restrict its movement. The rampaging creature, however, would not wait for them to finish their discussion. With a deafening roar, it charged at Xiang Ru, fists raised to strike that in that critical moment, the women surrounded it, aiming their weapons at its eyes and slashing at its joints. Zhang Meng Yao's strategy proved effective. The zombie's eyes shattered, oozing foul blood, and its legs were nearly severed, forcing it to nearly kneel. Yet, it remained a 1-star creature, and inflicting a lethal blow with ordinary weapons was unrealistic. The rampaging creature, enraged, swung its fists, sending several of the women flying. They landed heavily several meters away. Some suffered minor injuries, nursing broken bones, while others, grievously injured, bled and fell unconscious. The creature then zeroed in on the nearest Qin Lian, striding toward her. Her face, drenched in cold sweat, turned pale as she attempted to move, only to be met with searing pain. She could only watch helplessly as the creature drew closer, feeling the suffocating grip of impending death. "I am here, you fool." Xiang Ru dashed toward the rampaging beast, but the distance between them was too great. She realized too late that she could not save Qin Lian. Desperate, she shouted, "Come for me!" The creature seemed deaf to her cries, continuing its charge. Just as it was about to collide with Qin Lian, a commanding voice rang out from outside. "Xiang Ru, stay still." Hearing the voice, Xiang Ru abruptly halted, only to turn her head and see a white-handled axe spinning through the air, cleaving into the creature's shoulder. Boom! The axe exploded with tremendous force, shattering the rampaging creature into numerous fragments that tumbled to the ground, trailing smoke. The shockwave sent blood and debris flying, splattering Qin Lian with gore. Xiang Ru's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of power was this? It obliterated the creature into pieces in an instant. Qin Lian and Chuning stared in astonishment. It was indeed this man who was utterly reliable. The rampaging creature had challenged everyone, including Xiang Ru and 3 other reinforcers, its strength instilling fear. Yet Wang Hao had dispatched it with ease that as he surveyed the dissipating black smoke, Wang Hao truly grasped how remarkable the innate weapon characteristics granted by his equipment were. He thought to himself that the explosive axe was equally effective for both slaying foes and obstructing their movements. Should he encounter a skilled adversary in the future, the explosive axe would surely be a source of great annoyance for them. Wang Hao produced a healing potion, uncapped it, and administered 1/5 to Xiang Ru, then distributed the remainder among the others. The effects of the 1-star healing potion were exceptional for them. Drinking an entire vial would be wasteful unless they were on the brink of death. Sharing it proved to be just right. When Wang Hao reached Qin Lian, he noticed her staring at him intently. "What is it? Do I have something on my face?" "Nothing," Qin Lian replied with a gentle smile. Initially, she had thought that Zhang Chaoying and the others were infatuated with Wang Hao out of a mere admiration for strength, but in that moment of despair, his appearance had been like a ray of light piercing through her heart, dispelling the shadow of impending death. In that instant, she understood why they were so enamored with Wang Hao. The sense of security he provided was something no woman could resist. How peculiar, she thought, that I find myself attracted to a mere child. This was something I would never have considered before. As the general manager of the group, she regarded Wang Hao, a young man in his 20s, much like a college student would view an elementary school child, immature and amusing. After Wang Hao had administered the healing potions, those who had been unconscious gradually awoke. Among them, Zhang Chaoying believed she had perished and found herself in hell, crying out and protesting against death, creating quite the scene. "How go?" Zhang Mengyao inquired curiously. Why did that zombie seem several times stronger than the others? Chapter 37. The Roadblock. Xiang Ru's inner demons. You have yet to encounter a 1-star roulette. It is entirely normal not to understand that there are levels among humans and monsters, Wang Hao explained. Humans and monsters range from weak to strong, classified from 1 to 10 stars. The creature you just faced was a 1-star zombie. Those below its level require excellent positioning, superior equipment, or extensive combat experience to defeat it. None of you possess any of these advantages. That it is no surprise you were unable to overcome it. The roulette does not cater to you with such kindness. The system of levels is laid out clearly. Either you comprehend it, or you do not. This truly still the apocalypse. What Wang Hao articulated was a compendium of experiences painstakingly gathered by countless individuals who had stumbled into peril. The notion that, like Zhang Mengyao and others, one might survive immense trials, only to discover the existence of more formidable and unique zombies, is bound to gradually disseminate. Indeed, when individuals observe the 1-star roulette and the rewards it offers, they inevitably develop a sense of hierarchy. However, apart from him, all others remain entrenched in the exploratory phase, learning from their missteps, with the inevitability of encountering pitfalls. That, of course, Wang Hao is unburdened by such concerns, as many of the traps have been previously navigated by others in his former life. Reborn, he now merely reaps the benefits of his prior endeavors. Upon hearing this, the group of women fell into contemplation. It seemed that merely being capable of slaying zombies was merely the first step. "Brother Hao, what is your star level?" Zhang Chaoying inquired with curiosity. "Chaoying," Zhang Mengyao admonished, her tone firm. Zhang Chaoying lowered her head, feeling a twinge of guilt and "Oh, need to be so serious." Wang Hao replied with a smile, "That I am a 2-star. This revelation instilled confidence in his subordinates, for knowing their leader's prowess was beneficial. In truth, there is nothing inherently wrong with discussing one's rank. The fundamental issue lies in the disparity of capabilities. Even though Wang Hao publicly claimed to be a 2-star, who could have anticipated that he had already evolved to the point of effortlessly overpowering a poorly equipped 3-star? The expressions of the women were nothing short of captivating. 2 stars? 2 stars? They exclaimed incredulously. Given that even ordinary enhancers had yet to become commonplace, Wang Hao's status as a 2-star enhancer seemed utterly absurd. The lesson will conclude here for now. Wang Hao chuckled lightly. "Have you completed the collection of crystal cores?" "Yes," Zhang Mengyao replied, proudly showcasing her 1-star backpack. Approximately 278 gray crystals, with a margin of error not exceeding 20. Today's luck was average. Typically, we could have harvested over 350. Wang Hao nodded, instructing, "You should keep them for now. Let us continue our journey." Understood. The group resumed their trek, making their way to the nearest highway, where they procured 2 vehicles, with Qin Lian and Qining taking the wheel towards Z-City. As Zhang Mingyao had discovered, the highway was typically not heavily trafficked, and their passage was smooth. As the sun began to set, the 2 vehicles entered the vicinity of Z-City. However, just as they were about to exit the highway, they were startled to encounter 2 armored vehicles blocking the curve ahead. Qin Lian, in the lead car, hastily slammed on the brakes and called Wang Hao, who was in the following car. He too had noticed the situation ahead and pondered who would dare to halt their vehicles here. Had some faction imposed a blockade in this area? Xiang Ru, spotting the armored vehicles, felt a jolt of anxiety. Perhaps she was overthinking it. What were the odds that her most despised adversaries would appear just as they arrived in Z-City? "Get out of the car. You all stay behind the vehicle and assess the situation," Wang Hao commanded as he opened the door and cautiously approached the armored vehicles. That moment, a squad of fully armed men descended from the vehicles, led by a burly man with a square face, who nonchalantly chewed gum and regarded Wang Hao with an air of arrogance. Xiang Ru's complexion drained of color, and her hands trembled uncontrollably. The fleeting glimmer of hope she had harbored shattered upon seeing the man, as countless memories of his past abuses flooded her mind. Zhang Mingyao noticed Xiang Ru's distress and inquired, "Xiang Ru, what's wrong?" "Nothing," Xiang Ru stammered, shaking her head in a daze. Zhang Mingyao furrowed her brow, troubled by Xiang Ru's sudden change in demeanor. She had never seen her this anxious before. "This area has been sealed off," the square-faced man announced, instructing everyone to stand aside for inspection. A flicker of unusual emotion passed through Wang Hao's eyes as he replied calmly, "Since it is sealed, we shall not proceed any further." "I am informing you, not negotiating," the man retorted, chewing his gum. "Cooperate obediently, or you will suffer a most dire fate." The men behind him raised their weapons, aiming directly at Wang Hao, while one of them moved past the leader towards the women, exhibiting an overtly domineering demeanor. Wang Hao nodded, initially considering retreating to reassess the situation. However, the leader's audacity was intolerable, and he would not allow himself to be manipulated. "Miss Xiang?" A voice of surprise erupted from behind Wang Hao as he turned to see one of the leader's companions confronting Xiang Ru, who hurriedly lowered her weapon. Did they know each other? Yet why did Xiang Ru appear so pallid? "Xiang Ru?" The leader tilted his head, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "I've been quite worried about you. Come here, let me take a look." Xiang Ru trembled, abandoning her previous defiance, and approached the man like a docile lamb, leaving Wang Hao to ponder the depths of her fear. "Ronggu," she murmured, her hands shaking as she instinctively recoiled from the man before her. "You should have seen me earlier," he said, seizing a handful of her hair and forcefully tilting her head back to meet his gaze, relishing the terror in her eyes. "Who gave you the audacity to pretend not to know me?" Wang Hao's expression turned icy, an overwhelming aura of killing intent radiating from him for the first time since his rebirth. Xiang Ru was his woman, and this scoundrel dared to treat her thus. "I didn't Xiang Ru stammered, her voice trembling. "I'll settle the score with you later." With a dismissive gesture, Rong flung Xiang Ru to the ground, disdainfully gesturing toward Wang Hao. When he glanced back, he was met with the sight of Wang Hao charging forward, a force akin to a cannonball, the ground trembling beneath his feet, causing Rong's heart to race with trepidation. Instinctively, he sought to evade, but his legs felt leaden and unresponsive. To be precise, Rong's movements were devoid of thought. Wang Hao closed the distance, delivering a swift slap to his face. Though he had restrained his strength, the force of a 2-star enhancer was still beyond the capacity of an ordinary man to withstand. With a pained scream, Rong was sent hurtling backward, his mouth spewing blood and shattered teeth as he crashed to the ground. Wang Hao surged forward once more, his hand descending like an axe. The closest companion of Rong had yet to react before his head was cleaved in two in mere moments. Wang Hao bared his fangs at Rong's remaining companions. They barely had time to pull the triggers before Wang Hao dispatched them with lethal efficiency. Not only did he surpass them in raw power, but his innate qualities as a 2-star enhanced individual rendered their training futile, even if they were seasoned fighters capable of taking on 3 opponents. It was of no consequence. Those beneath the rank of enhancer were but fodder. Witnessing these events unfold, Those who recognized Xiang Ru were left aghast, their pupils dilating in disbelief at Wang Hao's uncanny speed. Was this the speed a human could achieve? They had no time to ponder, swiftly redirecting their weapons toward Wang Hao, but a chilling gust swept in from behind. Damn it! How many monsters are among them? Rong's companion spun around, only to find Qin Lian had already approached, leaving them no room to react. Before they could make a move, Qin Lian deftly swung her blade, severing the head of one companion, who fell with a look of utter disbelief. Xiang Ru, Rong howled, his face contorted in agony, blood spattering from his mouth as he spoke. That you've really done it now. Haven to you? You brought back a worthless piece of trash to slap the Xiang family in the face. Now, you tell him to kneel before me, or your mother and sister will pay the price. Wang Hao chuckled, for Rong had been arrogant since childhood. Even at this juncture, he still dared to threaten him. Wang Hao stepped forward, crushing Rong's hand beneath his foot. With a stifled groan, Rong glared at him with fury, declaring, half of Z City belongs to the Xiang family. You will? Wang Hao twisted his foot with force. The agony of flesh tearing and bones threatening to shatter, eliciting a series of blood-curdling screams from Rong. He pounded on Wang Hao's foot, shouting, Get off me! Let me go! Unfortunately for Rong, his futile attempts merely served to amuse Wang Hao. With a glimmer of amusement, he replied, I believe your cries could use some refinement. But he continued to apply pressure, further shattering Rong's already broken bones. Rong's piercing screams shattered the stillness around the highway, causing the women to involuntarily draw a sharp breath. They had not anticipated that Wang Hao's decisive brutality was a double-edged sword, as it brought his enemies the utmost suffering. Just give me a swift death. Rong gasped, his breath faltering as he pleaded, Please, grant me a quick end. Wang Hao approached Xiang Ru, crouching down to meet her gaze. Yet, she averted her eyes in panic, unable to confront him. Wang Hao grasped her chin, forcing her to look him in the eye, his voice cold and unyielding. My woman, to be so bullied. This brings me great embarrassment. Xiang Ru began, but before she could finish, Wang Hao hurled her away mercilessly. The impact knocked the breath from her, jolting her senses. Prove it to me, he commanded coldly, that if you wish to remain by my side. Xiang Ru stared blankly at Xiang Rong, pondering her decision to return, which was precisely to confront her fears and prevent these beasts from becoming her inner demons. Yet, why did she feel so intimidated and frightened in his presence? She had matured. He was now weaker than her. Why should she still fear him? As the murky beauty of Xiang Ru's eyes regained clarity, she approached Xiang Rong. Sensing her approach, he immediately rallied, exclaiming, Xiang Ru, now is your chance. Do what you must. Do you wish for your mother and sister to perish? Yes, that I will do what I must. With that, Xiang Ru unleashed a powerful punch upon Xiang Rong, shattering his sternum and forcing him to expel a copious amount of blood. Xiang Ru, you bang. Xiang Ru bang, Xiang bang. Xiang Ru laughed maniacally, delivering blow after blow to every part of Xiang Rong's body, spiraling into a frenzy of violence, even resorting to savage biting. Minutes later, Xiang Rong lay reduced to a mere pile of flesh. Meng Yao, Wang Hao commanded, let's rest here for the night. Understood. Meng Yao began to make arrangements. Xiang Ru calmed herself and stepped in front of Wang Hao, pressing her forehead against his chest, and said, I am sorry for causing you shame. Everyone makes mistakes, but if you repeat the same error next time, I will need to reconsider your suitability to accompany me. Wang Hao replied flatly. Xiang Ru raised her gaze to meet Wang Hao's eyes and asked, Aren't you curious as to why I am this way? You will speak if you wish to. Wang Hao replied casually, a rational man. Xiang Ru recounted in a low tone, the Xiang family upholds an extreme form of male chauvinism. Women are seen merely as tools. Since my earliest memories, I was forced to learn etiquette, music, and other skills to enhance my appeal to the Xiang family, striving to please their men. Any slight dissatisfaction would result in brutal beatings. I had several bamboo rods break upon my skin. The place I am most familiar with, aside from home, is the hospital that I desperately learned various skills, dreaming of one day escaping with my mother and sister. Until one day in my first year of high school, my mother summoned me to her room and ordered me to serve a man over 60 that she even urged my sister to persuade me, extolling the benefits she gained from serving others. Eventually, I fled the Xiang family alone. They valued their reputation too much to chase me openly. One can only grasp the depth of Xiang Ru's suffering. As a child, she could barely articulate her thoughts, her consciousness not fully formed, yet she endured inhumane torment. The most brutal part was when she had finally mastered the art of escape, intending to take her mother and sister, who shared her tragic past, only to find them conspiring to push her into the abyss. This psychological assault is far more painful than physical harm. That it is no wonder Xiang Ru has become a madwoman, destined to evolve into a tyrant. It all follows a discernible pattern. The Xiang family is your inner demon. Wang Hao embraced Xiang Ru, saying, "Once I finish my tasks, I will take you to eradicate the Xiang family." That he was protective of her, that if Xiang Rong dared to strike Wang Hao's woman, Wang Hao would not hesitate to annihilate the Xiang family. Moreover, the Xiang family was Xiang Ru's inner demon. As long as they existed, she could not transform. Thus, in every aspect, the Xiang family must perish. "Thank you." Xiang Ru grasped Wang Hao's clothing tightly, her fierce and frantic demeanor for the first time revealing a woman's tenderness. Tears streamed down her face as she said, "Following you, regardless of the consequences, is the most correct decision of my life." Exhausted, Xiang Ru soon succumbed to a steady breath. Wang Hao carried Xiang Ru to the vehicle, placing her gently on the reclining seat before jumping into the armored vehicle himself. Gazing out at the dark expanse of city, yet the illuminated areas were few. The power system of City Z must have been damaged. Having never visited City Z in his previous life, he had only heard whispers of it, such as the monsters there going berserk for some unknown reason, their combat strength being 1 to 2 times that of monsters of the same level, equivalent to ordinary zombies, exhibiting nearly 1-star combat power. Chapter 39. Qin Lian's Knowledge Blind Spot, Portable Base Station. More perilously, the frenzied monsters carried a virus. Mere contact could lead to severe illness, even without visible wounds. Monsters generally surpassed ordinary enhancers, making life already challenging with the added horror of zombie infection. How on earth could one manage this? Thus, City Z had become a dead city. Yet amidst this hellish environment, many formidable beings emerged, the most renowned being the Lucky Empress. Followed by Agon, the Blade King, Wang Hao contemplated Xiang Rong's words, pondering the Xiang family's strategy to secure entry into City Z, likely aiming to clear the area for their own dominion. However, it was clear they were still in the planning stages, yet to implement anything concrete. For the Xiang family was not the Dragon Soul Hall that at this juncture, if his fists could be so formidable. Wang Hao had a high probability of entering City Z smoothly, but caution was always prudent. Tomorrow's actions could not be as reckless as they had been in City H. That the waters of City Z ran deep. Time to eat. Wang Hao's stomach growled as he sat down to open a can of 1-star pork. As he pulled the metallic tab, a solidified layer of grease met his eyes. This was not appetizing. Merely looking at it was filling. Yet, akin to durian and stinky tofu, it may appear unappealing, but a single bite revealed its tender, flavorful essence, surpassing even the taste of a large pork knuckle. Wang Hao polished off 2 cans, licking his lips at the end truth. As time passed, enhancers could only consume star-level food, for even at rest, their energy expenditure was several times that of ordinary people. Regular food could not meet their needs, and hunger would return swiftly. The higher the star level, the greater the energy consumption. Wang Hao once experienced an exaggerated moment when he was full just minutes ago, yet soon after, his stomach growled again. At that moment, clad in a black bodysuit and sporting a short hairstyle reminiscent of Ada Wong from Resident Evil, Yun Bing sprinted down the desolate streets, pursued relentlessly by several muscular men. One man with a scruffy beard shouted, "You dare to steal our crystal core. If you escape today, I won't bear the surname Wong." Yun Bing darted through an alley, only to have a horde of zombies, their bodies marred by black patches, burst forth, colliding with the pursuing men. Wang Jun intended to use his voice to lure the zombies and obstruct Yun Bing's escape, only to find the stone he had lifted had fallen back on his own foot. Damn it! How can this bitch be so lucky, dodging every danger that comes her way? Wang Jun barked orders to deal with the zombies while he and 2 others continued their pursuit of Yun Bing, their irritation mounting as they fixated on her retreating figure. "But don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I will make you regret ever coming into this world." Wang Jun seethed, pouring all his energy into the chase. However, as Yun Bing dashed past a manhole cover, they caught up, only for the cover to suddenly be pushed open by 2 grotesque, rotting rats, their bodies oozing pus. They squeaked and charged at the trio. Damn it! Get away from me! Wang Jun was ensnared by the mutated rats, casting a furious glare at the distant figure of Yun Bing. That I refuse to believe your luck can last forever. This matter is far from over. This matter is far from over. After being repeatedly outmaneuvered by Yun Bing, it was no longer a mere grudge. It had escalated to a matter of pride. Wang Jun resolved that if he did not slay Yun Bing, he would find no peace in this life. The next day, after a good night's sleep, Xiang Ru returned to her former self. Disregarding the feelings of others as she forcibly dragged Wang Hao onto the armored vehicle for class, the stable chassis of the vehicle swayed incessantly. Though they had not experienced it, they had seen enough to know what pigs looked like when running. Yet their imaginations conjured awkward scenes, leaving them feeling particularly embarrassed. Aunt Qin, Zhang Chaoying asked curiously, "Is that kind of thing enjoyable? Why does Sister Xiang Ru always seek Brother Hao for such matters?" The worldly Qin Lian found herself momentarily at a loss for words. "Chaoying, your question touches upon Aunt Qin's knowledge blind spot," Chening teased. "She has always been too busy with work and with so many suitors. She hasn't even allowed them the chance to take her out for a meal, that she's just like you, perpetually single." Qin Lian feigned calmness. "Aren't you the same? I'm young. It's normal not to have dating experience." Chuning retorted sarcastically. Yet Aunt Qin. "All right, you've grown bold enough to mock me." Qin Lian blushed, lunging at Chening to tickle her, eliciting peals of laughter. 2 hours later, Zhang Mingyao took out her phone, referring to the navigation for Starry Sky Beautiful Garden, but the map displayed a warning sign that I have no signal. Zhang Mingyao inquired of the others, "What about you?" "None." I restarted mine, still nothing. The girls shook their heads in unison. "The power is out, but there should be backup power. It must be a problem with the base station itself." Wang Hao was not particularly surprised. The electricity, internet, signals, and water would eventually collapse one after another. Only when the major powers began to construct the necessary facilities would things start to improve, but he activated the spherical portable base station and personal Wi-Fi, and his phone displayed a rapidly rising signal strength. Reaching full bars, the high-tech products from the Roulette brand were indeed exceptional. Even in peacetime, mobile signals often struggled to reach full strength. Wang Hao opened his phone's navigation and tossed the Bluetooth earphones to Zhang Mingyao. Upon donning the earphones and hearing the navigation voice, she exclaimed in astonishment, "Why is there such a disparity in treatment? None of us have signal. Yet you do. How good that I have a portable base station." Wang Hao replied with a smile, "But it can only be enjoyed by one person." The girls understood, impressed by the notion of a portable base station. Without delay, they gathered around Wang Hao, forming a formation as they followed the navigation off the highway and into the city. Walking a few kilometers along the road. Along the way, they encountered numerous scenes of car accidents, bloodstains, and shattered bones. Strangely, there were very few zombies. After walking several kilometers, the total number they encountered did not exceed 20. The monsters, unable to find humans to devour, resorted to cannibalism for evolution. Wang Hao speculated that the scarcity of zombies indicated something sinister. This area must harbor creatures akin to the roaches, with a large population and numerous mutations. As they exited a dimly lit corridor, a thunderous roar suddenly pierced the air. Following the sound, they spotted 2 men wielding shovels and watermelon knives, engaged in combat with a zombie that was rotting in multiple places and oozing thick fluid. "This zombie feels different from the ordinary ones," Zhang Mingyao remarked in confusion, "but it doesn't resemble the one-star zombies we encountered before. Could it be another variant?" Wang Hao raised an eyebrow, realizing that its appearance matched the rumors he had heard. The most notable difference was that it was not emitting black smoke, that I didn't expect to encounter a frenzied zombie. So soon that IT is a frenzied ordinary zombie, stronger than regular zombies, but weaker than one-star zombies. Wang Hao called out, "Xiang Ru, take care of it, but be cautious not to let any part of it, including its breath or clothing, touch you." The girls felt a chill run down their spines. They had come across a formidable opponent. Xiang Ru silently smiled as she darted towards the frenzied zombie. Just then, it swiped at the man's shovel, making a metallic clang as it sent the shovel flying. The man was momentarily stunned. What the hell? How can this zombie be so strong? His companion seized the opportunity to raise his watermelon knife and struck the zombie's nape, delivering several blows. However, contrary to expectations, the scene of goo splattering did not occur. The blows merely opened a gash on the back of the zombie's head, far from killing it. The zombie, enraged, turned and lunged at him, its foul saliva dripping onto his face as it roared and attempted to bite him. At that critical moment, Xiangru appeared beside the zombie, delivering a powerful kick to its chest, sending it flying several meters away. The two survivors stared in disbelief. Did I ask this? For real? Xiangru picked up the fallen shovel and relentlessly jabbed at the zombie's eyes until it convulsed and ceased its violent thrashing. It really wasn't friendly towards me, she remarked, tossing the shovel aside. At that moment, Wang Hao and the others approached. The two survivors, upon seeing them, widened their eyes in amazement, wondering if they had stumbled into a paradise filled with stunning women. Miss, that kick you delivered left me dumbfounded. One of them gazed at Xiangru, instinctively assuming she was the leader of Wang Hao's group. That seems you all are a team. Would it be possible for us two brothers to join? His companion wiped the zombie's saliva from his face and puffed out his chest, asserting, we're not lacking in skills. We are quite experienced in slaying zombies. Xiangru gestured towards Wang Hao with her chin, stating, you need to ask him about that. Both men simultaneously stared at Wang Hao in astonishment. This woman is terrifying. In the entire world, perhaps only a handful of individuals could perform such a feat of kicking a zombie several meters away. And she wants to consult this man? It's scorching here. I suggest you find a cooler spot to rest, Wang Hao said, not waiting for their response as he walked away. Xiangru and the others followed suit. He's putting on an act. One of the companions grumbled, if we can't join, then we can't. There's no need to make us feel like we're in high demand. Just as one was about to speak, his companion suddenly spewed blood, his eyes bulging as he collapsed onto the scorching ground, clutching his chest and convulsing violently. Don't scare me. One of them knelt to support his companion. Panicking, suddenly, he too coughed up blood and fell stiffly to the ground. This was the terrifying aspect of the virus carried by the frenzied zombies. It could induce diseases in humans within a short time frame. Without antidotes or healing items at hand, one would have to find a cool place and wait for death. At least to feel the refreshing breeze before the end. At 16:21, Wang Hao and his group successfully reached the vicinity of the Starry Sky community, encountering several frenzied zombies along the way. All dealt with by Xiangru. You all stay here. Wang Hao instructed the girls at the park that I will return once I finish my business. He was unaware of the location of the roulette wheel and could only search blindly. Bringing the girls along would hinder mobility, making it unnecessary and a waste of time. All right, Zhang Mingyao replied. Wang Hao swiftly entered the nearest building. The Starry Sky community was a high-end residential area, divided into 3 buildings, A, B, and C, the shortest being 11 stories and the tallest reaching 16, with countless rooms. He searched room by room meticulously, leaving no potential hiding spot for the wheel unchecked. In the process, he had to run, open doors, kill zombies, and deal with the entanglements of survivors, exhausting him greatly. Damn it, if I had known I would be reborn, I should have paid more attention to those rumors. After 2 hours of searching, Wang Hao finally discovered the roulette wheel in room 404 of Building C by evening, only to find someone else already spinning it. That he looked at Yunbing, who, despite being surrounded by a group of 8 or 9 beautiful women, still left him in awe with her stunning appearance. She exuded a cold aura, distinct from Zhang Mingyao's somewhat approachable coolness. Hers was a commanding, distant elegance. Yes, cold and elegant, the kind that felt unattainable. Wang Hao had never seen the Lucky Empress, but he was certain Yunbing was she, due to her aloof demeanor and the bow she wielded, both characteristics aligned with the legends of the Lucky Empress from his past life. Moreover, she just so happened to be present here, further fueling his suspicions. But Wang Hao was indeed fortunate. Had he arrived even a moment later, Yunbing might have already spun away with the lucky ring, disappearing without a trace, rendering his trip futile. After confirming his thoughts repeatedly, Wang Hao felt that his lack of sensation was not a fabrication. The Lucky Empress was one of the 5 strongest individuals from his past life. Even among the top 5 on the combat rankings, encountering her would be a rare fortune. Wang Hao was not belittling himself. He had no means to learn about the Lucky Empress, let alone meet her. Yunbing was also observing Wang Hao, a gut feeling telling her that this seemingly younger man was dangerous, that he resembled a fierce tiger, poised and still, but ready to strike with pinpoint precision at the enemy's vital artery. Let us share this roulette, Wang Hao said nonchalantly. Lately, I've encountered many zombies that are fiercer than those I've faced before. If we engage, it may not end well and could draw unwanted trouble. How about we split this round? Agreed. Yun Bing replied, clearly not wanting a direct confrontation with Wang Hao. Maintaining a watchful distance, she said, each of us spins once that I've already spun once, so it's your turn now. Wang Hao glanced at the question mark on the wheel, taking out over a dozen gray crystals from his backpack. That I've been quite unlucky lately. I spent dozens of crystals on the last wheel and didn't receive a single potion. I'd like you, this beautiful lady, to help me spin it that if nothing comes out, it's on me that if something does appear, I will reward you with 20 crystals. The question mark represented a random reward. Although he was certain Yun Bing's lucky ring had emerged from a question mark spin, Wang Hao was aware that he might not be able to achieve the same result. What if something else came out? That would be disastrous. Thus, he sought Yun Bing's assistance in spinning. Yun Bing found Wang Hao's behavior peculiar. His friendliness was excessive, unlike the others she had encountered, who either sought to possess her or coveted her belongings. Though she had no concrete basis for her feelings, it stemmed from her recent experiences and a woman's intuition, leading her to believe Wang Hao had ulterior motives. However, the reward he offered was simply too generous. 20 crystals. Even if Yun Bing were to have exceptional luck, she would still need to slay 20 or 30 zombies that in other locations. With her abilities, dispatching that number of zombies would not be particularly difficult. But here in Z City, where frenzied zombies roamed and regular ones were scarce, acquiring crystals was 2 to 3 times more challenging. Here are the crystals. Yun Bing tossed a small pouch resembling a wallet, her eyes casually glancing towards the window on her right, as she spoke nonchalantly. If nothing comes out, I will return them to you. Chapter 41. Unbelievable fortune. The lucky ring in hand, she was exceedingly cautious. Fearing I might play tricks, having even devised an escape route, Wang Hao noticed the subtle expressions of Yun Bing, nonchalantly picking up the small pouch. Upon opening it, he discovered it to be an ordinary piece of equipment with a few cubic space. He mused to himself how fortunate the lucky empress was to even have such an item to spare. Due to the advanced level of technology, the drop rate for the small pouch on a 1-star roulette was acceptable. But on a regular roulette, the odds of obtaining it were even lower than that of enhanced potions. Strength breeds confidence. Thus, Wang Hao was not concerned about Yun Bing absconding with the funds. He stuffed 35 crystal cores into the small pouch and casually tossed it to Yun Bing. She adjusted the archery gloves she was already wearing, reached into the pouch, and withdrew 2 gray crystals, tossing them into the roulette from a distance. Subsequently, she pressed the activation button on her compound bow. Throughout the process, she never exposed her back to Wang Hao, that he watched intently as the roulette spun rapidly, gradually slowing down until it finally halted on the weapon category, ordinary, that a short-handled hammer fell out of the roulette without delay. Without hesitation, Yun Bing continued to insert 3 more crystal cores. Wang Hao's gaze flickered as he contemplated how to persuade Yun Bing to relinquish the lucky ring if she were to land on a question mark, that if all else failed, he would resort to theft. The strategic value of the lucky ring was simply too great. With interests at stake, a child would only concern themselves with moral boundaries and the code of the martial world. The spinning stopped. A vial of potion dropped from the roulette. Wang Hao scratched his head and said, "Beautiful lady, I seem to have become your cushion. I have no use for this hammer, and thus, I've wasted 2 crystal cores." Yun Bing remained silent, continuing to insert 4 more crystal cores into the roulette. The spinner whirled vigorously, sweeping over each section, then slowly decelerating until it stopped adjacent to the materials category, ordinary. On the area representing a question mark, Wang Hao appeared calm on the surface, but internally he was engulfed by turbulent waves. It was evident that the lucky ring was merely a bonus for Yun Bing. Her inherent luck was already astonishing, with a random reward probability of 1.6, and she had managed to acquire it after only 4 spins. That moment, a ring with a small note attached fell from the roulette. Wang Hao walked over to pick up the ring along with the hammer, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor as he remarked, "How bothersome. It seems I shall have to be your cushion once more." Yun Bing glanced at Wang Hao, sensing an inexplicable strangeness about him, yet unable to pinpoint what was peculiar. Yun Bing had never encountered a question mark before. She was unaware of its implications and therefore did not pay much heed to what the ring might be. To her, the ring belonged to Wang Hao. What significance was there in questioning and knowing? She continued to spin the roulette, unexpectedly landing yet again on a vial of enhanced potion. This stroke of illogical luck truly opened Wang Hao's eyes. Yun Bing spun once more, and astonishingly, another vial of enhanced potion emerged. Wang Hao was taken aback. After 6 spins of the roulette, he had obtained 3 vials of potion and 1 question mark, while failing to encounter the materials category with over 90% probability. Truly, you are the lucky empress. Wang Hao stepped forward to collect his potions, chuckling lightly. Thank you, that he then turned to exit the room. In truth, he longed to recruit Yun Bing. Having an empress as a subordinate would not only be a tremendous asset, but also quite impressive. However, while he harbored such desires, whether Yun Bing would agree was another matter entirely. It was not as if he could charm her into submission. After all, a future empress would not be so easily swayed. Wang Hao's excessive attentiveness might raise Yun Bing's suspicions, leading to unintended complications. Thus, he chose to let things unfold naturally. Even if he could not recruit Yun Bing into his team, being friends would suffice. Once Yun Bing confirmed that Wang Hao had indeed left, she furrowed her brows. This man was far too enigmatic. She couldn't decipher what he was truly thinking. Meanwhile, Wang Hao casually found a room, seated himself on the sofa, and retrieved the ring. The note affixed to it read, "Lucky ring. Enhances the wearer's luck for a duration of 15 days, after which it can actively trigger super luck, resetting the timer upon activation. Super luck significantly boosts the wearer's luck, lasting for 24 hours. Incredible. No wonder Yun Bing was hailed as the lucky empress. With the favor of the goddess of luck already bestowed upon her, equipping the lucky ring would render her fortune nothing short of extraordinary. This exemplifies the inherent unfairness that individuals face from birth. No matter how hard one strives later, one can only raise their lower limit, while their upper limit will never match that of those born as natural prodigies. As the saying goes, the harder you work, the luckier you become. Yet, Yun Bing's luck did not stem from effort. There is a reason why each individual becomes powerful, especially among emperors and royal figures, whose combat prowess ranks in the top 10. Without luck, ability, or opportunity, none could achieve greatness. Wang Hao's grin widened. He felt utterly elated. The long-desired lucky ring was finally in his grasp. His heart swelled with joy, especially considering that Yun Bing had personally handed over what should have rightfully belonged to her. Wang Hao donned the intricately designed lucky ring on his index finger, the size adjusting automatically. After waiting nearly 40 minutes, he returned to the roulette from which the ring had emerged, only to find that Yun Bing had already departed, and the question mark had vanished. His understanding of Z City was limited to rumors. Information such as the location of the roulette was something he had heard in his previous life, but had long forgotten, as who would bother to remember inconsequential details. You might remember what you had for lunch today, but would you recall what the person at the next table ate? Probably not, unless they were dining with their pants on their head. Thus, it was better to test the lucky ring's power rather than let it gather dust, as it could be used again in 15 days. Wang Hao activated the lucky ring, and a red light flickered across the ring's surface. This indicated that he had triggered the ring's additional function, super luck. Come, let me see what wonders await. Wang Hao pressed the activation button on the roulette, and the frame changed from gray to green, transforming the sections from 4 to 9. Whoa! Wang Hao gasped in astonishment at the scroll in the right section. It had previously been mentioned that a 1-star roulette could potentially yield career scrolls, but after countless tests by survivors, the probability was so minuscule that it had been practically disregarded. Generally, it was believed that only a 2-star roulette could yield a 1-star career scroll. At this moment, a 1-star roulette had actually produced a career scroll. This was akin to a miraculous revelation. This stroke of luck was so extraordinary that Wang Hao felt compelled to give Yun Bing a kiss of gratitude. Wang Hao took a gray crystal, placed it into the roulette, and the spinner began to whirl rapidly, gradually slowing down until it stopped at the left section. 1-star War Eye, gauntlet designed for brute force. Each 3 punches will trigger an additional function. Heavy punch, double strength. While a 1-star weapon was decent, a weapon with an additional function was a level above the others. Reflecting on his journey, Wang Hao had spun for dozens of weapons and equipment, yet upon closer inspection, only a handful possessed additional functions, illustrating just how low the drop rate was. To hit a good item on the very first spin was nothing short of miraculous. This luck felt akin to having a cheat. Chapter 42. Super luck, truly deserved. Super luck, truly deserved. Wang Hao admired, as the gauntlet was precisely the weapon meant for Xiang Ru. Once equipped, she would effortlessly handle 1-star zombies. Following that, Wang Hao continued to insert crystal cores into the roulette. 1-star beef canned food x10, mixed flavors. 1-star Night Hawkeye, helmet, 1-star enhanced potion. 1-star enhanced potion. 1-star enhanced potion. 1-star splitting blade eye knife. 1-star career scroll. 1-star impact eye cold gun. 1-star battlefront eye rifle. Before leaving H-City, Wang Hao had cleared a wave of zombies, and on the way to Shinkong Meiyuan Road, he had dispatched numerous more. Unlike when he used gray crystals on the 2-star roulette, he no longer needed to be stingy with his resources. When luck was on his side, one could spin the roulette liberally. After 15 minutes, Wang Hao had spun the roulette a total of 20 times, consuming 210 gray crystals, yielding 1-star career scroll, 4 vials of 1-star enhanced potions, 8 1-star weapons, and 7 1-star materials. Did you notice anything? Yes. No ordinary rewards. The entirety comprised of 1-star rewards, rendering the ordinary rewards with probabilities exceeding 40% mere window dressing. Wang Hao gazed in delight as the rewards, only attainable through good fortune, cascaded from the roulette one after another. This scroll was intended for Xiang Ru, that a close combat option. Wang Hao picked up the career scroll, this time unperturbed as he opened it, his heart devoid of tension. Even contemplating picking his nose, that he understood that invincible luck precluded any unforeseen events that AS expected. Upon opening the scroll, several familiar black characters emerged. Close combat career scroll. Ecstatic, having acquired Yun Bing's lucky ring was akin to an ordinary person walking the path of a genius. Soaring directly from the earthly realm to paradise, he recalled encountering a roulette that had already been spun on his way here, swiftly gathering all of his rewards before heading to Building A. Room 301, that he reached out to touch the activation button, and the roulette instantly transformed from a gray frame to a green frame. Wang Hao's eyes widened in shock as he beheld an additional section on the roulette. But the reward icon was neither a scroll nor a question mark. Instead, it was a card holder. Random card. It is not as rare as scrolls and question marks. Even in his previous life, he encountered it several times. Its function can be simply understood as a one-time utility card, such as a randomly acquired summoning card, which when used can summon a fighter. For instance, a star-up card, when utilized, can elevate an item by 1 star. In fact, there are numerous random rewards akin to scrolls and card sleeves. For example, Wang Hao has heard of hidden realms, dungeons, welfare monsters, equivalent exchanges, and so forth. Whether one encounters them depends on one's fortune. Nevertheless, the higher the roulette level, the greater the probability of these rewards appearing. For ordinary and 1-star roulettes, the chances of finding a reward are exceedingly low, with the probability for card sleeves at 4:1, which is more generous than that of scrolls. Wang Hao still had over 200 gray crystals in his possession and pondered that he could use a few more ordinary enhancement potions. As 1-star could afford to spare a few, I have enough that if others were to hear this, they would surely accuse him of flaunting wealth. 1-star potions are a rare find for us. Yet you dare to complain about having too many. However, truth be told, Wang Hao at this stage, due to the version being overly advanced, finds his growth stagnating and can focus on nurturing his subordinates. 1-star is indeed not in short supply, which seems even more ostentatious. Wang Hao contemplated investing his crystals into the roulette 1-star seafood noodle set, 1-star Reaper Eye, machine gun, 1-star enhancement potion. 1-star enhancement potion. 1-star enhancement potion. Random card. After spinning the roulette 14 times, Wang Hao finally stopped. Was it truly so difficult to obtain an ordinary enhancement potion? 14 spins, and not a single one? He originally intended to roll for a 1-star reward while simultaneously acquiring some ordinary potions. But now that plan was unfeasible, and he could only revert the roulette back to ordinary for further spins. Ordinary enhancement potion. Ordinary enhancement potion. Upon exhausting his remaining crystals, Wang Hao succeeded in obtaining 6 ordinary enhancement potions. Alas, sometimes, even good fortune can be a source of vexation. He gathered all his rewards and regarded the card in his hand that resembled a shiny card, emblazoned with a prominent question mark. Upon shaking it, the question mark promptly transformed into an icon of a hammer, beneath which appeared several lines of explanatory text. Star-up card. When used on weapons or equipment, it upgrades them by 1 star, but is limited to items of 3 stars or below. Remarkable. This card is perfectly suited for Wang Hao. Without a moment's hesitation, he affixed the card to his hand axe, which then emitted a cold gleam as the star-up was completed. 2-star guillotine 2. Hand axe. The 2-star guillotine has undergone significant enhancements based on the 1-star version, now capable of cleaving through 3 creatures' heads simultaneously. Its accumulated axe energy has transformed into martial energy. When the user swings the axe, martial energy is triggered, causing the axe blade to emit a faint red glow, thereby enhancing strength, sharpness, and other attributes. New additional function, Spirit Battle. The longer the user fights, the lighter and more manageable the hand axe becomes. Impressive. The upgrade effect of the hand axe can be succinctly summarized as an enhancement of its practical combat capabilities. Theoretically, the longer one fights, the more formidable they become. Coupled with high-star equipment, Wang Hao would be a reaper on the battlefield, a source of invincible concern that I wish to test the prowess of my class talent and the novice axe. Yet regretfully, I lack an opponent. After ensuring he had not overlooked anything, Wang Hao prepared to rendezvous with his subordinates, but as he descended the stairs, he beheld Yun Bing besieged by a group of assailants. There were 5 of them, all augmenters, having honed their skills in slaying zombies, their weapons slicing through the air with ferocity. Yun Bing clearly possessed superior individual skill compared to them, by Wang Hao's estimation. She had at least 6 potions worth of basic strength. However, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. And with Yun Bing wielding a bow, her close combat disadvantage became ever more pronounced, leaving her increasingly beleaguered and exposing more vulnerabilities. How dare you think you can offend us without consequences? Wang Zhen seized the opportunity, striking Yun Bing's right hand with a blade. Though her equipment absorbed the edge, protecting her hand, the impact reverberated through her gear, causing her to wince in pain and momentarily falter in her grip on the arrow. The others swiftly followed suit, whether with blades or guns, striking Yun Bing's composite bow, causing multiple forces to jolt her hand, resulting in the bow slipping from her grasp. That it's over for her. Wang Zhen sneered, leave her gasping for breath. Wang Zhen had scoured this area overnight, sacrificing 2 of his brothers in the process. And at long last, he had tracked down Yun Bing. Tonight, he intended to vent the humiliation he had endured and the pent-up rage and frustration he had accumulated upon her. The 43rd chapter. Fortune in Progress. The Queen of Luck joins the team. Wang Zhen's companions displayed gleeful expressions, unable to contain their excitement at the thought of soon savoring such a rare prize as Yun Bing. They raised their weapons once more and struck down fiercely. Despite facing this near-death situation, Yun Bing maintained her composure, her mind racing with innumerable thoughts, when her peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of Wang Hao watching from a distance. Remembering the impression he had left on her, she called out loudly, "Help me! I promise you a request." And no sooner had her words left her lips than several weapons struck Yun Bing, causing her to recoil sharply. Spewing blood as the sound of breaking bones sent chills down the spine. Her equipment had already suffered several ruptures. If they continued to assault her, she would truly be finished. This is not where you belong. Wang Zhen finally noticed Wang Hao and coldly commanded, "Get lost." As he spoke, the group wore menacing expressions and prepared to strike again. Wang Hao neither intervened nor retreated, instead waiting for Yun Bing to plead for help, thus allowing him to propose his request. Otherwise, what was the point of intervening? Merely to play the fool, hoping for a mere thank you from Yun Bing and then returning home to gloat in secret. Wang Hao was not that foolish. Where I go is not for you to dictate. That as he spoke, Wang Hao produced a 1-star rifle, casually inserting a green crystal into the magazine slot, and aimed at those surrounding Yun Bing. Firing with precision, 1 shot, 1 headshot, 4 shots for 4 foes, wasting no energy. Weapons of a higher star rating utilize crystals as ammunition, with silencing being a fundamental function, and the higher the weapon's grade, the greater the energy consumed per shot. Without the corresponding crystals, one could hardly fire more than a few rounds. For instance, a 1-star rifle can fire several rounds with a 1-star crystal without issue. But using an ordinary crystal would yield at most 1 or 2 shots. Yun Bing's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Such accuracy. Wang Zhen was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting someone to instantaneously eliminate 4 augmenters. Wang Hao shifted his aim to Wang Zhen, who suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Raising his hands in a panic, he implored, "Sir, please don't shoot, let's talk this out. You hardly know her. This woman is cunning and treacherous, and no matter your reasons for helping her, it's like carrying a ticking time bomb." Before Wang Zhen could finish his sentence, he felt a gust of wind approaching from behind. Just as he turned, he saw Yun Bing, an arrow knocked, advancing rapidly. She shot an arrow into Wang Zhen's eye, piercing straight to the brain. "Son of a, you bitch," Wang Zhen roared, attempting to retaliate, but his vision abruptly went dark, and he collapsed silenced. Yun Bing withdrew the arrow, leaving a trail of thick blood behind, before painfully sinking to the ground beside Wang Zhen's fallen form, the other eye wide open and staring at her. Wang Hao holstered his rifle and approached Yun Bing, axe in hand. Wang Hao. Yun Bing. Yun Bing raised her gaze and said, "Thank you for saving me. That I promised you a request, and you may ask anything of me that I can fulfill. Join my team." Wang Hao replied with a smile, "We will be comrades in arms. That I will not compel you to do anything against your will. That if after some time you feel uncomfortable or find our ideals incompatible, you may leave with a simple word." His words flowed effortlessly. Yun Bing couldn't shake the feeling that she had been ensnared by Wang Hao's arrangement. Yet, without his timely assistance, she would likely have faced dire consequences. He is strong. His gaze is not lewd. Following him seems as though it could lead to something intriguing. Very well. Yun Bing nodded slightly. Wang Hao smiled. One of the 4 emperors had become his subordinate. In his past life, he would not have dared to dream of such a thing, at this moment. It felt utterly exhilarating that he took out a bottle of ordinary healing potion and handed it to Yun Bing, saying, "Drink this. It will heal your wounds." Yun Bing hesitated as she took the potion from him. Wang Hao, understanding her apprehension, reassured her, "You need not be wary of me. If I wished you harm, your very existence would be a luxury. Indeed, it would be child's play for him to eliminate her, an injured party." Yun Bing unscrewed the cap of the potion, poised to drink when suddenly, a dark shadow leapt over the greenery, barking and rushing toward Wang Hao. Upon closer inspection, it was a large black dog, its body riddled with decay. That was the fastest creature Yun Bing had ever encountered, and the oncoming rush instilled a sense of panic. Yun Bing was confident she could evade the first strike of the mutated dog, but she was certain she would not escape its second attack. Its speed was simply too formidable to be careful. Yun Bing hastily consumed the potion, then swiftly rolled over to retrieve the composite bow from the ground. As she knocked an arrow and drew the string, the mutated dog was already less than 2 meters away from Wang Hao, capable of leaping forward to sink its sharp, hard claws into him. However, in the next moment Wang Hao pivoted, and with a swift, decisive motion, his axe cleaved through the mutated dog's body from head to abdomen, sending it crashing to the ground in 2 halves, propelled by the momentum of its charge. A green crystal, enshrouded in filthy blood, fell with a thud to the earth. The formidable threat posed by the mutated dog, undoubtedly a 1-star creature, was palpable even to the highly skilled Yun Bing. Had it sought out others, no one would have been able to withstand its sudden onslaught. Yet in a foolish display of bravado, it had chosen to confront the 2-star Wang Hao, which was nothing short of a reckless invitation to demise. Yun Bing stood frozen, utterly astonished. This Wang Hao, a monster of such strength, and he had dispatched it with a single blow. Based on his previous calm, precise, and lethal actions, she was confident that marksmanship was not his forte. "What are you doing?" Wang Hao inquired, noticing Yun Bing's bow-drawing pose. Cough. Yun Bing replied, feeling a twinge of embarrassment that I end the tense situation. Wang Hao's demeanor was but a minor interlude. In fact, his expression had remained unchanged since the mutated dog's appearance, as if he had everything under control. "What did you do before?" Yun Bing asked, puzzled by Wang Hao's youthful appearance and unable to fathom what profession could have honed his clean and efficient skills. "You can talk," Wang Hao chuckled lightly. "Back at the roulette, you spoke no more than 5 sentences to me." Yun Bing found herself momentarily at a loss for words. She was not one to engage in small talk. "I am a student," Wang Hao stated nonchalantly. "A student? How can a student possess such remarkable skill and marksmanship?" Yun Bing wondered, suspecting he might be fabricating a story. Her bright, beautiful eyes brimmed with confusion as she thought to herself that she increasingly found it difficult to comprehend Wang Hao. Yearning to pierce the veil of mystery surrounding him, "I must go. The others in the team are still waiting for me," Wang Hao said, glancing at the corpse of the mutated dog while contemplating Hao. Without his intervention, the previous Yun Bing had managed to navigate through life-threatening crises, most likely due to the disruptive presence of the mutated dog. Yun Bing seized the opportunity to escape as Wang Hao approached the park, where he spotted from a distance 4 additional women, one of whom he recognized. Aegon from the renowned all-female team, Aegon Li Run. They were a formidable group of 6, each ranked among the top 20 on the combat strength leaderboard. It was said they refused to join any faction after being betrayed by one they had once allied with, even rejecting invitations from the Four Emperors faction. Chapter 44. A Fortuitous Find. Joining Aegon, Li Run. Wang Hao had previously interacted with Aegon Li Run and found them to be straightforward and approachable. He admired how they, as women, not only overcame the physiological disadvantages but also defied stereotypes, collectively climbing the combat strength leaderboard and making countless men feel inferior. He couldn't help but think how small Z City was. Running into Aegon Li Run, wondering if it was a stroke of extraordinary luck, as Zhang Mingyao spotted Wang Hao's return. She approached him and noticed Yun Bing, whose beauty drew admiration even from the stunning Zhang Mingyao herself. Qin Lian and the others couldn't help but steal glances at Yun Bing, curious about where Wang Hao had found such a breathtaking ice queen. How go? Zhang Mingyao reminded him of the matter at hand. Whispering, "Those individuals over there are quite polite. It seems one of them is injured and wishes to exchange a crystal core of a color I've never seen for medicine that can heal her. I believe it might be useful to you." Wang Hao nodded and approached the four women, immediately noticing a young girl with a pale complexion and lips that appeared frightfully white, though there were no visible wounds. "I am Aegon," declared a tall, short-haired girl with a round face. "The girl earlier said you might be able to save my sister. She became like this after killing a few rats. Please help her, and I will give you this." With that, Aegon produced an orange crystal from her pocket and added, "If you find it unsatisfactory, feel free to propose any conditions." Wang Hao felt a stir of interest and took out a bottle of one-star healing potion, saying, "You are fortunate to have encountered me. Otherwise, she would have lost her life if we had delayed further." The injured girl bore no external injuries, suggesting she had likely encountered a rampaging monster. And her survival thus far was primarily due to her enhanced constitution as a strengthened individual. Aegon quickly accepted the potion and administered it to her companion, watching her face for signs of improvement. "How do you feel?" "Much better. That burning sensation is gone." Her companion sighed with relief, exclaiming, "This medicine works wonders." "Damn it, you scared me," Aegon exclaimed, slapping her companion's shoulder with such force that the latter nearly toppled over. Grumbling, "Be careful, sister. I nearly survived the rats only to be smashed to pieces by you." I'm just so happy I didn't pay attention," Aegon chuckled, then turned to thrust the orange crystal into Wang Hao's hand. Shaking his hand excitedly, "Thank you so much, my brother." Wang Hao smiled, realizing he had struck gold. The orange crystal originated from a 4-star monster and could be directly used to spin the 4-star roulette. In his hands, it could even be used for the 5-star roulette. Even if it could only be spun once, it would at least guarantee a 4-star reward that he had traded a bottle of 1-star healing potion for a guaranteed 4-star reward, enhancing his chances for a higher tier reward. Truly a windfall. Essentially, it's akin to trading a vitamin for a gold bar, he mused, reflecting on the benefits of foresight. Others, unaware of the orange crystal's value, would likely cling to the healing potion, believing Aegon to be delusional for attempting to trade an unknown crystal core for a precious remedy. Considering Aegon's straightforward nature, Wang Hao felt no need for subterfuge and directly inquired, "Where did you acquire this crystal core?" "From a roulette," Aegon recalled. "There was a crystal core with a question mark on it. After I spun the wheel, this core fell out." She scratched her head, adding, "To be honest, I've tried putting this crystal core into the gray, green, and blue roulettes, but it didn't react at all. That if you feel it's a loss, you can return it, or we owe you a favor." "A loss? It's an incredible gain." Wang Hao's expression resembled that of a capitalist as he chuckled. Encountering you is fate. What does a minor loss matter? However, if you truly feel indebted, could you share the location of the roulette you mentioned?" Yun Bing's eyes flickered. This woman was remarkably honest, revealing everything. Based on the colors of the roulettes, one could infer that a color indicated a certain level, given that both the green and blue roulettes could not utilize the orange crystal. It implied that the roulette using the orange crystal was of a higher tier than the purple roulette. Thus, she realized Wang Hao had successfully deceived her. "That is no problem. The green roulette is located at." Aegon elaborated on the precise location of the roulette. Wang Hao contemplated that after resolving matters with Ru tomorrow, he would take advantage of the remaining time of extraordinary luck to visit the roulette Aegon had mentioned. He then mused for a moment before asking, "Would you all be interested in joining my team?" Aegon scratched her face and glanced sideways at her companions. Wang Hao had not anticipated an immediate acceptance from them to join a completely unfamiliar team, and he smiled gently. "No need to rush your response. The IT's getting dark. Let us find a place to rest for the night." With that, he signaled for Zhang Mingyao to lead the way. That works. Given that Aegon's group had an injured member, it was unsuitable for them to remain outside, so they followed Wang Hao and his party to a small building across from the community. The spacious living room was shrouded in darkness, barely illuminated by the feeble moonlight. It was no wonder Aegon had been deceived in her previous life. She had no defenses against this stranger, which was why she had followed him. Fortunately, Mingyao had the foresight to gather several packs of candles in advance. Chuning produced a pack of candles and called out, "Come on, Chowing Yashu. Help me light these." The candles were lit. The living room suddenly flickered with white light, and then all the lights illuminated. A collective gasp filled the room. What a coincidence. We just arrived, and the power comes back on. What are you all thinking? Qin Lian remarked, noticing Wang Hao nearby. The lights came on thanks to Wang Hao. The women turned to Wang Hao, discovering a small box plugged into the wall socket, within which a gray crystal emitted a faint glow. Is this a generator? Zhang Mingyao hesitated. Wang Hao nodded. The small box was a one-star micro-generator he had obtained in Chapter 14, which proved useful now that the power was out. With a modest power consumption, a single gray crystal could last an entire day without issue. The women were astonished that a generator can be this small. Just plug it into the socket to use it. Wang Hao seemed like a treasure trove, akin to Doryman, possessing a portable base station for Wi-Fi and now a generator, making it appear as though he had everything at his disposal. Each item he produced left them in awe. This is Yunbing. Wang Hao introduced Yunbing to several women, subsequently introducing each one individually. However, due to her personality and the inexplicable hostility directed at her from everyone except Zhang Mingyao, Qin Lian, and Chen Ying, the atmosphere was rather tense. Wang Hao, uninterested in the thoughts of each individual, merely wished for a peaceful gathering without internal strife. He then produced a large pot of food sufficient for 10 people and declared, "After a day of running around, we are all hungry. Let us eat." Chapter 45, A Culinary Delight. Tempting Aegon and the glimmering blade, Aegon sat in a corner, munching on compressed biscuits produced by the roulette. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of an enticing meat aroma. The four turned their heads in unison, only to find Wang Hao and his companions gathered around a large pot of food, nearly the size of a small grinding stone. Eagerly digging in, astonished, they exclaimed, "What heavenly feast is this?" The pot was filled with rice at the bottom, topped with an array of dishes including spicy stir-fried meat, sauteed mixed vegetables, garlic stir-fried water spinach, twice-cooked pork, spicy chicken, and tomato beef brisket, among others. It was excessive. The voluptuous woman beside Aegon stared wide-eyed at the spread, and there are my favorite dipping sauces, while ordinary roulette also offered hot dishes. Not everyone, like Wang Hao, possessed a backpack with a built-in space of several dozen cubic meters. The TO conserve space. They typically carried only compressed biscuits, which, while occupying little room and being filling, were dry and difficult to swallow, tasting akin to gnawing on cardboard. In stark contrast, Wang Hao and his group enjoyed a delectable feast that seemed worlds apart. Aegon, perplexed, remarked, "How did he manage to acquire such high-tech equipment to prepare this massive pot of food?" Another person pondered, "Aren't we all using the same roulette? We have encountered quite a few people. Everyone is the same, right?" The products of the ordinary roulette fell within the realm of human understanding. Yet Wang Hao's capabilities felt akin to demonstrating an electric light to those reliant on oil lamps, far ahead of its time, leaving people bewildered. The duck legs smelled divine, Aegon mused, eyeing the large pot of food while nibbling on his biscuits. To be honest, it does look quite appetizing. His companions followed suit, but soon found their meal increasingly bland, their irritation causing them to seal their biscuits and close their eyes in frustration. So annoying. They are feasting while we are gnawing on cardboard. On Wang Hao's side, Zhang Mingyao, Yun Bing, and others were eating like goddesses, while Wang Hao, visibly famished, gorged himself. "Slow down, brother Hao," Zhang Yeshu urged, offering him a bottle of cola. "Yeshu, you're acting like Wang Hao's little wife," Xiang Ru teased. "He has a powerful enhancer. Are you really worried he'll choke?" Feeling the gaze of her tablemates upon her, Zhang Yeshu blushed and stammered. "No, Xiang Ru, don't misunderstand. What could I possibly misunderstand? He is like a relentless machine, vigorous and enduring, that I wouldn't mind having someone like him fighting alongside me." Xiang Ru laughed. "You just need to be fiercer. You should drag Chening into this as well." Chening, surprised to find herself included, interjected, "Why are you bringing me into this? Do you not like Wang Hao? Xiang Ru fixed her gaze on Qining, who felt a tremor of unease under scrutiny, stuttering, I. At this moment, Zhang Yesha buried her head in embarrassment, her face too flushed to be seen. The others quietly continued their meal, too fearful to meet Xiang Ru's gaze. Aware that they were all young ladies of privilege, incapable of articulating such direct sentiments, and thus felt no match for the bold Xiang Ru. Once they had eaten their fill, Wang Hao produced 4 bottles of ordinary enhancement potions and placed them on the table. Ming Yao, Chao Ying, Yeshu, Qin Lian, each of you gets one. If anyone is still in need of essential gear like clothes or pants, to speak up. Zhang Xiaoying raised her hand, still holding her chopsticks. Brother Hao, I'm missing a pair of shoes. Wang Hao tossed her a pair of ordinary canvas shoes. Wow, this is the style I like. Zhang Xiaoying exclaimed joyfully as she changed into the shoes, but hesitated. Brother Hao, my small knife isn't working well, and I keep getting blood all over me. Can you give me a gun like Yeshu S? You're struggling with a knife, and yet you want a long gun. Wang Hao pondered briefly before producing an ordinary submachine gun along with a bag of magazines, tossing them to Zhang Xiaoying. This gun is silenced. Practice your shooting whenever you can. If you run out of bullets, just ask me for more. I have plenty, enough that I find them cumbersome. Such a generous demeanor, akin to a wealthy benefactor, astonished Aegon and the others, witnessing how Wang Hao not only equipped several women with enhancing abilities and weapons, but also allowed exchanges if they were unsuitable. It was noteworthy that while Aegon and his companions were particularly ruthless in slaying zombies, they had yet to adequately arm themselves, let alone find suitable gear. The frequency of roulette spins required more crystal cores, and the rewards from those spins were often not what one desired. Wang Hao's ease with the roulette was a testament to his prowess. For others, merely spinning it twice could prove to be an arduous task, yielding only a handful of crystal cores, often necessitating the slaying of dozens of zombies. Aegon, the voluptuous woman, murmured, "Those girls don't seem to be pretending. He is genuinely generous, and we have nowhere else to go. What do you think?" Aegon surveyed his companions and suggested, "I can't quite figure this out. How about we go with the majority? Those who wish to join him, raise your hands." Almost simultaneously, 3 hands shot up. They yearned for a semblance of dignity, yet the treatment on Wang Hao's side was simply too favorable. All right, Aegon stood and approached Wang Hao, scratching his face and smiling. "Buddy, my sisters and I would like to join you, if that's all right." "Welcome," Wang Hao replied with a light chuckle. Aegon and her companions enthusiastically greeted Zhang Mingyao and the others, with the voluptuous woman named Demi Ai and the other 2 named Xiao Wei and Xiao Mei. Zhang Mingyao explained Wang Hao's rules, and the 4 had no objections. Rewards were given based on contributions. No issues there. This is too unreal that in my previous life, I would never have dared to dream of such fortune. Wang Hao glanced at Yun Bing and the 4 women, feeling elated. 5 individuals. One of the 4 emperors and 4 formidable warriors that AS for Yun Bing. Wang Hao had never had the privilege to engage with her in his past life, but he had encountered Aegon and the Glimmering Blade at the time. While they were approachable, the disparity in strength rendered him considerably inferior. Today, they had all willingly placed themselves under Wang Hao's command. Having nearly finished his meal, Wang Hao ascended to the balcony on the 2nd floor. Suddenly, 2 delicate hands wrapped around his waist from behind, followed by a melodious and teasing voice. "You seem to attract only women. Are you keeping up with all this?" Chapter 46. The Frenzied Battle. Aftermath of the conflict. It seems that way. Wang Hao shrugged. "Perhaps it's because I don't draw attention. That statement carries weight." Xiang Ru chuckled, amused. Wang Hao continued to produce the last 2 bottles of ordinary enhancement potions and 1 bottle of a 1-star enhancement potion, along with a melee profession scroll, handing them to Xiang Ru. "Drink them in the order I've given you. Do not mix them up. Understood?" After drinking the potion, Xiang Ru successfully advanced to a 1-star enhancer and transitioned to a melee class. She donned the 1-star boxing gloves Wang Hao provided and, without hesitation, executed a series of combination punches, exclaiming in delight, "What did you give me? The boost is tremendous. You are now a 1-star enhancer." Wang Hao briefly explained the hierarchy of enhancers, deliberately obscuring the foundational concepts. While Xiang Ru's increasing strength would enhance her assistance to Wang Hao, it also posed a potential threat to him. Thus, he only provided Xiang Ru with 6 basic potions to ensure he remained stronger than her, allowing him to remain unperturbed even if she were to betray him in the future. "You treat me so well, always giving me the best," that I don't know how to thank you. Xiang Ru gazed at him passionately. Tonight, I must reward you, no need for rewards. Wang Hao replied. This is all earned through your own efforts. I treat you all equally. Remembering something, he inquired, what is your occupational talent? He possessed enough resources to assemble a 20-person one-star team, but he only provided ordinary resources to Qin Lian and the others. This was to prevent them from forming dependencies on high-level weaponry, which would hinder their growth. As for Xiang Ru, her skills, judgment, and other aspects had met the necessary requirements. Frenzied battle. Xiang Ru revealed her small note, stating, the gist is that the more excited I become, the stronger I grow. This talent seems tailor-made for her. The frenzied style of Xiang Ru inherently exerts an invisible pressure on her opponents, and with the addition of a berserker, one can only say that whoever faces her shall be the first to succumb. Wang Hao's thoughts began to wander, excitement bubbling within him. In that regard, wouldn't it be, you were absolutely right in what you just said. All of this has been earned through my own efforts. It appears that Xiang Ru can see through Wang Hao's thoughts as she leaped onto the railing and, with a beguiling smile, said to him, we haven't tried battling outside yet. Come on, baby, I want to secure more benefits. This madwoman, outside it's pitch black, and who knows how many zombies might spring forth from the shadows. She actually wants to hunt. However, there is no retreat for Wang Hao. Fight, fight, fight. The Xiang family has established a vast villa district in Z City, with over a dozen standalone villas, boasting a rather audacious name. Tianxiang. They were luckier than the Zhang family. On the day the disaster struck, not many of their members mutated. Additionally, with someone in a high-ranking position in the military, they quickly dispatched aid to stabilize their position. The villa district is surrounded by dozens of guards, with snipers stationed at vantage points, creating an exceptionally fortified perimeter that this moment, in the centrally located villa adjacent to an artificial lake. The head of the Xiang family, Xiang Jinglong, heard a report from his subordinate and furrowed his brow, saying, please repeat that. Xiang Rong was killed by another. The circumstances surrounding the situation are rather peculiar. Among those who accompanied Xiang Rong, aside from one individual with a relatively normal wound, all others bore wounds that were unnaturally smooth, as if cleaved by a sharp instrument. Yet to my knowledge, no weapon in existence could achieve such precision. Not even those crafted by the roulette company. His subordinate hesitated, stating that the brutality inflicted on Xiang Rong seemed too calculated. Not the work of a monster, but rather that of a vengeful foe. Xiang Rong's caliber is notable, and with several elites by his side, how could they not even fire a shot? Xiang Jinglong's eyes flickered. This couldn't have been the work of humans, that must have been a monster that ambushed them. The subordinate concurred that the events surrounding Xiang Rong and his companions did not seem human. The speed required to eliminate them so swiftly, preventing even a single shot, was implausible. Even if a soldier were 10 times more formidable, it wouldn't reach such terrifying levels. However, his experience indicated that the wounds on Xiang Rong and the others were indeed caused by a sharp weapon, likely a dagger or hand axe. The situation in Z City is becoming increasingly dire. Xiang Jinglong sighed, let's set this matter aside for now. We will investigate later. Has there been any progress with the research team on the enhancement serum? The enhancement serum is precious, although they confirmed the authenticity of the serum with those who have become enhancers. There remains a fear of potential failure and irreversible side effects. Losing even a few subordinates is not an option, and capturing individuals for testing would be a waste of the serum. Thus, Xiang Jinglong summoned a cadre of researchers that if Wang Hao were privy to Xiang Jinglong's considerations, he would undoubtedly be astonished, having never contemplated this layer of complexity, and would remark, those in the greenhouse think far too much. Not yet, the subordinate replied. Useless, Xiang Jinglong exclaimed, a bunch of good-for-nothings. They've been researching a few simple questions for so long without a conclusion. It seems that without some pressure, they have no understanding of the current environment. Inform them that if there's no result within 3 days, they're all out. After a brief pause, he instructed, go remind the guards to stay alert. Not a single fly should get through, or they will be the first to face the consequences. The subordinate nodded and departed. The following day, Wang Hao, lying on a large bed, suddenly opened his eyes and got up to open the door, startling Zhang Mingyao, who was about to knock. She thought to herself how perceptive he was. As soon as she approached, he reacted immediately. What is the urgency? Wang Hao, with his tousled hair, responded, come and see. Zhang Mingyao recalled her purpose for visiting and promptly led Wang Hao to the balcony, pointing at the fractured tree 100 meters away and the large fissure in the ground. This is what we discovered when we woke up this morning. Could it be that a terrifying monster appeared last night? After speaking, she noticed Wang Hao's strange expression that a single zombie couldn't have caused such a disturbance. It was evident how formidable that mysterious creature must be. Yet he seemed utterly unconcerned. Wang Hao had every reason to be concerned. That tree and that large pit were remnants of his battle with Xiang Ru the previous night. Ahem, everyone's physique is different. Battles among enhancers can be intense and noisy, he said, though now, being reminded of the scene by Zhang Mingyao, felt rather awkward. There's no need to be anxious. Wang Hao nonchalantly stated, we'll be leaving soon anyway, so please have them prepare for departure. All right. Zhang Mingyao left, eager to uncover the truth, fearful that her own anxiety might lead her to tears. Chapter 47. A sudden strike on the Xiang family, each one more terrifying than the last. An hour later, the group stealthily approached the Greenbelt, where they could clearly see the defensive fortifications at the Tianxiang Villa District's entrance, composed of sandbags, iron spikes, armored vehicles, and a contingent of individuals armed with either melee or silenced firearms. The guard was exceedingly strict. It appeared that any angle of approach could trigger a chain reaction. Upon seeing this location, which had haunted her nightmares countless times, Xiang Ru's gaze turned complex as painful memories flooded her mind. Our mission is quite simple. We charge at them. Wang Hao pointed toward the Villa District, noticing that Xiang Ru's hands were trembling and her complexion was pale. Confronting one's inner fears is a challenge for anyone. He asked gravely, Xiang Ru, do you have any concerns? Xiang Ru took a deep breath and resolutely replied, none. It's time to settle this once and for all, that To become a true warrior. One must strive to be flawless. Moreover, I am Wang Hao's woman. On the highway, that was my first and last time holding him back. Aegon and the others exchanged glances, contemplating why, on their very first day of joining, they found themselves involved in a major offensive against someone's home. Was this really reliable? The opposing side was armed and had covered that if they charged in, they would merely become targets on the street. Even as enhancers, they weren't invulnerable to bullets. What you're suggesting? Wang Hao briefly explained the battle plan to the group. 5 minutes later, Xiang Ru alone approached the main gate of the Villa District. The moment she revealed herself, the guards noticed her. Please do not take another step forward. One guard shouted, otherwise you will bear the consequences. I am Xiang Ru, the daughter of Xiang Jinglong. Xiang Ru feigned terror, calling out in fear, I have returned. Please let me in. The guard pressed his communication device to relay the message to superiors. And shortly after, instructions came through the earpiece. Confirmed, it is the boss's daughter. Allow her entry. The guard waved his hand, and another swiftly crossed the barricade to escort Xiang Ru back. Under the watchful gaze of the guards, she suddenly halted, excitement coursing through her as her shoulders trembled, a radiant smile gracing her face. Thank you that I know the way from here. The guards, seasoned veterans who had seen bloodshed in foreign battlefields, felt goosebumps rise at the sight of Xiang Ru's smile. This woman, she is exceedingly dangerous. Quick, restrain her. Their reaction was swift, but Xiang Ru was swifter. She delivered a punch to the face of the guard leading her. Her enhanced strength combined with her gauntlets ruthlessly shattering his face and skull, sending him hurtling into the ground, where he convulsed violently before falling silent. Open fire. The commanding guard's pupils dilated as he decisively altered the orders. Those who had initially prepared to pounce on Xiang Ru raised their firearms and fired. Dozens of bullets erupted into a rain of orange towards her. There was no suspense. Xiang Ru, or indeed anyone, facing such close-range gunfire would undoubtedly be reduced to a sieve. Yet Xiang Ru, having ascended to a new level, now perceived bullets as sluggish and clear, especially since most guards were wielding conventional firearms, which were inferior in performance to standard weapons. They posed no threat to her. Ha! Is this truly the world as Wang Hao sees it? Xiang Ru laughed heartily, advancing toward the hail of bullets, her fists flying as she deflected them one by one, to the guards and the onlookers outside, including Aegon and the others. Her movements appeared as if she were leaving afterimages, her figure blurring as bullets clanged against the ground. Aside from Wang Hao, Zhang Mingyao and the others were utterly stupefied, particularly Aegon and his companions, as if watching a special effects film. their expressions filled with disbelief at the sight of the stunningly beautiful woman effortlessly moving like a deity. Where did things go awry? Why, despite everyone being enhancers, could she deflect bullets while they could barely see them? Xiang Ru's prowess clearly surpassed that of ordinary enhancers. Yunbing gazed at Wang Hao's silhouette, her eyes flickering with thought. How did he acquire so many one-star crystal cores? 1 or 2 should not yield a probability of 2.1 for a one-star enhancement serum. Moreover, having cultivated Xiang Ru, did this not imply that he was stronger than her? Yunbing had previously encountered a one-star roulette, but lacking the green crystal, she could only set it aside for the time being. However, after witnessing Xiang Ru's performance, her thoughts crystallized. Enhancers are indeed stratified by rank. She had believed that her exceptional fortune would place her ahead of others, but upon meeting Wang Hao, she realized her naivety. While Yunbing was still pondering where to obtain a green crystal, Wang Hao had already begun to spin the one-star roulette, not only empowering himself, but also nurturing a formidable ally. Zhang Mingyao and her fellow enhancers were astounded, and the ordinary guards appeared as if they had seen a ghost, their eyes wide with disbelief. The mere act of Xiang Ru firing a single bullet was already astonishing. Yet she could withstand a hail of gunfire. It is crucial to understand that dodging bullets is not merely a matter of addition. The power involved is far from being a simple 1-1-2. In a heartbeat, Xiang Ru wildly deflected bullets, closing in on the nearest guard. Under his terrified gaze, she retaliated with a punch that struck his face, causing his head to swivel 90 degrees, his lifeless eyes sending a shiver down the spines of his comrades. Xiang Ru seized the guard's weapon and, with a triumphant laugh, began to unleash a barrage upon the remaining guards. Although she had never handled a real firearm, at a distance of merely a few meters and with her opponents clustered closely, even with her eyes closed, she could hit her targets without consideration for marksmanship. That in an instant, blood blossomed in the air as several guards fell, their chests stained crimson. Reinforcements, request heavy weapon support. The communication channels of the villa erupted in chaos. Filled with cries for help, the sound of bullets, the thud of impacts, and raucous laughter. Xiang Jinglong received reports from his subordinates, and after confirming that the woman at the entrance was indeed Xiang Ru, he was overwhelmed with shock that it was unfathomable that his daughter, whom he had despised since birth, was now unleashing a massacre like a monster at the door, that I knew it was the gravest mistake not to smother her at birth. He seethed. After raising her for so many years, providing for her every need, she shows no gratitude and dares to come here to undermine my authority. In a fit of rage, Xiang Jinglong shouted, "Kill her, at any cost, eliminate her." His subordinates nodded and hurriedly mobilized all the forces of the Xiang family. Meanwhile, Xiang Ru, having discarded her empty magazine, was about to pursue the retreating guards when a prickling sensation surged through her scalp. A chill racing up from her feet. Without a moment's hesitation, she dodged, just as a long, sharp bullet struck her previous position. What a sniper rifle! Xiang Ru's gaze turned icy, her first thought to eliminate the old sniper perched at the high ground. Yet, recalling Wang Hao's instructions to draw out most of the Xiang family's forces, she diverted her frustration with the sniper towards the guards nearby. Chapter 48. Dominance of Power, Chain Reaction, turning offense into defense simultaneously. Reinforcements from elsewhere in the Xiang family arrived, some even wielding rocket launchers. However, just as they were about to encircle Xiang Ru, a white axe suddenly whizzed in from outside the barricade, spinning through the air before embedding itself in the ground among the crowd. The center of the group had yet to react when they were obliterated into fragments, while those nearby, though aware of the danger, were either dead or wounded, their close proximity amplifying the blast's devastation. In the blink of an eye, nearly half of their numbers had vanished. The injured guards, or those who had narrowly escaped, stared in sheer terror at Wang Hao, who stood majestically atop an armored vehicle. Their hearts shaken to the core. This is a monster, they thought, having silently witnessed the slaughter of a dozen or more trained elites. Dadagon and the others were utterly astonished by Wang Hao's display of power. They had thought Xiang Ru was terrifying, but Wang Hao surpassed her, a single axe claiming a multitude of lives. He was a true battlefield reaper that we should engage. Zhang Mingyao called out, "Stay coordinated. Only target those with cold weapons." The women nodded and followed her into the villa district. Yunbing, adhering to Wang Hao's instructions, flanked the right side of the villa area, where she could clearly spot the snipers stationed at the high ground. They've anticipated our tactics, she mused. He claimed to be a student. What a deception. The disparity in physical prowess between ordinary individuals and enhancers was monumental. Despite the guards being elite, their skills paled in comparison to Wang Hao's. However, they could hardly withstand the assault from 2 or more attackers. The guards struggled to land a blow on Zhang Mingyao and her team, but were thwarted by their superior equipment. The turn of battle was all but inevitable. In less than 10 minutes, the Xiong family's forces lay strewn across a pool of blood that Agon's combat style had been ferocious since the onset of the apocalypse. Relentlessly delivering one lethal strike after another, placing immense pressure on her adversaries. Wang Hao, having thrown the explosive axe, refrained from further direct engagement, observing as his subordinates advanced through the villa district. Yun Bing shot an arrow that pierced the sniper at the high ground. Being the leader felt exhilarating. Most of the time, he need not dirty his hands. Brother Hao, Zhang Mingyao said, approaching him after tidying up the aftermath of the battle, a hint of fatigue in her demeanor. We have secured the villa district. Gon and the others are now addressing the zombies attracted by the commotion. Wang Hao nodded. Well done. While eliminating potential threats, we discovered 3 roulettes, 1 gray, 1 blue, and 1 orange. Zhang Mingyao continued that we also found numerous weapons and equipment, as well as a safe in another villa. Wang Hao's eyelids twitched. What a remarkable start for the Xiong family, he thought, unable to suppress a grin. Originally, his purpose in visiting the villa district was to aid Xiong Ru in overcoming her inner demons, with no particular expectations, yet he had stumbled upon such an unexpected delight to be by the way. How has no one heard of them? He pondered. Even if Xiong Ru eventually annihilated the Xiong family, there should have been some rumors circulating. Could it be that the Xiong family had suffered some setback in between? Wang Hao dismissed further speculation due to the lack of clues and turned to Zhang Mingyao. Lead me to the safe, that I wish to see what is so well protected. Zhang Mingyao nodded and guided Wang Hao to a standalone villa. Upon entering, they were greeted by a spacious living room orderly filled with weapons, knives, guns, clubs, clothing, roughly counting 20 to 30 items, and with the bodies of the deceased outside, the total easily surpassed 50. That such a collection was formidable at this stage. With a stroke of luck, one would need to spin at least 4 ordinary roulettes to amass such a cache. However, given Xiong Rong's modus operandi, a significant portion was likely seized from survivors. Wang Hao noticed the safe in the corner and approached it. Zhang Mingyao remarked, I attempted to open it. 1 strike left a mark. That is to be expected. This safe is clearly not ordinary. Wang Hao replied, recognizing that a quality safe could withstand even a Barrett rifle, let alone a regular knife, only marginally sharper than average. With a decisive swing of his axe, the blade cleaved through the safe as effortlessly as slicing through tofu, revealing a stack of potions within. Zhang Mingyao's eyelids flickered. Such sharpness? Is this for real? Ordinary enhancer potions? Wang Hao felt perplexed. Does this shabby thing really require such meticulous locking? Xiao Hui has captured a group of researchers. I heard the Xiong family is studying the stability of enhancer potions and potential side effects from consumption. Zhang Mingyao hesitated at the onset of the skirmish. It did seem like they had no enhancers. Wang Hao chuckled. Those pampered in greenhouses think too much, afraid the potions might be toxic. Someone like me, living on the edge, wouldn't ponder such things that I would simply drink upon seeing the roulette's prompt. But it's understandable for the wealthy to value their lives that if I let my subordinates consume them, I worry they might turn against me if they grew powerful. But he smirked. I must thank the Xiong family for their caution. They made me a splendid gift. Wang Hao collected the enhancer potions from the safe, counting a total of 9 bottles, that a smile crept across his face as he mused. Raiding a house is indeed delightful. The weapons and potions obtained will fortify our team. Now, even recruiting 20 to 30 individuals would allow them to be fully equipped. Does the Xiong family possess no crystal cores? Wang Hao inquired. None, Zhang Mingyao replied. However, we did not search the villa Xiong Ru went to with so many weapons and potions amassed. There should have been some crystal cores, though likely not many. Wang Hao recalled the helicopter parked atop the Xiong villa. Noting the scarcity of zombies in that area, it was entirely feasible to mount a significant operation. Otherwise, without cores on hand, the roulettes mentioned by Agon and the Xiong family's roulettes would merely be a tantalizing dream. Ah! Wang Hao suddenly heard a chilling scream from outside, faintly intermingled with the curses of a woman. That it was evident that Xiong Ru was passionately extending her greetings to her family. The Xiang family represented a pivotal turning point in Xiang Ru's life. Once she overcame her fears and crossed this threshold, a transformation would await her. Did I end this lifetime? Xiang Ru would embark on the path of becoming the Mad King ahead of schedule. Wang Hao stepped outside towards the entrance, where he observed a group of women engaged in combat against the zombies, with numerous zombie corpses already strewn across the ground. Suddenly, a horde of zombies surged onto the road, among them the ferocious figures of rabid zombies. Their violent strides trampling the greenery. Leave the rabid zombies to me. Yun Bing commanded from atop an armored vehicle. As the horde approached, she released the tension on her bowstring, sending an arrow whistling through the air, expertly piercing the skull of a rabid zombie. Chapter 49. The Rodent Tide. One person guards the rear. Yun Bing's archery was renowned. The rabid zombies, mingling with the ordinary ones, moved their heads erratically, making it exceedingly difficult to hit a target with a single arrow. Even seasoned archers would commend her skill. Yun Bing deftly drew another arrow from her quiver, knocking it and releasing. The arrow zipped past the ear of an ordinary zombie, striking down the rabid zombie behind it with a decisive blow. Qin Lian and her companions did not lag behind. Advancing to dispatch the ordinary zombies as enhancers, they found dealing with the ordinary zombies a trivial task, aside from the nuisance posed by the rabid ones. After observing for a while, Wang Hao prepared to leave, but then he noticed two large rodents, their bodies rotting in several places and oozing pus, mingling with the corpses. "Everyone back!" Wang Hao shouted. The women, bewildered by the sudden command, hesitated, questioning why they should retreat at such a crucial moment. Nevertheless, as the leader, they had to heed his orders and fell back to their defenses. Except for Yun Bing, everyone grabbed their firearms. Don't overthink it. "Keep your fingers on the triggers," Wang Hao instructed. The women hastily secured their weapons and turned to retrieve the guns of the Xiang family's guards, quickly learning how to shoot by the time they set up their weapons against the barricade. The horde had drawn near. "Open fire!" With Wang Hao's command, the women pressed down on their triggers, unleashing a cascade of dazzling gunfire, causing the zombies to fall like a sieve. With insufficient accuracy, they relied on sheer firepower. The rodents hiding among the zombies were quickly drawn out by Yun Bing. However, before the women could catch their breath, an ear-piercing screech echoed from the road, announcing the arrival of a massive swarm of rodents. Sure enough, Wang Hao narrowed his eyes. The rodents, like cockroaches, often appeared in swarms. When one was sighted, it was likely that a multitude was nearby. Qin Lian and her companions felt a chill run down their spines. Thankfully, Wang Hao had foresight. They had learned from the nearly fatal experience with Xiao Mei that the mutated rodents, like the rabid zombies, carried a plethora of viruses. Had Wang Hao not called them back, they would have faced a calamity against the swarm of mutated rodents. They quickly reloaded their magazines and maintained their fire. Essentially, the mutated rodents were still ordinary mutated animals, as long as they maintained their distance. Conventional firearms remained lethal against them. Squeak, squeak. The rodents, undeterred by the hail of bullets, charged forward recklessly. One by one, they fell into pools of blood, but the sheer number of rodents and their poor aim meant that 2 or 3 shots might suffice to take down a single rodent. They required 6 or 7 shots. This allowed the rodents to close in as they reloaded, making it perilous should they get too close. Wang Hao swiftly drew his flamethrower, unleashing a straight line of fire that struck the fastest rodent, incinerating it instantly in a blaze of black smoke amidst its shrill cries. The other rodents, cunningly avoiding their unfortunate companion, pressed on, but at that moment, a shadow darted in from the side, delivering a kick to the side of a rodent. It yelped as it was sent flying, colliding with 2 others. "You filthy sewer pests, do you think the sun shines down for you?" Xiang Ru shouted, her bloodshot eyes ablaze with fury as she plunged into the horde, launching a barrage of strikes that sent mutated rodents flying through the air, their dark blood splattering everywhere. The rodent swarm quickly turned their attention to this frenzied human, converging upon her in a terrifying display. For any other person, simply witnessing such a scene would evoke dread, let alone facing it head-on. Yet, Xiang Ru exhibited no signs of fear. Instead, she radiated an exhilarating thrill, her fair neck bulging with prominent veins. "Come, devour me. I am an enhancer. My flesh is surely more delectable than that of an ordinary person." Xiang Ru, in a frenzy, taunted the rats, engaging in a wild and unrestricted battle. with both hands thrust into the eyes of a rodent. She forcefully pried open its skull, causing thick, viscous fluid to erupt in a splattering spray in that moment. It became difficult to discern who among them was truly the monster. Wang Hao, holstering his twin pistols, gazed at Xiang Ru amidst the throng of rodents, murmuring, "This madwoman is akin to a self-destructing truck. Even the fearless would break into a cold sweat, rather than being besieged by the horde." It could be said that Xiang Ru was single-handedly challenging the swarm. Empowered by her professional prowess, she grew bolder with each skirmish, unfazed even when besieged by countless viruses, epitomizing madness to the utmost degree. A few minutes later, the ground surrounding Xiang Ru lay strewn with the dismembered remains of mutated rats, not a single intact corpse in sight. The earth had been stained a deep black with foul blood, and the air was thick with a nauseating, acrid stench. Zhang Mingyao and her companions, having dispatched the last rat, turned to witness Xiang Ru, drenched in blood and gore, her features obscured, but a shiver of fear coursed through them. Though they were well aware of Xiang Ru's reckless bravery, witnessing her in such a state evoked an overwhelming sense of confronting a ferocious beast. The oppressive aura was palpable. "Yun Bing, please handle the monsters attracted by the commotion." Zhang Mingyao instructed the others that we will focus on collecting crystal cores. "Everyone, be cautious not to touch the corpses. We wouldn't want to risk poisoning ourselves." Nodding in agreement, the women dispersed to dissect the rats' heads. Wang Hao produced a vial of basic healing potion and tossed it to Xiang Ru, saying, "Go wash up. I have no interest in your current state, but don't be so strict with your tastes." With a smile, Xiang Ru acknowledged her insanity. Yet she was not foolish. She recognized the uncleanliness of rat blood. After downing the potion, she sought out a place to cleanse herself. Wang Hao leaped atop an armored vehicle to survey their surroundings. Different individuals faced the rat tide with varying results. For instance, the Xiang family of his previous life had been obliterated by such a horde, while he, with fewer men than the Xiang family, had eradicated the threat without sustaining injuries. The entire affair appeared as though Wang Hao and his group were methodically slaughtering the wave of rodents. After nearly half an hour of digging, Zhang Mingyao's team, due to Wang Hao's relatively low kill count, had unearthed a total of 174 gray crystals, but that's quite a haul, Agon remarked, astonished. "Enough for a dozen spins on the roulette." "Not much." Chuning interjected with a frown, in the past, when Hao Good dealt with similar numbers of zombies, we would at least collect over 200 cores. The mutated rats are more formidable than zombies. So considering the expenses incurred, this battle is somewhat of a loss. Agon was taken aback, glancing at the expressions on the faces of others, which echoed Chen Ying's sentiments that he felt bewildered, thinking, is my team really that impressive? To gain over 100 cores and still feel it's a loss? They used to rejoice at collecting double digits in a single day. "Mingyao," Wang Hao commanded, "take your team to find nearby survivors. Offer them some supplies. If they want crystal cores, give them a few. Bring them to dig a horizontal trench along the road leading to the main gate. It would be even better if we could find excavators or similar tools. Move swiftly. Aim to finish within 2 hours." Without further questions, Zhang Mingyao led her team to carry out the orders. Wang Hao sought to spin the blue roulette, which required a substantial number of gray crystals. The more than 100 cores contributed by the rat tide were insufficient for his needs, so he intended to capitalize on the relative scarcity of zombies in Z City to swiftly eliminate another wave. "I haven't had much activity lately, and I'm already hungry," Wang Hao mused as he perched atop the vehicle, producing a can of beef flavored with green Sichuan pepper. The aromatic scent wafted into the air as he pulled the tab. Savoring a bite, delicious. The green pepper locked in the savory essence of the meat on his palate. He teasingly displayed 3 cans of different flavors to Yun Bing, who looked on, her stomach grumbling in response. "Yun Bing," Wang Hao tossed her a can, saying, "I'm stepping out for a bit. When Ming Yao and the others return, assist her." Yun Bing caught the can and watched as Wang Hao encountered Xiang Ru, who had just finished bathing. She then settled back at the edge of the vehicle, her poised figure harmonizing with the scattered corpses, exuding a certain beauty. As she opened the can, she suddenly remembered that she had no chopsticks. The upbringing instilled in her made it difficult to eat with her hands like Wang Hao, so she pulled off the lid, fashioning it into a V shape, and scooped the beef into her mouth. The collision of sweet and sour tomato with the savory meat was heavenly. She vowed it was the best tomato beef she had ever tasted. Yun Bing devoured bite after bite, unable to stop. And after finishing, she licked her lips in satisfaction. Suddenly, she glanced around, ensuring no one noticed her unrefined actions, before exhaling in relief that it was amusing how she still had a penchant for food while maintaining an image of decorum. Meanwhile, Wang Hao and Xiang Ru ascended to the rooftop of the central villa, gazing at the armed helicopter before them. The operational methods of this machine should not differ much from civilian models. Care to give it a try? You know I can pilot a helicopter. Xiang Ru shot him a sidelong glance. Skydiving, rock climbing, diving, surfing, parkour. I picked up quite the range of skills. Wang Hao counted off on his fingers. Flying a helicopter can't be that difficult for you. Having witnessed her astonishing skill set during her assessments, he regarded her as a jack of all trades, that he would not be surprised if one day she claimed to know how to operate a nuclear submarine. You seem to have a knack for calculations, she teased, opening the helicopter door and taking the pilot's seat. But you've underestimated me. I not only can pilot a helicopter, but I've also learned to fly planes, though I lack a license. Surely no one will apprehend me for flying a helicopter now. Wang Hao settled into the co-pilot's seat, succinctly stating, my plan is for you to act as bait, drawing a large horde of zombies towards you. Does this pose any challenge for you? Simple enough. Low-altitude flying will ensure the horde stays hooked due to the sound of the rotors, Xiang Ru replied, scanning the helicopter's controls. The armed version isn't much different from civilian models, just with a few additional systems. Wang Hao nodded. Is your standard for me truly this low? With a light laugh, Xiang Ru retorted, I'm a woman driver. Are you worried I might drive you into a ditch? Is it too late for me to back out now? Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. It's too late. The doors have been welded shut. Xiang Ru initiated the helicopter's startup, assuring him, don't worry. I've piloted helicopters a few times and have yet to receive negative feedback. As she spoke, the rotors began to whir aggressively, churning up the air. Negative feedback. Can the dead even provide that? Though her words were lighthearted, her skills were solid, and they took off smoothly, following Wang Hao's instructions to fly 3 kilometers to a desolate square. Here, the area was abandoned, with scarcely a zombie in sight. The helicopter hovered in the air, the force of the rotors creating a deafening noise against the surrounding buildings, which soon drew the attention of numerous zombies. They began to converge from the structures, corridors, and streets toward the sound, including several first-tier zombies. Within mere minutes, the area beneath the helicopter was teeming with the undead. Isn't it more effective to kill them directly like this? Xiang Ru questioned, puzzled as to why they were intentionally luring the horde toward the villa district for slaughter. After all, won't someone need to collect the crystal cores afterward? The commotion we're causing might attract even more monstrous entities. What if Zhang Mingyao and the others get overwhelmed? That would endanger our own people. Wang Hao explained, I urgently need the crystal cores, so stability is paramount that if anything goes awry, it would waste even more time. My super luck buff is about to expire, and time is of the essence that if anything delays us now, it could lead to a meltdown. You truly are steady, Xiang Ru acknowledged, not at all like a typical young person. Wang Hao had made plenty of youthful mistakes in his past life. To repeat them now would be sheer folly. Observing the zombies below, Wang Hao instructed, once the square is filled to capacity with zombies, we will begin to draw them toward the villa district. While we wait, it seems we haven't yet tested the helicopter. Xiang Ru's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she rolled her lips. Wang Hao, exasperated, remarked, is your craving for excitement so great? You come here every day. I am open to surrender, Xiang Ru teased. Come at me. Shout for your mother. Wang Hao's expression turned serious. Do I need to repeat myself? With a pout, Xiang Ru expressed her disdain for the tedious and as time passed. The number of zombies in the square increased, crowding together as they raised their claws, relentlessly waving towards the helicopter. Lacking any semblance of intelligence, they disregarded their surroundings. In their excitement, they clawed at their companions, leaving some flesh stripped away, revealing ghastly bones beneath. Xiang Ru, seeing the situation was dire, maneuvered the helicopter to fly at a low altitude along the predetermined path. Countless zombies surged from the square into the streets, chasing the helicopter's tail, their chaotic yet forceful footsteps reverberating around them. The ground, walls, and windows trembled with a resonant hum. Along the way, this death squad, assembled by Wang Hao, absorbed numerous zombies and cockroaches, escalating from a 3-digit to a 4-digit scale. Oh my goodness! Nearby survivors, hearing the commotion, peered out cautiously, only to recoil in fear and hurriedly seek refuge. It was utterly terrifying. Just imagine the sensation of being charged at by thousands of individuals, with the frenzied and grotesque energy of the zombies. That feeling was amplified tenfold. That it would be remarkable if one didn't lose control of their bowels in such a scenario. They could not comprehend the purpose of the helicopter's occupants in attracting so many zombies. Was it possible that the local armed forces were beginning to reorganize and launch a cleansing operation? It seemed likely, as who else would possess such audacity to act with such abandon? Meanwhile, spurred by the promise of reward, Zhang Mingyao and her companions gathered a substantial number of survivors, along with a drilling machine, distributing shovels, hose, and other tools from the roulette production line. United in their efforts, they swiftly excavated a trench over 3 meters deep. Once completed, Zhang Mingyao disbanded the survivors. Or rather, they hastily dispersed upon hearing the approaching roars of the 1,000-strong horde from the 10 o'clock direction. Not daring to linger for even a second, they vanished from sight. This commotion, Zhang Mingyao and her group stood behind their fortifications, and among them, Xiaomei expressed her doubts. Could this be something orchestrated by Brother Hao? Be confident that it is indeed orchestrated by Brother Hao, Zhang Chaoying replied nonchalantly. Who else could create such a ruckus? The 4 of them exchanged glances, each reflecting a mix of shock, helplessness, and confusion. This uproar likely signified the presence of 800 or 900 zombies. What was Wang Hao planning? He had not mentioned that their first operation would involve charging headlong into the enemy's stronghold. They had thought this situation was terrifying enough, only to discover that Wang Hao had deliberately provoked a massive horde. If anything went awry, there would be nowhere for them to flee. The horde could devour them down to the last bone. The others remained relatively calm. The elderly had grown numb to the horrors, while the newcomers were the ones who trembled in fear. After all, this was not Wang Hao's first time achieving the extraordinary. Deep down, they too felt uncertain. Could a mere trench truly hold back hundreds of zombies? Yet they had long since resolved that Wang Hao was their leader. If death were to come, they would face it together. Just as the women pondered their thoughts, a helicopter approached them head-on. Its co-pilot door ajar, Wang Hao, gripping the door handle with one hand, let the gusts from the spinning rotors whip his clothes dramatically. Brother Hao has returned. As Wang Hao leaped from the helicopter, the sudden action caused them to collectively hold their breath, but he was several meters above the ground, and jumping without deceleration onto the hard concrete would surely be a tremendous impact, even for an enhanced individual. Was Xiang Ru unable to slow down, or was Wang Hao simply in a hurry? It's fine. Everyone remained calm. Zhang Mingyao managed to maintain her composure, stating, Brother Hao never undertakes actions without confidence. Yet the others could hardly listen. Their hearts raced in their throats. Chapter 52. The Artifact Unleashed. Function 2 of the Silver Dragon Ring Boom. Wang Hao landed directly, his feet cracking the ground beneath him. The instantaneous impact merely caused his legs to bend slightly. He sustained no further injury. Hiss. The women collectively gasped, What? What kind of body does Wang Hao possess to withstand the impact of such a high drop in scathe? Though they were enhanced individuals themselves, they knew full well that had they leaped from the same height, they would have likely suffered broken limbs, unable to move for quite some time. Indeed, as Zhang Mingyao observed, Wang Hao never attempted anything without assurance. With his superior 2-star qualities, the height of a mere few meters posed no threat. Even jumping from a greater height would be inconsequential. Before the women could recover, they witnessed a throng of frenzied and grotesque zombies surging towards them like a dark tide, exuding an overwhelming sense of dread. As if contact would lead to merciless consumption, instinctively, they felt the urge to flee. Even Wang Hao appeared diminutive before such a vast horde. They had merely experienced more than ordinary people, yet fundamentally, they remained newcomers in this apocalyptic world. Despite the potential for future strength, they lacked the resolute spirit that Wang Hao possessed. How come Brother Hao has been influenced by Xiang Ru? Wasn't he once a steady character? Why is he acting recklessly now? One person's movement incited fear in the rest. Sister Chaoying was right. Compared to this grand spectacle, confronting the enemy at their home turf is trivial. The women felt their scalps nearly burst from tension. The fact that they had not been frightened to the point of fleeing already indicated a remarkably strong psychological fortitude. Wang Hao could not afford to be negligent. He drew his fireline gun and unleashed a dazzling stream of fire. Sweeping from left to right, erecting a wall of blazing flames on the broad road, continuously engulfing the relentless monsters charging forth. As he pressed the trigger, he retreated, watching as numerous burning zombies charged through the inferno, only to falter after a brief distance, subsequently trampled into the ground by their companions, their remains splattering everywhere. In the next moment, those zombies that broke through were ignited by the incoming fire line, spreading like wildfire, illuminating the sky with a brilliant glow as thick black smoke billowed upwards. Their levels were too low. Despite their numerical advantage, Wang Hao wielded a 2-star fireline gun, an immensely powerful tool for exterminating zombies. With each wall of flames he erected, they lost 2/5 of their strength before even covering 100 meters. Wang Hao, stepping along the edge of the trench, leaped to the opposite side, turning back to watch as the horde, with its spectacular fiery trail, clawed and gnashed in pursuit. Suddenly, he misstepped, causing clusters of them to tumble into the trench below. The unfortunate first to fall were crushed into a gruesome pulp. Using the trench as a buffer, Wang Hao effectively thwarted the horde's hope of reaching him, standing his ground and unleashing a torrent of firepower. Finally, half an hour later, the once 4-digit horde was reduced to a mere handful. "Goodness gracious!" Aegon exclaimed, "I'm sweating. This is what it means to be a man," Demey remarked, eyes glistening with admiration. "Absolutely impressive." The women gazed at Wang Hao, standing tall and resolute, finally grasping what it meant to be a formidable force, capable of standing against thousands. His audacity and prowess were utterly captivating that if news of his lone defiance against 1,000 were to reach the internet, few would dare to believe it was true. Assuming it to be a scene from a science fiction film, at this stage, most people were still advancing towards the skilled extermination of zombies, while Wang Hao had already transitioned into slaughtering them. Noticing the silver dragon ring on his hand, glowing faintly, he reached out to touch it, causing a virtual interface to suddenly materialize before him. Silver dragon ring level. 2-star function 1. Bestows weapon characteristics currently. The wielder's weapon is a hand axe, granting it explosive axe properties, allowing the wielder to swing the hand axe, triggering an instantaneous 3D printing function, creating an identical hand axe that, upon hitting the ground, will explode, causing damage to nearby targets. Function 2. Enhances the overall qualities of the wielder. Function 3. None kill count. 10,325,000. The glow indicated that the silver dragon ring had leveled up from 1-star to 2-star. Additionally, a new function had been added, with the kill count increasing from 500 to a staggering 5,000. The moment Wang Hao finished reading the interface information, a surge of energy flowed from the silver dragon ring into his finger, swiftly splitting into countless streams, invigorating every part of his body, leaving him unable to suppress a stretch of his limbs in comfort. That was a rare sensation of empowerment. Wang Hao loosened his muscles, turning to face the women, his expression as nonchalant as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He looked at Zhang Mingyao and said, "Once the fire is extinguished, gather the crystal cores. Complete it within an hour. If manpower is insufficient, find some temporary assistance." "Understood." Zhang Mingyao took Shining with her to recruit help. Brother Hao, Zhang Yeshu, having mysteriously acquired a reclining chair, placed it beside Wang Hao and suggested, "You should sit and take a rest." Wang Hao settled into the chair, exhaling comfortably. Without him needing to ask, Zhang Yeshu took the initiative to massage his arm. Zhang Chaoying, observing with a glint in her eye, crouched down to assist him with a calf massage, giggling, "Serving brother Hao means we need not venture to excavate crystal cores any longer." Zhang Mingyao had gathered the team that had previously dug the deep trench, and upon returning, they found the remnants of the battle, scorched corpses and debris scattered everywhere. The survivors stood agape, their mouths agape in shock and disbelief. These monsters were all slain by them. From the condition of the battlefield, it was evident that the horde of zombies that had charged at them numbered in the hundreds, while they were merely a dozen strong. Even with everyone being enhancers and having excavated a deep trench, the prospect of annihilating all those zombies felt insurmountable. They were far too powerful. Not only were they strikingly beautiful, but they also possessed such formidable strength. The men among the survivors felt a pang of inferiority. One of them chuckled, "Ladies, you are truly impressive that we finished digging the trench, and in the blink of an eye, you managed to vanquish so many zombies. When we saw those corpses earlier, we were left dumbfounded." Others nodded in agreement, acknowledging their prowess. They had panicked at the sight of 2 or more zombies, and the mere thought of encountering a horde would have sent them into a frenzy. Although we wished to assist, Chen remarked, glancing at Wang Hao. All these monsters were slain by our leader alone. One person? The crowd gasped, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets, some choking on their own saliva. The mere idea of a dozen individuals annihilating a horde had already shattered their understanding, and now they learned there was an even more outrageous claim. One person had done it all. Were they filming a science fiction movie? Chapter 53. The Terrifying Drop Rate. The disappointment of Yun being astonished. The crowd followed Chen Ying's gaze to focus on Wang Hao, suddenly struck by how unreal his youthful appearance seemed. I mean, no offense, a burly man could not help but inquire, but he does not appear to be a ruthless individual capable of slaying so many zombies. Does he? When you witness his ruthless side, you will already be dead. Chen shot him a sidelong glance, snorting dismissively. You need not concern yourselves with such matters. Just focus on your own tasks. The burly man dared not utter another word. He had witnessed Chen decapitate someone for merely speaking out of turn. This woman was indeed formidable. She would not hesitate to act if provoked. The others, upon hearing Chen Ying's words, glanced at Wang Hao once more. Their eyes filled with envy and admiration. I too wish to be an enhancer like him. Just a few days ago, I had several teammates, and now I am the only one left and I am nearly at my breaking point. Let me tell you something even more devastating. Not all enhancers are capable of single-handedly battling hundreds of zombies. He might just be a super enhancer. He is the modern-day emperor. Damn, how fortunate he is. With 2 stunning beauties massaging him and several other goddess-level beauties at his side, that I can only lament. His life is my dream. As the crowd expressed their sentiments, they were suddenly interrupted by Chen Ying's cold voice, prompting them to resume their work lest they be penalized for tardiness. United in strength, they completed the task of exterminating all the monsters in just over an hour, carrying away supplies meant for 2 or 3 individuals. Or a couple of gray crystals, feeling quite elated. Brother Hao, Zhang Mingyao approached with a few luggage cases. We have collectively slain over 1,200 monsters and acquired more than 1,100 gray crystals, along with 13 green crystals. All the crystal cores have been brought to you. Yun Bing's eyes widened in disbelief. This drop rate? Did you miscalculate? Sister, did you mean 2,200 instead of 200? Aegon quickly corrected himself. No, wait, 200 is still an exaggerated figure. You must have made an error. 200 monsters yielding 1,100 gray crystals translates to a drop rate exceeding 92. Keep in mind that for an ordinary person, the drop rate for killing zombies is merely around 10. A rate of 92 sounds like a myth to Aegon and the others. Even the exceptionally lucky Yun Bing could only reach a maximum probability of around 60-70. When I calculated this figure, I too thought I must have made a mistake. So I recalculated it twice. Zhang Mingyao explained, producing a small notebook where she had recorded her calculations. The results were consistent. Even if there were discrepancies, they would not exceed 150. Yun Bing fell silent. Had she now lost even her previously unmatched luck to Wang Hao? Aegon and his companions were at a loss for words, contemplating whether Wang Hao might be the father of these monsters. Receiving such favoritism, it was not that they begrudged him the crystal cores. Rather, it was disheartening that on average, they received 3 to 4 crystal cores for every 10 zombies slain, while Wang Hao seemed to acquire 8 to 9 with ease. Wang Hao himself was equally astonished, but he had anticipated that the combination of doubled crystal core drop rates and super luck would yield delightful surprises. Yet he had not expected such an outrageous outcome, a drop rate of 92. This felt surreal to someone who had been accustomed to misfortune in his previous life. That will be all for today. Thank you for your hard work. Wang Hao strung together several luggage cases with a rope, nodded to the women, and single-handedly carried the boxes towards a standalone villa. Upon entering the master bedroom on the 2nd floor, he beheld a blue-framed roulette quietly resting by the balcony. Wang Hao began to open the boxes one by one, retrieving the crystal core refining device, and commenced the refining process at a ratio of 30 gray crystals to 1 green crystal. Ultimately, he refined 990 gray crystals into 33 green crystals, along with the 13 green crystals already in his possession. He now had a total of 46. Wang Hao continued refining, now at a ratio of 10 green crystals to 1 blue crystal, converting 40 green crystals into 4 blue crystals. I can spin the roulette twice for a chance at a bonus. Rubbing his hands together and inhaling deeply, he pressed the roulette's activation button. The frame's color shifted from blue to purple, and as the rewards transformed, an additional section appeared, Super Luck. Wang Hao instantly recognized this bonus as the one from Aegon, represented by a pure black square emblazoned with a white question mark. Random crystal cores. Upon spinning, it would yield a random quantity and level of crystal cores, with a minuscule chance of producing twin cores of varying levels. Though Wang Hao had only heard whispers of such twins, he had never witnessed anyone successfully spin one. Typically, the higher the level of the roulette, the greater the likelihood of obtaining high-level crystal cores. It was said that Aegon could transition from the ordinary roulette to orange cores, which was an exceptionally fortunate occurrence. Wang Hao held no aspirations for high-level crystal cores, as the 6-star and above roulettes were guarded by relentless accompanying beasts, turning such pursuits into mere fodder for their appetites. Securing a high-level crystal core was akin to acquiring an aesthetically pleasing stone, but he would much prefer to acquire blue crystals instead. Scanning the other rewards on the roulette, he mused, the 3-star roulette guarantees that the lowest reward will be 2 stars. At this stage, as long as I can spin it, I cannot incur a loss that I do not have high expectations. At the very least, I hope for 2 bottles of 2-star enhancement potions. With that thought, he entered the roulette. The activation button glimmered continuously, channeling energy to propel the spinning needle at an increasing speed, eventually reaching its peak before gradually decelerating and finally halting at an area representing a 2-star enhancement potion. Excellent. I struck a 2-star potion with a mere 7.1 probability. Wang Hao consumed the potion in one gulp, the liquid transforming into a warm current as it quietly fortified his cells. He clenched his fist. Acutely aware of his newfound strength, 2 bottles of 2-star potions are foundational. Wang Hao stretched his neck, declaring, the sensation of becoming stronger is truly exhilarating. Following that, he entered the roulette. The needle spun once more, and just as he glanced at it, it suddenly stopped with a sharp sound in the area of the pure black square. Come on, are you in such a hurry to finish? He lamented. It didn't even complete a full rotation. Wang Hao gazed expectantly at the bottom of the roulette, curious about what level of crystal core he might randomly receive, confident that with his extraordinary luck, he would gladly accept even a 10-star crystal core should it appear at that moment. The roulette emitted a series of rapid clicks, and 8 blue crystals along with 1 golden crystal, 5-star, cascaded down. Ha ha! Wang Hao's grin widened. I have unexpectedly gained an extra golden crystal. The 5-star roulette offers rewards no less than 4 stars. Even blindfolded, I am guaranteed to profit. Wang Hao chuckled, apologies, but it seems you'll have to work overtime. Continuing on, he cast 3 blue crystals into the roulette, and as the pointer came to a halt, the Wind 3, male version, customizable Wind 3 has been enhanced on the foundation of Wind 2, allowing for a swift movement akin to the wind itself. When in high-speed motion, the core automatically operates at peak performance, providing the wielder with formidable power and explosive strength. Wang Hao selected a style on the roulette, and suddenly, a pair of black low-top canvas shoes dropped out of the roulette. Samsung. This is excessive. Ordinary equipment has yet to become widespread, and he is already equipped with Samsung gear. Wang Hao switched out his wind eye, leaped in place, and felt as if he were treading upon the wind. Light and unburdened, he shifted from side to side, his speed increasing exponentially. Soon, trails of afterimages appeared where he had just been. This was a result of him deliberately restraining his own abilities. If he were to unleash his full potential, he could easily triple his speed. Samsung equipment is indeed extraordinary. Delightful, Wang Hao remarked with a smirk. Just in terms of speed alone, Wind 3 has elevated me by at least 1 tier. He still had 6 blue crystals in hand, allowing for 1 more spin at most. However, he still possessed another 2-star roulette position given by Aegon. With 6 blue crystals, he could spin 3 times, rendering it unnecessary to excessively spend on the old roulette. He turned towards another villa and discovered a 4-star roulette with an orange frame in the sauna. Wang Hao pressed the activation button, and the frame color instantly shifted from orange to gold, representing 5 stars, yet the number of sections remained unchanged at 8. No surprises. However, the absence of surprises was quite beneficial, sparing me the anxiety of anticipation. Who knows when I will return to spin this roulette again? Wang Hao placed an orange crystal into the roulette, adopting a relaxed demeanor. This time, I'm open to anything. 4 or 5 stars would be too advanced. There are no danger zones. The pointer, propelled by the crystal core's energy, spun rapidly for 2 rotations before stopping in the left sector. 5-star Heaven V, utilizing the crystal core as energy. It opens with a mere touch, defending against and rebounding frontal attacks. Wang Hao observed the cracked ring that emerged from the roulette, raising an eyebrow. Impressive, a heaven shield has materialized. I could be bombarded with missiles, and it wouldn't faze me. The vicinity would turn to ruins, yet I would remain unscathed. The Heaven series is quite renowned, frequently appearing in large-scale battles, serving a frontline role due to its pure defensive capabilities. It can only block frontal attacks, resembling a shield, thus earning the title of Heaven Shield. However, this does not imply that Heaven Shields are commonplace. Even in mid to late stages, a force of 100 might possess only a single Heaven Shield. Had Wang Hao possessed a Heaven Shield back then, he would have been warmly received by numerous factions. Not to mention, considering the recent outbreak of disasters, 1-star zombies are still scarce. Among the 1,000-plus monsters he has slain, only a handful are 1-star. 5-star, capable of defense and able to rebound attacks. At this stage, the Heaven Shield is akin to a cheat. Wang Hao picked up the ring and slipped it onto his ring finger. Now, one hand bore 3 rings, each capable of causing quite a stir. Just looking at them exudes a remarkable aura. With the Heaven Shield in hand, what could Yi Fan possibly contend with the fire of vengeance ignited in Wang Hao's eyes? His strength had now reached his expectations, and he commanded a formidable team. With the Heaven Shield secured, it was time to head to City C and deal with Yi Fan. Wang Hao turned towards the helipad atop the villa where a helicopter was stationed, leaped into the co-pilot seat. Xiang Ru understood his urgency and quickly took off, pushing the power to maximum. In just 7 or 8 minutes, they arrived at their destination, a lingerie store. The blue roulette mentioned by Gon was situated right at the store's checkout counter. Upon entering, Wang Hao found 3 scruffy men munching on compressed biscuits. Their vigilance was high. They immediately noticed Wang Hao and hurriedly reached for nearby weapons, slowly rising to confront him. The resources outside were limited. As more individuals dared to venture out, supplies had become insufficient. Those lacking sustenance were resorting to theft and cunning tactics that in this day and age, losing lives over a loaf of bread was no longer a rarity. A natural trust crisis had emerged among people. Not only was acceptance impossible, even proximity was met with suspicion, fearing betrayal. The 3 men eyed Wang Hao, who appeared clean and odorless, their minds racing with confusion. In a time when tap water was contaminated, how could someone still look this pristine? They hadn't bathed in weeks, and even from tens of meters away, one could detect their odor. The 3 observed Wang Hao stride directly towards the roulette. Realization dawned upon one of them, a young man with a mole at the corner of his mouth, who murmured, "In this environment, anyone who is this clean is certainly formidable. Yet, even the formidable cannot spin the roulette." Another scoffed, "The previous group was far more powerful than us. The leader was even an enhancer. They tried for ages, but ultimately left in frustration when they couldn't spin it." Wang Hao was likely to meet the same fate. He touched the activation button, and the roulette instantaneously transformed into a 3-star version. All rewards changed accordingly, yet the number of sections remained the same. No surprises. Not to dwell on it, Wang Hao remarked as he produced a blue crystal and inserted it into the roulette. 2-star enhancement potion. 3-star enhancement potion. 3-star Yama 3, male version, customizable Yama 3, has been enhanced from Yama 2. When attacked, it releases flames that scorch the adversary and can be embedded with a crystal core. Triggering the function, Yama, upon activation, the equipment unleashes a torrent of flames, indiscriminately incinerating targets within a radius of 10 to 20 meters, with the specific power determined by the embedded crystal core's level. Consuming the entire core upon activation. I can spin 3 times in total. All 3 rewards are immensely useful. Securing the 3-star enhancement potion will save me considerable effort. When Wang Hao's 2-star base is fully maxed out, he can enhance on the spot without the need to scavenge for potions. That Yama series is quite insidious. Upon seeing Yama, Wang Hao recalled an encounter with a foolish individual who was weaker than himself. Boasting to his romantic interest, that time, he was unfamiliar with Yama. When he struck the other with an axe, flames erupted from the wound, leading to the other boasting as he fled. His hand required 2 healing potions to recover. Such insidious equipment. If I cannot defeat it, I shall join it. Wang Hao, considering he already had clothing, chose the black coat style for Yama from the roulette, which would also protect his hands. Constant temperature is one of the fundamental features of star-level equipment. Relieving concerns over temperature fluctuations. Chapter 55, Double Rewards. A determination to make amends for regrets. The three men nearby exchanged puzzled glances. What was happening? Wasn't this roulette supposed to be immovable? Why could he spin it? Wang Hao ignored their bewildered stares and exited the store, heading to the next location. The young man hastily approached the roulette, producing a gray crystal to insert into the activation hole. However, as soon as he dropped it in, it was immediately ejected. Why? He grumbled that aren't they all roulettes? Why could he spin it while we cannot? He must be enjoying himself. I just saw him spin out 2 potions. Another person remarked enviously, this roulette only contains 1 star and 2-star potions. Drinking the starred ones must certainly surpass those enhancements. Hearing this, the young man grew even more frustrated. How could the disparity between people be so vast, even under the same roof? Wang Hao reveled in his success. While they were left only to watch, Apartment 404, Wang Hao pushed open the broken door lock and approached the television, where he spotted the green roulette described by Gon, that he moved forward to touch the activation button, transforming the 1-star roulette into a 2-star version, with the number of sections changing as well. Impressive. 2 consecutive roulettes without surprises that if this continues, I might question whether my super luck has expired early. This surprise is acceptable. Wang Hao gazed at the newly added section marked with an X2, his eyes lighting up. With super luck, I can take off. Others are unaware of its meaning, yet he is familiar with it from his past life. He understands that X2 signifies a double reward. To put it simply, after hitting the jackpot for the ensuing half an hour, the rewards from the roulette will be doubled. For instance, if he wins a 2-star enhancement potion, it would typically yield 1 bottle. However, with the X2 enhancement, it would produce 2 bottles. Wang Hao produced a crystal refining device, refining gray crystals, ultimately evaporating 270 gray crystals to obtain 9 green crystals. Along with the 6 he had remaining, he now possessed a total of 15 green crystals that he then promptly cast them into the roulette. 2-star enhancement potion. 2-star enhancement potion. 2-star enhancement potion. 2-star electric blade 2. 2-star radiant armor 2 combat suit. The sight of 6 bottles of potions consecutively tumbling out of the roulette was truly a delight to behold, combined with the previous spins. Wang Hao now had a total of 7 2-star enhancement potions, which he proceeded to uncork and consume one by one, feeling energy surge through his entire being as each cell rejoiced with exhilaration. He felt so comfortable that he involuntarily squinted his eyes, as if he had just experienced a flawless battle, left with an insatiable craving for that sensation of empowerment. 9 bottles of 2-star enhancements. Wang Hao clenched his fist, now brimming with confidence to dominate 3-star standard professions. Such terrifying combat prowess, even a year or 2 hence, would instill fear in others, making him a coveted guest among the great powers. Furthermore, it has only been a little over half a month since the cataclysm began. It is worth noting that at present, enhancers are still considered national treasures. 99% of people remain unaware of the existence of levels among enhancers, and a small fraction even question what enhancers are. As Zhang Mingyao and her companions would assert, they are already a version ahead of the major developments. As for Wang Hao, he is at least 2 seasons ahead. Wang Hao stowed away all his rewards and returned to the helicopter. Noticing that darkness had already enveloped the outside world, he observed a faint glimmer from the lucky ring on his hand, likely signifying that his period of super luck had come to a close. Just in time, as he intended to take a step back today, which might lead to some regrets. Xiang Ru caught sight of Wang Hao smiling and chimed in. It seems you've encountered quite a stroke of good fortune. Your smile is about to split your face. Reflecting on today's gains, it was indeed hard not to smile. Wang Hao had first acquired the 3-star Windwalker and the 3-star Yamagear, rendering his current ensemble exceedingly luxurious. Not a single piece was below 1 star. Modestly speaking, he could stand there motionless, and even if they struck him, they would inflict no substantial harm. Additionally, he had obtained the Heaven's Shield, a formidable team weapon impervious to missile strikes, boasting max defense. Moreover, the unexpected X2 egg had elevated his 2-star base to 9 bottles, delivering an unparalleled experience that he was already looking forward to the next bout of extraordinary luck. Xiang Ru, Wang Hao exhaled. Xiang Ru turned her head in confusion. only to find Wang Hao boldly approaching, sealing her lips without granting her a moment to breathe. Her eyes widened, then gradually softened as she thought to herself. Wang Hao has become bold. He is no longer in pain and dares to provoke me. Xiangru had never been one to be passive. She swiftly countered Wang Hao. The subsequent scenes were so violent that, considering the mental well-being of the readers, we shall omit 30,000 words. That evening, in a spacious standalone villa, Wang Hao and the ladies enjoyed a lively hot pot dinner with supplies from the Xiang family, while casually discussing their departure to City C the following day. After a hearty meal, Wang Hao ascended the stairs to rest, passing by a slightly ajar room where he spotted Qin Lian, elegantly leaning against the balcony with a glass of red wine in hand. Her alluring figure, clad in a purple nightdress, was utterly captivating. Wang Hao naturally felt a fondness for such a mature, graceful woman whose eyes seemed to harbor countless stories, reminiscent of a woman from his past whom he affectionately called Sister Fong. Sister Fong was not merely a romantic interest but more akin to an elder sister, as her care for him was nothing short of meticulous. Alas, as this thought crossed his mind, a flicker of sorrow crossed his eyes. The meteor shower that struck during the spring festival of the fourth year was abrupt and swift. At that time, while dining with friends and close companions, they had not even managed to set up defenses before the meteors rained down upon them. The horrifying force instantly vaporized the central figures. Wang Hao himself barely escaped calamity, but at that critical moment, Sister Fong relinquished her hard-earned 10-star equipment to shield him from the fatal blow, smiling as she vaporized before his very eyes. Every time he reflected upon it, his heart ached as if he were suffocating in his past life. He had been so focused on becoming stronger that he overlooked far too many people and matters, even neglecting to understand his closest friends and confidants. Only upon their loss did he realize his grave regrets. Wang Hao silently vowed that he would never again allow those he cared for to perish before him. In this life, he would rely on foresight and awareness to establish an ironclad base capable of withstanding a second catastrophe. Wang Hao recalled much about the roulette and the information concerning the strong. Yet he could not remember where his friends and confidants were, a fact that others might find unbelievable or inappropriate. Thus it became a source of regret for him. Fortunately, the system granted him a second chance at life. In this existence, he would not allow regrets to repeat. Chapter 56. Every individual's physique differs. Wang Hao withdrew from his distant thoughts and suddenly noticed Qin Lian looking at him in confusion. He confidently stepped onto the balcony and asked, "Would you mind sharing a drink with me?" "It would be my honor." Qin Lian returned indoors, fetching a wine glass and pouring some red wine. Presenting it to Wang Hao, "I used to enjoy a glass of wine during my free time, and seeing the Xiang family's collection today tempted me to indulge." Wang Hao took a sip. Not particularly palatable, that he nodded knowingly and remarked, "Why not invite Chinning to join you for a drink? I just passed by and noticed you appeared quite lonely. Today it happens to be her night shift." Qin Lian leaned against the balcony railing, the moonlight illuminating her dignified and enchanting figure. Upon hearing his words, she smiled, revealing a charming dimple. "In the past, I managed a corporation, and many matters required my attention. Now that I have Ming Yao, I find myself with free time. Yet my life feels rather monotonous, that I have no particularly close friends and have never been in a romantic relationship." Wang Hao replied nonchalantly, "Men only serve to impede your speed in drawing your sword. Yet I see no impact on you." Qin Lian retorted with a smile, "That everyone's physique differs." Wang Hao replied earnestly, "Some women enhance attack power, others speed. Mature women boost critical hits, and sisterly bonds create synergy." Qin Lian was taken aback. "So, you possess such an irreverent side. Then, which category do I belong to?" she inquired, brushing aside the hair blown onto her face by the wind. Her cheeks flushed with a charming, tipsy hue. Specific situations require specific analyses. Wang Hao gazed at Qin Lian, feeling invigorated. "No wonder it is said that seasoned drivers prefer ripe fruits. How do you propose to analyze?" Qin Lian smiled. "The first step is to do this." Wang Hao approached Qin Lian, his masculine scent crashing over her like waves, causing her heart to race. Her gaze faltered, and her cheeks reddened further. Wang Hao grasped Qin Lian's chin, lowering his head to capture her supple lips, the electric sensation causing her body to stiffen. "I've had too much to drink." Qin Lian pushed Wang Hao away, hastily retreating. "Wait, has she never experienced this?" Wang Hao, taken aback, contemplated whether Qin Lian was feigning innocence. His surprise grew upon realizing that she was over 30, yet had never undergone such experiences. It felt as though he had struck gold. Wang Hao surveyed his surroundings. This was Qin Lian's room. Why was she running away? The following day, Wang Hao was awakened by Xiang Ru's culinary skills. After washing up and heading downstairs, he found that everyone else was already awake and engaged in their activities. Brother Hao, Brother Hao. The ladies greeted Wang Hao as he approached the spacious floor-to-ceiling windows, where he observed Zhang Chaoying practicing her shooting skills in the yard, hitting targets with precision. Compared to when she first acquired a gun, Zhang Chaoying had now mastered the basics of marksmanship. As Wang Hao reached the dining table, Zhang Yeshu emerged from the kitchen, presenting a bowl of noodles before him with eager anticipation. Brother Hao, I made you breakfast, clear broth noodles. How do you find the taste? You can cook noodles? Wang Hao asked, astonished. Zhang Yeshu blushed slightly, responding, I learned from a recipe. Brother Hao, you must eat a few more bites. Demei teased, I just woke up and didn't know. When I entered the kitchen, I saw noodles in the pot and thought to have a taste. Just as I picked up my chopsticks. Our little sister rushed in, looking quite anxious. No, Zhang Yeshu's face turned crimson, that I must savor it properly. Wang Hao took a sip of the soup, savoring the exquisite aroma of lard. The clear soup noodles evoked the essence of home-cooked flavors. Yet to indulge in a steaming bowl amidst the apocalypse, crafted by a stunning beauty, rendered the taste itself less significant. Wang Hao polished off a bowl of noodles in a few swift motions and nodded, remarking, impressive. I never anticipated that you Yeshu possess culinary talents. Brother Hao loves to eat. Zhang Yeshu replied with a radiant smile. Wang Hao touched his nose, feeling guilty. I have sinned. I let my thoughts stray. Sister, the beautiful and mischievous girl quipped. Then it must be seafood flavored. Initially puzzled, the others gradually caught on and erupted into laughter. The morning's light-hearted interlude enhanced the team's camaraderie as they prepared to proceed to City C, which was conveniently along their route. Taking the highway they had traversed when heading to City Z, as they walked along the main road, they encountered numerous survivors, some even fighting over scraps of food. Help! Help! A terrified voice echoed from around the corner. The women witnessed a man in a polo shirt scrambling for his life, closely pursued by a rat that leaped and clawed at his back. The man's skin was instantly lacerated, blood spraying forth as he fell to the ground. In a desperate struggle against the rodent's assault, he was ultimately no match for its ferocity and became its meal. The mutated rat feasted with delight until it sensed a shadow looming over it. Looking up, it was met with a large blade cleaving through its head. Aegon swiftly dispatched the rat with a series of strikes, ensuring its demise. Today is a good day, he proclaimed, extracting a gray crystal from the rat's skull and shaking off the blood with a grin. You wearing red shorts today. Your hands are quite crimson. Shall we remark, just as an eerie red glow illuminated the dim corridor nearby, causing her expression to change in alarm. Be careful. Suddenly, 3 mutated rats darted from the passageway. Goodness, so many large black rats. Aegon steadied himself, gripping his blade tightly, and seized the opportunity to strike the fastest rat, followed by a swift kick to another charging mutant. The rest of the group hurried to assist. And together they dispatched the 3 rats with a flurry of strikes that killed hundreds of mutated rats. Chinning observed, perplexed. How can there be so many all at once? Wang Hao shared her concern. Mutated animals were typically scarce, and while it was not unusual for common creatures like cockroaches and rats to undergo mutations, encountering them in such frequency after they had already slain hundreds indicated something was amiss. He speculated that a higher-level entity capable of summoning its minions might be lurking nearby, especially given the scarcity of zombies in the area. As the group turned a corner, they came upon a chaotic intersection littered with crashed vehicles, beneath which several zombies lay trapped, growling and clawing at the air. Aegon was about to move in for the kill when a cacophony of high-pitched squeals erupted from a nearby makeshift village. 2 men, laden with backpacks, burst forth, fleeing from a horde of rapidly advancing mutated rats, their grotesque forms sending shivers down the spine. What do we do? One of the young men shouted in panic. They were closing in on us. The duo had entered the village to scavenge for supplies, blissfully unaware that they had stumbled into a nest of mutated rats. Their quick thinking had spared them from an untimely demise. The dark-skinned man, desperate to escape, caught sight of Wang Hao and his group in the distance, a glimmer of hope igniting within him. Let us lead them toward that group. There are enough of them to hold off the rats for a while. To ensure their survival, they ran towards Wang Hao's party, diving into a nearby vehicle and hiding in the footwell. The pursuing rats, driven by momentum, redirected their focus onto the newcomers. How despicable, Zhang Chaoying exclaimed, stomping her foot in anger. They deliberately led the rats to us. Despite being a safe distance away, the two men had unwittingly placed themselves in jeopardy, having drawn the rats toward Wang Hao's group while standing in an open area. We re all enhancers. We won T lose, Zhang Mingyao reassured, though frustration lingered. She knew complaints wouldn't help, and she rallied her companions. Everyone, stay coordinated. Wang Hao, wishing to test their mettle, refrained from using his firearm. Instead, he grasped his hand axe firmly, drawing forth a shimmering white hand axe that mirrored the first and hurled it into the fray of rats. The hand axe erupted in a fearsome explosion, scattering the horde. Yun Bing leaped atop a vehicle, knocking arrows with precision and firing them into the heads of the rats. Kill! Zhang Mingyao led the charge, while Aegon and his companions displayed remarkable prowess, cleaving through the mutated rats with ferocity that elevated morale. They fought fearlessly, knowing that their backs were protected. Any rat attempting to ambush them was swiftly dispatched by an arrow. Their teamwork ensured that the horde of over 100 mutated rats was steadily diminished. The two men, hidden in the vehicle, noticed the commotion outside growing quieter and instinctively assumed the rats had dispersed after consuming Wang Hao's group. They cautiously emerged, only to witness the scene of their newfound adversaries thriving in battle. The young man gasped in astonishment. These women are incredible. Do you really think their survival bodes well for us? We need to leave. The dark-skinned man, though astonished, understood that Wang Hao's group would seek retribution. He hurriedly opened the door to escape, only to find himself blocked by a figure with a beaming smile. Xiang Ru, radiating an unsettling charm, seized the two men and tossed them before Wang Hao. Brother Hao, how shall we deal with these two fools? I wish for their demise to be far from swift. Brother Hao. The two men gazed at Wang Hao in terror. These formidable women had just vanquished ravenous rats, leaving no remains, and yet they were still subject to a man's command. The sheer strength of Wang Hao as their leader was almost unfathomable. We were merely fleeing in panic. We didn't intend any harm, pleaded the dark-skinned man, desperation lacing his voice, that we're all human. Grant us a chance at life, that we'll do anything you ask, as long as we don't die. What do you expect me to do? Wang Hao replied, his tone indifferent. You will feed them a drop of rat blood. Not too much, lest they perish immediately, that a single drop will allow them to experience the torment of a slow death. Unfazed by the dark-skinned man's pleas, Xiang Ru smiled as she led the two away. Soon, their anguished screams echoed through the air, filled with cries for mercy and terror. Aegon's blade is truly fearsome, Wang Hao observed, his gaze lingering on the prowess of his companions. Yun Bing stood atop a vehicle, vigilant, her gaze scanning the area where the rats had emerged, when suddenly she spotted a creature twice the size of a rat, emanating a green mist. The next moment, the creature charged toward them with alarming speed, instilling a sense of dread in Yun Bing. Wang Hao. Yun Bing let out a soft exclamation, reaching behind her to draw an arrow from the quiver. Raising her compound bow to shoot an arrow towards the creature's eye. Wang Hao glanced over and realized he had never encountered this monster before. That was strange. He had struggled outside for years. And aside from the creatures he had faced, he had also learned about many peculiar monsters through the Apocalypse chatroom. How could he have no recollection of this creature, which resembled a mutated rat? However, judging by its speed, it was a 2-star monster. To AT that moment, the rat monster swatted away the incoming arrow with a claw, causing Yun Bing's eyes to widen slightly. The arrow she used was an ordinary one produced by the Roulette brand, capable of threatening 1-star monsters, yet it was effortlessly deflected by the rat monster. Let me handle this, Zhang Chaoying shouted, brandishing her submachine gun and aiming at the creature's head as she rhythmically squeezed the trigger, firing 3 shots in rapid succession. After swatting away a few bullets with its claws, the rat monster seemed to realize that the bullets posed no threat, and it barbarically charged through the hail of gunfire. Ah, Zhang Chaoying yelped, turning to flee. What kind of body was that? Even the bullets couldn't harm it. The others couldn't help but scoff internally, thinking, if even Yun Bing can't harm it, why would you try? Puff, 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 puff. As the rat monster approached the group, it suddenly halted, its belly contracting violently before releasing a torrent of venom skyward. Chapter 58. Fast, Wang Hao was faster. Clumps of venom soared into the air, resembling rain as they fell toward Wang Hao and his companions. The monsters they had previously encountered were all melee attackers, and they had not anticipated that the rat monster would employ such a tactic. They hastily scattered in all directions that Demei suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. She had experienced this sensation when a mutated bird had ambushed her from behind. Without a moment's thought, she turned around, only to be met with a glob of venom hurtling towards her. Instinctively, she raised her knife to slice through it, splitting the venom in half. The corrosive liquid splattered onto the ground beside her, causing the concrete to visibly melt into several holes. Demei stared at the gaping wound on her knife blade, swallowing hard. Thankfully, her sixth sense had been strong enough to help her avoid disaster. Otherwise, being struck by that venom would have left her disfigured at the very least. On the other side, the venom landed on the vehicles and the ground, causing severe corrosion without exception. The zombies trapped beneath the cars were also struck, resulting in several gruesome blood holes on their bodies, accompanied by a nauseating stench. At first glance, the blood holes resembled the decayed areas on a rabid zombie. Roar, roar! The cries of several zombies that had been splashed with venom suddenly turned frenzied, and they began to rise, forcefully overturning the car. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. Good heavens! The rat monster can induce frenzy in ordinary zombies. Expanding his thoughts, he surmised that it could very well be the source of the plague that had turned City Z into a dead zone in his previous life. You may not be the source of the plague, but you are certainly the leader of those rats. Wang Hao gripped his hand axe and approached the rat monster, his gaze piercing as he declared, I was about to leave, yet you dare provoke me? Truly, those who court death will find it. Squeak. The rat monster sensed the danger emanating from Wang Hao, its instincts making it increasingly agitated. Swiftly, it raised its claw to swipe at him. If I just eliminate him, that unsettling feeling will vanish. The rat monster was indeed a two-star creature, its speed so rapid that its claws left afterimages in Ru's vision that a mere blink could mean death. While Yun Bing and the others could barely keep up with the movement of its claws, likely not even realizing how they had perished, that Yu was certain that if she were in Wang Hao's position, even if she could evade the rat monster's strike, she would not escape unscathed. Fast. Wang Hao's lips curled into a smirk as he swung his axe, cleaving through the rat monster's skull. My apologies. But I am faster. Although the rat monster was of the same rank, Wang Hao possessed 9 bottles of foundational power, along with his profession and powerful talents, placing him at the apex of the food chain. In contrast, the rat monster only had the inherent advantages of a mutated creature. Thus, in terms of actual combat power, Wang Hao was at least 1 star stronger to him. The creature's speed appeared as slow as a child waving their hand. The rat monster's claw froze midair, half of its head sliding off, dripping with viscous fluid as it fell to the ground. Wang Hao's gaze flickered as he extracted the blue crystal, encased in brain tissue, from the monster's head before stepping back 2 or 3 paces. The next moment, the rat monster erupted in a spray of blood before collapsing. The women stared in astonishment. What had just transpired? Such a formidable creature had lost half its head out of nowhere. That axe strike had been incredibly swift. Yun Bing, whose foundational skills surpassed those of the other women, was unsettled as she thought. How many stars above me is he? And that monster was significantly stronger than us. Had anyone else encountered it, they would have been unable to escape. He shines like the sun. Zhang Yushu observed Wang Hao's distinct figure, her heart racing with excitement. Wherever he was, there was the focal point. Wow. Zhang Chaoying exclaimed in admiration, Brother, how is amazing! As the others began to grasp what had happened, they marveled at Wang Hao's prowess. The rat monster had effortlessly deflected arrows, rendered bullets ineffective, and even spewed venom capable of corroding iron. Yet it had met such a swift demise. This is the significance of my relentless accumulation of foundational power. At the same level, none of them can match me. Wang Hao gazed down at the rat monster's corpse, musing, if it truly is the source of the plague, I will have become the savior of City Z. This question went unanswered by Wang Hao. He turned to scan the women before asking, is anyone injured? The women had distanced themselves from the rat monster and reacted quickly, so they were unscathed. My knife is ruined. Demei held up her blade, asking, can it be reimbursed? Wang Hao had plenty of knives in his bag. He casually pulled one out and tossed it to Mei, saying, "If there's nothing else, let's set off and aim to reach our destination by tonight." Understood. The group resumed their journey, reaching the side of the highway by noon. They found 4 vehicles parked by the roadside. With Xiaowei driving a jeep to lead the way, they drove on the highway. Just before exiting the boundaries of City Z, 3 motorcycles, each carrying passengers, suddenly appeared in the rearview mirror, revving up aggressively. Clearly, they were not friendly. Xiaowei looked at Zhang Mingyao, who was sitting in the passenger seat, and they exchanged knowing glances. Asked Brother Hao. Xiaowei picked up the walkie-talkie she had taken from the Xiang family and said, "Brother Hao, these street thugs seem to be looking for trouble." Chowing. Wang Hao, reclining with his head resting on Ru's lap, lazily replied, "If they dare extend their claws, to shoot them down." Got it. Zhang Chaoying quietly prepared her submachine gun. Just then, the 3 motorcycles caught up, and their riders raised their guns, shouting, "Pull over, or I'll start shooting." They were habitual offenders, having robbed numerous survivors along this stretch of road. From their perspective, Wang Hao's group dared to drive, which meant they likely possessed some skills, and thus their vehicle must contain valuable supplies that if they could seize it, they would undoubtedly earn a handsome reward from their leader, the AS, for whether they could handle it. They were armed with real guns. If Wang Hao dared to resist, he would be shot dead. They had dealt with tough opponents before, resolving matters in precisely this manner. At that moment, the rear window of the second BYD slowly rolled down, revealing Zhang Chaoying's youthful face. The motorcycle rider's eyes lit up. Whoa, so beautiful. Especially the woman sitting next to the young girl, whose appearance and physique were even more stunning than that of a star. Such a goddess was beyond their previous league. To think they could get close to her would be utterly exhilarating. Just as their thoughts ran wild, Zhang Chaoying suddenly raised her submachine gun, the icy barrel causing their pupils to constrict. Goodbye. Zhang Chaoying squeezed the trigger, sweeping from left to right, the bullets tearing through the riders on the motorcycles, who shrieked in agony as they fell onto the road. "Yes, I hit them all." Zhang Chaoying lowered her gun, exclaiming, "Brother Hao truly understands me. Guns are indeed my calling." The motorcycle incident was merely a minor detour, not affecting the group's momentum. The 4 vehicles continued to speed along the highway, unwittingly exiting the boundaries of City Z, encountering no obstacles along the way, and even the zombies were scarce. "Sister Xiaowei," Zhang Mingyao pointed to Wang Hao's phone, which displayed an offline map. "There's a service area ahead. We should turn in to refuel." "All right." Xiaowei chewed her gum, spotting the sign for the service area. She turned in, only to find a row of cars blocking the entrance to the gas station, with several armed individuals moving about in the background. Chapter 59, a forceful push against the roadblock, the arrogant Yi family. "Mingyao, did you notice the motorcycles parked nearby? They seem to be affiliated with the street thugs we encountered earlier." Xiaowei pointed toward the line of vehicles, saying, "If we want to refuel peacefully, it feels unrealistic. While I have a plan B, we don't necessarily have to refuel here. But why should we avoid them?" Zhang Mingyao picked up the walkie-talkie, saying, "Ru, they have guns. I'll need you to step in." "Perfect timing there," you stretched lazily. "I'm tired of just sitting in the car." Meanwhile, the personnel at the service area had also taken notice of the newcomers. Among them, a tattooed man who seemed to be in charge shouted, "Looks like a big boss just arrived. You guys go over there and call Shuo over. Everyone else, keep your guns on them. Xiao Kong, go gauge their intentions." Xiao Kong approached the jeep, gripping his handgun, yet his heart remained calm, for he had numerous brothers behind him. Should these individuals dare to act recklessly, they would swiftly be turned into a sieve, along with their vehicle. Suddenly, he noticed the door of the central vehicle swing open, revealing a woman of exquisite beauty, her snow-white skin and graceful figure rendering him momentarily speechless. How stunning! Could you possibly lower your weapon and engage in a proper conversation with me?" Xiang Ru smiled radiantly, gracefully walking towards Xiao Kong. But he chuckled, "With a beauty like you, it's impossible for me to relinquish my gun. That's so." Xiang Ru suddenly delivered a swift kick to Xiao Kang's midsection, her smile growing even more brilliant as she declared, "Allow me to assist you." Xiao Kang's manhood exploded, his bones shattered by her kick, and the excruciating pain flushed his face crimson, with bloodshot eyes. He glared at Xiang Ru, his earlier fantasies of her beauty instantly transforming into a nightmare. This woman is utterly ruthless. In a swift motion, Xiang Ru struck Xiao Kong away, and the tattooed man, witnessing this spectacle, shouted, "Fire!" Open fire. The armed men hastily opened fire, unleashing a torrential rain of bullets towards Xiangru. This level of firepower cannot harm me. Bring forth someone stronger. Xiangru laughed heartily as she darted away, effortlessly swatting aside the incoming bullets, causing sparks and clangs that stunned the onlookers. That is this a monster? They marveled, witnessing her bare hands deflect bullets. Even their leader, a fortified individual, could not match such absurdity. Xiangru leaped over the vehicle, delivering a kick that sent one man flying, and upon landing, she ruthlessly pummeled the others, a fountain of blood spraying across the ground. She forcefully kicked aside the obstructing vehicle and turned her gaze towards a few individuals emerging from a convenience store, one of whom was the rotund leader of this gang, Chen Shuo. The group felt as if they were being hunted, an icy chill enveloping them as they beheld the carnage and bloodstains surrounding Xiangru. Involuntarily gasping in horror, unable to fathom the events that had transpired in mere seconds. With a grin, Xiangru charged towards them. What a bunch of fools. How did you attract this female ghost? Chen Shua's heart raced, shoving his subordinate's shoulder as he commanded, "Block her! Quickly block her!" Following this, Chen Shua began to retreat. Though he was a fortified individual, he understood that he could not take down his armed subordinates, let alone resolve the situation swiftly. Facing Xiangru, he feared he would not even know how he met his end. Gulping, several subordinates stared at Xiangru, swallowing hard as their confidence dwindled with her approach. Paralyzed by the oppressive aura she exuded, they dared not fire their weapons, turning on their heels to flee. Through the gap created by Xiangru's kicks, several vehicles entered the gas station, where Zhang Mingyao beckoned her companions to begin refueling. "What is going on?" Wang Hao stretched lazily, raising an eyebrow. "Where is Xiangru run off to?" The driver, Qin Lian, remained speechless. The outside world was engulfed in chaos while Wang Hao appeared unfazed, leaning against the car. Wang Hao extracted a cigarette, preparing to light it when he suddenly saw someone crash through the convenience store's glass door, tumbling to the ground amidst a shower of glass shards, rolling towards him. Yi Shao, save me." Chen Shua spat blood, his gaze filled with terror as he looked at Xiangru emerging from the convenience store, his eyes darting to the old man and young boy behind her. I'm willing to join you. Whatever you command, I shall obey." Both individuals exuded charisma. The older man stood with his hands clasped behind him, donned in cloth shoes, exuding an air of a seasoned master, while the younger one sported a luxury ensemble, his hair slicked back, clearly of affluent background, untouched by the harsh realities of a post-apocalyptic world. The Yi Shao Yu had initially come to recruit Chen Shua and his crew. But now he found himself facing an insurmountable obstacle. Given his worth, it was unlikely Yi Shao Yu would engage in conflict with Xiangru. This woman is formidable. She single-handedly toppled Chen Shu's gang of over a dozen. Yi Shao Yu glanced at Wang Hao and the others, contemplating that their reactions were subdued, indicating their strength was likely on par with hers, that if he could recruit them, it would undoubtedly be a significant advantage. "Oh," Xiangru teased, "it seems he doesn't wish to engage with you." Sister, it was my subordinates who provoked you. It has nothing to do with me." Chen Shua, realizing Yi Shao Yu's disinterest in intervening, began to plead for mercy when Xiangru dashed forward, her kick shattering Chen Shua's ribcage as she retorted, "Sister, do I appear old to you?" Chen Shua's fractured ribs pierced his organs, blood gushing forth as he fell. His eyes filled with resentment towards his subordinates. Misfortune struck from nowhere while he was simply at home. Xiangru approached Wang Hao, casually snatching the lighter from his hand, igniting the cigarette he had been about to smoke. Oh, Wang Hao inhaled, the ember of the cigarette glowing and crackling. The Yi Shao Yu watched in astonishment as Xiangru lit Wang Hao's cigarette, sparing a life while simultaneously explaining her reasoning. This action signified submission, indicating that Xiangru's status was beneath Wang Hao's yet. Having single-handedly dispatched Chen Shua and his armed entourage, her formidable prowess undoubtedly surpassed that of most fortified individuals. To any observer, it was clear she was the leader, not merely a subordinate to anyone else. "Greetings, that I am Yi Shao Yu." Yi Shao Yu stepped forward to Wang Hao, maintaining a demeanor of neither servility nor arrogance. "How shall I address you?" Prior to the disaster, Yi Shao Yu was a wealthy young man worth 8 figures, renowned in the upper echelons of Sea City, where many referred to him respectfully as Yi Shao. After the catastrophe, his status had only risen. While others feared Wang Hao, Yi Xiaoyu felt no such trepidation, his pride forbidding it. "You need not know my name." Wang Hao had overheard Chen Shua's address to Yi Xiaoyu and, noting the proximity to Sea City, coupled with Yi Xiaoyu's affluent appearance, surmised he was likely a member of the Yi family. Without raising his gaze, he inquired, "What is your relation to Yi Fan?" Yi Xiaoyu bristled at Wang Hao's tone. Thus far, no one had dared to speak to him in such a manner, not even fortified individuals commanding dozens. Chapter 60. Shattering Pride. The Ascendants of the Yi family. Wang Hao was inscrutable, and Xiang Ru was fierce and formidable. So, Yi Xiaoyu's confidence stemmed from his background. Should Wang Hao be sensible, Yi Xiaoyu would gladly welcome him aboard the Yi family's ship, propelling him to greater heights. However, if he were to overstep his bounds, there would be nothing left to discuss. He would not survive the encounter. Wang Hao, aware of Yi Xiaoyu's intentions, would undoubtedly remark that superiority was ingrained in the very essence of the Yi family. In the past life of Yi Fan and the present life of Yi Xiaoyu, both believed that granting others grace was an honor. Respect must be mutual. Why Yi Xiaoyu subtly stepped back, ensuring a safe distance between himself and Wang Hao, ready to react should anything transpire. While frowning, he stated, "Your attitude makes it impossible for us to continue this conversation. Why would you presume I am negotiating with you?" Wang Hao laughed. These wealthy individuals have lived so comfortably that they can no longer discern reality. Xiang Ru beamed at the two, her smile radiant. While the elderly man beside Yi Xiaoyu sensed the dangerous aura emanating from Xiang Ru. Positioning himself protectively in front of him, his legs slightly bent, clearly preparing to unleash his power. "Better not to act recklessly," Yi Xiaoyu calmly replied, unaffected by Xiang Ru's imposing presence. "This world is filled with individuals you cannot afford to provoke." Wang Hao scoffed. "Isn't that just ancient martial arts? You speak as though it is something extraordinary." Ancient martial arts were not as mystical as portrayed in fantastical novels. They were merely lethal techniques from a bygone era. Over a century ago, they were quite popular, but for the sake of societal stability, they had been prohibited. Nowadays, only a handful of families continued to pass them down. Ancient martial artists understood the intricacies of each move, how to control their power and maximize their output. Becoming a fortified individual further enhanced their capabilities, granting them a significant advantage in the early to mid stages of the apocalypse. The elderly man beside Yi Xiaoyu was a practitioner of ancient martial arts, which provided the foundation for Yi Xiaoyu's confidence. Upon hearing Wang Hao's comments, Yi Xiaoyu's expression shifted slightly. "Since you are aware of ancient martial arts, you must also understand that fortified individuals who wield ancient martial arts are on an entirely different level than those who do not. If a confrontation arises, neither party will emerge unscathed." "Oh." Wang Hao exhaled smoke. Xiang Ru's eyes narrowed, and she suddenly surged forward like a cannonball, her fist aimed squarely at the elderly man's face. He snorted through his nostrils, unleashing a preemptive strike with his leg. The elderly man, being both an ancient martial artist and a fortified individual, channeled all his strength into that one kick, capable of shattering steel. For Xiang Ru to confront him head-on and survive would be nothing short of miraculous. However, at the moment their limbs collided, the elderly man's expression shifted dramatically. A resounding crack echoed from his leg, and he was sent flying, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. In a clash of equals, he had indeed held a slight advantage, but the issue was that Xiang Ru was simply on another level. Before her overwhelming might, any technique he possessed was rendered mere embellishment. Yi Xiaoyu's expression froze. Did he lose? The old man lost. He had never fought against a stronger opponent before, maintaining a perfect win rate. Although Xiang Ru was formidable, Yi Xiaoyu anticipated a fierce battle between the old man and Xiang Ru, never imagining that the old man would be defeated so swiftly. Xiang Ru scoffed. "And you still dare to show off in front of Brother Hao?" Following this, Xiang Ru charged towards the old man, mercilessly smashing his head to pieces. The old man's former air of superiority was utterly shattered. His demise was nothing short of grotesque. Yi Xiaoyu panicked. All were enhanced beings. How could the disparity be so vast? Even more unsettling was the realization that if Xiang Ru was already this powerful, how much stronger could Wang Hao, the leader, possibly be? Could he withstand a missile strike? "I can cooperate with you," Yi Xiaoyu said, his demeanor now a stark contrast to his earlier arrogance, cautious yet tinged with anxiety. "But you must promise to let me go afterward." Wang Hao nodded. I will let you go, though whether Xiang Ru will do the same remains uncertain. Why Yi Fan is my cousin, Yi Xiaoyu replied. Tell me about the Yi family situation. Wang Hao nodded in agreement. The more detailed, the better. The Yi family currently relies on our residence, Chongqing Pavilion, as its core, having cleared out an area of approximately 2 to 3 kilometers nearby. We are also gathering intelligence about the roulette and have amassed a few hundred subordinates, most of whom are armed, that I heard there are about 40 to 50 enhanced beings among them. Yi Xiaoyu elaborated, desperate to save his life. The Yi family has absorbed local armed forces equipped with guns and rockets, and our defensive strategies mimic those of military strongholds that ITS exceptionally stringent. Even my return requires 2 or 3 identity verifications. Just as Wang Hao surmised, the Yi family had risen due to their foundational strength. They had now established a rudimentary sanctuary. To destroy them would require either a monstrous horde of over 10,000 attacking simultaneously or a force of hundreds equipped with advanced weaponry to breach their defenses. In comparison, the Xiang family appeared as mere children next to the Yi family. Wang Hao had timed his actions perfectly. Had he arrived too early, he would have lacked the strength, and had he come too late, the Yi family would have transformed into a true sanctuary. The combat power at that time was not something a single individual could contend with, and no wonder Yi Fan had such high aspirations. Had it not been for unforeseen circumstances, even at the outset, he would have been beyond my reach. The current Yi family loomed like a mountain in the eyes of the survivors, reliable and seemingly unassailable. Upon contemplating this, Wang Hao inquired curiously, why are you not staying in City C? Why are you out running around? Will Yi Fan also venture out? My father and the others want us younger generations to be self-reliant. All the capable individuals near our home have been taken away, leaving me to seek opportunities elsewhere. Yi Xiaoyu replied, shaking his head, that Yi Fan is quite capable in management and is often busy with family matters, rarely going out. Wang Hao found it convenient to meet Yi Xiaoyu, as he wouldn't need to seek out someone familiar with the Yi family to understand the situation upon reaching City C. Wang Hao glanced at Xiang Ru, casually flicking away a burnt-out cigarette, but before getting into the sea, Yi Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this man inquiring about Yi Fan's whereabouts must harbor a grudge against him. But what good would it do? The Yi family was a fortress. No matter how strong he became, what could a single person achieve? I will remember this debt that Yi Xiaoyu couldn't bear the stark contrast in status between himself and Wang Hao. Feeling a chill within, you better stay alive. I will find you to settle the score eventually. Just as Yi Xiaoyu was lost in thought, an excruciating pain shot through the back of his head. And before he could comprehend the situation, consciousness faded into darkness as he collapsed to the ground, resentment for Wang Hao still burning in his soul, that I stood behind him for so long. And he didn't even react, as so weak. I wonder who gave him the courage to act so arrogantly in front of Brother Hao, Xiang Ru sneered, turning to board the vehicle. Chapter 61. Arrival at City C. City C is a first-tier city with a population exceeding 16 million that Wang Hao had spent some time in City C in his previous life, though on the other end, and had never interacted with the Yi family. So his understanding of City C was second only to that of City H, that he possessed several valuable pieces of intelligence, one of which pertained to a dungeon offering critical rewards essential for successfully establishing his base and further amplifying his advantages from reincarnation. Thus, if he were to seek vengeance, Wang Hao needed to act swiftly to capitalize on this information before the night dragged on and dreams turned long. 1819. 23. Aside from a few illuminated areas, the rest of City C was shrouded in dim moonlight. The nights in this post-apocalyptic world were eerily silent, inducing an unsettling chill in the bones that in a fetid alley, a woman with matted hair flecked with snow stared at Wang Hao and his group as they quietly passed by. Feeling a surge of envy at the sight of the strikingly beautiful Zhang Mengyao and Zhang Yushu, who appeared clean and well-fed. Why do they get to thrive? Simply because of their looks. Why must I struggle so hard? She thought bitterly. They were laden with supplies, surely containing ample food. Once I take down this fat fish, I won't have to worry for weeks. That Lin, clearly experienced in hunting, skillfully gauged the distance, trailing behind Wang Hao's group until she discerned their destination. She produced a remote control, a cruel smile curling her lips. You can only blame your bad luck for catching my attention. Hee, you're all doomed. Meanwhile, Wang Hao's group split into 3 factions, taking residence in 3 adjacent rooms. The environment in City C was far less hospitable than in City Z, teeming with zombies. They had not paused since entering City C, and their stomachs protested from hunger. However, their supplies were not as ample as Wang Hao's. After allocating space for essential items, there was little room left for provisions. Instant rice and self-heating pots were simply out of the question, leaving only room for some meager, hunger-satisfying compressed biscuits. "This tastes awful," Zhang Chaoying remarked, chewing as if on tough cardboard. "You have food and still complain when there are countless starving people outside," Qin Lian retorted. "I was just saying," Zhang Chaoying replied, sticking out her tongue. Wang Hao, with ample space in his backpack, was not relegated to such meager fare. Given his level, even biscuits could not satiate his hunger. Sitting on the sofa, he retrieved a can of beef in red oil from his backpack. Within seconds of pulling the tab, the rich aroma filled the room. Zhang Chaoying instinctively swallowed hard, suddenly finding her biscuits even more unpalatable. Wang Hao took a piece of beef and savored it. Tender and flavorful, he dipped a biscuit into the can of soup, and upon tasting it, the flavors melded beautifully in his mouth. "Wow, this taste is exquisite." Sharing is caring, Zhang Chaoying thought, drooling at the sight of Wang Hao, wishing he would invite her to share a bite. However, it seemed as if he could not see her at all, thoroughly enjoying his meal. He was not the type to skimp on his subordinates, but with only a handful of canned goods and biscuits to spare, he could hardly afford to share. After all, he could not let himself starve, which would be quite the injustice for a leader. There's no soup left," Zhang Chaoying grumbled, feeling frustrated. Her food was nothing compared to what Wang Hao was enjoying. "Chaoying," Qin Lian said, also feeling tempted but opting to ignore it. Waiting until after the meal to call out, "Come help me with the water, that I need to wash up." Zhang Chaoying hurriedly finished her remaining biscuits, saying, "Coming." After finishing one can, Wang Hao felt unsatisfied and opened another can of garlic-flavored beef. After finishing, he leaned back on the sofa, letting out a satisfied burp that carried the scent of meat. Each time he was full, he felt as if life was truly worthwhile, but he took out his portable base station and activated its second function. A virtual interface-marked post-apocalyptic chat room sprang to life, exuding an aura of futuristic technology. The post-apocalyptic chat room could be simply understood as a group chat. Anyone with a base station could join. It served as the primary communication tool among future survivors, broadly divided into three sections. Regional, national, and global.it could be used to post barter messages or sell intelligence in idle moments. It also served as a platform for boasting or online romances. The regional section was commonly used, as it defined a maximum range of 10 kilometers, facilitating exchanges that if one exceeded this range, they would automatically enter another chat room. Haven't they developed as quickly? Wang Hao thought as he opened the regional section. Finding no historical messages that he casually posted, visited here, before switching to the national section, but the interface remained empty, devoid of any participants that he then moved to the global section, still finding no one with all three sections lacking users. It implied that Wang Hao was the only one in the world possessing a base station produced by the roulette. Thus, he mused about how slow others were to develop, that he had acquired his base station back in Chapter 29. And now, in Chapter 61, it had yet to become a commonplace item that I had hoped to find a hidden gem among them, someone like a Gon who treats valuable items as waste. Wang Hao retracted his portable base station and muttered, "Damn it, there's not even a ghostly shadow in sight, that I reckon it will take at least half a month for anyone to discover this feature." Just as he was pondering this, he suddenly heard a buzzing sound from outside. Grabbing his axe, he opened the door, only to see a drone hovering in the silent, corpse-free corridor, with a fist-sized cylindrical object emitting a pulsating light dangling beneath it. The operator of the drone seemed to have spotted Wang Hao through the camera, hurriedly releasing the cylindrical object, which swiftly darted into the hallway. Damn! A Bluetooth speaker. Wang Hao immediately realized what was happening. His leg muscles tensed up instantly, and he dashed out, covering several dozen meters in less than a second. Reaching the cylindrical object, he kicked it with force, but at that moment, it unexpectedly began to emit a song. "Master, I can't hold on anymore. Did I have a dream in my heart to learn martial arts at Shaolin and Songsan?" Wang Hao smashed the small speaker with a kick. However, the loud singing reverberated through the quiet night, piercingly jarring. In less than half a second, the sound was like water splashing into hot oil, causing an explosion throughout the building and its vicinity. Countless zombies began to converge upon his floor. The drone's operator was truly ruthless. Wang Hao had just arrived in City C without having offended anyone. And yet this stranger was intent on taking their lives to AT that moment. Zhang Mingyao and the others, alerted by the commotion, rushed out of their rooms, all looking at Wang Hao with confusion. Chapter 62. Li Yan's Fear. A deity in the eyes of commoners, did I leave this to you? Wang Hao succinctly stated, I will pursue the one who has trapped our people. With that, he dashed into a room, leaped from the third-floor balcony, and landed steadily in the back alley of the building. This was his ability. If it were anyone else, such a straight jump would likely result in broken legs. The speaker had a remote control range, so she must be nearby. Wang Hao emerged into the alley, scanning the streets, buildings, and passageways, when he suddenly spotted a woman retrieving the drone in the alley diagonally opposite the building. Li Yan, listening to the deafening roars of the zombies, smiled slyly, thinking which man is so vigilant. He noticed the drone the moment it took off, but it's of no consequence. Within half an hour, they will be devoured alive by the horde. All the food and drink on them will be mine. A chilling sensation suddenly gripped Li Yan, and as she turned, she locked eyes with Wang Hao. The hallway was filled with zombies. How did he get down here? Li Yan's face changed dramatically, instinctively sensing Wang Hao's extreme danger. She fled without a second thought. Meanwhile, as soon as Wang Hao spotted Li Yan, he dashed out of the alley, only to stumble upon the approaching horde, tripping over a zombie. However, this merely bought Li Yan a little more time. She wanted Wang Hao dead. If he didn't eliminate her, it would be a disservice to the wheel of fortune that had turned in her favor these past few days. That on the other side, Zhang Mingyao divided the group into 3 teams. One team stationed in the corridor, while the other 2 remained inside the rooms, effectively distributing the pressure from the zombie horde. Just as they got into position, a massive wave of zombies surged into the corridor, the oppressive sensation akin to a terrifying tide, imposing immense pressure on everyone. Fortunately, the women were no longer the same as they had been when the disaster first erupted. Zhang Chaoying calmly aimed for the heads of the zombies, wielding her submachine gun and firing in rapid succession, the orange-yellow flashes illuminating the corridor as one zombie after another fell, blood spraying as they were trampled by their companions. Yun Bing's arms quivered as she repeatedly drew her bow, her accuracy far surpassing that of Zhang Chaoying, almost hitting every target. Before the horde even reached the 4 women, dozens of zombies had already fallen. Kill! Agon and Xiao Hui brandished their knives, forming the front line against the approaching zombies, ferociously hacking at them. This was precisely why Wang Hao had the confidence to let them face the horde. They were now fully capable of handling most situations. That said, Wang Hao was busy slaughtering zombies, pursuing Li Yan to a commercial outlet piled high with sandbags at the entrance. Open the door. Li Yan knocked, turning to look at the approaching Wang Hao, raising her chin and beckoning him with her finger, the provocation unmistakable. You dare to chase me? I'll make you die without knowing how. As she spoke, the door was pulled open, and Li Yan quickly bent down to slip inside the establishment. Wang Hao calmly followed her in, only to find a spacious area where a group of about 10 people, armed with various melee weapons, stood in a semicircle, glaring at him. In a corner, several men and women were bound hand and foot, their eyes reflecting a shared sense of despair as they regarded Wang Hao. Another one delivered right to our door, they thought, envisioning his fate, likely a brutal beating followed by a complete stripping of his belongings. Brother gang, Li Yan called out to the burly leader among the group, her voice cold as she addressed Wang Hao. He is one of the people I've been keeping an eye on that I don't know how he managed to escape, but you help me disable his hands and feet. In return, I'll give you a significant portion of our supplies. Chen Jingong tilted his head, and several people understood the cue. Moving toward Wang Hao, Yin cursed inwardly, thinking that once Wang Hao was beaten to a pulp by Gang's men, she would have the chance to vent her frustrations on him. What a fool that if he had obediently followed my script, he would have died early and transcended, that I wouldn't even need to give a large portion of the supplies to Chen Jingong. Little brat, if you don't stay still, you'll suffer even more, in this apocalyptic world, pursuing someone to kill them. You don't know what you're thinking. The men's eyes turned cold as they raised their knives from various angles toward Wang Hao. Compared to them, he appeared relatively slender, and in a one-on-one fight, he was no match for them, let alone facing several at once to TO them. Wang Hao was already a crippled person, incapacitated and helpless. They've heard too many myths. Even ants think they can kill an elephant. Wang Hao swung his axe, severing the knives aimed at him, and swung again, this time cleaving through several skulls. His axe was so sharp that as he advanced a few steps, the men began to stiffen and spray blood, collapsing one by one onto the ground. They died too quickly to even scream. Li Yan's expression froze. What is this? His skull is so hard. How did he cut through it in one blow? Chun Jingong and the others had initially believed they could easily overpower Wang Hao. Expecting no surprises, they never anticipated such a result. Each of them was struck with shock. How? How could a person be this terrifying? Hearing the sounds of blood spraying from the corpses behind him, Wang Hao raised his gaze to the people facing him. Just one glance sent chills through them, as they felt a suffocating pressure. Instinctively wanting to distance themselves from this ruthless figure, Wang Hao moved. His hand rose, and the axe fell. They were merely ordinary people, caught completely off guard. Their heads were cleaved open like watermelons, blood and brain matter spraying freely. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. Qin Jingong bellowed, my brother is an enhancer. Just being an enhancer makes you a deity in your eyes. Wang Hao scoffed, swinging the axe and shattering Chun Jingang's skull. Ah! Li Yin collapsed to the ground, her gaze fixed on Wang Hao, filled with terror. I've summoned a monster. Li Yin had initially thought bringing Wang Hao to Chun Jingong would ensure his demise. Yet who could have foreseen that it would be like a tiger entering a sheepfold? Wang Hao kicked Li Yin over and placed his foot on her head, applying pressure. She felt a violent pain in her skull, the imminent approach of death shattering her resolve, as she wept, pleading for mercy. Please spare me. I beg you. I'll do anything you ask. No, please don't. Wang Hao remained expressionless, continuing to apply pressure until he crushed Li Yan's head beneath his foot. The survivors in the corner watched the bloodied, cold Wang Hao with wide eyes, feeling as if their very understanding of reality had been upended that a person could be this powerful. Though Wang Hao was smaller than his opponents, and they numbered over 10, anyone observing would have deemed his chances of victory slim. Yet, the reality was a one-sided massacre, with his adversaries unable to retaliate. Wang Hao turned to exit, only to collide with the horde of zombies drawn by the commotion. He raised his axe, cleaving through a zombie's skull, feeling the solid resistance, and deftly extracted the crystal nucleus from the zombie's head. Catching it in his hand, he fought his way back to where he had originally settled. The battle here had also concluded, with a corridor littered with corpses and a torrent of dark blood cascading down the stairs. The group relocated to a cleaner area. Zhang Mingyao found Wang Hao and reported, Brother Hao, we collected a total of 63 gray crystals tonight, and we encountered a one-star zombie, which was dealt with by Xiang Ru. Chapter 63. One-on-one with the Yi family, prepared Wang Hao. Well done. Wang Hao smiled. Rest early. Tomorrow will be quite exhausting. Understood. Zhang Mingyao left, and Wang Hao then noticed Xiang Ru leaning against the bathroom door, beckoning him with a finger. This enchantress was up to no good again. Wang Hao was naturally unafraid of Xiang Ru, yet she was not one to behave herself, as she had interrupted Zhang Chaoying and Qin Lian in their room, leaving them blushing. The next day, as Wang Hao enjoyed breakfast, he looked at the gathered women and declared, Today, I will annihilate the Yi family. You need not accompany me. Follow Mingyao's arrangements to hold off the zombies drawn by the noise. The several women exchanged glances, and when Wang Hao inquired about Yi Xiaoyu, they gleaned some context, likely deducing that Wang Hao harbored enmity towards the Yi family. Initially, they anticipated a fierce confrontation today. But to their astonishment, Wang Hao intended to challenge the Yi family single-handedly. The Yi family, the dominant force in this region. Although Wang Hao was formidable, could he withstand dozens of guns aimed at him? Could he endure the snipers and rocket launchers? It seemed akin to an ordinary individual pitted against an entire battalion. Almost unbelievable that he could survive such an ordeal. Brother Hao, you must return safely. Zhang Mingyao earnestly declared that if anything were to happen to you, I would avenge you. The others had a fair understanding of Wang Hao's character, knowing he was resolute in his decisions, and upon hearing Zhang Mingyao's words, they nodded in agreement. Their current circumstances were a result of Wang Hao's efforts. Should anything happen to him, they would undoubtedly seek to annihilate the Yi family. Wang Hao had meticulously prepared for this day. Harboring confidence that quelled his fears, after finishing his breakfast, he and Zhang Mingyao split into two groups, with him proceeding alone towards the Yi family that Yi Xiaoyu had indicated. When Wang Hao was still 2 or 3 kilometers away from the Yi family, he encountered few zombies, Rotten corpses littered the area, and every shop he passed showed signs of having been ransacked. 40 minutes later, he arrived at the entrance. Not far ahead lay the Chongqing Pavilion, heavily patrolled with no blind spots that in several vantage points. Machine guns were mounted, their barrels glinting coldly in the sunlight. Good heavens! With this level of firepower, should a horde of thousands of zombies approach, it would truly be a gift of crystal cores. Even if a horde of tens of thousands were to converge, attacking the Yi family would not be an easy task. Given the current configuration of the Yi family, they are not far from being the pinnacle of human forces. For anyone to surpass, or even contend with them, they would require cutting-edge technology. Relying solely on conventional weaponry would result in mutual destruction at best if the Yi family does not strike hard in the early stages. They cannot hope to develop to a level where they can contend with the four emperors. Wang Hao confidently stepped out of the shadows, axe in hand, advancing towards the Yi family. The sniper teams positioned at high ground detected him immediately and reported his presence through their communication headsets. "You there, find out what he wants," the captain behind the fortifications of the Chongqing Pavilion ordered, pointing at a random individual that if he refuses to listen, take him down. The designated person picked up a megaphone and shouted, "Halt! State your purpose. If you take another step forward, you will bear the consequences." Wang Hao appeared oblivious, continuing his advance. "The reputation of the Yi family is so great. I haven't seen someone seeking death like this in ages." The individual lowered the megaphone, grasped a nearby machete, and approached Wang Hao with a fierce expression, lunging at him with a swift strike. Wang Hao swung his axe, effortlessly bypassing the man that he suddenly froze. A look of ferocity still etched on his face, and as Wang Hao moved a few steps away, his head abruptly fell from his body, rolling to the ground as the headless corpse teetered and gushed blood. The onlookers were dumbfounded. How did that man die? Wang Hao's speed, surpassing that of a two-star, appeared to ordinary observers as a flash of cold light, and their comrade had perished in an instant, too swift for them to comprehend his movements. "Fire! Quick, fire!" The captain, as an enhancer, understood Wang Hao's terror better than anyone, urgently shouting, "Shoot him down!" The snipers at the high ground aimed at Wang Hao and decisively opened fire at a long, pointed bullet shot forth from the sniper rifle. Propelled by a scorching wind, aimed directly at Wang Hao's chest, in a fleeting moment, his eyes glinted, and he swung his axe to cleave the incoming bullet in two. The sniper was taken aback. Is this even human? Sniper bullets possess significantly greater power than those from standard rifles, capable of creating discernible dents in steel plates, and are often likened to small artillery. For a person to evade a sniper shot, their reflexes must be extraordinary. Wang Hao's direct deflection of a sniper bullet made the sniper question his years of service as a warrior. Everyone present was struck with shock. Is he an enhancer? Can an enhancer be this formidable? Among them, the enhancers who had consumed diluted enhancement potions paled in comparison to Wang Hao, their abilities seeming woefully inadequate. "Someone go inform old Yi," the captain remarked, his gaze fixed warily on the approaching Wang Hao. "Who on earth has brought this terrifying monster to the Yi family? Everyone, listen closely. Focus fire on him. I refuse to believe he can block one bullet. Or even 10. Can he withstand hundreds or thousands of bullets? With the firepower at the Yi family's main entrance, even a tank would be reduced to scrap metal." The captain doubted, and the others were even less convinced that Wang Hao, as a solitary individual, could defy the odds against such overwhelming firepower. As Wang Hao drew within 100 meters of the Chongqing Pavilion, the Yi family members opened fire en masse, deploying even fixed machine guns. In an instant, the air was filled with icy trajectories of bullets. This was, in fact, the Yi family's first offensive action. No one could have anticipated they would target a single individual. The crowd could almost envision Wang Hao being riddled with bullets, their faces contorting into expressions of malicious glee. Die. The strength of one person is utterly powerless before such a force. This scene, at this stage, was considerable. Yet why did I not feel a shred of oppression? Wang Hao chuckled lightly, raising his hand. The fissured ring on his finger suddenly emanated a soft glow, and the air before him split open with cracks of blue light, rapidly forming a nonconformist shield. Immediately, all the lethal bullets struck the heavenly shield, momentarily pausing before rebounding entirely back at their originators. The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the sight before them. The bullets had been deflected back. How could such absurd equipment exist in this world? They were mere ordinary individuals, standard enhancers, left only with shock and awe, as they were shot to pieces by the very bullets that had rebounded. Collapsing in droves, their eyes wide with terror, as if they had seen a ghost in the blink of an eye, the number of people at the Yi family's entrance dwindled from over 100 to merely a few who managed to find refuge behind cover. Chapter 64. The preceding version of Wang Hao, so terrifying. A handful of those who had narrowly escaped death gazed at the lifeless bodies strewn on the ground. Even the captain, who had once commanded respect, now paralyzed in fear, his mind a blank slate. A monster. That person is a monster. Wang Hao had single-handedly breached the Yi family's main entrance, an act that had once been regarded as a foolish jest, with anyone speaking of it being ridiculed for their lack of understanding. After all, how could one individual possibly withstand firepower comparable to that of an entire squad? Yet today, this jest had been gruesomely transformed into reality. All of this had been anticipated by Wang Hao. The personnel, weapons, and equipment of the Yi family were indeed formidable at this stage. Whether human or monster, it was exceedingly difficult to overturn the already rising Yi family. Unfortunately for them, they had encountered the advanced version of Wang Hao. The heavenly shield manifested at the opportune moment, boasting outstanding cost-effectiveness, but its defensive capabilities were not overstated. An equivalent weapon could still contend with the heavenly shield, and 3 such weapons could obliterate it. However, presenting the heavenly shield at this juncture rendered one virtually invincible. It is essential to remember that enhancers were still a rarity, with only a few grasping the concept of levels. And those who had advanced were even fewer. Even possessing a standard knife could evoke envy among many. To showcase a 5-star piece of equipment in this phase was akin to a fantasy. As Wang Hao approached the entrance of the Chongqing Pavilion, individuals from other areas began to rally in support. Yet they regarded him with trepidation, hesitant to make any sudden moves. One man alone commanded the attention of hundreds. It was a spectacular sight. From behind, several individuals of remarkable presence emerged from the Yi family, 2 of whom were older. The man standing at the center, with an air of authority, captured Wang Hao's attention. Their names were well known in his previous life. With jet black hair and a vigorous demeanor, he was Yi Chongsheng, the patriarch of the Yi family, accompanied by his younger brother, Yin. In his youth, Yin had achieved numerous accolades, known for his exceptional demeanor. Before the outbreak, he held a high-ranking position within the combat squad, now overseeing the Yi family's unification efforts. The rapid rise and current scale of the Yi family were largely attributable to his contributions. In Wang Hao's previous life, he would not have been deemed worthy to meet either of them. To be precise, he wouldn't have qualified to stand among the top 10 on the power rankings. The Yi family, with its formidable strength, ranked among the top 10 of all factions in the nation. As core figures within the Yi family, these 2 were not individuals one could simply meet at will. It is not an exaggeration to say that someone of Wang Hao's caliber would only manage to secure a minor role within the Yi family. Without joining, encountering either of them would be unlikely. Young brother, Yi Chongsheng, having been informed of Wang Hao's prowess through his subordinates, pondered the peculiar situation. Given the Yi family's penchant for nurturing talent, how could they have incurred the wrath of such a formidable individual? What grievances do you hold against the Yi family that would warrant such a grand display? Wang Hao's spirit and body had been ruthlessly trampled by Yi Fan in his previous life, particularly when Yi Fan mercilessly slaughtered his brothers before his very eyes. The soul-crushing blow of that moment still gnawed at him, causing heart-wrenching pain whenever he recalled it. Now, having been granted a second chance at life, how could he possibly allow Yi Fan to die a swift and painless death? Wang Hao intended for Yi Fan to first experience the torment of being forsaken by his own family. Raising his gaze, he stated, "There is no need for you to inquire about the reasons. I shall only say this once. Surrender Yi Fan, that I may consider sparing the Yi family from repercussions." Yi Chongsheng and Yi exchanged glances. Disbelief etched on their faces. That it should not have come to this. That Yi Fan had always been astute and clever. How could he have drawn such formidable enemies upon the Yi family? As the most exceptional member of the younger generation, Yi Fan had exceeded their expectations following the outbreak of calamities. That Yi Chongsheng had even contemplated grooming Yi Fan to become the next head of the Yi family. Now, to demand Yi Fan's surrender was a bitter pill to swallow. That my patience lasts only 3 minutes, Wang Hao declared. Having come prepared, that in the face of absolute power, all actions appeared futile and absurd. rendering him indifferent to whatever the Yi family might do during his deliberation. Coldly, he added, "When the time is up, the entire Yi family shall accompany Yi Fan to his grave." What an arrogant young man. They thought that he spoke to them with such civility, yet he dared to overstep his bounds. Since when had the Yi family ever been brought to its knees by a single individual? The members of the Yi family grew increasingly agitated as they beheld Wang Hao. Their displeasure mounting. "What are you waiting for? Show him what we are capable of." Yi Changxing cast a knowing glance at Yin, who subtly nodded in agreement, as if to indicate that arrangements had been made. "I had hoped to resolve the misunderstandings between the Yi family and yourself, to collaborate on a grand endeavor," Yi Changxing remarked, his eyes narrowing. "However, your attitude clearly suggests you are unwilling to engage in dialogue. Thus, the Yi family shall dispense with pleasantries." As Yi Changxing spoke, the crowd parted like a zipper, revealing several individuals wielding rocket launchers who suddenly intruded upon Wang Hao's field of vision. They swiftly crouched down, aiming their weapons at him, and pulled the triggers. The recoil from the rockets sent them staggering backward as 6 projectiles whistled through the air, trailing long white tails of smoke, arcing towards Wang Hao. Rocket launchers, being portable anti-tank weapons, were designed to strike armored vehicles and demolish fortifications. Using them against a person was akin to using a cannon to swat a fly that a single rocket could obliterate an entire squad. Though Wang Hao possessed peculiar and formidable equipment, the explosive force of 6 rockets was far from a simple arithmetic sum of their individual power. Allowing the Yi family time to mobilize their rocket launchers was tantamount to digging his own grave. Boom! The explosions erupted almost simultaneously, casting dazzling flames into the air and unleashing powerful shockwaves that rolled outward. Was he dead? This fellow could take on tanks. How could he possibly succumb to mere humans? The onlookers involuntarily held their breath, gazing at the sight of the explosion. Yet, as the smoke and dust gradually cleared, a tall silhouette emerged, causing their eyes to widen in disbelief that he was not dead. How could he have survived? "You are utterly ignorant of advanced power," Wang Hao mused, tilting his head that it seemed he was mistaken. This group still clung to a sense of hope that in that case, let us kill. Let us instill absolute despair. With a flash in his eyes, Wang Hao charged through the smoke, plunging into the crowd with reckless abandon. With each swing of his axe, he cleaved through his foes with brutal efficiency, severing heads and limbs as if they were mere vegetables. The blood that sprayed into the air bathed him, and his indomitable presence struck terror into the hearts of the Yi family members. They could no longer harbor any disdain toward Wang Hao. Fear gripped them as they realized that even rocket fire could not harm him. Is he even human? Chapter 65. Overwhelming pressure. Run. He is a monster. Flee. The Yi family's hired hands were paralyzed with fear. Their courage shattered as they witnessed Wang Hao's rampage. They scattered in panic, some even losing their shoes in their haste. Chosen by the Yi family, they were the elite among survivors. Yet now, hundreds of them were being decimated by a single individual. If word of this got out, who would believe it? Wang Hao, his hair dripping with blood and surrounded by corpses, cast a glance at the remaining Yi family members. Except for Yi Changxing and Yi Yin, the others recoiled in terror, nervously suggesting, "Perhaps we should surrender Yi Fan, that he has indeed caused us considerable trouble, that Yi Fan must bear the consequences of his own mistakes." That Yi Changxing's face turned ashen. The illustrious Yi family, the foremost clan of City C, renowned for its might and superior resources, was now caught in a chokehold by one man that he could not fathom why, given the Yi family's strength. They were unable to stand against Wang Hao's overwhelming power. "Very well. We shall surrender Yi Fan." Yi Changxing's resolve crumbled. To preserve the Yi family, he had no choice but to relinquish Yi Fan. A heavy sigh escaping his lips as he spoke. "I hope you will adhere to the rules of the underworld and not make things difficult for the Yi family." Wang Hao chuckled. When all tricks have been exhausted and you find yourself outmatched, you resort to invoking the rules of the underworld. These wealthy individuals truly enjoy treating others as fools. Soon, the Yi family produced a young man from the main house. His eyes sparkled, his facial features sharp and elegant, and his physique was strikingly handsome, resembling the protagonists of urban novels. Upon seeing him, Wang Hao felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity wash over him. Yi Fan, at long last, they were reunited. Now, he appeared more youthful, than when Wang Hao had first encountered him in his previous life, lacking the composure that characterized his former self. Father? Uncle? Yi Fan looked at Yi Chongqing and Yi Yin, bewildered. Are you really giving up on me? Before the two could reply, the Yi family members erupted in admonitions. Look at the trouble you've brought upon the Yi family. Youthful exuberance is one thing, but you must also learn to see clearly. Yi Fan was not the same individual he had been in his previous life. He had yet to experience the vicissitudes of life. Suddenly, hearing his uncle and aunt's reprimands filled him with a sense of suffocating frustration. Especially as his own father and the uncle he revered the most appeared to abandon him, he felt utterly dejected, his heart heavy with indignation. Wang Hao's gaze flickered as he remarked, "It is a father's failure to raise a child properly. Shouldn't you make him kneel?" In resignation, Yi Chongqing approached Yi Fan. "Father." Yi Fan met Yi Chongqing's eyes, his defiance evident. His gaze seemed to convey, "You can kill me, but you cannot trample upon my dignity. I am the eldest son of the Yi family. My pride forbids me from kneeling. How dare you?" Yi Chongqing exclaimed in fury, delivering a swift kick to the back of Yi Fan's knees. Crying out in pain, Yi Fan fell to his knees before Wang Hao. Wang Hao stepped closer, looking down at Yi Fan gazed up at him, his eyes filled with resentment and defiance. Wang Hao felt a rush of satisfaction. Yes, it was precisely that look. The gaze of pride shattered that Yi Fan had been a shining star since childhood, an academic prodigy in school, and a dazzling newcomer in the business realm, valued by many prominent figures. Even in the face of the apocalypse, he had thrived, becoming a notable figure in City C and beyond. Even after the Yi family's downfall, he remained above others, never once deigning to acknowledge those who had risen through sheer effort, like Wang Hao and the others. Only at the moment of his demise did Wang Hao realize that, in Yi Fan's eyes, he and his kind were nothing more than mere pawns. Such individuals, unaccustomed to adversity, embodied arrogance to the utmost degree. To humiliate him was a far greater torment than death itself. "That I do not recognize you." Yi Fan gritted through clenched teeth. "Why do you target me? In my life, I have never needed to explain myself to a failure." Wang Hao replied, delivering a slap across Yi Fan's face with just enough force to send him tumbling to the ground. His fair cheek rapidly swelling to a vivid crimson, he stared in disbelief, unable to reconcile the fact that he, the esteemed young master of the Yi family, had suffered such humiliation. "Have the courage to kill me." Yi Fan suddenly roared, lunging at Wang Hao. Wang Hao kicked him back down, saying, "What is your rush? The real show has only just begun." He then placed his foot on Yi Fan's hand, gradually applying pressure, rubbing it with deliberate slowness. Yi Fan writhed violently, watching in horror as Wang Hao crushed his hand, his screams eliciting discomfort from those around them. Wang Hao squinted, acknowledging that Yi Fan's cries were indeed more melodious than Xiang Ru's. As Wang Hao shifted his foot, Yi Fan, drenched in cold sweat, gasped for breath, feeling as though he were a wretched dog in agony. However, just as he caught a few breaths, Wang Hao's foot pressed down on his ankle, sending waves of torment coursing through him, causing him to convulse and scream in agony. The Yi family, unable to bear the sight, wondered what enmity could provoke such cruelty from Wang Hao. "Kill me. Just kill me." As Wang Hao methodically crushed each of Yi Fan's limbs, the pain rendered him numb, leaving him sprawled on the ground, his breath shallow and intermittent. Observing his dismal state, one could hardly imagine he had once been the protagonist of an urban novel. "Did you think this was the end?" Wang Hao teased, lifting Yi Fan's head with a smirk. No, we have only just reached the most thrilling part." Following this, Wang Hao forced Yi Fan to consume a potion for healing, ensuring he wouldn't lose consciousness. In the next moment, Wang Hao vanished from Yi Fan's sight, reappearing before Yi Yin, and cleaved his skull with an axe, blood erupting into the air. This significant figure, who had once led the Yi family to historical heights in his past life, fell dead on the spot. "Uncle." Yi Fan's eyes bulged with rage. "You have no honor." Yi Chongqing roared. "You promised that as long as the Yi family surrendered Yi Fan, you would not harm us." "I said I would consider it," Wang Hao replied, appearing before Yi Chongqing, gripping his face and lifting him into the air. "But I never said I would spare the Yi family." "You despicable scoundrel." Yi Chongqing glared furiously, but his curses were abruptly silenced as Wang Hao crushed his head, blood gushing between his fingers and spraying into the air. coalescing into a torrent of glaring crimson that streamed down his arm. Who would have thought that Yi Chongqing, a prominent figure among all factions in his past life, would meet his end at Wang Hao's hands? In the eyes of Yi Chongqing from his previous life, he was but a small fry. Father! Yi Fan screamed in agony. Although the Yi family had chosen to abandon him, Yi Chongqing was his father, and Yian was his uncle, the most significant figures in his life. The sight of both dying before him inflicted a psychological blow, far more painful than the torment Wang Hao had just delivered. Come at me if you have the guts, Yi Fan roared at Wang Hao. You are a senseless killer. What sort of man are you? Chapter 66. The Laws of the Apocalypse. Next steps that if looks could kill. Yi Fan's furious, resentful, and frenzied glare would have slain Wang Hao hundreds of times over. In truth, he had never intended to spare the Yi family or its members. Setting aside hatred, one of the laws to remember in the apocalypse was to eradicate the root of the problem. The Yi family had the potential to develop into a leading power. So why would Wang Hao leave them alive, as if he wished to extend his own life? Ha ha, Yi Fan, how dare you utter such words? Wang Hao laughed. Ha ha. Yi Fan glared fiercely at Wang Hao, reflecting on how his pride had been ruthlessly crushed, how he had been continuously insulted and trampled upon, while he could only endure the humiliation. The thought of his family members perishing before him weighed heavily on his heart, reminiscent of a once mighty king being cast down from his throne, unable to bear the immense disparity. His throat turned dry as he involuntarily spat blood. It's normal to feel discomfort, Wang Hao remarked, crouching down to regard Yi Fan, who resembled a dead dog. Now I want you to savor the taste of watching your relatives and friends perish one by one before your very eyes. Wang Hao grasped the back of Yi Fan's head, lifting him up, then turned to face the Yi family members, who were fleeing in terror from the deaths of Yi Chongqing and Yian. A cruel smile forming at the corners of his mouth as he pursued them, dispatching them one by one to please, don't kill me. I beg you, spare my life. The pleas of the Yi family fell on Wang Hao's deaf ears, his heart untouched, and he even found it amusing that he had once begged Yi Fan in a similar manner, only to receive a more dreadful retaliation in return. Why should he show mercy now? You shall not die a good death. Yi Fan witnessed Wang Hao storm into the Chongqing pavilion, hunting down those he knew, particularly his mother, and his heart shattered. With a distorted face, he roared, You will not have a good death. Wang Hao shrugged that why Yi Fan dared to betray him, so he was willing to annihilate Yi Fan's entire family. When the last of the Yi family fell amidst a pool of blood, Yi Fan's gaze had gone vacant. His body limp as a noodle. Undoubtedly, he had succumbed to mental collapse. His inner world lay in ruins. Even if Wang Hao were to release him now, he would be a broken shell of a man. But how could Wang Hao ever let him go? Even in his shattered state, Wang Hao would torment him relentlessly, employing the same methods he had used against the Demon King in the past. It was likely that others would need DNA tests to confirm that the pile of mush on the ground had once been the eldest son of the Yi family. Wang Hao exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from him. I have avenged my great grievance that I have altered the course of history. His gaze resolute, Wang Hao declared. I will not allow the tragedies of my past life to repeat that I end this life. I shall construct the strongest base to withstand the impending second disaster. Time was of the essence, and it was limited. The second disaster was terrifying, unimaginably so. Not even the formidable Wang Hao and the Demon King had escaped unscathed, and many renowned factions had suffered catastrophic fates. The defenses of 8 and 9 stars were as fragile as paper. For Wang Hao to contend with the second disaster, he needed to be at least 10 times stronger than these factions, and he had merely 3 years to achieve it. The weight of his task was immense. Departing the Yi family, Wang Hao followed the echoes of the undead and found Chuning and Zhang Yeshu in a small alley between buildings 100 meters away. The two had used several trucks and buses to create barriers against the thronging horde of zombies. The commotion from the Yi family, with gunfire and rockets, was overwhelming. There were hundreds of zombies blocked by the two, and the situation for others was likely similar. The obstacles were on the verge of collapse, with the zombies piling up to form a makeshift ladder, nearly breaching the defenses. Wang Hao knew that if he were a second late, the horde would likely break through. We need to move more vehicles to set up a buffer zone, Chuning suggested, spotting Wang Hao's arrival. Brother Hao! Brother Hao! Zhang Yeshu exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him unharmed. Given the stark disparity in strength between him and the Yi family, they had been worried he might encounter trouble. His safe return signified that his plan had succeeded. Chenin couldn't help but reflect, Brother Hao remains true to himself, single-handedly challenging the tyrant of this area. You two go and inform the others. Wang Hao instructed, hold out as long as you can. If you can't, flee and find a place to hide. To him, these zombies were merely crystal cores to harvest. Not daring to delay, the two rushed off to find others. While Wang Hao returned to the Yi family, drawing his flamethrower and waiting for the undead to approach, having eradicated the Yi family, I shall now utilize their defenses to farm the undead. Roars of the undead echoed closer, a deafening cacophony as hordes of zombies surged forth from the streets, the visual impact akin to a stampede of 1,000 horses. Even enhancers would likely turn and flee at the sight. Wang Hao appeared diminutive before the mass of undead, calmly waiting for them to draw near before pulling the trigger on his flamethrower. A fiery line erupted, sweeping from left to right, creating a blazing wall of fire. The horde, undeterred, crashed against the inferno, flames crawling over their bodies like parasites, greedily consuming every inch of flesh. Soon, another wave of zombies entered from a different direction, and the green crystals in Wang Hao's flamethrower whirled wildly, releasing energy to sweep through the approaching undead. Wadded on the third floor of a building diagonally across from the Chongqing Pavilion, Zhang Chaoying gaped in astonishment at Wang Hao's rampage, exclaiming, "This is utterly absurd. Mom, open the door to absurdity." It was absurd beyond belief. Brother Hao is too powerful. Next to her, Zhang Mingyao's eyes sparkled with admiration as she mused, "Brother Hao seems even stronger than when he showcased his skills before us." The Yi family, despite their strengths, didn't manage to apply pressure on him. She mused not out of a desire for Wang Hao to encounter trouble, but because the Yi family was the dominant force in the area, possessing firearms, artillery, and enhancers that in the minds of the women. Even if Wang Hao triumphed, it would come at a considerable cost. Yet the reality was that the Yi family had been obliterated without a scratch on Wang Hao. The women had heard the explosions of several rockets while fending off the zombies and had worried for Wang Hao's safety. "This man is invincible," Zhang Mingyao observed, her gaze fixed on Wang Hao. Entranced, bullets can't harm him. Not even cannons can touch him. In another tall building, Xiao Hui observed the oddly intoxicated state of a beautiful woman and remarked, "You flirt. Just gazing at Brother Hao has left you in this state. If he were to lay a hand on you, would you not ascend to the skies? I adore this kind of pure man. Dominant, strong." The beautiful woman replied, her eyes glazed with admiration, "But I wonder just how formidable he truly is." Xiao Hui shook her head in exasperation, remarking on the absurdity of the situation. Chapter 67. The New King, a Joyous Harvest. Wang Hao had been firing his weapon for nearly an hour, and the horde of monsters approaching from all directions had dwindled from several hundred to just a handful. As he surveyed the scene, the ground was littered with remains and charred corpses. Zhang Mingyao, not merely a spectator, took the opportunity to gather a team to recruit temporary workers for the excavation of crystal cores as the battle neared its conclusion. Upon their return to the Yi residence, the survivors were left astounded by the sight before them. It felt as though they had stumbled upon a massive crematorium, with countless bodies strewn across the ground, including those of their dreaded foes, cockroaches, rats, and mosquitoes. How many monsters have been slain? Who triggered the explosion of the zombies? A man with a greasy face exclaimed, realizing it was the Yi family responsible. No wonder everyone wants to join such a powerful force. Their operations are simply colossal. Is the Yi family truly this formidable? His companion asked in disbelief. Just by observing, I can see so many crystal cores scattered on the ground. Indeed, they have a vast operation, and the speed of earning these cores is astonishing that I struggle against 3 or 4 zombies at once. The Yi family took down thousands. A burly man in the crowd expressed his envy. The Yi family will undoubtedly become the dominant power in City Seated if only I could join them. The newcomers today will surely become the elites of tomorrow, and the treatment will be exceptional. The crowd instinctively assumed that the corpses on the ground were the handiwork of the Yi family, for in this region, they were the largest and most formidable faction. Who else could possess the capability to slaughter thousands of monsters? "Move faster," Gon shouted. "Don't dawdle. When it comes time for payday, don't complain and refrain from any foul play, or I will sever your hands." Such opportunities to earn crystal cores without risking their lives were rare. And the crowd worked diligently to collect the cores with remarkable speed, finishing the task in less than 2 hours. "How go? Your luck is extraordinary," Zhang Mingyao exclaimed as she gathered all the crystal cores to present to Wang Hao. "You have personally slain over 4,600 monsters, and we collectively retrieved over 3,100 gray crystals and 27 green crystals. The drop rate is astonishingly high." This was precisely why Wang Hao had made a special trip to City Z. The combination of the lucky ring and the system was genuinely overpowered. 4, 600, 3,100. What a ratio! Anyone would be befuddled by such figures. Had Zhang Mingyao known the universally recognized drop rates from her past life, she would have dismissed any claims to the contrary as mere exaggeration. Do you consider Wang Hao's drop rate to be around 10? You must be specifically tracking the unlucky ones, merely average. Wang Hao replied nonchalantly, "Bring those temporary workers over." Zhang Mingyao was taken aback. Such an exaggerated drop rate, and he considered it average. If others had such a drop rate, they might laugh themselves awake in their dreams. Wang Hao was not speaking lightly. When he activated his super luck, the drop rate could exceed 9.5. In comparison, the current drop rate appeared quite ordinary. As Zhang Mingyao summoned the temporary workers, they were stunned to see the multitude of bodies at Wang Hao's feet. Hey, a long-haired youth in the crowd elbowed his companion, his eyes wide with disbelief. "I recognize some of those corpses. They entered the Yi family and were quite esteemed. How could they possibly be dead? I was there when the Yi family was openly recruiting. That woman on the ground seemed to hold a significant position." His companion, swallowing hard, pondered, could it be that he annihilated the Yi family? Those present, having been active in the vicinity, began to recognize familiar faces among the corpses, their hearts growing uneasy. If the monsters had perished outside, it was evident that the Yi family had not been their killers. This implied a monumental change had occurred within the Yi family, and the one orchestrating it all was likely the young man standing atop the construction site. "I have already eradicated the Yi family," Wang Hao stated calmly. "From this day forth, I am the new king of this territory." Wow, what the heck? Despite their prior suspicions, the crowd was still taken aback by Wang Hao's declaration, gasping in shock. The Yi family had been obliterated, and by a mere group of a dozen individuals, most of whom were women. Suddenly, a dreadful realization struck them. If the Yi family was no more, did that mean the monsters outside had been slain by this small band? The crowd felt a chill run down their spines, struggling to fathom the extent of Wang Hao's strength, capable of annihilating thousands of monsters with a mere handful of people. More astonishingly, among those monsters were formidable creatures such as cockroaches and rats. It was well known that the Yi family comprised elite fighters, and with their numbers, it was no surprise they could manage to wipe out a horde of zombies. Yet, Wang Hao had achieved this with such a small contingent. The truth was almost too incredible to believe. If they were shocked by this revelation, they would be utterly astounded to learn that it was Wang Hao alone who had accomplished all of this. "Spread the word for me." Wang Hao instructed that I have a vast array of weapons and equipment produced by the roulette, available for exchange for crystal cores or other rare items. Wang Hao spoke with a calm demeanor. "However, the prices are rather steep. Don't waste my time with just a few crystal cores." Having gathered a substantial amount from his prior collections, coupled with the anticipated spoils from the Yi family, he estimated he had over 100 items at his disposal. With such a surplus, it would be wise to capitalize on the current scarcity of ordinary equipment and sell them at a premium. He also sought to cast a wide net, hoping to discover any unsuspecting individuals willing to part with valuable items at a bargain. The crowd had no objections, some of them eager to witness the reactions of others upon learning that the Yi family had been vanquished by Wang Hao. With a sense of satisfaction, they collected their wages for excavating the crystal cores and dispersed, while Wang Hao scanned the area, raising an eyebrow and inquiring, "Where have Xiang Ru and Yun Bing gone?" They were supposed to be working together. Zhang Mingyao shook her head. "I haven't seen them either, that I'm not sure where they went." Wang Hao was not overly concerned about their safety. He speculated they may have been preoccupied with something. He instructed, "You stay here to manage the crowd, and then go sort through the resources of the Yi family. Remember to search thoroughly. Don't overlook any details." "Understood." Zhang Mingyao gathered her team to attend to the task while Wang Hao made his way into the main residence of the Yi family. Settling into an opulent imported sofa worth millions, propping his feet on the coffee table. Who would have thought he could one day usurp the Yi family? This was a testament to the efforts he had exerted since his rebirth. Meanwhile, several hundred meters away on the street, three individuals cautiously navigated a narrow alley. Suddenly, the adjacent wall erupted in a shower of debris as an enormous, muscular zombie, larger than a human head, crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar. The trio's eyes widened in shock. They recognized this zombie, having witnessed it obliterate a fortified opponent with a single punch. Chapter 68. Seizing Opportunities. The Yi family's vast reserves. The enhanced individuals were formidable. Yet in their faction of dozens, there were only two such fighters that it was clear how fearsome this zombie was that could slay enhanced beings. Their instinctive reaction was to flee, run, as they began to move. They were startled to see a woman leap through the gap in the wall, soaring into the air and landing a powerful punch on the raging zombie's face. Is this it? Xiangru laughed as she unleashed a flurry of punches, relentless in her assault as the zombie roared in frustration, unable to rise. With a final blow, she crushed its skull. The trio stared in astonishment. What an incredible woman! She can overpower that zombie. Pathetic, Xiangru scoffed as the zombie fell silent, her hands digging into its ruptured skull, her expression twisting into a fierce snarl. To go to hell with that. She violently tore the zombie apart, sending the three fleeing in terror. In a mere few minutes, they had encountered two monsters. What a stroke of misfortune! Inside an auto repair shop, the occupants heard someone knock at the door using a secret signal and quickly opened a small entrance. The rotund man outside nodded to the one who opened the door and hurriedly entered the shop, rushing to the man in a tank top who was sharpening a knife. Away. The Yi family has been annihilated. If you have nothing else to do, go slay a few more zombies. Wei did not believe the rotund man's words and continued honing his blade. The Yi family has a host of formidable individuals and firearms. Who could possibly challenge them? Even the military would struggle. Not even a 3-year-old would believe that. The rotund man pulled 2 crystal cores from his pocket, tossing them into the air. Wow, you're impressive. Wei's eyes lit up upon seeing the crystal cores. How many zombies did you have to kill to get these? I earned these by helping to take down the Yi family and then collecting the cores. The rotund man replied, pride evident in his voice, that Wei began to feel that the rotund man was serious. Are you telling the truth? The Yi family was really destroyed, but that's not even the most shocking part. The rotund man whispered. There were only a dozen of them, and most were women. Yet after defeating the Yi family, they also managed to slay thousands of zombies. Yi and those around him were utterly dumbfounded. The reputation of the Yi family as a dominant force was not merely a boast in the eyes of the local populace. The Yi family was virtually invincible. The fact that Wang Hao had annihilated the Yi family was already astonishing enough. But to do so with a mere dozen individuals, slaughtering thousands of zombies. Where on earth did such a monster come from? Their reactions mirrored that of the surrounding people. Each face displayed a remarkable expression upon learning of the Yi family's downfall. It was akin to discovering that the top scholar of the entire school had flunked an exam. Shockingly unbelievable. The reputation and terror associated with Wang Hao, the new king, began to spread among the survivors, who also admired his audacity, that he possessed the capability to wield weapons and equipment produced by the roulette, something the Yi family could not achieve. After all, the probability of landing on resource types in a standard roulette was overwhelmingly high. Obtaining weapons and equipment was no easy feat, especially with the low drop rate of crystal cores was often the case that after laboriously dispatching several zombies, one might not even acquire a single crystal core. Now, with the opportunity to directly purchase powerful weapons and gear, those who had accumulated crystal cores were undoubtedly tempted to make their way to Chongqing Pavilion. Speaking of which, Wang Hao had been resting when he heard someone enter. He slowly opened his eyes to behold the stunningly beautiful Zhang Mingyao, whose complexion resembled fine jade. And no matter how many times he looked, she never failed to astonish him. I'm sorry, Zhang Mingyao said apologetically. I woke you. It's nothing, Wang Hao replied, taking a sip from his water bottle. The situation nearby is mostly stable. Zhang Mingyao reported that we salvaged weapons and equipment from the corpses, along with what we found in the Yi family's stronghold, totaling 103 items, plus 11 bottles of ordinary enhancement potions, 131 gray crystals, and 18 bottles of standard healing potions that we also acquired a substantial amount of regular supplies. This is a detailed inventory compiled by the Yi family, documenting each item and its quantity. As she spoke, Zhang Mingyao produced a tablet from the Yi family and handed it to Wang Hao. He glanced over it briefly. Such is the difference of a major force. These reserves must have looted quite a few supermarkets and small shops, sufficient to feed 100 people for a year and a half, that I happen to need to stay in City C for a while. With these supplies, I won't have to send people out to scavenge, Wang Hao thought to himself, reveling in the fact that all the Yi family's efforts had inadvertently become his own gain. It was indeed a comfortable situation. Acquiring ready-made resources like these from the Yi family was far more efficient and less labor-intensive than if he had to procure them himself, which would have taken at least half a month. The search for resources was secondary. The primary concern in this apocalyptic environment was transportation. Distribute the enhancement potions and the more than 100 gray crystals among yourselves as for the weapons and equipment. Feel free to exchange them without seeking my approval, Wang Hao instructed. The team needs to expand. Take the time in the next couple of days to recruit about 20 or 30 individuals. Understood. Zhang Mingyao nodded, then produced another tablet, handing it to Wang Hao. I found this in a bedroom. It contains a memo that seems to record the locations of the roulette. Please take a look. Wang Hao took it and scanned through it. The memo indeed detailed the locations of the roulette, noting the colors, the number of spins, the quantity of reward zones, and the relationship between the number of spins and the crystal cores, as well as an incomplete grading system. There was a traceable path to the Yi family's dominance, integrating information and systematically gathering resources. With such a step-by-step approach, it would be difficult not to soar. Unfortunately, all the resources of the Yi family had now become Wang Hao's. Good gracious, a total of 18 roulettes. 10 ordinary roulettes, 3 one-star roulettes, 1 two-star roulette, 2 3-star roulettes, 1 4-star roulette, and 1 7-star roulette. Wang Hao noticed that the owner of the tablet had marked a red XX next to the 7-star roulette. While others might not understand its significance, he knew it represented danger. Roulettes rated 6 stars and above were guarded by formidable monsters. The Yi family likely encountered peril when they discovered this roulette. Among these roulettes, only 3 were ones he had already known about, their value far surpassing the others. Wang Hao mused that once he redeemed them one by one, his personal strength would ascend to a whole new level, that he would achieve successful vengeance and savor the spoils. Such a feeling was indescribably delightful that he set the tablet down and turned to Zhang Mingyao. Xiang Ru has returned. Please summon her. You may attend to your tasks now. Understood, Zhang Mingyao replied as she departed. Wang Hao retrieved the crystal core refiner, refining the gray crystals he had just acquired at a ratio of 30:1, yielding 103 green crystals. Adding to the 27 green crystals he already possessed, he had exactly 130. Chapter 69. The Mountain Water Hotel. The monster that tears zombies apart. Wang Hao's next step was to seek the hidden treasures located in the 2-star roulette at the Mountain Water Hotel, preparing for the establishment of a base. Thus, he refined 100 green crystals into 10 blue crystals at a ratio of 10:1. Others, thousands of gray crystals represented astronomical figures, but they were insufficient to satisfy his appetite. Once Mingyao had recruited more people, he intended to send them out to hunt zombies and bring back even more crystal cores. Wang Hao secretly plotted. Some might argue that he could seize this opportunity, having vanquished the Yi family, to recruit hundreds or even thousands of survivors, thereby accelerating the efficiency of core collection. However, people have their own motives. He could not simply exploit their labor without providing sustenance. Sustenance was a significant concern. Furthermore, with so many people, the targets become more substantial. City C was not intended to be Wang Hao's final destination. Once he had drained its value, he would move on to City T, where he envisioned the most suitable location for establishing a base. Brother Hao, at that moment, Xiang Ru entered, her gaze aggressive as she smiled. Did you summon me for something? How bold, Wang Hao remarked, rising to leave. Come with me to the hotel. That he could have gone alone, but having a capable ally made things more convenient, eliminating the need for him to handle everything personally. Such a keen sense of play. Xiang Ru remarked with a smile, that is home no longer satisfying for you. Now you wish to run to a hotel. The two exited and sped along, reaching the intersection across from the Mountain Water Hotel within an hour. Upon seeing the familiar hotel sign, countless memories flooded Wang Hao's mind, that if all went as expected, the hotel should currently be occupied by a group led by Li Quandi, in a previous life. Wang Hao had spent some time under Li Chuanda's command, during which he had met a woman named Jiang Fei, a cherished confidant. Eventually, Wang Hao felt that Li Chuanda's hedonistic tendencies would lead to his downfall. So he departed. Months later, a rising force named Haha began trending in the Apocalypse chat rooms. It was rumored that Haha had originally been a small team that, through a lucky find at a hotel, ascended to the top tier within mere months, establishing a firm foothold despite the watchful eyes of numerous established powers. Many were curious about Haha's secret to strength that transformed weaklings into formidable forces. Later, when members of Haha boasted, Wang Hao realized that the place where Haha had taken off was the very Mountain Water Hotel he had once frequented, and the roulette he had previously seen, which held such immense value, had been overlooked, but he had thought to himself that his judgment of character was astute. Li Chuanda's nature destined him never to dominate, despite occupying the roulette for so long. He ultimately allowed others to rise. Wang Hao felt a pang of frustration on Li Chuanda's behalf. The timing of Haha obtaining the secret realm, dungeon, scroll was unfortunate. Or rather, they received the dungeon rewards too late. Had they secured them within 6 months following the disaster, they would have established an overwhelming advantage, potentially becoming one of the top forces and avoiding being swallowed by the 4 emperors. In this life, he would help rectify that regret. Wang Hao's eyes sparkled as he contemplated whether Jiang Fei was still under Li Chuanda's command at this time. If he missed this chance, he might never encounter her again. Not dwelling on this further, Wang Hao approached the Mountain Water Hotel. As expected, the doors were locked, and various obstacles like beds and cabinets were piled against them, indicating that the place was indeed under someone else's control. Wang Hao swung his axe to break down the door, and Xiang Ru stepped in first, clearing the obstacles in their path. Their arrival immediately alerted those in the lobby, who hastily grabbed nearby weapons and trained their sights on the two. That upon recognizing Xiang Ru, 3 of them turned pale, instinctively exchanging glances. Is that her? The monster that tears zombies apart? Did Haha really send only the 2 of you to crash my party? At that moment, a man with a beetle nut face and a gold chain around his neck descended the stairs, surveying Wang Hao and Xiang Ru with a dark expression that he really is getting cocky. Completely disregarding me, Li Chuanda died a couple of days ago. Li Chuanda found himself embroiled in a conflict with the members of Haha after dealing with a horde of zombies, due to a dispute regarding the ownership of a crystal core. Both sides suffered casualties, which led Li Chuanda to instinctively assume that Wang Hao was sent by Haha. Upon seeing the familiar face of Li Chuanda, Wang Hao felt a pang of nostalgia. In his previous life, encountering Li Chuanda would have prompted him to cheerfully call out to Go and assure him that he was not affiliated with Haha. Wang Hao stated directly, "I am here for the roulette in the hotel." Li Chuanda was momentarily taken aback. Not from Haha, he mused, then couldn't help but laugh. This guy must be dreaming in broad daylight, barging into someone else's territory and demanding to spin the roulette. Who does he think he is, the king of the apocalypse? How can he be so brazen? He continued coldly, "I don't care how you found out about the roulette here, but I'll give you 3 counts to leave." "Make it fast," Li Chuanda added, his tone firm. "That I have no desire to tarnish my domain." With 2 enhanced individuals in his crew, he felt no fear even if Haha's entire squad showed up, especially not against the pair before him. Had he not been concerned about their shouts attracting zombies, he would have acted decisively. The onlookers in the hall found Wang Hao's naivety amusing, yet they remained vigilant, subtly spreading out to maintain their positions. Should Wang Hao fail to read the room, they would be swift to silence him. The acne-ridden man from the trio, who had previously encountered Xiang Ru, hastily approached Li Chuanda. Remembering the incident with Xiang Ru, he trembled as he spoke. "We ran into that woman on the road. She's a monster. Is she your classmate? Are you trying to scare me?" Li Chuanda furrowed his brow. "Are we really afraid of just 2 people? Do you recall the zombie that exploded the head of an enhanced individual last time we encountered it? She tore that zombie apart with her bare hands." The acne-ridden man stammered. "Think it over, brother, that if a fight breaks out, we are doomed." Li Chuanda hesitated. The memory of the rampaging individual was vivid, and he had felt its intensity from a distance. The acne-ridden man's fear was clearly genuine. "Is that woman truly that formidable?" "Enough counting," Xiang Ru interjected, glancing at Wang Hao for confirmation. Upon receiving a nod, she stepped forward, eagerly cracking her knuckles. "All of you, come at us." Wait, Li Chuanda, witnessing Xiang Ru's sudden readiness to hunt, immediately raised his hands in a conciliatory gesture, smiling awkwardly. "I was merely joking. I meant to say I'd count to 3, and then you should leave." He then turned to his subordinates, lowering his voice. "Put down your weapons. Is there any sense in brandishing them against friends? The crowd was bewildered. Had Dago lost his mind? One moment, he exuded an air of intimidation, behaving like a formidable figure of the underworld. And the next, he appeared utterly cowed by a woman. Chapter 70. The Wildness of Beasts. Li Chuanda was astonished. They were merely two opponents. Even if they were both enhanced, there was no reason for his group to feel intimidated. While the others were perplexed by Li Chuanda's thoughts, he was the leader, and they felt compelled to comply with his wishes, reluctantly lowering their weapons to "I am Li Chuanda," he declared, directing his gaze at Xiang Ru. "What do you go by? Why should I bother to fight you?" Xiang Ru retorted, pouting that "Can't you be a little more resolute for just a second? It's boring." She then returned to stand behind Wang Hao, prompting Li Chuanda to realize that Xiang Ru held Wang Hao in high regard. This revelation shocked him. Was this young man truly that impressive? Xiang Ru was a force to be reckoned with. Having torn apart the rampaging individual, how could such a powerful figure still need to bow to another? Clearly, she was sincerely respectful of Wang. How did if one were to attribute this to romance or the charms of a boyfriend? That would be absurd. Throughout history, the most effective way to make a strong individual bow their head is to be even stronger than they are. So, how formidable must Wang Hao be to subdue a woman as fearsome as Xiang Ru? "Brother," Li Chuanda quickly retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to Wang. "How about if you wish to spin the roulette? Feel free to do so." That it was truly surreal. In his previous life, Wang Hao had called Li Chuanda to go, but he had never witnessed him so obsequious. To his surprise, Li Chuanda was now acting like a sycophant, trying to curry favor with Wang Hao. Having once been a leader, Li Chuanda smiled in a conciliatory manner, and Wang Hao, not one to act pompously, casually accepted the cigarette offered. "My name is Wang Hao. Perhaps we can share some tea later." "How fortuitous," Li Chuanda replied, grinning. "Just the other day, I happened upon a fine selection of premium tea in the past. Just a few grams would have cost a small fortune." Wang Hao nodded, preparing to ascend the stairs to spin the roulette. Just then, an exaggerated laugh echoed from outside. "Li Chuanda, you are truly regressing. Treating a mere child like this, behaving like a dog." Upon hearing that voice, Li Chuanda's expression darkened, but he turned to see a man with slick back hair leading a group into the room. "Ha, did you eat something foul? Your words reek." Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Haha, the rising leader from Wang Hao's previous life. Before the calamity struck, he had been a petty thug in the area. Earning his nickname due to his penchant for laughter, he entered with a dozen or so followers, most of whom were stained with fresh blood, likely the result of their recent encounters with zombies. Their imposing presence was indeed intimidating. "What's the matter? Did I strike a nerve?" Haha sneered, his gaze drifting past Wang Hao to Xiang Ru, his eyes lighting up with interest. He thought to himself that this woman was stunning. With fair skin surpassing that of any woman he had previously known, her wild demeanor intrigued him. Taming her would surely provide a sense of accomplishment. "Haha, if I were one of your subordinates, I would feel utterly humiliated, watching dozens of grown men grovel before a mere child. As the leader, how can you lack such dignity?" Haha ruffled his hair and continued. "If it were me, I wouldn't behave like you. Whether a dragon or a tiger, they must all bow down in this territory." Following his words, his followers erupted in laughter, while Li Chuanda's men wore expressions of frustration. Before a fight had even begun, they were already feeling the pressure. Who wouldn't feel humiliated? "Enough of your nonsense." Li Chuanda's face darkened. "What brings you here?" "Haha, I am here today to seek justice for my deceased brother." Haha's gaze lingered greedily on Xiang Ru, his smile suddenly vanishing. "If I am not satisfied, this matter will not be resolved." "You are far too noisy," Wang Hao interjected, feeling increasingly irritated by Haha's incessant laughter. "Your words are nothing but a cacophony." "Little brat, who do you think you are to speak here?" Haha mocked. "Haha, Li Chuanda is so eager to appease you. You must be quite a capable enhanced individual. But do you truly believe that you are the only enhanced one in this territory?" He then turned his attention back to Li Chuanda. "According to the rules of the land, your people have spoken out of turn that if you cannot manage them, I shall take it upon myself to do so." Haha viewed Li Chuanda's deference towards Wang Hao as an attempt to win him over. Otherwise, he saw no reason for Li Chuanda to be so courteous. Meanwhile, Haha was only interested in Xiang Ru and felt no obligation to treat her companion with courtesy. In fact, he was considering how to eliminate him. What a fool he was! Haha had transitioned from a small-time thug to a leader and had become so arrogant that he no longer recognized his own limitations. Li Chuenda couldn't help but scoff internally. While others may not know of Xiangru's strength, he was well aware. Haha casually waved his hand, indicating his group of 10 or so, all seasoned zombie hunters. And he and another individual were both coveted enhanced individuals. With such a lineup, even if Wang Hao had a few more companions, Haha felt no sense of trepidation that he chuckled to himself, having just contemplated how to capture Xiangru. And now Wang Hao had delivered her right to him. Ha had not expected that seeking trouble would yield such a delightful surprise that he would certainly require a little blue pill after this encounter. Capturing Xiangru would be a swift and decisive victory. As Wang Hao lit a cigarette, the red glow at the tip ignited, and Xiangru, exhilarated, dashed towards Haha's approaching subordinates with lightning speed. Leaving the young man, she targeted wide-eyed in shock. With a resounding thud, Xiangru's elbow struck the young man's face, shattering his facial bones and causing his entire face to cave in as he was sent flying like a broken kite. Convulsing and spewing blood, Xiangru moved like a tempest, her fists and feet sending her opponents flying. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. It was akin to an adult striking a child, and Haha's men stood no chance against Xiangru. Even their prized enhanced individuals were utterly crushed. Haha could no longer find humor in the situation. Xiangru was wild, but not in the playful sense. She was wild like a beast, delivering lethal blows with every strike. The most terrifying aspect was her increasing frenzy, a thrill from claiming lives that sent chills down Haha's spine. Li Chuenda's forehead beaded with sweat. How fortunate he was to have recognized the situation and refrained from confronting Wang Hao. Otherwise, he would have been the one to understand why people referred to that woman as a monster. Li Chuenda swallowed hard, his back drenched in cold sweat. Which woman is an enhancer? How is she different from the enhancers we know? Capable of single-handedly taking on 10 or 20 opponents and still emerging victorious. And the enhancer from Haha's side was actually shot in the head by her in a single encounter. At this moment, their feelings of humiliation and dissatisfaction evaporated, as they fervently expressed their gratitude for Li Chuenda's life-saving intervention. If it weren't for his timely intervention, they would have been the ones slaughtered by Xiangru. Your subordinates are utterly useless, in less than 10 seconds. Xiangru had annihilated all of Haha's men. She approached, placing a hand on his shoulder, and sneered, with such abilities, "How dare you mock my brother Hao?" Chapter 71. The Secret Realm Scroll. The Power of the Lucky Ring. Haha immediately crumbled, his face turning as pale as a ghost. "That it's a misunderstanding." He stammered, "I have a question for you," Xiangru said with a light laugh. "My brother says you talk too much noise. You know the best way to eliminate noise?" "And no, I don't know." Haha seemed to recall something. His legs trembling, he no longer perceived this woman as beautiful. "If given another chance, he would rather die than come to this hotel. I don't know," he replied. Xiangru's smile grew increasingly maniacal as she suddenly pried open Haha's mouth, reaching inside and under his horrified gaze. Violently tore out his tongue. Blood filled his mouth, bubbling ominously. Keek. Xiangru's laughter sent chills down the spines of Li Chuenda and the others. Had there been a way to escape, they would have fled long ago. This woman was nothing short of insane. Wang Hao exhaled smoke slowly, contemplating that even if he intercepted Haha's ascension code with Haha's ambition, he would eventually achieve something significant. Unfortunately, he was blind and foolish, colliding with my iron vehicle with his toy car. The early demise of this once-renowned figure was indeed lamentable. After playing with Haha until his demise, Xiangru approached Wang Hao, her face splattered with blood, and remarked, "Am I fast enough?" "Fast." Wang Hao flicked the cigarette butt away and turned to head upstairs. Xiangru's gaze swept over Li Chuenda and the others, and with just one look, they felt their hearts tighten, experiencing a suffocating sensation as if being targeted by a ferocious beast. Only when she followed Wang Hao upstairs did the feeling gradually dissipate, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. This woman is truly terrifying. I would argue that the man is even more frightening, able to reign in such a lunatic. Although that man had yet to make a move, his mere presence felt more dangerous than hers. He likely considered them insignificant, too lazy to even lift a finger. Hearing his subordinates' trembling discussions, Li Chuenda resolved that even if he couldn't cling to Wang Hao's coattails, he must cultivate a relationship with him. Such a ruthless individual would undoubtedly make a name for himself one day. Perhaps he could even benefit from it. "What are you standing around for?" Li Chuanda barked. "Quickly dispose of these corpses." A group of people hurriedly began moving the bodies, clearing the zombies attracted by the commotion. Meanwhile, Wang Hao, in Hotel Room 404, discovered a 2-star roulette with a surprise egg. He retrieved a blue crystal from his backpack and tossed it into the roulette from a distance. As the needle spun rapidly, Wang Hao felt no trepidation. Did I in the past, he would have been anxious, given that the blue crystal was enough for 4 spins, and the odds of hitting the surprise egg were exceedingly low. Merely 1.97. If he failed to hit it within 4 spins, he could only imagine how many zombies he would have to slay. 1-star resources had a probability of 57, and 2-star resources stood at 32. Just thinking about the 1.97 for the surprise egg sent shivers down his spine. Not to mention that failing to hit it in 4 spins, or even 8, was quite common. Fortunately, Wang Hao possessed a lucky ring, ensuring his luck was always in his favor. Even if he didn't hit the egg in 4 spins, he should not exceed 6. Tap. Tap, tap. The spinning needle gradually slowed, finally coming to a stop in the right zone. The roulette immediately dispensed box after box of canned goods. 1-star canned food, random meat and vegetable package containing 2 cans of corn, 3 cans of chicken, 2 cans of mixed vegetables, and 2 cans of beef. How marvelous! Wang Hao's stock of star-grade food was nearly depleted, so this replenishment meant he could avoid the gnawing sensation of hunger. He collected all the cans and proceeded to toss 2 more blue crystals into the roulette, causing the needle to spin once again with haste. 2 seconds later, the needle slowly came to a halt in the left zone. Secret Realm Scroll. Open to enter the Secret Realm. Complete the challenges set within to receive generous rewards. Wang Hao smiled. The lucky ring is impressive. On just the second spin, he had landed on the surprise egg he desired, given that the odds of landing on the surprise egg were only 1.97/2. It was already remarkable to achieve it within 4 spins. Now he had done it in just 2. Anyone witnessing the scene would be filled with envy, seriously suspecting that Wang Hao had insider connections. What unbelievable luck! After hitting the surprise egg, he still had crystals remaining, which was unexpected. Having grown accustomed to such fortune in his previous life, now that he was on a winning streak, it felt as though something was missing. After some contemplation, he realized it was the absence of the frustration that came with failing to obtain the rewards he desired. Everything is great when luck is on your side. It's just that the thrill of spinning the roulette was lost. Wang Hao picked up the scroll that had fallen from the roulette. As expected, it was a secret realm, dungeon scroll, but it was of the intermediate level. The method of using the scroll was quite simple. Upon opening it, a virtual interface would pop up, and the scroll would instantly transform into a wormhole. Entering it would lead to the dungeon, where completing the challenges would yield rewards. The scroll was not unique. Somewhere in the world, there may be others who had obtained the same secret realm scroll, and there was no limit to the number of times it could be opened. One could even play while unable to sleep. However, should someone successfully clear the dungeon, the scroll would automatically become invalid. Dungeon scrolls were categorized by difficulty: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and top tier. That if multiple people entered, the difficulty would increase. In his previous life, someone had statistically analyzed the minimum requirements for clearing beginner, intermediate, and advanced dungeons. The minimum for beginner required at least 2-star, 1-star profession, 1-star equipment. Intermediate required at least 4-star, 3-star profession, 3-star equipment. Advanced required at least 7-star, 6-star profession, 6-star equipment. Top-tier scrolls were exceedingly rare, and most had never seen one, lacking substantial data support, thus becoming a wild area. Entering a dungeon was, in essence, akin to stepping into another realm. Dying within meant true death. Unlike in video games where one could respawn, the minimum requirements merely indicated eligibility to clear the dungeon. Specific circumstances needed to be analyzed individually if one only met the minimum criteria without solid foundations. Exceptional skills or powerful talents, the likelihood of clearing was low. It was evident that Haha's ascension code was not something a beginner scroll could provide. Wang Hao had already mentally prepared for the scroll to be of intermediate or even advanced level. He tucked the scroll away, stating, "I have a strong foundation and potent talents that as long as I meet the minimum requirements for clearance, success should be assured." The 3-star equipment is not difficult to acquire. Next, I primarily need to secure 4-star and 3-star professions. Wang Hao was a man of clarity, fully aware of his goals. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risen through the ranks in his previous life, but he had meticulously planned his path in this life. focusing on swiftly obtaining dungeon rewards and establishing a base. Chapter 72. The unfathomable does not heed others' words. Like a brocade cloak in the night, unexpected surprise. The remaining crystals would allow for several more spins on the 3-star roulette. Wang Hao gazed at the 2-star roulette, which had transformed from 9 zones to 8, and approached the activation key. The 2-star roulette instantly morphed into a 3-star roulette, its frame shifting from blue to purple. Yet the number of zones remained unchanged, indicating that he had not hit the surprise egg. He was indifferent to this, tossing a blue crystal into the roulette. 3 seconds later, the needle stopped in the left zone. 2-star enhancement potion. Wang Hao picked up the potion that had fallen from the roulette, twisted off the cap, and gulped it down, feeling invigorated and considerably lighter, with his foundational strength already at 2-star. Consuming this potion had maxed him out. Without hesitation, he retrieved the 3-star enhancement potion acquired in Chapter 54, twisted off the cap, and drank it in one go. His eyes widened in shock as his entire body felt as though it had been hammered by dozens of people. The sound of multiple bones fracturing echoed through him. The pain was tenfold worse than passing a kidney stone, a madness that surged through every nerve. Wang Hao's throat emitted a low, anguished howl, his body trembling uncontrollably. Xiang Ru, who was wiping the blood from her face with a wet tissue, heard the commotion and turned to Wang Hao, her eyes filled with confusion. She thought to herself, "That sound is familiar. It's the sound of bones breaking to is Wang Hao ascending. Can ascending really be that painful? It's akin to transforming into a super scion." Wang Hao's eyes were bloodshot, and his neck bulged with menacing veins. This was him, having endured countless pains in his past life, his resilience unmatched. Were it anyone else, even Xiang Ru, they would likely faint from the agony of having every bone in their body shattered and reassembled. Every nerve ending tugged upon. Each ascension to a new star level represented a breakthrough of human limits, an inevitable process of evolution accompanied by suffering. 3 minutes later, the pain that had engulfed Wang Hao receded like a tide, leaving him exhausted and sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, a broad smile breaking through the sweat on his face. 3 stars. He had finally reached 3 stars. Was this the sensation of breaking through to 3 stars with a full foundation? It felt absolutely exhilarating. The enhancements in every aspect were several times stronger than when he had achieved 3 stars in his previous life. Now, facing a 4-star opponent, he could humbly proclaim, "I could easily best them." If Li Chuanda and his cohorts were to discover Wang Hao's level, they would undoubtedly be left in utter disbelief. How could it be? They toiled tirelessly to become enhancers, with dozens vying for a single vial of ordinary enhancement potion. Yet he had already reached 3 stars. At this stage, the majority of people remained ordinary. The mere act of slaying a zombie could attract a throng of admirers. Wang Hao rose and performed a few stretching exercises, his stomach betraying him with an untimely growl, the intense hunger surging within him compounded by exhaustion. A most uncomfortable sensation that he settled on the edge of his bed, eagerly devouring 4 cans of food before feeling somewhat better. Ordinary food had begun to fall short of his needs. He needed to procure some 2-star provisions. Wang Hao mused, grabbing 2 cans of mixed vegetables, flavored with pickled peppers, deliciously fragrant, tossing aside the empty water bottle. He stood and retrieved 2 blue crystals, tossing them into the roulette. After 1.7 seconds, the spinning pointer gradually came to rest on the left 4th sector. Vitality Bread, 2-star, x10. Whatever one desired came to fruition. This was undoubtedly one of the most delightful occurrences in the world. It is said that the probability of landing on 2-star resources in the 3-star roulette is the highest. Yet it was no simple feat for Wang Hao to achieve this, for his luck was perpetually in his favor. Coughing slightly, he thought how extravagant. Wang Hao tore open a bag of bread and took a hearty bite. It was soft and delightful. In just a few mouthfuls, he finished the bread, feeling a sense of fullness wash over him. He stowed away the remaining bread, deciding against spinning the roulette again. Blue crystals were hard to come by, and without the rewards he desired, it was prudent to limit his spins. Too many could lead to losses. Plus, he possessed intelligence on a 2-star profession scroll that required purple crystals. It was time to start accumulating crystal cores. I'll go have some tea, he said, glancing at Xiang Ru. We'll be staying here for the night. What kind of tea should we have? Xiang Ru replied with a cryptic smile. It's proper tea. As for Li Chuanda, I cannot vouch for his integrity, Wang Hao remarked as he descended the stairs. Under Li Chuanda's respectful guidance, he arrived at a clean and tidy room where Li Chuanda awaited him. "Brother Hao," Li Chuanda greeted, rising to welcome Wang Hao, addressing him with formalities that in their previous lives. It had always been Wang Hao calling him Brother Li, yet now Li Chuanda referred to him as brother, which felt somewhat unfamiliar. Nodding, he settled into a chair as Li Chuanda skillfully prepared the tea. Offering a smile, "Brother Hao, please give it a taste." Wang Hao lifted the cup to his lips, entirely unperturbed by the thought of Li Chuanda poisoning him. Firstly, he had no reason to do so. And secondly, at this stage, any poison a survivor could concoct from the roulette would not incapacitate a 3-star enhancer like Wang Hao. This tea, costing several thousand for just a few grams, was truly exquisite. Sipping it was a pleasure. "Not bad." Wang Hao nodded. "I've never had such fine tea before, and if Brother Hao enjoys it, I'll have someone pack some tea leaves for you," Li Chuanda said, pausing briefly before adding, "Brother Hao, are you and Xiang Ru working together, or do you have ambitions to build a power of your own? I dare say, no one in City C would dare oppose you." After finishing his tea and setting the cup down, Wang Hao remarked, "Speaking of which, it seems a formidable character has recently arrived in City C." Li Chuanda quickly refilled Wang Hao's cup, engaging in a friendly conversation. "Brother Hao, do you know about the Yi family?" Wang Hao nodded. The Yi family was once the wealthiest in City C, affluent and influential. Ever since the zombies emerged, the Yi family has prospered daily. Not only do they have numerous members, but their weaponry and equipment are top-notch. With reports of dozens of enhancers among them, as the saying goes, the Yi family is like a local emperor. A while back, someone from the Yi family approached us to join them. The display was overwhelming. We felt like mere shrimp before them. In the end, I chose not to become their subordinate. And looking back, I'm grateful I didn't tea. Li Chuanda rambled on, draining his cup of tea. "Can you guess what has happened to the Yi family now?" "Goodness, it seems like the gossip has come home to roost." Wang Hao chuckled lightly. "What happened? They were annihilated by a team of just a dozen people." Li Chuanda expressed admiration. "If I hadn't heard it being discussed outside, I truly would not have believed such an absurd tale. The Yi family numbers in the hundreds. Even a mindless charge would have resulted in the deaths of those few. Moreover, the Yi family is armed to the teeth. I simply cannot fathom how that small group managed to wipe them out. It feels impossible." Wang Hao had come alone with Xiang Ru, so Li Chuanda did not connect Wang Hao with the ruthless character who had taken down the Yi family. Wang Hao finally understood why his former leader relished being lauded. That feeling was indeed delightful. That was a common saying among men at clubs. "Let us switch it up." As Wang Hao made his way through the city, he had not taken the time to rest. Today, he chose to spend the night at the hotel primarily to enjoy tea with familiar faces and engage in lighthearted conversation. Relaxation at its finest. As the tea transitioned from strong to weak, Li Chuanda, noticing the time was right, grinned mischievously. "Brother Hao, I have prepared a little gift for you. Shall I have them come in?" Wang Hao knew what it was and saw no reason to refuse. Li Chuanda called out, and soon the door opened to reveal a young man leading 12 women of varied figures and appearances into the room. They lined up before Wang Hao, and the scene reminded him of the phrase selecting a consort. Their makeup was exquisite, their attire ranging from revealing to casual or sporty. Some frequently adjusted their skirts or tossed their hair, showcasing their most alluring selves, while others feigned shyness, and some even boldly flirted with Wang Hao. Having learned from Li Chuanda's men that Wang Hao was a formidable figure, they were eager to impress him, especially since Li Chuanda, who once instilled fear, was now acting like a sycophant. They were desperate to catch his eye, for if he were to favor one of them, their lives would change dramatically. They were not without their share of high-ranking professionals and wealthy heiresses. Yet in the wake of the apocalypse, reality had set in. If they could not empower themselves, they must rely on the strong. That a young man as handsome, youthful, and formidable as Wang Hao was akin to a diamond bachelor. And they were all too eager to capture his attention. "Look at me! Look at me!" A model-like woman frequently adjusted her black stockings, internally pleading, "Please choose me." Beside her, a confident woman in a form-fitting skirt mused, "He will surely choose me. At his age, he is most attracted to women like me." A dozen women gazed at Wang Hao with longing. This was a scene many men could only dream of. However, the standards surrounding him were too high. Despite Li Chuanda's carefully selected beauties, none caught his eye. He couldn't help but utter a line familiar to men at such establishments. "Let us switch it up." Upon hearing this, the women displayed expressions of disappointment and despair. Their dreams of soaring high had come crashing down. Li Chuanda appeared taken aback, seemingly surprised that not a single one of the many beautiful women met Wang Hao's approval. However, he quickly recalled Xiang Ru's beauty and forced a smile, saying, "Brother Hao, these are all untouched." Wang Hao had not been overly concerned. If he found a woman he liked, that was splendid, but he would not force himself to settle. A name flashed in his mind, and he inquired, "Do you happen to have a woman named Jiang Fei here?" "None," Li Chuanda replied after a moment of contemplation, shaking his head. "That it seems in this life. I am fated to be without Jiang Fei." Wang Hao reminisced about his many memories with Jiang Fei. The first time they met was when he was assigned by Li Chuanda to eliminate a high-star monster. As they worked together more frequently, feelings blossomed. She had a cold exterior but was warm-hearted, initially distant but later tender as a little wife. Not only was she a rare gem, but she also assisted Wang Hao in cleaning up after their encounters. During a conversation, Wang Hao learned that her personality had shifted dramatically due to being betrayed by the one person she had trusted the most, her only support, leading her to spiral into despair and ultimately take her boyfriend's life. Becoming darkened in spirit, that moment, a burly man entered, announcing, "The 3 men and 2 women who came last time have returned, saying they'll stay for the night. He brought us 5 crystal cores." 3 men, weren't there 5? Did 2 perish? Li Chuanda muttered a few words, then nodded, saying, "You may enter, but it will require 7 crystal cores. If you are willing, find a corner to hand them over, and assign someone to keep watch." "Very well." The burly man departed. "Brother Hao," Li Chuanda proactively explained, "these individuals visited not long ago, expressing a desire to affiliate with me. However, I sense their ineptitude in dealing with zombies and declined their offer." Li Chuanda knew how to navigate these matters. Although this situation had nothing to do with Wang Hao, his explanation would make Wang feel valued, undoubtedly enhancing his goodwill towards Li Chuanda. "This tea is quite delightful." Wang Hao remarked with a light chuckle, "That I intend to stay here for the night, that acceptable." "Of course, it is no issue at all. The finest room is on the top floor, previously priced at over 10,000 for a night. Allow me to escort you there." Li Chuanda readily stepped aside, gesturing with open hands. "Please." Brother Hao, the 2 exited the room and ascended the stairs. They chanced upon the lobby below, where Li Chuanda's subordinates were ushering in 3 men and 2 women, all bloodied and likely having gone some time without a proper bath. Among them, a ponytailed girl with a hint of timidity, hiding behind a young man, caught Wang Hao's eye. The girl appeared disheveled, clad in a tattered Mickey Mouse t-shirt with several small holes at first glance. Her beauty paled in comparison to the tea that Li Chuanda had presented. Yet Wang Hao discerned that this was merely a fade. Her true allure undoubtedly exceeded 9 points. "Jiang Fei," Wang Hao mused, a smile creeping onto his lips. "Fate has brought us together once more." Simultaneously, one of the men among the trio suddenly spotted Wang Hao on the staircase. His eyes widening in disbelief that he "Stop your babbling." Li Chuanda's subordinate interjected, his expression shifting. He forcefully shoved the man, warning, "That is Brother Hao. Close your mouth. If you inadvertently offend him, your life is forfeit." Zheng, Li Chuanda's companion, Li Yun, hurriedly gestured to the man with the bird's nest hairstyle, urging him to remain silent. "What have I done to offend?" "I've worked under him," Zheng exclaimed. "Li Yun, do you recall what I told you about where my crystal cores came from?" The locals spoke of him, the ruthless individual who annihilated the Yi family and led a group of women to slaughter thousands of zombies. Li Yun gasped, "Holy moly, we've encountered a big shot." Li Chuan's scalp prickled as he gazed at Wang Hao. "This can't be. The person I just served tea to is the one who decimated the Yi family?" Li Chuan's subordinates stared at Wang Hao, astonished. Previously, his prowess had been overshadowed by Ru, leaving many unaware of his true might. Now, upon learning his identity, a singular thought pervaded their minds. No wonder he could handle such formidable women. He was extraordinarily powerful. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow, surprised at his burgeoning reputation among the fortunate. Such a reaction simply from them knowing who he was seemed excessive. After all, wiping out the Yi family was hardly a monumental feat. Chapter 74. 1-Star Cat. Wang Hao began his strategy. "Brother Hao, you've concealed your identity from me quite skillfully," Li Chuanda exclaimed. When we were drinking tea, you didn't mention that the formidable figure I had been boasting about was you. I thought, with such a small city, how could there be so many legends? The individual who wiped out the Yi family and you are one and the same. That explains everything. Li Chuanda silently rejoiced at not letting his ego inflate. Willingly becoming Wang Hao's sycophant, for had Wang Hao decided to eliminate their small team, it would have been as effortless as squashing NANTWY the way. If there is an afterlife, those who have passed must be lamenting their regret for having crossed paths with such a big shot. What a predicament! Wang Hao replied with a faint smile. It's not an extraordinary matter. No need to make a fuss about it. Li Chuanda was momentarily speechless. Not extraordinary. Is the Yi family such a dominant force, so inconsequential in your eyes? Brother Hao truly is remarkable. Li Chuanda eagerly agreed, glancing toward Jiang Fei and her companions below. Since they have assisted Brother Hao, they are one of us. Let us arrange for them to have a room immediately. They can stay as long as they wish. Li Yun regarded Wang Hao with a glimmer of admiration. The last time they visited, Li Chuanda had dismissed them due to their lack of capability. This time, they could enter solely due to the crystal cores. Wang Hao hadn't even spoken a word, yet Li Chuanda's attitude had undergone a complete transformation that Li Yun couldn't help but wish to emulate Wang Hao's prowess. Freeing himself from a life of constant anxiety, Jiang Fei also observed Wang Hao, contemplating how he appeared younger than them, yet possessed such formidable strength. Suddenly, she felt Wang Hao's gaze upon her, and instinctively retreated behind Li Yun. This moment made Wang Hao reflect on how Jiang Fei's former, timid demeanor starkly contrasted with the decisive figure she had been in his past life. However, Jiang Fei was Wang Hao's woman, and this Li Yun was an eyesore. Why didn't you mention it earlier? Li Chuanda's subordinate, who had previously exhibited impatience, now treated De Zheng as a long-lost brother, draping an arm over his shoulder with a grin. He then produced a battered pack of cigarettes from his pocket. The DOU smoke. De Zheng, taken aback, realized that he had merely assisted Wang Hao in procuring a crystal core, while countless others had done the same. Yet he found himself receiving such treatment. Was this what they called one person achieving greatness, and their dogs rising with them? De Zheng was indeed a smoker, but in this post-apocalyptic era, cigarettes were scarcer than food and had long been depleted. The sight of them made his hands tremble with desire. Weren't there 5 men? What happened to the other 2? Li Chuanda's subordinate inquired with curiosity. Don't mention it, we encountered a mutated cat on the way. De Zheng lamented. We entered here to escape that creature. Li Chuanda's subordinate's expression stiffened. This was only permissible due to Wang Hao's presence. Otherwise, he would have kicked them out. Damn it, they came running towards us while on fire. That cat didn't follow us, did it? No, we confirmed that, De Zheng hurriedly replied. That is a relief. Li Chuanda's subordinate exhaled. Let me lead you to your accommodations. Follow me. He turned and headed toward the staircase. While Wang Hao observed Li Yun and the others trailing behind, his gaze flickering. Though in his past life he had shared a deep bond with Jiang Fei, in this new life, everything had reset. To her, he was merely a stranger. She would eventually be betrayed by her boyfriend, transforming from a soft girl into a tough woman, indicating her deep emotional investment in him. If Wang Hao were to display overt intentions or approach her aggressively, it would likely backfire. After all, she would inevitably be betrayed. He might as well hasten that process. Wang Hao pondered. A sound resembling something crunching on small stones reached his ears, growing closer, as if a predator was stealthily closing in on its prey. The entity was adept at concealing itself, moving with extreme lightness. Had Wang Hao not attained a 3-star level, enhancing his hearing, he would not have detected such a faint sound. In an instant, a white blur shattered the darkness enveloping the doorway, darting into the lobby with lightning speed, targeting the tall, slender young man beside De Zheng. He sensed something amiss and instinctively turned, only to be met with a pair of furry claws expanding before his eyes. A cat, the mutated cat. His mind registered the danger, but his body failed to respond in time. The claws easily sliced through his skull, splattering blood across the fur of the now twice-sized feline and onto the faces and bodies of those nearby. Ah, cat! It's that cat! It has followed us! Panic ensued as they felt their hairs stand on end, fleeing in terror. The white cat, with a single swipe, had effortlessly cleaved through a human skull, revealing a terrifying combat prowess that shattered their courage, filling their minds solely with thoughts of escape, devoid of any desire to fight back. Brother Hao, Li Chuanda glanced between the white cat and Wang Hao, nervously swallowing. This white cat had entered and, in an instant, killed the tall young man with astonishing speed, so swift that even Li Chuanda, an enhancer, could only grasp a vague outline. One blink, and the cat's presence could vanish from sight. Li Chuanda possessed a certain instinct for danger. He knew he could not withstand even a few exchanges with the white cat, that it could be said that among those present, Wang Hao, who had decimated the Yi family, might be the only one with the capability to contend with the feline, that Li Chuanda's hopes rested solely on him. If Wang Hao faltered, this seemingly safe hotel would descend into chaos. One-star cat. I wonder if it has any brains. Wang Hao descended the staircase, wielding an axe, his heart brimming with a different kind of tension than that experienced by Li Chuanda and his companions. As he contemplated whether the white cat would produce a crystal core, meanwhile, the white cat devoured the unfortunate victim's brain in just a few bites, its sapphire-like eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Shortly thereafter, it let out an excited meow and chased after the slowest girl, the intensifying sense of dread overwhelming her inner defenses. Yungu, Zhang Fei cried out, gazing at the swiftly fleeing Li Yun. Extending her hand in desperation, "Don't leave me behind." Li Yun, without a glance back, continued to sprint forward. The gust of wind rushing in from behind left Zhang Fei feeling utterly desolate and cold. Tears spilling from her eyes like pearls set free from their string, her appearance pitifully vulnerable. The one-star cat extended its sharp claws, eyeing its meal with eagerness, letting out another excited cry, clearly impatient to taste the flavor of human brains. However, just then it sensed an imminent threat that a man appeared in its line of sight, instilling a profound sense of unease within it. Chapter 75. Silken Slaughter. A stunning confidence, the one-star cat instinctively retracted its claws. Retreating warily, clearly wishing to distance itself from Wang Hao, contemplating its next move. Yet in the blink of an eye, Wang Hao closed the gap with astonishing speed, too swift for the cat to react. With a decisive swing of the axe, Wang Hao cleaved through the one-star cat's skull, and as the axe continued downward, it struck something hard, compelling him to flip the weapon and extract it cleanly. A green crystal, tainted with foul blood, soared into the air. "Nice, a good haul," Wang Hao exclaimed, catching the green crystal and stowing it away in his backpack, his swift and precise technique striking a strong impression on Li Chuanda. Undoubtedly, Wang Hao was a formidable figure capable of annihilating the Yi family. The ruthless precision of his strike made Li Chuanda feel as though his own attempts at wielding a blade were akin to a child's play. At that moment, the fleeing individuals halted, staring in astonishment at Wang Hao. The one-star cat, which moved with incredible speed, had effortlessly been dispatched, its once mighty head cleaved open with ease. Such a terrifying creature had fallen so swiftly before Wang Hao. They had scarcely grasped what had transpired before the battle concluded. This man is extraordinarily powerful. Li Yun, in contrast to the one-star cat, was merely running for his life, while Wang Hao dispatched it with ease. The stark contrast left Li Yun feeling profoundly imbalanced, clenching his fists in quiet dissatisfaction, that if only I could possess the roulette, I would undoubtedly surpass him. That Li Yun, a graduate of a prestigious university, had secured a position as the deputy director of the business department at the Yi Corporation at a young age, garnering considerable attention. Each time a meeting was held, department employees would cast admiring glances in his direction. He believed that exceptional individuals stood out wherever they were, and he was merely one opportunity away from achieving success in this apocalyptic world. Meanwhile, Wang Hao turned to see Zhang Fei, paralyzed with fear on the ground. Still in shock, that he approached her and extended his hand. Upon noticing his gesture, Zhang Fei snapped back to reality, grasping Wang Hao's hand, that he pulled her close, enveloping her in an embrace, having just returned from the brink of death. Zhang Fei felt a surge of fear and helplessness, but now, pressed against his sturdy chest, she instinctively drew nearer, clutching at his clothing, her sobs breaking through her defenses. In his previous life, Wang Hao rarely witnessed Zhang Fei cry. The only instance was when he had sustained injuries, and she had wept for him upon seeing the wounds on his abdomen. Now, witnessing her tears of despair stirred something deep within him. His friends and confidants had fought alongside him through thick and thin, even shielding him from harm. In this life, should he encounter them, he would undoubtedly bring them aboard his vessel of survival. From a broader perspective, if they could survive to the later stages, they would undoubtedly be formidable allies, bolstering Wang Hao's strength from a personal standpoint. In his past life, they had shared burdens but seldom joys. In this life, even if they were to become disabled, Wang Hao would carry them forward. As Li Yun observed Jiang Fei and Wang Hao in their embrace, a fire of anger ignited within him. He was Jiang Fei's boyfriend. It should be he who offered her comfort. What was Wang Hao's intention? Just as Li Yun contemplated rushing over to pull Jiang Fei away, he was startled by the shadows looming at the doorway. As one by one, various mutated cats emerged, prompting him to retreat several steps. His fleeting courage faltered in an instant. The group of mutated cats, upon discovering the lifeless body of the one-star cat, emitted sharp cries, tinged with sorrow. Some mutated creatures inherited the emotions of their unaltered forms. Indeed, several individuals in his past life had soared to greatness thanks to their beloved pets. Clearly, the one-star cat had been their leader, and they had come seeking vengeance. Suddenly, Wang Hao's attention was drawn to a larger mottled cat outside the hotel, exuding a power far beyond that of the one-star cat. It was highly probable this mottled cat was a two-star mutated creature. It was not difficult to deduce that the one-star cat had been the target of the mottled cat, which was the true leader of this pack of mutated felines, with the one-star cat striking appearance. It was a veritable goddess among cats, while the mottled cat was undeniably unattractive, likely having been astray. Wang Hao mused, what an underdog story. With this thought in mind, he calmly instructed, hold on tight. Jiang Fei felt the overwhelming aura of Wang Hao and instinctively tightened her grip around him. Meow, the mottled cat screeched, and a dozen mutated cats responded with fierce cries, charging into the lobby, pouncing and rushing towards Wang Hao. Jiang Fei, witnessing this scene, felt a wave of suffocation wash over her, fearfully closing her eyes and clutching Wang Hao's clothing. Opening her eyes, she realized that closing them wouldn't resolve the issue. Hearing Wang Hao's empowering words, she slowly opened her eyes, only to see Wang Hao transform, brandishing his axe and charging towards the mutated cats. With a swift swing, he cleaved the head of one mutated cat, its body propelled by inertia, spilling blood as it fell to the ground. Wang Hao, still holding Jiang Fei, sidestepped another mutated cat's attack, then kneed it sharply in the abdomen, sending it crashing into another mutated cat. They were merely ordinary mutated creatures, terrifying in the eyes of the untrained, but to Wang Hao, a three-star warrior, they were but ants. Each of his movements was small and precise. Upon close observation, one would be astonished to find his feet remained within a confined circle. Yet these seemingly minor adjustments allowed him to deftly evade the attacks of the mutated cats. Every time he struck, one, or even two mutated cats succumbed to his axe. This was the result of countless battles. Honed expertise that maximized damage through the simplest and cleanest of actions in less than 20 seconds. Over a dozen mutated cats lay slain in pools of blood. This was the essence of a humanoid monster. Li Chuenda felt compelled to applaud Wang Hao, expressing his admiration. Such skill. If he claims he was never a soldier or a warrior, I would not believe it. Everyone present was left in awe. They had never before considered that a person's movements could be so fluid. The entire spectacle was a sheer delight to behold. He resembled the protagonist of a novel, perfect beyond reproach. Jiang Fei gazed at Wang Hao's face with wide eyes, her mind racing back to the moment he had held her while battling monsters, her frail heart overwhelmed by the sense of security he provided in her darkest hour of despair. Who could resist the comfort of a reliable man? Wang Hao glanced towards the mottled cat outside the hotel, suddenly dashing forward. But he had anticipated that the creature would fight for love. Instead, it decisively turned and fled. Due to the distance, Wang Hao, despite his swift pace, could not catch up with the mottled cat, which leapt onto a third-floor balcony, glaring at him with a gaze filled with hatred and malice. It was evident that it would not let Wang Hao off easily. Wang Hao swung his axe to dispatch the approaching zombies, holding Jiang Fei close, raising the bloodied axe towards the mottled cat, declaring, since you fled, strive to evolve. One day, when I require the advanced crystal core within your brain, you will present it to me willingly. Such was his overwhelming confidence. He remained unconcerned about the potential evolution of the mottled cat or the threats it might pose in the future. In his eyes, the fleeing mottled cat was merely a promising investment. Chapter 76. Li Yun's ambition. Wang Hao was not idle. No matter how quickly the mottled cat grew, it could never surpass him. That defiant mottled cat would undoubtedly become a lucrative asset for him. The faster it evolved, the greater his gain. The more advanced the crystal cores it could procure, the more beneficial it would be. Zhang Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. While others would harbor concerns about releasing a potential threat, this man not only showed no apprehension, but instead seemed to look forward to it. What extraordinary confidence and resolve. Meow, the mottled cat, gazed at the arrogant and pretentious Wang Hao, unable to vanquish him, and emitted a furious cry that resonated through the stillness of the night, echoing far and wide. The survivors who heard it were filled with dread. The mottled cat fixed its stare on Wang Hao for a moment, seemingly intent on memorizing this detestable human, vowing to consume him one day. That in an instant, the cat vanished into the darkness. This feline had the potential for greatness. Were I in its position, I wouldn't be able to contain myself. Wang Hao pondered, sensing a gaze upon him, and upon glancing down, he locked eyes with Zhang Fei. With a light chuckle, he introduced himself. I am Wang Hao. May I ask your name? Zhang Fei, she replied nervously, as in ginger, garlic, and scallion. Wang Hao nodded, wrapping an arm around Zhang Fei's waist as they returned to the hotel. This scene, reminiscent of a hero's triumphant return, pierced Li Yun's heart. Zhang Fei, he said, his expression darkening. It was then that Zhang Fei realized how intimate her position with Wang Hao was, hastily extricating herself from his embrace. Her embarrassment preventing her from meeting his gaze as she murmured, "Thank you for saving me." She then hurried towards Li Yun. Wang Hao felt little about it. Having made significant progress, he knew there was no need to rush. Gradually, he would achieve his goals. Moreover, from another perspective, if Zhang Fei were to fall for someone simply due to a moment of gratitude, it would seem rather trivial. Brother Hao, are you tired of the delicacies and seeking a change of taste? Trying to steal someone else's partner. Xiang Ru had been observing since Wang Hao had dispatched the first star cat, but refrained from intervening as she watched him display his prowess. Now, leaning against the staircase railing, she glanced at Zhang Fei before her gaze shifted to Li Yun, her eyes glimmering with determination. Yes, not every day I see Brother Hao taking an interest in another woman. I must make my move. Meanwhile, Wang Hao ascended the stairs, met with the adoring gazes of the crowd. You lot, tidy up the lobby and block the entrance, Li Chuanda instructed his subordinates before promptly following Wang Hao. A group of individuals surveyed the ground littered with mutated cat corpses, feelings of trepidation lingering. They were fortunate to have Brother Hao to rely on, otherwise they would be the ones lying there. These monsters were terrifyingly swift, their claws even swifter, especially that white cat. Goodness, its movements were a blur. One moment it was here, the next it was there. For Brother Hao to confront such monsters alone and emerge victorious was impressive enough. Yet he seemed utterly unfazed, not even out of breath after the battle. If I could be merely 1/10 as strong as him, I would have nothing to worry about. Truly, Brother Hao is formidable beyond measure. Li Chuanda's subordinates felt immense gratitude towards Wang Hao. Although their hotel room provided some advantage, encountering a horde of cats would have surely spelled disaster, and come morning, surviving with 3 to 5 individuals would be a stroke of luck. Wang Hao single-handedly annihilated the feline horde. Apart from admiration, they were at a loss for words. Zhang Fei, do you still hold any feelings for me? Li Yun pulled Zhang Fei aside, taking the initiative to question her. Having narrowly escaped death, Zhang Fei's mind was in turmoil, blank in response to Li Yun's inquiry, forgetting his disregard for her feelings as she fixated on her closeness to Wang Hao. I'm sorry. Li Yun, she stammered. I didn't mean my woman is being held by another man. Can you comprehend my feelings? Li Yun glared at Zhang Fei before turning away and storming up the stairs. Li Yun, don't go, Zhang Fei exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. Li Yun ascended to the second-floor corridor. Leaning against the wall, his irritation grew with each passing moment, cursing internally. Damn it, that bastard. Touching my woman, if I had strength, I'd chop both his hands off. Li Yun believed he was merely a step away from the first pot of gold that would grant him the power he desired. At that moment, Wang Hao was nothing to him. Just as he lamented, a woman, possessing beauty and figure far surpassing Zhang Fei's, approached from the other end of the corridor, capturing his undivided attention. Realizing she was heading toward him, Li Yun flashed what he deemed a charming smile. This is a strengthening potion. Xiang Ru twirled a vial of the potion, her lips curving into a smile that "Do you want it? Is this the legendary elixir that can turn one into a stronger being?" Li Yun's gaze fixated on the potion, his breath quickening. "That I want it. I want it. Are you gifting it to me?" "Gift it to you. You think too highly of yourself," Xiang Ru chuckled. "Brother Hao has taken a liking to your woman. If you're willing to part with her, this potion is yours." Brother Hao, that bastard. Although Li Yun harbored strong feelings for Jiang Fei, he would not have reacted so violently otherwise. He might even contemplate harming Wang Hao. However, the potion in Xiang Ru's possession was the key to the power he craved that if a person's carotid sinus receives a forceful blow, they will faint. Xiang Ru pointed to the carotid sinus on the back of Li Yun's neck, continuing her walk while shaking the vial of potion. "Once you decide, deliver her to Brother Hao's room." That Li Yun turned to her. "How do I know you're not playing me? You overestimate yourself." Xiang Ru scoffed that if it weren't for your woman, you wouldn't even be worthy of conversing with me. Her words pierced Li Yun like daggers. Could it be that a woman looked down on him? If only his fists were hard enough, she would merely be his plaything, subject to his every whim. How could she dare to belittle him? Clenching his fists, his eyes flickering with intensity, he thought, "No, as long as my fists are strong enough. All women will be my playthings that time. Who would tremble beneath my feet, Brother Hao or Dago? I, Li Yun, shall be the king of this apocalypse." Reluctance to part with the child would not ensnare the wolf. Li Yun's ambition entirely overshadowed his affection for Jiang Fei. Meanwhile, Wang Hao, guided by Li Chuanda, entered an elegantly decorated suite, adorned with luxurious carpets and exquisite imported sofas that a panoramic floor-to-ceiling window offered a view of the night sky and the desolate city. With zombies wandering the streets below, sitting on the sofa with his feet propped on the coffee table, Wang Hao gazed outside, relishing the comfort of this clean and cozy space amidst the filthy, putrid surroundings. Chapter 77. The correct way to open the suite. Brother Hao, Li Chuanda stood beside him, smiling ingratiatingly. "That if you need anything, just call for me. My men are waiting at the stairs." Wang Hao rummaged through his backpack for a moment before pulling out a first-star rifle and tossing it to Li Chuanda. "The bullets for this gun are crystal cores. Simply insert one into the side slot, and you can fire it." Throughout their journey, Wang Hao had accumulated over a dozen first-star weapons and equipment. Due to the ease of acquisition, he had long lost the excitement he felt upon obtaining his first piece of first-star gear. "Well, it's just okay. It's not worth as much as a bottle of first-star strengthening potion." Frankly speaking, Li Chuanda was akin to a dog trying to curry favor with Wang Hao. It would be somewhat unreasonable if he didn't offer him some rewards. "Thank you, Brother Hao." Li Chuanda received the gun with elation. It appeared far superior to ordinary firearms. "Regardless of its worth, I will remember your kindness, Brother Hao. From now on, you are like a brother to me," he said eagerly, wanting to test the gun's power. "I won't disturb your rest any longer. Should you need anything, feel free to call upon me. I am at your service." Wang Hao nodded, and Li Chuanda exited the room with a smile, carefully closing the door behind him before hastily descending the stairs in his room. He retrieved a gray crystal from his pocket and inserted it into the side slot of the first-star gun. Marveling, "Is this what they call cutting-edge technology? I have seen many guns from the roulette, but none like this one." Li Chuanda understood that this represented a different level. Any item Wang Hao came into contact with could open his eyes to a world beyond his understanding. He drew his ordinary knife from his waist and placed it on the floor. Stepping back a few paces, he aimed the first-star gun at the knife and pulled the trigger. A bullet silently exited the chamber, piercing through the knife and creating a sizable crater in the ground. Li Chuanda stared dumbfounded at the fist-sized hole in the ground. The knife, an ordinary product from the roulette, possessed attributes several times stronger than a conventional knife. Even a burly man hammering it for 30 or 40 minutes wouldn't deform it. Yet here it was, shot through by a single bullet, leaving a dent in the concrete floor. The power was astonishing. Not only was it powerful, but it was also silent, with recoil so minimal it felt like there was none at all. This was truly a divine weapon for slaying zombies. Li Chuanda, in a state of shock, recalled the words spoken by Wang Hao just moments ago. After all, this is not something of great value, a divine artifact that lacks worth. What then holds any significance? Li Chuanda dared to assert that if outsiders were aware of the formidable power of this gun, they would undoubtedly fixate on him. After all, possessing this weapon would grant him the audacity to walk boldly without a trace of fear. Wang Hao, indeed, is a remarkable figure capable of bringing down the Yi family. To him, such a flamboyant and ostentatious artifact is utterly worthless. Li Chuanda was filled with profound admiration for Wang Hao, feeling as though he was witnessing the ascent of a true mogul. If Li Chuanda were to discover that in Wang Hao's possession lay over a dozen such artifacts, not to mention superior weaponry and equipment far beyond mere artifacts, he would surely be rendered speechless, venerating Wang Hao as a deity. Returning to the matter at hand, Wang Hao connected a miniature generator to the socket, and it was evident that prior to the outbreak of the disaster, someone had resided in this room, as the card remained inserted in the slot. Thus, upon the restoration of power, the dim room was suddenly illuminated with a soft click as the lights flickered to life, brightening the entire suite. This is indeed the proper way to experience a luxury suite. Standing beneath the air conditioning vent, Wang Hao relished the cool breeze, exclaiming, "How delightful that if Li Chuanda's subordinates were to learn of Wang Hao's access to electricity, they would undoubtedly be consumed with envy."